Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel so that I can have more motivation to make more high-quality videos. Thank you very much, and wish you a happy new day. In the darkness of the 23rd century, the border town of Sangcheon, Thuongkung City was covered in a cold veil. In the quiet space, only a man's voice echoed. "Boss," his authoritative voice resounded. 50 million, you absolutely must bring me Chi Vu's head. A long silence was suddenly broken by the cold and defiant voice of a young girl. 50 million, and you want to buy my life? You don't understand anything about my situation at all. Chi Vu's figure appeared in the faint light, making the two men standing in front of her panic. "You are. It's her," they shouted and raised their guns in defense. The box in his trembling hand fell to the ground. Chi Vu spun around, her long cloak drawing a perfect arc in the air. She smiled faintly. "Perhaps I should let you experience the level of the world's top mercenary for yourself." The words had barely faded when two gunshots rang out, swift and precise. The two men fell like puppets with cut strings. Chi Vu picked up the sparkling orb in her hand. The mission was very simple, other than the location being a bit remote. Why did they pay such a high price? She wondered to herself, but in a moment of inattention, the orb slipped from her hand and slid into the box on the ground. A powerful light burst forth from the box, making the entire space seem to ignite. Her body was involuntarily lifted up, floating in the sky. Thousands of brilliant flames surrounded her like a bizarre dance of fate. Then the light went out. Dressed in an ancient costume, she lay motionless on the lush green grass. In front of her were two strangers, a man and a woman. The woman softly scolded, "Cousin, why were you so careless? I gave her the medicine. As for the rest, just let nature take its course. Why were you in such a hurry?" The man only sneered faintly. Who knew she would be so stubborn? "Leave me be. I will think of another way." The woman, frustrated, turned and walked away. I'll go first." Chi Vu moved her fingers slightly. In her blurry consciousness, only anxiety remained. Her body couldn't move. "It's so hot. Could I have been drugged?" He leaned down close to her, a glint of lust flashing in his eyes. "My beautiful cousin, you are only obedient when you lie still and don't move." He smirked, his rough hands trying to take off her clothes, but right at that moment, Chi Vu opened her eyes. Her sharp gaze made him freeze. Vu Duong, you're awake?" She painfully raised her hand to her forehead, her head buzzing. "My head hurts so much, I can't concentrate." The cousin stepped closer. "If you're awake, then you can enjoy this with your cousin." His voice was full of triumph, but just as he leaned down, the hairpin on her head was suddenly pulled out and stabbed straight into his body. He cried out in panic, "Cousin, what are you doing?" "Chi Vu, what am I doing?" Her hand swung up, tightly gripping his neck. "I want to take your life." He struggled, but couldn't escape. She kicked him hard, locking her legs around his neck, and took him down in a single move. Standing there looking at the defeated foe, lying motionless at her feet, she smirked faintly. "Just small fry." The forest next to the Thuongkwan estate was covered in deep green. The leaves rustled softly as if painting a mysterious scene. The girl, looking exhausted, dragged her feet step by step. Her hand was still bleeding from the wound caused by the hairpin. She slowly raised her hand to her head, her voice as quiet as a sigh. "The drug is still taking effect." Her eyes gradually noticed the surrounding scenery. The fresh air left her astounded. Where on earth is this place? She walked to the clear blue stream, which acted like a mirror reflecting her image under the calm surface. The reflection made her momentarily confused. "The vulgar man just now called me Thuongkwan Vu Duong. Is this my name?" Her voice rang out in a strange bewilderment. Could it be that in this world, Chi Vu has become Thuongkwan Vu Duong? The thought flashed by and vanished as a sharp pain suddenly struck. She staggered, her legs losing all strength, and fell with a splash into the cool lake. Her body sank into the water, with soft movements twisting along the current. A magical light suddenly flared up. The power of the medicine spirit radiated from her like a miracle. Then, from deep underwater, a man with the lower body of a fish appeared. Thanks to that light, the wound on his fish tail rapidly healed. The tail disappeared, replaced by a strong pair of legs. Surprise was clearly visible on his face. "Who is that?" he asked himself quietly. His gaze stopped on Thuongkwan Vu Duong, the girl with the miraculous power drifting into his arms. He gently brought her to the shore and stood silently looking at her. "She has the power of the medicine spirit on her," he whispered in his thoughts. He reached out his hand, intending to touch her, but suddenly Thuong Quan Vu Duong opened her eyes. Her small hands tightly grasped his wrist. Her eyes stared blankly at the strange man. "Oh my God, this man is so handsome," she said to herself, but her body felt increasingly uncomfortable. She was panicking inside. "I am doomed. The drug's effect is getting stronger." The man silently looked at her, his expression deep in thought. "It's undoubtedly her. Just now, it was her medicine spirit power that healed my wound." In Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes, the man in front of her seemed like a benefactor. God sent such a beautiful man to my side, surely to save me. Without hesitation, she pushed him to the ground. The two unexpectedly rolled together on the soft grass. He was shocked. "You dare." Before he could finish his words, Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly covered his mouth. "Shoo, you're too noisy. Right now, I just need you to hand over your heart," she said. Her lips parted slightly, and a brilliantly glowing orb escaped from her body. That orb transferred into the man's body. He was stunned, but then his eyes gradually brightened as well. The two accidentally slipped back into the water. The cool water surrounded them, and in that space, they shared a tender first kiss, imbued with a destined connection. Under the clear blue water, the two shared a gentle kiss. It seemed that all conflicts, all doubts dissolved into the light ripples. The light emitted by the orb made the scene ethereal. But that moment was suddenly shattered when a blue water orb flew straight into Chi Vu's body. The strange power from the orb made her dizzy. A light flashed, and blurry images flooded her mind. It was Thuong Quan Vu Duong's memories. She saw a small girl with a face full of resignation, abused and slandered by her relatives, bullied by her wicked cousin, and turned into his depraved plaything. The wounds in the girl's heart seemed deeply carved through every painful gaze. Chi Vu was stunned, her heart breaking. Is this her past? Thuong Quan Vu Duong? Chi Vu asked herself, feeling an indescribable pity well up inside. The next morning, pale sunlight pierced through the canopy, shining down on the two lying in an embrace on the soft green grass. The sun's warmth gently dispelled the night mist. The man stirred slightly, his eyes slowly opening, his gaze revealing a hint of bewilderment and confusion. "Damn it, what on earth did I do last night?" he muttered. The uncomfortable feeling and vagueness seemed to defeat all his consciousness. A few seconds of silence passed. He grabbed a knife and held it straight to Chi Vu's neck. His face was ice cold, his mind full of thoughts. "I can't keep this promiscuous woman alive." But just as he was about to strike, Chi Vu's soft voice suddenly rang out, slightly trembling but still calm. "Please, let me go." That weak but emotional voice made him pause. The hand holding the knife trembled midair. His gaze hesitated, and finally, he dropped the knife, turned around, and walked away. "Forget it. You helped me detoxify anyway." His heavy footsteps gradually faded away. Chi Vu slightly opened her eyes, her thoughtful gaze mixed with indifference. She quietly sat up, her eyes skimming over the robe, lightly draped over her. She smirked faintly. "At least you have a little conscience, knowing to cover me with a robe." She put the robe on, her lips softly whispering, "This man is quite fierce." Her mind was a mess of thoughts. Chi Vu from the 21st century, a top mercenary, now had her soul transmigrated into the body of Thuong Quan Vu Duong, a 16-year-old young lady of the Dai 6th Thuong Lan. "Last night, I transmigrated into Thuong Quan Vu Duong's body. What's more, she is an unloved young lady, but has a little spiritual power." She smirked, laughing at herself. It seems that the moment I arrived, she had already been poisoned to death by her own relatives. The dignified young lady was bullied by her family, even oppressed to death. Is there any law left? Her eyes grew sharp, as if harboring an unshakable determination. "Rest assured, I definitely won't let you die in vain. I will surely make those who bullied you pay the price. The Thuong Quan family, right? I will settle this old debt." Chi Vu broke into a cold smile. Her stature was small, but her aura exuded resilience and strength. Her new journey now officially began, carrying the promise to bring justice to the original owner of this body. The next day, at the Thuong Quan estate, morning light filtered through the curtains, shining on the deeply contemplative face of the master, her father, Thuong Quan Tanon. He stood in the middle of the hall, his sharp eyes showing a hint of thought. "Yesterday, I felt the power of the medicine spirit awakening." Right at that moment, a guard hastily ran in, bowing respectfully. "Master, early this morning, the second miss led men into the forest. They should be capturing Thuong Quan Vu Duong and bring her back soon." The master heard this, his eyes turning somewhat thoughtful. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Inside the forest, the second Miss Thuong Quan Ton On led a group of guards. With a sharp gaze and an arrogant voice, she said, Thuong Quan Vu Duong is the legitimate daughter of the Thuong Quan family. Yet she doesn't know how to exercise restraint, having an affair with another man despite having a marriage contract. We must catch her and punish her according to the family law. The guards shouted in unison, understood, watching Ton On with awe and fear. The second miss smirked slightly, her eyes flashing with calculation. After tonight, the marriage contract with Vo Dao Tong will be mine. But as she ventured deeper into the forest, she unexpectedly discovered the dead body of the cousin, lying motionless, his body cold and lifeless. She panicked. Dead. He's dead? Why is it like this? Originally, I just wanted to taint Thuong Quan Vu Duong's purity to ruin her marriage contract with Vo Dao Tong and then replace her. Why did this adulterer die? She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with panic, and then screamed, Where is Thuong Quan Vu Duong? Come out here right now. A cold voice rang out from behind. No need to look, I am right here. Indeed, as expected, you came early in the morning to catch the adultery. Must be quite disappointed that you couldn't catch anything. Huh? Tanon turned around and asked in surprise, Sister, what on earth is going on here? Thuong Quan Vu Duong smirked, her eyes sharp. What happened between me and him? You, the one who drugged me, should know best, right? Tanon gritted her teeth. If she already knows everything, I can't let her leave here alive. She took a deep breath, her voice changing to a pitiful tone. What does it have to do with me? I only know that cousin died next to you. Sister, I really didn't expect you to be so cruel as to kill cousin with your own hands. She shouted loudly, Men, arrest the eldest miss for me. Daring to murder a clan member. This crime deserves death. Punish her by family law. Deal with her on the spot. The guards immediately rushed forward. But Thuong Quan Vu Duong only smiled faintly. Oh, let's see who dares. A guard rushed over, but in an instant, she easily dodged. She gripped his neck tightly, taking him down swiftly. Ton On's eyes widened in terror. Spiritual power. Where did she get spiritual power from? She gritted her teeth. Wasn't Thuong Quan Vu Duong always devoid of spiritual power and extremely weak? Two other guards rushed forward, but were taken down by her in the blink of an eye. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stepped back, her eyes filled with thought. Not good. It seems I still haven't fully mastered this spiritual power. She bent down, holding up a sword, and smirked slightly. Even without spiritual power, I can still beat you bastards until your teeth fall out. She executed a few sword moves, and every guard fell. The second miss was terrified. What kind of movement technique is this? It's too scary. Is this the Thuong Quan Vu Duong I know? After taking down all the guards, Thuong Quan Vu Duong sighed, a sharp glint in her eyes. I just arrived here. I'm still not used to the environment. I also have uncontrollable spiritual power. I can't continue fighting them. She turned and dashed away like the wind, running and thinking of the 36 stratagems. Running away is the best one. Her small figure gradually disappeared into the distance in the forest, leaving behind the astonishment and resentment of the second miss and the defeated guards. At the city gates, Thuong Quan Vu Duong paused, her sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Right now, the Thuong Quan family must be hunting me down everywhere. Looks like I have to put on a disguise to safely enter. She raised her hand to touch her soft hair and smooth pink lips. She smirked faintly, truly a seductive older sister. She quietly took a piece of cloth to cover her head, blending into the bustling crowd walking into the city. Along the way, she noticed wanted posters with her portrait pasted everywhere. She thought to herself, it seems this world doesn't just value cultivation, but there are also many beast tamer cultivators. What's going on in the city recently? Why are there so many hidden guards from the Thuong Quan family? The voices of people chatting buzzed along the street. You don't know? Recently, the legitimate daughter of the Thuong Quan family was supposed to marry into Vo Dao Tong. As a result, the eldest miss secretly ran away. So, there is a huge reward to find her. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong slightly bowed her head, pulling the cloth tight to cover her face, and quietly entered in. The noisy chatter from the diners continued incessantly. The eldest miss of the Thuong Quan family doesn't know what's good for her. Among our local sects, Vo Dao Tong is the most famous. Yet she ran away from the marriage for another man. But how come I heard that the people hunting for the eldest miss's whereabouts aren't just from the Thuong Quan family? She paid no mind, simply stating calmly, Waiter, give me a room. I'll take this one. Outside, the faint moonlight shone down on the forest. The second Miss Thuong, Quan Tanon, and several guards were still relentlessly searching. Her voice was full of frustration. Where on earth did this Thuong Quan Vu Duong go? A guard replied, Second Miss, perhaps Thuong Quan Vu Duong is in the inn. She scoffed coldly. Hurry and go check. In the room, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood by the window, her cold eyes looking down. She was startled, thinking, how did Thuong Quan Tan own arrive so fast? She cracked the window open and discovered that the hidden guards of the Thuong Quan family were already guarding every possible escape route. At the inn, a fierce knocking echoed on the door. Open the door for inspection. Open the door. Open the door. She frowned. Looks like I have to think of a way. The noise outside grew louder and louder. I told you to open the door, so open it. Why are you talking so much? She sighed, her gaze stopping at the couple opposite her, and an idea flashed in her mind. She asked loudly, Hey little brother, are you looking for someone? The guard stared at her. This woman is covering her face. I can't see clearly. He said coldly, Take off your veil and let me see. Let me tell you, if you obediently listen, you'll be fine. Right as the guard raised his hand, intending to lift the veil, she pretended to fall backwards as if pushed hard by him. The fall made her bump into the couple opposite, knocking the fruit plate out of the girl's hands. Thuong Quan Vu Duong fell to the floor, speaking in an aggrieved tone. How could a weak woman like me endure such physical violence? The guard was flustered. Don't you spit venom at people. He backed up, unfortunately stepping on a banana peel, slipping forward, and accidentally pulling down the girl's top. The girl screamed, Pervert! The young man next to her flew into a rage. His eyes sharp and cold. You dare touch my woman? Are you tired of living? He rushed over and gave the guard a severe beating. The chaotic scene allowed Thuong Quan Vu Duong to quickly slip away. But right as she stepped out the door, a guard spotted her and shouted loudly, Catch her! On the bridge in the outskirts, the cold moonlight shone down. Thuong Quan Vu Duong fled in a panic, her breathing heavy. Behind her, second Miss Thuong Quan Tan On led the group of guards in hot pursuit. She shouted loudly, Catch her! The guard behind suddenly stopped. She jumped off the bridge. Thuong Quan Tan On did not hesitate to shoot a shiny sword downward, shouting, Don't even think about escaping. Bao Lao, Thuong Quan Vu Dung Mai. Escape. She jumped onto a rock, her body as graceful as a swallow, executing a beautiful flip in the air to dodge the sword. The second Miss Thuong Quan Tan On retracted her sword, her eyes filled with resentment. The maple forest. She temporarily can't get out of here. You guys guard this place for me. The guards shouted in unison, understood. Inside the forest, Thuong Quan Vu Duong panted heavily and muttered, It seems I've lost them. She looked up at the sky. A golden leaf gently fell on her head. She picked up the leaf. Now I have to find a place to rest. Suddenly, from the darkness, a giant snake slithered out, its eyes glowing red, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Its venom dripped onto the ground, bubbling. She was startled, thinking to herself, the snake's venom is highly corrosive. A touch means certain death. I have to find a way to dodge it. She tiptoed around, unfortunately stepping on a dry branch. The crisp snap broke the silence. Inside the snake's body, a figure was faintly visible. He was startled when he heard the noise, gritting his teeth and thinking, Someone's here. He drew a shiny knife and stabbed it hard into the snake's body. The monstrous beast roared in pain, thrashing madly. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood to the side, not understanding what was happening, thinking to herself, why did it suddenly go crazy? But the snake's giant tail suddenly swept towards where she was standing. She thought to herself, I can't worry about so much right now. Keeping my life is the most important thing. She quickly grabbed a nearby rock, leapt into the air, and threw it straight at the snake's head. The throw made it thrash violently, accidentally throwing the man out of its body. There's also a person. She dashed forward, flying through the air to catch the falling young man. The two landed safely. She looked at the young man. This young man is quite handsome too, but why did he appear in such a dangerous place? Ahead, the giant snake still hadn't given up, its eyes burning, its mouth hissing threateningly. It charged forward. Thuong Quan Vu Duong faced it, her eyes resolute as she said loudly, It seems you won't let me go today. She soared into the air with such power Don't blame me for being ruthless. But when the light from the medicine spirit's power on her body radiated out, the snake suddenly stopped. Its fierce eyes gradually softened. It smelled a strange fragrance, and its gaze became submissive as it bowed its head down, rubbing against her as if showing affection, then slowly moved away. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood dumbfounded, watching the snake's departing silhouette, unable to help but wonder in her heart. When it faced me, it seemed to smell something, which is why it calmed down. What in the world is it? Inside the forest, dim light pierced through the thick layer of leaves. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was beside the mysterious young man she had just saved. Her heart felt slightly concerned. It seems it's not very safe here. But what about him? It looks like he is still unconscious. She gently reached out her hand to support him up, her gaze skimming over his dazed face, unconsciously thinking, but why does he look so familiar? Suddenly, rustling sounds echoed from deep within the forest, followed by the voices of a group of people. The poisonous miasma in the forest is very heavy, but you have all taken the poison avoidance pills, so we can resist for a while. Today, we must find Thuong Quan Vu Duong. The accompanying men replied in unison, understood. Thuong Quan Vu Duong quietly hid behind a large rock, hearing their every word clearly. She frowned, thinking, no wonder they didn't dare to enter earlier. It turns out there is poisonous miasma in the forest. Just now, the snake also seemed to be agitated by the miasma, but why am I unaffected? Her gaze flickered over the mysterious young man, lying motionless. A thought popped in her head. Little brother, you have to run away with me now. She picked him up and darted through the canopy of trees, her body as light as a bird gliding in the wind. At that moment, the mysterious young man slightly opened his eyes. His heavy eyes caught a glimpse of her, and he thought to himself, who is this girl? Behind them, the voices of the pursuers continued relentlessly. They murmured to each other, we can't find Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Everyone, search quickly. The poison avoidance pills will only last for 3 hours. She landed softly on a tree branch, listening to their conversation, and told herself, it seems this poisonous miasma is afraid of my aura, so it doesn't dare to approach. They continued discussing. Don't tell me she went outside. Impossible. Just now, the spiritual power ring could still sense her aura. She is nearby. Let's do this. You guys follow me, and you few go over there. Thuong Quan Vu Duong frowned slightly. It seems my body indeed has a special aura. But in my memories, the original owner of this body is clearly just an unfavored, legitimate daughter. Where did this special ability come from? Now is not the time to study these things. I must find a safe place to rest. After searching for a while, she stopped in a quiet corner of the forest and gently placed the mysterious young man on the ground. Seeing him twitch slightly, she clicked her tongue and said, so young, yet frowning in your sleep like an old man. So ugly. The mysterious young man squinted his eyes, hearing those words, and suddenly sulked in his heart, thinking, ugly? It seems this fine lady has gone blind. While he pretended to sleep, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was busy gathering vines and sharp wooden sticks. She skillfully made a trap and hung it on a high tree branch. He lay there, sneaking glances at her, secretly evaluating in his heart. Not entirely useless. She even knows how to set traps. Finally, when everything was finished, she returned to sit beside him. Her gaze flashed with a hint of teasing as she thought, so unfair to this brat. Big sister was so busy, yet this kid slept all the way here. She yawned and covered her mouth. It's getting late. I should rest too. But just as she closed her eyes, the mysterious young man suddenly turned over and hugged her tightly, his face unconsciously nuzzling into her chest. Dis tatan tongguan vu yumwei. She blushed, feeling unexpectedly surprised and raising many questions. The little brother kept nuzzling against Thuong Quan Vu Duong's chest, making her afraid to move, her eyes flashing with a bit of confusion. Wait, am I being molested? She looked down at his small face and reached out to gently stroke his head, but he is still just a child. The thought made her chuckle softly. No longer shy, she happily turned entirely to embrace him. Both of them fell into a peaceful sleep under the dense forest canopy. When the sun had risen halfway up the mountain, the little brother slightly shifted and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was himself nestled in her arms. The surprise made him jump. Thuong Quan Vu Duong had also just woken up, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she looked at him. She lifted his chin. So, do you want to study the pillow you slept on all night? His face flushed red, both angry and embarrassed, as he shouted, You really have no shame. But he looked incredibly adorable. She couldn't resist turning to pinch his cheek. Well done, kid. You molested me, yet you say I have no shame. That's too much, she teased. I know my charm makes it hard for you to control yourself. This time I'll lend it to you for free, but remember to make it up to me next time. Suddenly, a loud crash rang out. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled. Oh no, someone stepped into the trap. She hurriedly grabbed his hand. Let's go quickly. But before they could take a step, a tall figure jumped out and blocked their path. A deep, hoarse voice echoed. It won't be that easy to leave. We've been searching for a long time. That person was Bok Chuk of the Medicine King sect. He smirked coldly. I didn't expect such an unexpected harvest. There's also a demi-human beside you that can be captured as a medicine slave. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong frowned. Demi-human? Is he talking about this kid? The little brother involuntarily spoke up. They are from the Medicine King sect. Bok Chuk didn't let him say more, pointing his hand to order. Capture both of them for me. Thuong Quan Vu Duong turned around and placed a cloak's hood over the little brother's head. Her voice was gentle but firm. Be good and wait here for me. Don't run around. Then she rushed forward to fight the guards. Her agile and graceful footwork made them fall one by one. Bok Chuk stood watching, grinding his teeth, and thought, this brat's skills are too formidable. He shifted his eyes to the little brother, coming up with another idea. I have a way. Capture that medicine slave first. He swung his hand, intending to grab him, but Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly held him tight. Meanwhile, the little brother was surrounded by a group of guards. Bok Chuk raised his voice. Brat, it's best if you behave and obediently follow us back. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from behind. Thuong Quan Vu Duong shivered slightly. Wait, that sound. It seems to be that snake. Yes, it was indeed the snake from earlier. It slithered up and stood behind her, looking at the crowd ahead. She faced them resolutely, her voice imposing. Who are you calling a brat? Remember to address my name, Chi Vu, first next time. The snake angrily roared, its growl echoing through the forest, making the guards flee in terror, scattering in all directions. Taking advantage of that moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly picked up the little brother in her arms and escaped, thinking to herself, thank goodness the snake appeared just in time. Did the thing on my body lure it here? But because she was engrossed in her thoughts, she accidentally lost her footing, and both of them fell straight into a deep pit. The two of them fell into the deep pit. Dirt and rocks slid down, creating muffled sounds that echoed in the narrow space. Thuong Quan Vu Duong coughed softly a few times, her lips slightly pursed, but her hands still tightly gripped the little brother in her arms. That sense of protection never wavered. The little brother opened his eyes and looked at her with slightly annoyed eyes, yet still shining with determination. His voice was somewhat cranky. How long are you going to hug me like this? Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't hesitate, pouting her lips and smiling playfully. You truly don't know how to appreciate things. If I hadn't caught you, your bones would have been broken long ago. She let him go, stretching her arms, clearly feeling the soreness after the fall. Both of them started to walk, each step cautious on the cold ground. The space before their eyes suddenly opened up to a scene that left them astonished. The faint light from glowing stones scattered on the cave walls illuminated a brilliant peach blossom forest resembling a fairyland. Thuong Quan Vu Duong gasped softly. Where are we? I didn't expect another hidden realm down here, just like a peach blossom forest out of this world. The little brother glanced around, his sharp eyes analyzing, his voice calm. We've probably entered the barrier of some cultivator's cave dwelling. She pushed the old wooden door in front of her without any hesitation, but the little brother jumped and shouted, wait! But it was too late. Before them were two giant Chilan beasts, their massive bodies with eyes burning brightly like torches in the night. Suddenly, those stone statues moved, transforming into living creatures. Both charged toward Thuong Quan Vu Duong at an astonishing speed. She luckily dodged one attack, but the other one dashed faster, its sharp teeth ready to tear her body apart. In the critical moment, the quick-witted little brother picked up a nearby tree branch, blocking the powerful bite. He sighed, his voice reproaching with a hint of dissatisfaction. In the Dai 6 Thuong Lan, any immortal cave dwelling with a rank has guardian beasts. Do you really not even know this basic knowledge? Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't reply, only silently looking up at the vines covering the cave walls. She quickly snapped a piece of vine, turning it into a temporary weapon, her tone resolute. It's not too late to know now. She looked straight at the two fierce beasts growling before her. Analyzing, they lack the ability to think, only having brute strength. We must use agility to confront them. You are small and can easily dodge. I will find a chance to restrain one. You know what to do, right? The little brother sneered, talkative. A Qilin suddenly lunged forward. The little brother agilely dodged, but he was lifted up by the other one like a toy. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately rushed over, swinging on a vine to attack and rescue him. She asked, "Are you all right?" Her voice filled with worry. The little brother was momentarily flustered. No one has ever protected me like her. But his exterior still maintained a proud demeanor. "I'm fine. Protect yourself first." The little brother used his quick wits, luring the two beasts into colliding with each other, creating an opportunity for Thuong Quan Vu Duong to tightly wrap the vines around their necks. Both Qilins were completely subdued. One of them spat out a blazing red pearl. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Piket It Up. Her eyes filled with surprise. Could this be something like an inner core? But suddenly, the remaining Qilin recovered and roared fiercely. The little brother immediately pushed her aside, his voice soft but urgent. "Be careful." His actions were swift as lightning, snatching the pearl from Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hand and putting it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. She shouted in panic, "You swallowed it?" "Spit out quickly." But it was too late. The blazing red pearl had already slid down his throat. Over there, the beast roared, spewing out a blazing stream of fire. Thuong Quan Vu Duong hastily embraced him, using her body to shield him from the incoming flames. But strangely enough, at that exact moment, his eyes lit up, reflecting the image of an awakening dragon. His fierce, authoritative gaze made the roaring beast stop in its tracks. It froze, bowed its head in submission, showing utmost respect, as if an imposing king was before it. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene, thinking to herself, the monster that was spewing fire just now has suddenly become so obedient. It seems this kid is not ordinary either. The beast core inside him seems to have unleashed a strange power, making that ferocious beast no different from a small cat. She approached closer, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. "Little guy, how can you be big one moment and small the next?" Her teasing words angered the beast. It hissed a growl that startled her. "Goodness, little guy, you scare me to death." She pouted, her tone carrying a childish reproach. "If you scare me again, I'll tell the kid to swallow all your beast cores right now." But soon after, she changed to a gentle tone. "But if you obediently tell me where this is, I will take you in as my underling." The beast tilted its head, its eyes much more serious. "This is the cave dwelling of immortal Lord Lam Duong, not a place a mortal like you can enter." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes widened in surprise. She turned to the little brother. "What is it? Is there a problem?" He answered thoughtfully, "Rumor has it that in the cave dwelling of immortal Lord Lam Duong, there are many wondrous treasures, artifacts that countless cultivators yearn for." She smacked her lips, "But even if I had those treasures, it would be useless. I can't even control the spiritual energy in my body." The little brother nodded, explaining softly, "Cultivators in the Dai 6th Thuong Lan all must study the Thuong Lan mental technique. Perhaps in this cave dwelling, we can find a secret manual to help you control your spiritual energy." She smiled, her eyes flashing with a glint of interest. "You're quite talkative now, aren't you? Earlier you refused to open your mouth and talk to me. Was it just a delayed reaction?" He turned his head and walked away, only leaving behind a brief sentence, "Weirdo." She ran after him from behind, calling out, "Wait for me." The two stepped into a large hall, the space serene with faint light, casting from a stone lamp. Thuong Quan Vu Duong raised her head to look around. Where did the immortal lord hide the treasures? The little brother placed a hand on his forehead, his voice somber. "Right now, my body still hasn't digested the beast core." Before he could finish his sentence, he stumbled, about to fall. Vu Duong rushed forward in a panic. "Hey, little brother." She hurriedly supported him, feeling his weak breath. His head rested on her shoulder, breathing heavily. She called him with a trembling voice, but he remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, his head aching as if being burned by fire. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked very sad, anxiously staring at the medicine slave. Supporting him, she thought, in the end, he's just a weak little boy. Vu Duong walked past a room full of books. She guided the medicine slave inside. "Let's go in and rest for a bit. This place seems to be a study." As soon as she entered the room, she coughed repeatedly. She had to use her sleeve to cover her mouth because it was very dirty. She let him sit down, but still didn't let go of his hand. She gently set him down, then stood up and looked around the study room, thinking to herself, "It seems no one has been here for a very long time. It's so dusty. This kid is unconscious again. I must quickly find the treasures." Vu Duong looked around and saw many medicine bottles scattered on the floor under the racks. She picked up a medicine bottle, opened it, and sniffed. In her memory, this was medicine for healing wounds. "Keep it. I might need it later." She put the medicine bottle away and searched around the bookshelves. She pondered, not knowing if she could find the mental technique the boy mentioned. She walked around and saw 2 books, Lac Duong, Nocton Mind Cultivation Method. She looked up in surprise. "I wonder if these 2 books will be useful." Thuong Quan Vu Duong reached up to grab it, but she seemed too short to reach that book. Unfortunately, she caused the book to fall on her back and made the wound from the earlier fight bleed. She got hurt and cried out loudly, which suddenly woke the medicine slave from his coma. Feeling immense pain, she sat down. She reached out to touch her back, and her palm was covered in blood. With a worried expression, she said, "It seems I got injured when burned by the guardian beast earlier." She pulled her shirt aside to examine the wound, but unfortunately, he saw her entire bare back. She gently poured drops of the medicine she had just found to treat the wound. The medicine slave, having woken from his coma, saw her back, and his cheeks flushed completely red. He shyly turned his face away, pointing at Vu Duong. "You really have no shame. Hurry up and put your clothes on." Vu Duong didn't hear what he said. With a joyful expression at seeing him awake, she quickly said, "You're awake? Perfect timing. Help me apply the medicine." "I can't reach my back," her sweet voice pleaded. "Please?" He stood still, shy and timid, not moving. She glanced at him. It's been so long, and still no movement, this kid. She turned and handed him the medicine bottle. He was about to take it, but his hands kept trembling. She figured, that's true. This isn't the 21st century. Even a child would be bashful about such things. She started to pull her hand back. "Never mind, I'll apply it myself." As she was putting her clothes on, he took back the medicine bottle, holding it, and said, "Let me." He gently and carefully applied the medicine for her, asking in a soft voice, "Does it not hurt?" She replied, "It's not a serious wound anyway. Besides, a minor injury in exchange for a life is worth it." He remembered how she had saved him earlier and asked, "Are you all right?" He smiled faintly, this woman. He felt there was something very special about her, then proceeded to use his saliva to heal her wound. She was very surprised to see him do that. Vu Duong's face turned embarrassed and shy when he did that, while the medicine slave stuck out his tongue with an innocent and naive expression. Vu Duong suddenly startled and shouted angrily, pulling up her clothes, "What are you doing?" He tossed the medicine bottle aside and said with a serious tone, "Helping you treat your wound. Due to my constitution, my saliva is far more effective than these bottles." Vu Duong turned to look at her wound again. What had been a severe injury moments ago was now completely healed, as if she had never been injured. She said happily, the wound disappeared. Her eyes lit up. "Wow, your saliva really works." The medicine slave looked smug. Could be fake. Vu Duong cheerfully got closer to him, pulling up her sleeve. "Look, I have a few pretty painful wounds here too. How about you lick these for me as well?" Her bright eyes eagerly awaited his answer, while he was speechless, sweating nervously. He composed himself and turned away with a very arrogant demeanor, avoiding her gaze, and decisively said, "No, my saliva is quite precious." Vu Duong was visibly disappointed and sad. "What?" She turned back to pick up the medicine bottle he had just decisively thrown away, sighing, I'll just apply the medicine then. At least it has some psychological effect." That night, the two of them chatted while searching for secret things in the house. She exclaimed, "Little guy, you really didn't lie to me. This mental technique actually works. Watch this." She magically conjured fire onto the candle. She felt very proud and joyful. "Wow, it's like magic." She smiled brightly. "I want to try again." The medicine slave felt truly helpless, looking at her without saying another word. The two talked for a long time until Thuong Quan Vu Duong was exhausted and fell asleep right away. Seeing her sleeping soundly, a warm yet aloof smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "Idiot, not even knowing to rest a bit after applying medicine." The medicine slave then sat down, gently lifting her hand, and licked the wound on it until it fully healed. He stood up, holding a candle in his hand, and turned to the bookshelf to search. "The thing I want is here." He reached out to take it down. Holding a piece of paper he joyfully said, "Found it." He placed it on the table and unrolled it, the map of the Immortal Lord's cave dwelling. "This is it." Then he left. Vujung de Dao Sili Stizet. The medicine slave stood in a forest, thinking to himself that the immortal pill on the map must be behind this artificial mountain. As he walked, he startled and stopped. The medicine slave saw a purple spirit pill and suddenly remembered his mother. He recalled the time his mother was hovering between life and death, just so the strongest medicine slave could test the power of a Tier 5 pill. He was tied up, crying and hopelessly calling out his mother's name, begging them not to do it to his mother. The medicine slave's mother was being burned high above, her arms and legs bound, while the flames below had snapped her bindings. A sound rang out. She was in desperate pain, while he could only watch and call out for her. He returned to the present and stared at the spirit pill, his eyes glowing red. "I must definitely make those who harmed me and my mother pay the price." The medicine slave approached the spirit pill, radiating a purple light. He closed his eyes, lips pressed tight, thinking that if the pill he just ate allowed him to feel the immense energy of the soaring dragon pill. He opened his eyes, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. His hand reached for the spirit pill. This was the most important immortal medicine in the immortal cave dwelling. It could help strengthen the cultivation of the beast clan. But if he took the soaring dragon pill, the cave dwelling would collapse. The medicine slave reconsidered. His hand pulled back as he anxiously wondered what would happen to that woman. He felt heartbroken thinking of all the pain and despair his mother had endured. Wanting to avenge his mother, he looked at the spirit pill again and thought for a long time. "No, I must become stronger." He held the glowing spirit pill in the palm of his hand, his eyes filled with hatred. Only by being strong enough could he avenge his mother. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood watching him. She peeked her head into the cave anxiously. "What is this kid doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night?" She turned to look at the wound on her back, her cheeks flushing pink. "This kid has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He healed my wound but still sneaks around, probably feeling shy." Vu Duong was walking into the cave to look for him when she saw his body emitting a purple light. He was holding the spirit pill, preparing to eat it. Seeing this, and not knowing what he was planning to do, the cave suddenly began to shake as if it were about to collapse. Vu Duong suddenly realized and shouted, "Quick, put it back." She ran over in a panic and said, "The moment you grabbed that thing, the ground started shaking. This place is going to collapse. Are you tired of living?" He didn't think twice, staring at the spirit pill in fascination. He said softly, "No, I need it now." Vu Duong was sweating with anxiety, trying to stop him. "Listen to me. Keeping your life is the most important thing right now." As the two were talking, a loud crash echoed. Everything in the cave started tumbling down. Accidentally, the medicine slave dropped the spirit pill. But he quickly caught the spirit pill. "Wait until I swallow it and become stronger, then I can take you out of here." Vu Duong angrily grabbed his hand and said, "Wait, let's go quickly. This place is going to collapse." The earthquake began to intensify. The medicine slave immediately swallowed the spirit pill. The spirit pill started taking effect, and his eyes glowed red, making him seem like a completely different person. Surprised, she ran up to a safe place but still looked down at him worriedly. "Oh no, this kid swallowed that immortal pill and has turned into a different person." She quickly went up and looked around at the collapse happening before her eyes. She couldn't stay here long, but what about the kid? She had to save him. The medicine slave suddenly split apart with an extraordinary power, emitting a blinding purple light. She looked up at him, saying tiredly, "Wake up, don't be influenced by it." He used his power, injuring her. His mind has been affected by that immortal pill. "I feel like if this continues, I'll lose my life here too. What should I do?" At that moment, the earthquake destroyed the cave, making a loud noise. She told herself, "Anyway, I must escape first." Vu Duong went deep into the forest, walking with great difficulty. As she was walking, 3 people were suddenly talking. She continued walking until the 3 approached and asked, "Little brat, what did you say you were running from? You almost got buried, right? Be a good girl and come back with us." Vu Duong, with an arrogant look, said, "Is there something wrong with your brains or your ears? Have you already forgotten my name?" Suddenly, the guards charged forward. Bok Chuk shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. Capture her for me." Hearing this, the medicine slave flew up, his eyes full of power. She was in danger. He saw them. "Medicine King Sect, it's you again." He appeared like a hero alongside a white dragon. His eyes burned red. You dare touch her? Are you tired of living? He hovered in the air like a god, gathering all his strength. The people below were surprised. Why was he suddenly so strong? Meanwhile, as Thuong Quan Vu Duong was about to be attacked by one of Bok Chuk's guards, he appeared and shot a beam straight into the guard's stomach, making him spit blood. Vu Duong managed to run and hide behind a large rock for safety, letting the medicine slave fight back. They were very strong. Vu Duong, her face injured and sweating anxiously, peeked over to watch them fight. She saw that the kid had eaten some immortal pill and his power had suddenly skyrocketed. He was no longer the frail kid who used to faint all the time. Seeing Bok Chuk below, the medicine slave flew high up and fired a blast of energy like a flaming arrow that pierced right through him, sending him flying far away, heavily injured and spitting blood. Bok Chuk angrily gritted his teeth and glared at him. Why is this half-beast suddenly so powerful? He called his men, retreat quickly. As he was running, another light flashed and pierced through him. He was in agony. The medicine slave shouted angrily, "Don't even think about escaping." He gathered all his strength and defeated all of Bok Chuk's guards. Behind a rock, Vu Duong watched and thought killed them all. She heard a noise, turned around, and saw him sitting there trembling, completely exhausted. She approached him from behind and struck the back of his neck. Knocking him out, she supported him and said, "Sorry, I was just afraid you might accidentally hurt me." Late at night, a beast was rustling in the rocks. The beast looked very tired. It exclaimed, "I'm finally out." As the beast was walking, it bumped into Vu Duong. The two stared at each other speechlessly, eyes wide and mouths open. Then suddenly, Vu Duong happily and amiably spoke to it. "Little guy, you came right on time." The beast seemed annoyed, thinking to itself, "Maybe I should have stayed buried a little longer." The beast grew to a giant size, put the two of them on its back, and dashed forward quickly. The beast brought the two of them to a place and stopped. Vu Duong got down first and gently helped the medicine slave down. While helping him, she suddenly heard voices from the forest. Hurry up and chase the person running that way. The two young ladies of the Thuong Quan family, accompanied by 3 guards, ordered, "Search carefully for me. Don't miss any spot." Vu Duong helped him into the cave to settle him down. "I'll leave this kid here for now." She laid the medicine slave down and looked outside, still seeing the Thuong Quan family searching the area. She thought, "Now I have to go lure the Thuong Quan people away to ensure his safety." As Vu Duong stood up to leave, the medicine slave grabbed the hem of her clothes, his voice deep. "Don't go." Hearing this, she felt shy, her cheeks blushing red. He kept saying, "Don't go." Vu Duong thought to herself, he's still just a child. She decided to leave anyway, and as he held onto her clothes, a small piece ripped off with a tear. She quickly ran away. The Thuong Quan guards saw someone dart past like the wind. "Over there," they yelled. On the other side, Vu Duong stood close to the foot of the mountain. Their people and Tanon ran over. Vu Duong waved her hand and called out, "Tanon, come here. How about we make a deal? Don't you want the marriage alliance with the martial Dao sect?" The 2 daughters of the Thuong Quan family then spoke to negotiate. Vu Duong said, "Let me go, and this marriage alliance will fall into your hands." Tanon replied in a mysterious tone, "Sister, you are truly amusing. You are a sinner who killed our cousin." The 2 stepped closer. Tanon thought to herself, "Let her go. How could I?" With an arrogant expression, she said, "If you obediently come back with me and confess your sins, who knows, you might even keep your corpse intact." Vu Duong angrily delivered a powerful slap to her face, causing Tanon to spit blood and collapse to the ground. The shape of Vu Duong's hand clearly appeared on her cheek. Tanon angrily screamed, "You bitch, you dare hit me?" Vu Duong recalled the past and said, "Little sister, you really are too forgetful. Have you forgotten how you and cousin framed me in the past? As the legitimate daughter, it's only natural for me to step in for the family head and teach an uneducated concubine-born daughter a lesson." Tanon stood up and lunged at Vu Duong. "You forced my hand." She used magic, thinking this is perfect timing to test the spell I just saw in the immortal cave dwelling. While she was gathering power, Vu Duong was devising a plan. "Sink my chi into the dantian to manifest spiritual energy. When I feel the spiritual energy moving, push it out of my body." She opened her eyes and executed the shocking shadow dance technique, injuring Tanon's arm. Angry and confused, Tanon screamed, "How is this possible?" As Vu Duong was about to turn back, Tanon flew up high and yelled, "What are you standing there for? Get her now." Vu Duong held her weapon, ready to fight. One of the guards used his spiritual energy to fire a blast at her like a gust of wind, forcing her to block it to the point of being pushed back, creating a trail of fire. She slid back forcefully, causing a large rock to fall. She watched the rock fall into the abyss. With my current spiritual energy, dealing with them is still very difficult. Tanon stepped forward with a smug tone. Sweating anxiously, Vu Duong looked up at her. I'll just have to learn from that kid and take some medicine. She took out a bottle of pills and gulped one down. Vu Duong swallowed a spirit pill that emitted a green light. The pill gradually integrated into her body, generating a surge of power. She stood up, her eyes glowing red, thinking this surge of power is stronger than earlier. According to the secret manual, I must have leveled up. Her body produced a green light. She closed her eyes to ponder, forming a spell with both hands to try blending the move she saw in the ancient texts in the cave dwelling. She leaped high into the air, creating a zone of green light with terrifying power that defeated the two guards. Vu Duong smiled smugly. This spirit pill is really effective. Tanon felt afraid, sweating with anxiety. Since when did she become so powerful? Angrily, she drew her sword. It seems I have no choice but to use the forbidden technique. She drew her sword and cast a spell. Tanon stood in a space filled with snowflakes, a circle emitting a mysterious jade green light. Her body was enveloped by streams of green aura. The aura gradually surged, her eyes glowing fiery red. The guard, seeing her use the forbidden technique, grew anxious. Second miss, you absolutely cannot use the forbidden technique. Tan-on jumped high, creating a ring of power that flew toward Vu Duong. Let's see me cripple you and throw you into a brothel. Let's see if you're still arrogant then. Vu Duong looked at her in surprise. Forbidden technique? It seems she wants to risk her life against me. Tan-on prepared to attack. Vu Duong grew worried. Oh no. She was struck and sent flying, crashing into a rock and coughing up blood. Tan-on approached, raising her sword to attack. If you want to fight me, let's see if you're worthy. Vu-dung-mai. She used the shocking shadow dance technique to dash past Tan-on, taking her by surprise. Vu Duong angrily stated, "A few days ago, I almost died by your hands. Today, I'll take one of your eyes." A scream echoed through the entire forest. Tan-on cried, covering one eye. "My eye, my face." She angrily called out Thuong Quan, Vu Duong's name. Surprised, she turned to look at Tan-on and saw her furiously approaching. "I will kill you." Tan-on lunged and thrust her sword straight into her. Caught off guard, Vu Duong was hit and fell into the deep abyss. Thuong Quan Tan-on approached the cliff and looked down into the deep abyss, her face displaying agonizing fury over losing an eye. She thought to herself, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, letting you die so easily hardly resolves the hatred in my heart. Behind her, the medicine slave approached. He greeted her with an angry tone. "Where is she?" Causing her face to turn pale. Sweating and trembling, she turned to ask him, "Who are you?" He shouted angrily, "Don't you understand? I'm asking you where the woman from earlier is." The medicine slave saw the pink piece of cloth from Vu Duong's blood-stained dress near the cliff. His face showed worried sweat. Feeling that she was about to be harmed, Tan-on begged him for mercy. Spare me. I was just teaching a family sinner a lesson." The medicine slave struck, injuring her, and white streams of gas appeared, obscuring the surroundings. The medicine slave smelled it and immediately used the piece of cloth to cover his nose. Poisonous gas. Then, a hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Tan-on and pulling her onto a horse's back. He spoke up, "Miss Tan-on, the master told me to bring you back." Exhausted and angry, Tan-on scolded, "Useless, why did you come so late? That damn Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Even in death, she won't leave me in peace." The medicine slave approached the cliff, holding Vu Duong's piece of cloth. Full of grief, he thought could it really be? He cried in despair, calling Trui Vu's name. In another space, within a barrier, Vu Duong lay unconscious. Lai Noyet stood by, noticing a powerful gust of air. He immediately knew someone had trespassed onto Beast Spirit Island. Lai Noyet used his pupil observation technique to see who had entered the barrier. He saw a girl lying motionless, her her body covered in wounds. Lai Noyet looked down in surprise and saw his beast jumping joyfully. The spirit deer was overjoyed, its cheeks flushed pink as it shyly rubbed against Lai Noyet. He looked at the beast with a face full of contemplation. To be able to dispel the miasma in her heart and make the spirit deer so happy. Li Noyet flew to Vuzung. He noticed purple lights emitting around her. She definitely has a medicine spirit body. Lai Noyet used a secret signal to summon 2 guards. He ordered them to take her away. A guard approached and reached out his hand towards her. A ring of light appeared, preventing him from touching her, terrifying the guard so much that he stepped back. Lai Noyet glanced over, saw him, and turned to approach Thuong Quan Vu Duong to check on her. Upon checking her injuries, he was shocked and surprised. Not only did she have a medicine spirit body, but there was also the breath of a dragon within her, a rare cauldron for refining medicine. The spirit deer looked at Vu Duong's wound-covered body and felt so much pity that it shed tears. Seeing the spirit deer so heartbroken, Lai Noyet asked, "It seems you have an opinion? I have a medicine recipe that happens to be missing deer horns." The spirit deer shook its head. He helped her up. Suddenly, she woke up and weakly said, "Save me." He remained silent. She felt powerless, afraid to look, but suddenly she grabbed his hand, her eyes pleading, "Save me." Seeing that he still didn't react, she cried and shook her head helplessly, then collapsed into his arms. Lai Noyet saw her exhausted and weak. He looked at her with pity. This woman, Vu Duong tightly held Lai Noyet's hand, her face looking very tired and her body trembling. He looked at her, feeling heartbroken, but didn't know what to say. She continued to hold his hand tightly without letting go. He grasped her hand, picked her up, and carried her forward. Lai Noyet brought Vu Duong to the Listening Rain Pavilion. He brought her into the room and gently sat her down. Lai Noyet used healing magic on her. He took out 2 bottles of healing medicine containing a jade green light. He moved his face close to hers, watching and thinking. The speed at which she absorbs the medicine is truly rare. Outside the room, Bok Chi was guarding the door, letting no one near. Tuk Su rushed over in a hurry and cheerfully asked Bok Chi, "Is the island master inside?" Bok Chi raised her hand, signaling her to be quiet. "Calm down. The island master is healing someone." Tuk Su curiously asked, "I heard the island master carried a woman back. Did you see what she looked like? Is she beautiful? How does she compare to me?" Bok Chi tiredly said, "Stop asking questions and go find some clean clothes." Tuk Su hurried away. As she walked down the stairs, some guards were gossiping, saying, "I can't believe the island master brought a woman back and even let her stay in the Listening Rain Pavilion." The guard next to him replied, "Right, the island master has always only liked furry half-beast girls. What's this woman's background?" Tuk Su angrily and jealously scolded the guards. "Do you have nothing better to do? Or do you want the island master to throw you into the valley to feed the medicine beasts?" She ran outside, but still looked up at the window of that woman's room. The next morning, in the room at the Listening Rain Pavilion, Vu Duong woke up and stood to look out the window. As she rubbed her eyes, she heard Lai Noyet's voice. "You're awake?" Vu Duong turned and saw him sitting in a chair, waiting for her. She thought to herself, "Even after dying, I get to see a handsome guy. So nice." He used teleportation magic to move closer to her and handed her a bowl of medicine. "Drink this. It has the wood spirit fetus nourishing grass seed in it." Vu Duong took the bowl of medicine and said, "Thank you." She thought to herself, "Luckily, I'm still alive." She suddenly realized something, her body trembling. "Wait, fetus nourishing?" She exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying I'm pregnant?" Lai Noyet coldly replied, "You're the mother of the child, and you didn't know? If it weren't for this child, you probably would have died a long time ago." Vu Duong was surprised. "I am a dignified Special Forces mercenary from the 21st century, and after transmigrating, I'm pregnant?" She pondered deeply. The father of this child must be the man I had a passionate one-night stand with before he disappeared. Vu Duong felt sad. It was so hard to escape being hunted down. "I thought I was about to begin my journey of immortal cultivation, but I didn't expect to unlock the new skill of raising a child." Lai Noyet saw that she didn't seem happy, thinking others would envy this physique, but she doesn't seem to want it. "How troublesome." He spoke up. "If it weren't for this child, your corpse would probably be rotting by now." Vu Duong touched her stomach, but this child appeared too suddenly. He looked at her and thought, if she only had a medicine spirit body, I would send her back to the Medicine King sect, but she's pregnant with the power of the Dragon King. He rested his chin on his hand, a gentle smile appearing. This really makes me want to research it. Lai Noyet sat with his chin resting on his hand, pondering. This is the first time I've seen someone have gold drop on them from the sky, and not like it. Lai Noyet approached her and said, a spiritually sentient fetus that protects its mother while still in the womb is very rare, yet it's being despised by its mother. If you don't want this fetus, give it to me. Vu Duong was very confused, her eyes full of sorrow and worries. She looked down at her belly and exclaimed, is it really you protecting me? The baby in my belly is emitting a golden light. Vu Duong was surprised. The baby, is it answering me? She felt happy, turned to look at him, and said, I want to keep it. Vu Duong sat up and left the bed. She politely bowed her head. Thank you for your help. I will repay this favor in the future. Lai Noyet gave a cold smile and replied, have a safe trip. Vu Dung Lep Litstenzen Pavilion. She walked into the forest, feeling confused and scared, sweating profusely. I remember it was this way. She heard a strange noise and quickly turned around to see a girl and a beast tied tightly. Vu Duong felt scared, thinking medicine slave. It seems this place is for refining medicine. That man is not simple. While she was lost in thought, the beast suddenly appeared and scared her. Vu Duong sadly asked, baby in my belly, do you feel uneasy? There are fierce beasts everywhere here. But if I go back, it seems that white-haired man has intentions towards me. If we recklessly continue, I'm afraid it bodes ill. In the bushes, 3 figures were watching her. She seriously thought I might as well take a risk. Early the next morning, she returned to Lai Noyet's house. In the room, Lai Noyet and Bak Chi were talking. Lai Noyet spoke up, Bak Chi, you lose. She replied, the spirit beasts on the island are very fierce to outsiders. Ordinary people cannot pass through the medicine slave forest on their own. Unexpectedly, Lai Noyet smiled faintly. Indeed, but she is special. Lai Noyet stood up to check on the servants. The servants were happy to see him as the island master. She got close to Lai Noyet when Bak Chi suddenly pushed her away. The maids knelt down in fear. Bak Chi bowed her head. The maid doesn't know the rules, disturbing the island master. Lai Noyet angrily said, she doesn't know any rules. Take her to feed the medicine beasts. Bak Chi bowed her head, yes. She used magic to levitate the maid. The maid cried in fear, begging, Island Master, spare my life. Bak Chi angrily said, those without fur are not allowed near the Island Master. You are only worthy of feeding the medicine beasts. You don't even have the right to become a medicine person, understand? Vu Duong eavesdropped on everything from outside the door. She thought, that man is the Island Master. It seems I must hold tightly onto this backing. Later, in the dining room, Lai Noyet sat at the table. He smiled faintly. This food is not cooked the island's way, quite novel. He saw a figure at the door. Lai Noyet shouted, come out. Vu Duong smiled, walked in and said, I didn't know you were the island master earlier. Please excuse my offense. Then she knelt down and continued, Thuong Quan Vu Duong greets my benefactor. This table of food is all to apologize. Lai Noyet's eyes darkened as he said, you are quite bold. Didn't you see the outcome of the person who didn't understand the rules and casually approached me? He reached down and lifted her chin. Or are you worried I will take you to refine medicine? She anxiously replied, Island Master saved me. I am extremely grateful. Firstly, to repay the favor, and secondly, Thuong Quan Vu Duong boldly blurted out, I want to acknowledge the Island Master as my master. Lai Noyet took Vu Duong to the alchemy room. The two walked inside. Lai Noyet handed her a piece of paper, setting a condition, refine a pill within 3 days. If you succeed, I will consider taking you as my disciple. Thuong Quan Vu Duong took the paper, surprised, and replied, yes. She thought to herself, I will definitely do it. Li Nguyet Samai Fai Li. He turned away, but didn't forget to use magic to create a peeping jade attached to the alchemy furnace. Vu Duong pondered in the alchemy room. First, I must understand these heavenly books. The books say I must use spiritual energy to catalyze the medicinal materials to interact with the furnace. Vu Duong thought for a moment and then acted. Whatever, I'll try first. She threw all the ingredients into the furnace, crossed her arms, and waited for the result. She looked into the furnace with a confused and worried expression. Is it not like this? Is it because I need to add more herbs? Vu Duong peeked her face inside when suddenly there was a loud explosion. She used her sleeve to cover her face and was surprised to see spirit pills with different lights flying around the room. They're flying freely. She gently touched them. Overjoyed. Pills have been formed. She suddenly had an idea. I don't necessarily have to follow the formula. She ran to find ingredients, thinking this jade can probably be mixed in. It seems refining medicine is not that difficult. Lai Noyet, looking at her through the peeping jade in his room, smiled smugly and said, quite bold, even altering the formula. In the spirit pill refining room, she used magic to make all the furnaces fly up. Now, put the herbs into the furnaces. Then she gathered everything and used magic going all at once. Finally, a spirit pill emitted a golden light and flew up. She happily exclaimed, success. I succeeded. Lai Noyet was surprised. I gave entirely Tier 1 ingredients, yet she could break the norm and refine a Tier 2 pill. Truly rare. He stood up, looking at the spirit pill. It seems I should take a disciple. After that day, Lai Noyet held a ceremony outside. He sat solemnly and said, from today on, you will be the disciple of Lai Noyet. Cup performed the ceremony. Vu Duong knelt down and replied, yes, master. He stood up. She bowed. Disciple greets master. Lai Noyet pressed his hand on Vu Duong's forehead. She replied, thank you, master. The two held hands, making Tuk Duok jealous watching them. The guard saw Island Master Lai Noyet like that and started gossiping. Why is the Island Master so close to a hairless human? Did this human bewitch the Island Master? Tuk Duok was really angry, her face darkening. Damn it, on what basis does this woman rely? Hearing that, the people tactfully left so as not to disturb the estate master's mood. The estate master called the remaining dancers. I'll only keep her. Everyone else stepped back. They were all dumbfounded. He threw down a bag of something. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was bewildered. Only keeping me. What does he want to do? The estate master rested his chin on his hand and said coldly, don't understand the rules? Do I even need to teach you how to serve? Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hands trembled as she clenched them tightly. She comforted herself. It's fine. Then she slowly approached him. So much time has passed. Maybe I remembered wrong. He waved his hand. Thuong Quan Vu Duong flew up and fell into his arms. He gently squeezed her chin. Suddenly, he looked shocked. It's the woman with the medicine spirit power, and also that night. Thinking about it, he pushed her aside. Truly bad luck. At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong said, this humble girl has no experience serving, not being attentive. I will go call other sisters to serve the estate master. The estate master pondered for a moment, then said, you are not a dancer. Her expression was gloomy. Although he was her one-night stand, there should be a limit. She didn't want to get involved with him anymore. The estate master felt guilty and quickly looked away. She saw her arguing with the legitimate daughter of the Medicine King sect on the street, and then approached me. What is her ultimate goal? Thuong Quan Vu Duong was furious. It seems he recognized me, but he clearly told me to stay. Fine then, I will endure for the sake of peace. Then she replied, just a small friction. The estate master doesn't need to mind. If you're not satisfied with this humble girl's service, then I will take my leave. Saying that, she turned to leave. The estate master grabbed her hand. He pulled her into his arms. Outside are the eyes and ears of the Medicine King's sect and major clans. It's best you obediently finish acting this play with me. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought, eyes and ears outside. Then she pushed him away, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with this humble girl. At this time, her sleeve got caught on the chair. Thuong Quan Vu Duong involuntarily fell over, accidentally pulling off the estate master's clothes. He blushed, and his wound also tore open. Damn it. Then the estate master quickly stood up. That's it for today. You are too poor at serving others. Take your reward and leave. Thuong Quan Vu Duong hurriedly took the coin purse. Yes, goodbye, estate master. As she walked, she thought, it's best not to see him again. Outside, the estate master's face was still red. The medicine spirit power on her is too attractive. I must stay a bit far from her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong muttered as she walked. To think the person I tried so hard to please was him. At this time, Thuong Quan Su hit on one side and poked his head out. Who is it? He looked at her face. Mom, did he hit you? Thuong Quan Vu Duong touched her face. This is not Mom's blood. It's the blood of estate master Long Yuan. Thuong Quan Su was delighted. This is Dragon Chi. This is a heaven-sent good opportunity. He approached. Don't touch it. I will wipe it for you. It will be cleaner. Thuong Quan Vu Duong rubbed his head. My son has grown up, knowing how to care for his mom now. So good. He took a cloth to wipe her face. After wiping, he grabbed her hand. Mom is tired, right? Let's go back and rest early. Thuong Quan Vu Duong blushed. This kid is a bit strange today. Must be tired from playing. As the two walked away, Thuong Quan Tanon arrived. She peeked after them. The subordinates panicked. Eldest miss, what's wrong? She calmed down. No, I must have seen wrongly. That bitch probably died at the cliff, eaten by wolves. Thuong Quan Vu Duong lay down absently, looking at the purse given earlier by the dragon god. His expression back then, I even thought he recognized me. The more she thought about it, the more she blushed. I must stay away from him in the future. Better not to have anything to do with him. At this time, seeing his mother asleep, Thuong Quan Su sat up. He went to the window. Let me see if the estate master is my father. The little boy put his hand to his mouth and bit. Then he dripped blood onto the jade pendant. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. The blood blended together. The boy was surprised. He is my father. But even if he is my father, he is a scumbag who abandoned Mom. Thinking so, Thuong Quan Su angrily threw the jade pendant away. Then he crawled into bed with his mom. Mom, don't worry. Even if he is my biological father, I won't acknowledge him. The next morning, at the competition, many people came to compete. Seeing Thuong Quan Vu Duong, Thuong Quan Tanon's face turned dark. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, she is actually still alive. The dragon god, sitting high above, also noticed her. He was curious. What can she bring me? At this time, an official coughed slightly. He started speaking. Welcome, everyone, to this alchemist competition. Before the first written exam starts, alchemists must write their origins on the wooden board on the table. Thuong Quan Vu Duong wrote down 2 words. Li Nguyen. A man received the board and exclaimed, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, inherited from Lai Noyet. Hearing this, everyone started gossiping. She is a disciple of Elder Lai Noyet from the Medicine King sect? So admirable. I also want to be Elder Lai Noyet's disciple, but he won't accept me. On what basis was she chosen by Elder Lai Noyet as a disciple? Hearing that, Thuong Quan Tanon thought, Elder Lai Noyet doesn't accept disciples within the sect, yet takes a disciple of unknown origin like that. And you guys actually believe it? She smiled wickedly. 5 years no see. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you're getting more capable. What a pity. Today will be the day you lose your life. At this time, the drums sounded. The first written exam officially began. The person taking first place in the written exam would get priority to choose medicinal herbs. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at the pile of herbs on the table and thought, Thuong Quan Lan, he needs a type of Chinese medicine to maintain his human form and spiritual energy. I must win the priority to choose herbs. She looked towards Thuong Quan Tanon. The two locked eyes. Thuong Quan Tanon thought, her return this time is probably to stop the marriage between me and the Chu family. I will deal with her in the pill refining round then. Thuong Quan Vu Duong turned her face away, looking at her murderous appearance. She probably forgot what she did to me in the forest before. Well, whatever. Nothing is more important than Lan Ni and the competition. I'll settle the score with her after the competition. The drums sounded again. The examiner said, inviting the alchemists who still have their jade tokens to enter the second round. And Thuong Quan Vu Duong, taking first place in the written exam, will have the priority to choose medicine. At this time, a room appeared before her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stipet inside. She quickly took the medicine and came out. Seeing that, the others despised her, taking those useless things again. Truly a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. After that, Thuong Quan Vu Duong began refining pills. Everyone was amazed. Isn't this Elder Lai Noyet's alchemy furnace? It seems she really is the last disciple of Elder Lai Noyet. Everyone turned their gaze towards her. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Tan On was infuriated. So what if she has Lai Noyet's alchemy furnace? She's just an outcast of my Thuong Quan family. Father giving this alchemy furnace to me means the Thuong Quan family only supports me. After some time, the examiner said, alchemists, please present your alchemy furnaces for evaluation one by one. She muttered something. When the time comes, the alchemy fire won't ignite. Let's see how she can stay smug. The drums sounded. The pill refining competition officially began. Thuong Quan Vu Duong channeled spiritual qi into the alchemy furnace, but it didn't react at all. She panicked. Why can't I ignite the alchemy fire? At this time, Thuong Quan Tan On spoke up to Mok, truly a bookworm, only knows how to write but not how to refine. What a waste of such a good alchemy furnace. With the crystal flower I stuck on it, no matter how strong the true qi is, it can't ignite the alchemy fire. Right after thinking this, she looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong and saw she had already ignited the alchemy fire. Thuong Quan Vu Duong forced her true qi into the furnace. The fire quickly blazed up. The crystal flowers flew out. Crystal flowers? It seems someone made a move on me. The blinding smoke flew towards Thuong Quan Tanon. She coughed violently, angrily shouting, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't care and continued the competition. These things are still not enough. I remember. At this point, she caught a ginseng. It ran away in fear, but was eventually caught and put into the furnace. I spent so much effort catching you before. Finally, you are of use. Seeing this, everyone gossiped. Is this the 9-twist spirit ginseng? Not only that, look at her throwing that agate garbage in. That's also a top-tier treasure. It seems Elder Lai Noyet's beloved disciple has profound strength. Elder Lai Noyet must have given her many precious materials. So admirable. Tuet Lin, standing aside, was bitter upon hearing this. She mocked. Who knows where she got these things? Maybe she used dirty tricks to momentarily bewitch Elder Lai Noyet. Tuong Quan Vu Dung Zito, what do I line? This implies is that my master likes dirty tricks? I didn't expect that in the eyes of outsiders, my master is that bad. Hearing this, people started whispering. Elder Lai Noyet is famous everywhere. How could he be slandered like this? Exactly. She immediately became flustered. I didn't mean that. Don't twist my words. Thuong Quan Vu Duong turned back to focus on refining pills. This is an examination hall. If you don't know how to speak properly, you can shut your mouth. Tuet Lin bitterly glared at her. This rock. Later, Thuong Quan Vu Duong refined a golden spirit stone. High-tier pill material is normally not allowed as medicine for the competition. Seeing this, the examiner also slammed the table and stood up. This is a high-tier alchemy material. Why did it appear here? A man trembled, turning back to look at the dragon god estate master. This matter. He calmly said, sit down. This woman has a good eye. Truly surprising. At this time, Tuet Lin raised her hand to accuse Thuong Quan Vu Duong of a foul. Everyone was also surprised. How did the golden spirit stone appear here? Isn't a bargain she picked up? A clear foul. Tuet Lin pointed at Thuong Quan Vu Duong and continued. It must be Lai Noyet who pulled strings for her, so she knew the exam content beforehand. That's why she took that ordinary rock to cheat. Thuong Quan Vu Duong calmly replied, do you speak without thinking? You say I cheated. Where's the evidence? Tuet Lin said, then I ask you, where did you get that rock? Thuong Quan Vu Duong answered, you mean the golden spirit stone? Isn't that the item I took after the written test? Earlier, someone even said it was useless. Tuet Lin's face darkened. I didn't see that small rock at all. Besides, who knows if he got first place just to get cheating materials? Thuong Quan Vu Duong pointed up. You mean the great examiner showed favoritism to let me win this small rock by giving me first place? Hearing this, Tuet Lin was startled. People started talking about her. That came from the mouth of the legitimate daughter of the medicine sect master. How could anyone publicly doubt the fairness of the alchemist competition? She was terrified. I didn't mean that. Tuet Lin raised her hand to slap Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you bitch, shut your mouth right now. At this time, the dragon god spoke up. Enough. The atmosphere fell silent. He coldly said, continue the competition. By now, Thuong Quan Tanon had finished refining her pill. Everyone praised her so fast. She's the fastest to refine a pill, as expected of someone from the Thuong Quan family. The Fire Phoenix earlier was truly amazing. Very quickly, the others all refined their pills. After the time of one incense stick ended, Tuet Lin continued to mock Thuong Quan Vu Duong. I'm afraid all the best ingredients fell into your hands, right? Then you truly have no face left to face your sect. Thuong Quan Tanon also said, if she ends up refining only a low-tier pill, that would truly be ridiculous. At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong had also finished refining. A sparkling pill flew up. Everyone was stunned. This is the 9-twist spirit ginseng pill. This item was refined from the 9-twist spirit ginseng. Agate Horn Thousand Leaf Dew is a high-grade protective pill that can be helpful when breaking through realms. This thing is considered priceless in the black market. Just now, the best she could refine was only a medium-grade Tier 3 pill. Yet this Thuong Quan Vu Duong can actually refine a high-grade Tier 3 pill. How formidable! The drum sound also rang at this moment. The time is up. The second round of the Alchemist competition ends. The winner is Thuong Quan Vu Duong. The third round of the Alchemist competition is Spirit Medicine Mountain. Spirit Medicine Mountain is sponsored by the Long Yin Pavilion, but it is fraught with dangers inside. Life and death are up to fate. Tonight is the time for all alchemists to rest and recover their strength. The competition will begin tomorrow morning. Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked back while thinking bringing this pill back for Lan Yi to take will have some effect in suppressing his dragon form. At this time, a voice called out to her. Miss Thuong Quan, please wait. We from a Long Yin Pavilion wish to buy the 9-twist spirit ginseng pill that you refined. You can name your price. Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled and replied, Sorry, I am not selling this medicine. He was stunned. This girl even ignored trading with our Long Yin Pavilion. The scene shifts back to the inn. After Lan Yi took the pill, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately asked, How do you feel, Lan Yi? The little boy's whole body was in pain. Then a burst of light erupted, alarming everyone. What's that noise? Did you hear it too? It sounded a bit like a dragon. Long and on the roof also heard it and couldn't help but be shocked. It's dragon aura. Hearing the commotion, everyone approached to check. Oh no, Lonnie made too much noise just now. If he gets discovered, it'll be troublesome. She then said to her son, Lonnie, be a good boy and stay here. Mom will go out and lure them away. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was still worried. Adding another layer of barrier, they probably won't find out easily. As soon as she opened the door, she asked the waiter, Waiter, why is it so noisy in the middle of the night? Just as she left, Long then jumped in through the window from outside. Isn't this the kid who's always following Thuong Quan Vu Duong? As he approached, Thuong Quan Vu Duong came back. Someone's here. She rushed over and blocked his hand. The familiar move stunned Long then. Her movements are so familiar. They're even exactly the same as the moves Trui Vu uses. He immediately grabbed Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hand. What is your relationship with her? Thuong Quan Vu Duong was Dun. Who? She tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't. The gap between us is too big. Long then got even closer. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Wadi. If this continues and Lan Yi's identity is discovered, we're doomed. She proactively threw herself into his arms. Let me tell you, she and I are actually. Then she suddenly screamed, Help, there's a robber. Long then immediately grabbed her by the neck. You're playing me. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, Tell me, if the pavilion master of the Long Yin Pavilion appears in someone else's boudoir in the middle of the night, if this news spreads, would you still be the pavilion master? Saying that, she threw Long Than's hand away. Outside, the waiter asked, Guest, is everything all right? Seeing this, Long then hurriedly left. I definitely have to investigate the relationship between Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Trui Vu. Outside, the waiter continued to call out to the guest. Thuong Quan Vu Duong answered, It's fine. Then she pondered the her he mentioned. Who on earth is she? To be able to make him instantly change into a different person like that. Whatever. Fortunately, Lan Yi wasn't discovered by him. She gently approached her son. The dragon horns are still there. It seems the 9-twist spirit ginseng pill cannot completely change Lan Yi's appearance. The next day at the competition arena. Originally, the third round of the competition was to be opened by the elder of the Long Yin Pavilion, but due to an unexpected matter, the pavilion master of the Long Yin Pavilion will temporarily take over. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited. The pavilion master of the Long Yin Pavilion? I'm so looking forward to it. At this moment, Long then appeared very imposingly. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong clicked her tongue. Quite imposing. A portal then opened. Long then watched her walk inside and thought to himself, It seems I have to find a way to get close to her. Sensing being stared at, Thuong Quan Vu Duong peeked her head back, feeling worried. Don't tell me. And inside, everyone was thrilled. So many treasures. Yeah, these things are extremely rare outside, yet they're everywhere here on Spirit Medicine Mountain. Thuong Quan Vu Duong picked up a ring. She was overjoyed. The Long Yian Pavilion truly lives up to being a wealthy patron. They are ridiculously rich. I can gather a lot of materials. Just as she was about to pick up a mushroom, Tuet Lean's group came to cause trouble. The girl kicked the mushroom away and said smugly, thinking of ways to cheat again. Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't care. And directly walked past her. Tuet Lean was furious. Did you think I would let you get your way? Let me tell you, no matter what tricks you want to play, you have to get past me first. Tu Fu also chimed in. That's right, don't even think about playing tricks. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't care either. Tuet Lean was even more bitter. Did she just ignore me? Tu Fu was flustered. Tuet Lean immediately slapped her. Why are you still standing there? Go follow her, you useless thing. You didn't even know how to stop her just now. Tu Fu was scared. I'll go follow her right away. Tuet Lean continued. Follow her closely. Report to me immediately if anything happens. I still have to go gather medicinal herbs. Yes, sister. Saying so, Tu Fu ran after her. She looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong in astonishment. Why isn't she gathering herbs, but going further inside? Could it be she wants something in there? Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at the waterfall and thought to herself, dragon scale fruit likes water. I can definitely find dragon scale fruit in here. Then I can make the soaring dragon pill for Lan Ni. Thinking so, she jumped closer to the waterfall. Long Nin saw this and was suspicious. Behind the water curtain is the dragon scale fruit. What does she need medicinal herbs related to the dragon tribe for? Tu Fu, hiding on the side, saw this. I better report to Tuet Lean. Otherwise, I'll be made things difficult for later. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was overjoyed at this moment. Found it. Sure enough, there is some here. At this moment, Tu Fu appeared behind her and pushed Thuong Quan Vu Duong aside. Thanks for your hard work. She was stunned when she grabbed the dragon scale fruit. At this time, Tuet Lean also arrived. I thought she was playing some sneaky tricks. Just for this fruit? But what do we do now? The treasure you need is in my hands. Thuong Quan Vu Duong's my sly. Truly foolish. At this moment, Tu Fu screamed. Sister Tuet Lean's hand. My hand. This fruit is poisonous. Tu Fu looked at her own hand. My hand is poisoned too. You're good. How dare you poison the fruit? Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, despite being the legitimate daughter of the Medicine King sect, how come you don't even know that the dragon scale fruit cannot be picked with bare hands? Then she gently used a handkerchief to pick up the dragon scale fruit. A moment later, it bloomed to reveal a golden core. This is how you obtain the fruit of the dragon scale fruit. Long Nin standing above saw this and smiled. Interesting. It seems this Thuong Quan Vu Duong came prepared. Tuet Lean immediately replied, of course I knew that. But who knows if you deliberately lured us to pick the fruit to poison us. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, then you have to ask yourselves, why did you follow me to bring suffering upon yourselves? Saying so, she left. Tuet Lean was furious. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you wait for me. Thuong Quan Tan On, hiding on the side, cursed inwardly, what a pair of idiots. They still have to rely on me to deal with Thuong Quan Vu Duong. At this moment, Tuet Lean looked at her hand, feeling worried. Dam Thuong Quan Vu Dung. She poisoned my hand and ran away. Thuong Quan Tan On then walked out to ask about their hands. What's wrong? Who's so vicious? Tuet Lean gritted her teeth and said, of course it's that bitch Thuong Quan Vu Duong. She poisoned me with the dragon scale fruit. Thuong Quan Tan On then said, if the poison of the dragon scale fruit is not cured in time, it will rot into the bones. You will lose your life within half an hour. Hearing this, the two were worried. Really? What should we do then? Thuong Quan Tan On took out a bottle. I have the antidote here that can cure the poison of the dragon scale fruit. Tu Fu said joyfully, thank you very much, Miss Thuong Quan. Tuet Lean applied the medicine, while saying, it's obvious you are both from the Thuong Quan family. Why is the difference so big? You're much better. Thuong Quan Tan On feigned innocence and said, no matter how good I am, it's useless. Thuong Quan Vu Duong is so outstanding now. Later, we have to refine pills in the alchemy furnace. If she plays tricks and distracts me, causing my pill refinement to fail, I will suffer a severe backlash. Hearing this, Tuet Lean had a malicious thought. Backlash. If I can distract Thuong Quan Vu Duong, wouldn't that cause her to suffer a backlash as well? Thuong Quan Tan On achieved her goal and was very smug. Now I have Tuet Lean. During pill refinement later, Thuong Quan Vu Duong will be too busy to cope. She's bound to make mistakes. A while later, the time for herb gathering was over, and everyone had returned to the competition area. Long Nin's soul also returned to his body. The drum sounded, and the third round of the alchemist competition began. Long then thought to himself, the requirement for this competition is to create pills in the same alchemy furnace, testing the spiritual strength and anti-interference ability of the alchemists. Thuong Quan Vu Duong. This is the final round. Don't let me down. Thuong Quan Vu Duong approached the alchemy furnace. According to the records, the soaring dragon pill is very useful for the cultivation of the dragon tribe. I wonder if it can help Lan Ni cultivate to change his appearance. I must successfully refine this pill today. At this moment, Tuet Lin signaled to Thuong Quan Tanon. A burst of light exploded, and two pills appeared. Thuong Quan Vu Duong glanced at her. I knew she would play tricks. At this moment, Tuet Lin also made her move. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was pressured from both sides. Oh no, her whole body trembled. I originally wanted to quickly form the pill, but I haven't reached the golden core stage yet. Increasing my strength won't work either. I almost got distracted. At this moment, Thuong Quan Tanon was smug. Great opportunity. Si at tak Thuong Quan Vu Dung. At this moment, Long then walked over. During the competition, no one is allowed to cheat. Thuong Quan Tang Wang Phao A Jie Mo. Why does this feel so familiar? Thuong Quan Vu Duong tried her best to resist at this moment. Long then gently waved his hand. Focus your mind. The natural essence of heaven and earth dissipates foul qi. Within the void, the vast great origin. A while later, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stabilized. Very soon after, she finished refining. I didn't expect the incantation read in my ear just now to be useful. That fresh trace cleared my mind of distracting thoughts, allowing my cultivation to break through. At this moment, the chief examiner said, "The competition time is up." Now, announcing the results. Congratulations to Thuong Quan Vu Duong for winning first place in this alchemist competition with the most outstanding result in history. Second place, Ailua. Hearing this, Tuet Lin was bitter. Damn it, not only did it not make her fail, but it also delayed my own progress. The judges continued to announce, third place, Tu Fu. Hearing this, she was even more furious. If it weren't for my distraction, you wouldn't have had the chance to benefit. The competition has concluded. Thank you to the contestants for participating. Tuet Lin turned and said to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, "It's all because of you, you bitch, that I lost all my face." Stop right there, Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's whole body swayed. I'm so dizzy. Only an idiot would fight you. With this time, it's better to pretend to faint to gather the unstable chi from the breakthrough. Long then ran over to support her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was shocked. Long then, this guy's up to no good either. I'll just keep pretending to be fainted. Long then supported her and said to Tuet Lin, "Haven't you learned your lesson from refining pills just now? Moreover, she just broke through a realm, and you attacked her when she was weak. Is this the upbringing of your Medicine King sect?" Saying so, he carried her away. At this moment, Thuong Quan Hong appeared. "Please wait, Pavilion Master. Actually, you might not know this. Thuong Quan Vu Duong is the eldest daughter of our Thuong Quan family traveling outside. She represented the Thuong Quan family in this competition." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was furious, lying without blinking an eye. He continued speaking, "Thuong Quan Vu Duong truly lives up to being the eldest daughter of my Thuong Quan family. She won first place in her very first competition. Cultivating outside as the eldest daughter is enough. It's time to go home." At this moment, Thuong Quan Tanon walked up from behind. "I am the one representing the Thuong Quan family." Thuong Quan Hong immediately glared at her. "Thuong Quan Tang Wang was di sapon. I worked hard for so many years, yet I can't even compare to Thuong Quan Vu Duong. On what grounds?" Longden was stunned. "She is from your Thuong Quan family?" Thuong Quan Hong bluntly replied, "That's right." Hearing this, he smiled and then dropped his arms. Thuong Quan Vu Duong fell down, just like that. This Longdan's moods are truly unpredictable. It hurt so much. Longdan then took out a handkerchief. If I knew she was from the Thuong Quan family, I wouldn't have interfered. Then he threw the handkerchief away and coldly told his subordinate, "The trap set for the Thuong Quan family can now be reeled in." As for Thuong Quan Vu Duong, she was fuming with anger. Thuong Quan Vu Duong lay exhaustedly on the floor. Seeing this, the family head ordered the lowly servants, Hurry and help the eldest miss up. Tuong Guan Vu Jung was worthy. Oh no. She slightly turned to the sides. Ouch, it hurts. The family head immediately said, if you're awake, follow me home. Thuong Quan Vu Duong had a dumbfounded expression. Go home. She turned around. Wait for me to go back to the inn to pack my belongings. I have to consider whether to return or not. The family head replied, all right, tomorrow morning, take Tan On's carriage back together. A while later at the inn, Vu Duong frowned and thought, since I become the owner of this body, that then I must seek justice for its previous owner. In that cold room, Long then wondered, what exactly is the identity of that kid beside Thuong Quan Vu Duong? That time, dragon aura clearly appeared around him. He ordered Fong Tuc, send someone to follow Thuong Quan Vu Duong's group. Fong Tuc replied, yes, Pavilion Master. Absolutely do not let anyone related to the dragon tribe fall into the hands of the Thuong Quan family. The next day, a carriage was moving on the road. Inside the carriage, Thuong Quan Vu Duong lovingly held the sleeping Lan Ni. Suddenly, Lan Ni whimpered, Mom, I want to throw up. Thuong Quan Vu Duong gently told him, be good, hold it in. We're almost there. Thuong Quan Tan On sitting on this side thought to herself, that little freak called her mom just now. Could this be her son? Suddenly, the carriage hit a rock. Lan Ni imediatang view upon tang wen flot black. The carriage stopped by the cliff. Thuong Quan Tang Wen was the. Where did you pick up this freak? So annoying. He delayed our return progress. Vu Jung Gen Li support Lan Yi. She glared at Tanon. You better shut your mouth. Tanon raised her voice. On what grounds do you order me? I'm warning you. Don't even think about competing for the position of the Thuong Quan family heir with me. Moreover, your child is a half-human, half-beast freak. If this gets out, where would the Thuong Quan family put our face? Thuong Quan Vu Duong calmly crossed her arms and replied, is that so? But don't forget, I wasn't the one who initiated wanting to come back. The family head invited me back. She pointed at Tanon's shoulder. And another thing, not only do I want the Thuong Quan family, but I will also make the Thuong Quan family acknowledge my son. Slapping her face. At this time, a maidservant approached. Thuong Quan Vu Duong paused for a few seconds. I have an idea. She secretly sprinkled something on the pastries the maidservant brought to Tanon. Tanon was angry. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you stop right there. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, the road is still long. I don't want to hear. Thuong Quan Tang Wen Shen Noises Goding. 2 delicious pastries were brought over. Lan Ni, standing behind, saw this and quickly understood. So Mom wants. The little boy rushed towards a maidservant, but unknowingly bumped into Thuong Quan Tanon. Mom, wait for me. Thuong Quan Tanon was extremely angry and shouted, you little freak, even you dare to bully me? Men. The maidservant saw this and intervened. Miss, we still have a way to go. Have a few rose pastries first. Thuong Quan Tan On raised her voice. You're stopping me? The maidservant replied softly, second miss. The family head is still sitting in the palanquin behind us. Don't be careless. Seeing family head Thuong Quan sitting in the palanquin behind, Thuong Quan Tan On couldn't suppress her anger. I can't be rash right now. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you just wait. Then she tremblingly picked up the pastry and ate it. Lan Ni stood behin, smiling setterly. Thuong Quan Vu Duong wondered, could it be? Lan Ni happily said, Mom, I saw it. I also added some seasoning. Thuong Quan Tan On held the pastry in her hand. She touched her face. So itchy. The maidservant was terrified. She anxiously handed a mirror to Thuong Quan Tan On. Ah, second miss, look at your face. After looking in the mirror, Thuong Quan Tan On couldn't believe her eyes. What happened? Why are you so panicked? A scream echoed. Seeing this, Lan Ni smiled secretly. She looks like a witch. You have too many red sesame seeds on your face. Tong Quan Tang Wen was Fuvia. It's you guys playing tricks. Su Den Li, Tong Quan Tang Wen Hesti Da. My throat, what's wrong with it? The maidservant approached. Second miss, why can't you speak? Tanon was extremely angry. It must be those 2 playing tricks. Dai, Thuong Quan Vu Jung. She used magic to attack Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Thuong Quan Vu Jung imediatan Gao De. I have to protect Lan Ni. Stop. At this moment, the family head walked over. He had truly made the Thuong Quan family lose all face. He glanced at Vu Duong, thinking that he must protect Thuong Quan Vu Duong well before her medicine spirit body was stripped away. He asked Vu Duong, are you injured? Thuong Quan Tang Wen stood watching Gonsum Zilu Susi. Whether in the past or now, they only noticed Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Why? In what way was she, Thuong Quan Tan On, inferior to her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you just wait. Once we return to the Thuong Quan family, I will absolutely not let you off. Afterwards, Thuong Quan Tan On angrily turned away. Her maid anxiously followed her. Second young lady, please slow down. The family head reminded the servants, take good care of the eldest young lady for me. If there is any slip-up, I will absolutely not spare you. Yes. He then said to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, once we reach the residence, the madam will arrange accommodation for you. Wait until I finish my secluded cultivation, and I will declare you the heir of the Thuong Quan family. Thank you for your care, family head. Vu Duong thought to herself, putting on a show in front of others. I'm afraid that once we return to the Thuong Quan family, he will just exploit me. After resting, let's get back in the carriage and keep going. Vu Duong frowned, thinking, once we return to the Thuong Quan family, his conspiracy will surely be exposed. A moment later, at the Thuong Quan family residence, standing in front of a dilapidated room, Lan Ni anxiously asked, Mother, is this where we are staying? Thuong Quan Vu Duong, having anticipated the family head's intentions, thought, I knew that returning to the Thuong Quan family would lead to this. The talk about being the heir was just fabricated because he was afraid I would run away. Let's just face it calmly. Let's go clean up the room. Lan Ni et sitten li ziplit zets. 2 double hours later. The room was now sparkling clean. Vu Duong and her son sat down. Vu Duong cheerfully pointed at the dirt on Lan Ni's face. Your face is covered in dirt. Lan Ni's, my mother's face is also about as black as charcoal. Just then, someone walked in. Tuet Mai and the servants approached. Eldest young lady, the madam and Aunt Tuet have sent an invitation. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Fidawen. The madam must be my wicked stepmother, Thuong Quan Tan On's mother. And this Aunt Tuet must be my biological father's elder sister. She thought, it seems they have no good intentions. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Wan Go Open Li. Lead the way. At the Divine Sun Hall, Thuong Quan Vi saw Lan Ni and said, Oh my, where did this boy come from? My dear niece, how could you do something so shameless and not behave yourself? Thuong Quan Vi replied, Elder sister Tuet, none of us want to see this happen. But since Vu Duong has brought such shame upon us, Dada is getting pregnant out of wedlock, I must handle this according to family law. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Fidawen. It seems Thuong Quan Tanon early on came back and already told them this good news. Lan Ni said anxiously, Mother, Vu Jung Sopti Gomfort Lan Ni. Lan Ni, don't be afraid. Thuong Quan Vi slammed her hand down. Someone, execute the family punishment. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Fidawen. Just as Thuong Quan Tan On arrived, she found that the door was locked. She angrily pounded on the door. Open the door. Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Open the door for me. Thuong Quan Tan On tried to break the door down, but she was flung back by the restrictive spell on the door. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you're really something, daring to place a restrictive spell on the door. Thuong Quan Tan On said angrily, just minor tricks. If anything happens to my mother, I will absolutely not let you off. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong opened the door and stepped out. Saying this, Thuong Quan Tang Wen Sai Tin Idi Tetino, Thuong Quan Vu Jung. Oh, Tan On glanced behind the door. She was shocked to see Thuong Quan Vi and Lady Tuet lying on the ground. Thuong Quan Tang Wen An Siuli Du Set Dawat Thuong Quan Vi, Her Motor. She helped her sit up. Mother, how are you? Thuong Quan Vu Duong crossed her arms and replied, It's best if Annie Tuet delivers all of my mother's dowry to my room. For anything that has already been spent, convert it to money and pay me back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to neutralize the poison for you. Thuong Quan Tang Wen Gen Li Dup Oni Dwai Buns. Poison. You are so malicious to actually poison them. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Ge A Sinistas Svai. Therefore, the poison can take your lives at any moment. You better not make me wait too long. Saying that, she and Lan Ni left. When you harmed Thuong Quan Vu Duong in the past, you should have expected this day. In the secret chamber beneath the Thuong Quan residence, a lotus flower appeared. Thuong Quan Hong was plotting something. Everything is fully prepared. We are only missing Thuong Quan Vu Duong. On this side, chests were filled to the brim with gold. Thuong Quan Vu Dung, Tuet, Zhao Dao Di. Thuong Quan Tan On supported Annie Tuet as they approached. I have brought all of your things. Where is the antidote? Thuong Quan Vu Dung Kun Li Tu Te Medisin Boto, Dawat Thuong Quan Tang Weng. She anxiously handed the medicine to Auntie Tuet. Mother, here is the antidote. Thuong Quan Vu Dung Fidawen. Now that you have the antidote, the two of you can leave. Thuong Quan Tan On was furious. She rushed straight toward Thuong Quan Vu Duong. But right at this moment, a servant entered to report, "Eldest young lady, the family head requests your presence." Tuong Quan Vu Jung Waiva He Hen. Can't you see I still have urgent matters to handle? Go back to where you belong. Seeing Thuong Quan Vu Duong walking out the door, Lan Ni called out anxiously, "Mother, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Thuong Quan Vu Duong took Lan Ni's hand and instructed him, "Good boy, Lan Ni, wait here obediently for me to return. Before I get back, absolutely do not leave this place. Understood?" Lan Ni had a sad look on his face. "I know." Tuong Quan Vu Jung quickly cast a spell to protect Lan Ni. Just in case, I'll add another layer of protection. Two little dragons appeared. Thuong Quan Vu Duong reminded them, "You two, watch the door obediently for me. Absolutely do not let anyone inside." Before leaving, she looked back at the gate once more. This should be fine. Seeing her elder sister leave, Thuong Quan Tan On stood behind a tree plotting. "Once I catch that little monster, I will definitely make Thuong Quan Vu Duong regret. Not for what she has done." Tan On pushed the door open and burst inside. Immediately, the two little dragons appeared, scaring her out of her wits. Thuong Quan Tang Wen Slim Nan Gi. "Ah, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, where on earth did you get these strange things?" She quickly backed away from the main door. "It seems I can't enter through the front door." Thuong Quan Tan On walked toward the back door of the house. Sure enough, the back door also had a restrictive talisman. "Fortunately, I came prepared." She took out the Yulin jade hairpin from her person. "This is a treasure the Thuong Quan family head gifted me. It's a bit of a waste to use it on that little monster." She inserted the hairpin through the crack in the door. "Let's see how you guard against this." She directed the smoke inside. At this time, Lan Ni was standing in the courtyard, wondering, Mother is truly like a divine predictor. As soon as she left, bad people wanted to break in. I cannot let Mother worry. Just then, a wisp of smoke drifted by. Lan Ni quickly covered his nose. Knockout smoke. The boy immediately ran into the house. He reached for a fan and went out. I must quickly fan this knockout smoke away. The knockout smoke grew thicker and thicker, causing Lan Ni to panic. "Oh no!" The boy slowly collapsed. "I'm so dizzy. Mother." Tuong Guan Tang Wan Thao Wan Kain. I was almost knocked out by the smoke fan by this brat. She walked in, then carried Lan Ni outside and handed him to the maid from earlier. "Miss, I have already passed the message to Tuet Lean's maid, saying that the second young lady has a big gift for her." Tan On said triumphantly, "Take them out of the city. Remember, you must deliver this little monster safely to Tuet Lean." "Yes." Thuong Quan Tan On thought to herself, "Thuong Quan Vu Duong, let's see how smug you can be now." In a certain forest, Bok Chi was searching. The Thuong Quan family has many restrictive talismans. If I want to gather news about the two of them, I can only wait patiently. I wonder what the situation is like inside. A carriage stopped outside. Bok Chi, standing above, accidentally saw Lan Ni sitting in the carriage. She was bewildered. "This is Tuong Quan Lan Nish Oda." Bok Chi recalled Lai Noyet's instructions. "Go keep an eye on the Thuong Quan family, and at the same time pay attention to Vu Duong's situation, as well as Lan Ni's. Once a dangerous situation arises, you must report back to me immediately." "Yes." Bok Chi then used a messenger bird to send the news back to Lai Noyet. She watched the bird flying into the sky. "Go. Quickly return to the Spirit Beast Island to report to the island master." Afterwards, Bok Chi quickly tailed the carriage. I must also follow quickly. At the Spirit Beast Island, the bird was already perched on a tree branch, not in front of Lai Noyet's room. It flew on a Lai Noyet's hand. Looking at the bird for a moment, Lai Noyet said anxiously, "Something has happened to Lan Ni." Lai Noyet quickly activated the array, but suddenly he paused. This matter still has to be left to the Medicine King's sect to handle. Saying that, Lai Noyet quickly left the room. At this time, in the outskirts of the city, Thuong Quan Tan On and the maid took Lan Ni down from the carriage. Tu Fu, holding a command token, walked up. "I have come to help Sister Tuet Lean receive the gift from the second young lady." Bok Chi immediately took out the messenger bird. "I must quickly send the news to the island master. I can only follow up to here." Meanwhile, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was walking into a cave. "What is so important that it must be discussed in such a mysterious place?" Bok Chi immediately took out the messenger bird. "I must quickly send the news to the island master. I can only follow up to here." Meanwhile, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was walking into a cave. "What is so important that it must be discussed in such a mysterious place?" On the platform, the family head faced Thuong Quan Vu Duong. He said, Vu Duong, I intend to hand the Thuong Quan family over to you. However, capability alone is not enough. We must test your aptitude, before we can proceed with the inheritance ceremony. Thuong Quan Vu Duong frowned and thought, they want to test my identity? The old man sitting above winked and signaled to the servant. The servant then presented a flower to Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Please, eldest young lady, drip your blood to test. Thuong Quan Vu Duong's face showed clear suspicion. I've gone too far to back out now. She gently bit her finger to draw blood and brought it toward the flower. Immediately, something appeared from the flower, causing Thuong Quan Hong to be extremely shocked. The flower flared with light, bringing strange shapes. Something is wrong. Thuong Quan Vu Duong recalled Lai Noyet's words. Your constitution is special. Someone will definitely harbor malicious intent to exploit you. You must be careful. Could it be Thuong Quan Vu Dung Dot Get? Causing those guys to be stunned. Oh, what's going on? Her face was pale. Cough, cough, cough. Thuong Quan Hong An Siu Ap Check. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately said, I am in the process of breaking through to the golden core stage. Right now, my aura is still unstable. I still need to rest for a while longer. Saying that, Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly left. We will talk about the inheritance ceremony later. I'm not feeling well today, so I will take my leave first. She thought anxiously, if I stay here any longer, the consequences will be hard to imagine. Thuong Quan Hong angrily called after her, Hey Vu Duong, family head Hong, absolutely do not be too hasty. Let's observe quietly. The white-haired old man put his hand on Thuong Quan Hong's shoulder and advised, after all, Thuong Quan Vu Duong cannot escape now anyway. Thuong Quan Hong thought to himself, the future is long. As long as Thuong Quan Vu Duong remains in the Thuong Quan family, there is still time for everything. At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong returned to the house. She was bewildered. Why is there the smell of knockout medicine? Oh hot no, la nhi. Thuong Quan Vu Duong opened the gate and stepped inside. It was empty, with not a soul in sight. She anxiously called out the boy's name, Lan Ni. On a certain carriage, Lan Ni was being taken somewhere. The maid asked, Second young lady, are we returning to the Medicine King sect? Tu Fu replied, to Long Yin Pavilion. She smiled and teased. For all these years, you have always been out helping the pavilion master of Long Yin Pavilion rescue the beasts sent to the Medicine King sect. This time is no exception. This time, the pavilion master will definitely praise you. Tu Fu squealed, you talk too much. Her face was worried. During the alchemist competition, it was clear that the pavilion master had some interest in Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Rescuing Thuong Quan Lan Ni on my own today and bringing him to him, he will definitely be very pleased. At this moment, Lan Ni slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the people sitting nearby, chatting and laughing, the boy thought to himself, why isn't it those two annoying young ladies? Who are they? Mother once told me that when I don't understand the situation, I should just play dead. I might as well close my eyes and rest to let the knockout medicine in my body gradually dissipate. A while later, at Long Yin Pavilion, Tu Fu brought Lan Ni to the front of a room. The boy squinted slightly. Where is this? Just as he peeked, Lan Ni was bound by something, causing him to cry out, my eyes. It seems this place is the lair of that heartless father of mine. Lan Ni quickly closed his eyes tightly again. Someone is coming. Quickly play dead. At this moment, Long then slowly walked over. Tu Fu said, Pavilion Master, this is a beast tribe member I intercepted on the way. I guess you would definitely like him, so I especially. Long then's expression changed, and he replied, you guessed very well indeed. Tu Fu stammered, I wouldn't dare to make assumptions. Long then stepped closer to Lan Ni. Tu Fu explained, he is what Thuong Quan Vu Duong treasures most, carrying him wherever she goes. This time I intercepted him. Otherwise, who knows how he would have been dealt with? Tu Fu asked anxiously, Pavilion Master, do you plan to? Long then said coldly, I understand. You may leave. Yes. Once Tu Fu and the other girl left, Long then stepped closer to Lan Ni. He recalled when he was 6 years old. Dragon bones were characteristic of the dragon tribe. Why did this boy look so familiar? Long then suddenly froze. He thought back to that time with Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Could it be that she, back then, Lan Ni was sweating profusely from fear. Long then smiled slightly. The best way is to verify the assumption. Afterwards, Long then carried Lan Ni away. Lan Ni thought anxiously, what does he want to do? In the secret chamber, Long then threw Lan Ni into the pool of water. Lan Ni was terrified, reaching up to call for help. Cough, cough, help, help. As dragon scales grew on the boy's face, Long then was finally certain. He is indeed of the dragon tribe. Long then reached out and pulled the boy up. Next, I only need to confirm one thing. Lan Ni gao vet dipiten gao go, gao go, gao go. Long then immediately used magic. He took something from the boy and then slashed his own neck. Long then held the objects out with both hands. Immediately, these objects merged together. Lan Ni yelled in fear, "Someone help." Attempted murder of his own biological son. Long then waved his hand. "It seems you have known I am your father for a long time." Lan Ni stood up. The boy backed away in fear. "So what if I know? I have absolutely no desire to acknowledge a heartless man like you as my father." Just then, the boy suddenly slipped. Long then quickly grabbed the boy. A member of the dragon tribe, yet afraid of water? Lan Ni coldly pushed Long then away. "Let go of me." Afterwards, the boy immediately ran off. "I want to go back to the Thuong Quan house to find my mother." Before he could run out the door, Lan Ni was pulled back by something. Lan Ni said angrily, "Is it reasonable to bind your son like this? You don't know my mother's temper. If she doesn't see me at the Thuong Quan house, she will do something terrifying." Long then said with a serious face, "Isn't she the proudest, eldest young lady of the Thuong Quan family? If she wants to find you, why would she have to act in person?" Lan Ni quickly zumpet bakwat. The boy said, "What does a heartless man like you know? Although my mother is powerful, she simply cannot withstand the numerous and powerful members of the Thuong Quan family." Lan Ni cried out a grievance. "They not only forced mother to put me in the woodshed, but also ordered her around to do chores all day. My mother is beautiful and kind. In order to take care of me, she had to let them bully her. Boo-hoo, it's all because I'm not good enough." Seeing this, Long then gently wiped Lan Ni's tears. "All right, don't cry anymore. Go clean yourself up first. Someone," he ordered the servants, "arrange it." "Yes." Long then said, "Out of respect for her being your biological mother, I will fetch her from the Thuong Quan house and bring her here in a moment." The close aide carried Lan Ni away. The boy thought to himself, "He will probably help me bring mother here, right?" Long then, with a suspicious expression, asked Fong Tc, "Did you gather any news at the Thuong Quan house?" Fong Tuc replied, "Pavilion Master, after the eldest young lady of the Thuong Quan family caused a big scene at the Thuong Quan residence, she is now on her way to the Medicine King sect. Furthermore, recently, besides the Medicine King sect, the Chu family and people from other alchemist families have also taken notice of her. People from a Chu family are on their way to the Thuong Quan house to propose marriage." Hearing this, Long then's expression changed instantly. "Thud, propose marriage." Fong Tuc continued, "The son of the martial Dao sect master is indeed the fiancé of the eldest young lady of the Thuong Quan family. But whether this trip is to propose to the eldest young lady of the Thuong Quan family is still unknown." Long then coldly walked away. Spread the news now that the Thuong Quan family is secretly hiding the medicine spirit. "Yes, Pavilion Master." At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was on her way to find Lan Ni. Thuong Quan Tanon and her mother are truly audacious to dare hand Lan Ni over to the Medicine King sect. Just before Thuong Quan Vu Duong arrived at the Flying Swallow Pavilion, the last bit of spiritual energy Lan Ni left behind pointed to Thuong Quan Tanon. It was indeed her doing. Below was a large pot of boiling water. Just before Thuong Quan Vu Duong arrived at the Flying Swallow Pavilion, the last bit of spiritual energy Lan Ni left behind pointed to Thuong Quan Tanon. It was indeed her doing. Below was a large pot of boiling water. Aren't you afraid the family head and the elders will punish you? Once you tell me where Lan Ni is, I will surely let you down. Thuong Quan Tanon replied, "Give it up. Even if I die, I won't tell you." Thuong Quan Vu Duong yanked the hanging rope. "Fine, you're quite stubborn. Then let me give you a taste of being fried." At this moment, Annie Tuet screamed, "Stop!" Thuong Quan Lan Ni was taken to the Medicine King sect to be a medicine slave. The Chu family led a few carriages along the road. One of them said cheerfully, "Young master, this time we are here first to congratulate the eldest young lady of the Thuong Quan family on becoming the successor, and second to fulfill the childhood marriage alliance. It's just that recently, this eldest young lady has outshone the second young lady by far." Young Master Tu said smugly, "Do I look like such a shallow person? Compared to the eldest young lady whom I don't know at all, Ta On is naturally better." At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong rode her horse past. This is the convoy of the Chu family's martial Dao sect. At the same time, a woman ran up and blocked the Chu family's carriages. She kept crying out, "Help, help!" Young Master Chu pulled aside the carriage curtain and poked his head out. "What's going on?" The old woman knelt down and said to the subordinate, "Please, master, save my child. My child has been taken away by nearby bandits." The subordinate replied, "Stand up first." Seeing Thuong Quan Vu Duong passing by, young Master Tu gazed intently at her. "This lady." At that moment, the subordinate said, "Young master, hearing what this village woman says, those bandits haven't gone far. Do we need?" Young Master Chu was startled. "Of course we must get involved. How dare they act lawlessly right under the eyes of my martial Dao sect? Pursue them." At a certain mountain peak, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood below, thinking to herself, "The Medicine King sect is on Ethereal Peak. Lani, wait for me." At this moment, a bandit was leading a captured kid away. The child cried out in fear, "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood by a tree trunk. Watching this, the two bandits yelled at the boy, "Stop making noise. If you keep crying, I'll stew you on the spot." The other folded his arms and said, "Stewing him is a small matter, but if the Medicine King sect docks our reward later, it will be trouble. This is the treasure of a major order. I'm afraid Lan Ni is among these delivered orders." Suddenly, with a whoosh, the two bandits panicked. "Who's there?" "The one who will send you to King Yama." With a loud slash, the two fell flat on the ground with large splatters of blood. When young Master Tu and his guard approached, they were shocked. "These bandits are all." Thuong Quan Vu Duong gently untied the boy. Seeing this, the old woman rushed over. "My child." She bowed to express gratitude to Thuong Quan Vu Duong. "Thank you, heroine." Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied, "It's nothing. Keep a close eye on your child in the future, and don't let him wander around anymore." Witnessing this, young Master Tu's face blushed red. So it was her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong hopped onto the carriage to check if Lan Ni was inside. Young Master Tu asked, "May I know how to address you, heroine?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong Paiten. Young Master Tu quickly ordered his guards, "Hurry and open these chests to see if there are other children inside." "Yes, sir." Seeing the children stepping down anxiously, the guard added, "These children are probably all about to be sent to the Medicine King sect to be medicine slaves." How truly wicked. Young Master Tu said, "Several disappearance cases in recent years are likely related to the Medicine King sect too. Do you also have a grudge against the Medicine King sect? Perhaps I can help you." Thuong Quan Vu Duong ignored his question and looked anxiously at the children. "I don't see Lan Ni. I'm afraid he was taken up the mountain." Thuong Quan Vu Duong said, "Please take these children down the mountain." Young Master Tu asked with a worried expression, "And what about you?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong grabbed her cloak and put it on. "I have to go check if there are other children captured by the Medicine King sect." Young Master Tu said eagerly, "Wait, I still don't know your name. Besides, it's too dangerous for you to go alone." Thuong Quan Vu Duong mounted her horse and replied, "Call me Trui Vu. I will be fine alone. You have a more important task, which is to return these children safely." Young Master Tu watched the carriage leave. "Trui Vu," he murmured with interest. "What a fascinating name. We must meet again. This is the one I want to marry, not the second young lady of the Thuong Quan family." The guard standing beside him looked puzzled. "Didn't you say you weren't shallow?" At the Medicine King sect, Lai Noyet slowly walked in. The kneeling crowd said in unison, "We welcome the arrival of the Island Master." Lai Noyet walked deeper inside. The sect master of the Medicine King sect clasped his hands and said, "What instructions does Elder Lai Noyet have for visiting the Medicine King sect today?" Lai Noyet said coldly, "Already know, so why ask? Where is Tuet Lin?" At this moment, Tuet Lin ran to her father. "Father," the sect master said angrily, "Impudent, why haven't you bowed to Elder Lai Noyet yet?" Lai Noyet asked Tuet Lin with a sharp gaze, "Where is Thuong Quan Lan Ni?" Tuet Lin replied in fear. Thuong Quan Lan Ni is not with me. Lai Noyet immediately waved her hand, binding Tuet Lin to the ceiling. Tuet Lin cried in pain. He really isn't with me. He was taken away by a mysterious person in black. The sect master of the Medicine King sect clasped his hands. Allah Master, what she says is true. Please release her. If Tuet Lin did anything wrong, I will surely punish her according to our sect's rules. The sect master bowed to beg Lai Noyet. Lai Noyet waved her hand, letting Tuet Lin drop. With a stern face, she said, making unauthorized decisions increases the crime. Send her to Spirit Beast Island to do hard labor. The sect master asked anxiously, Tuet Lin, my dear daughter, are you all right? Tuet Lin was terrified. She thought that going to Spirit Beast Island would bring nothing good. She pushed away the maid. I won't go. I don't want to go. At this moment, Lai Noyet had stepped outside. The barrier is not fully restored yet. I must return. Continue searching for Thuong Quan Lan Ni's whereabouts and report to me immediately. Bakshi replied yes. A carriage passed by, and two men approached a gate. The guards quickly blocked them. Hold on. Show us your tokens. Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied, Brother, I went to use the restroom and dropped it in the outhouse. Please show some understanding. Meanwhile, at the Medicine King sect, Tuet Lin adamantly refused to go to Spirit Beast Island. I won't go. I won't go to Spirit Beast Island. Tu fus gentil grabé tuer lien et sleeve. Sister, this is the lightest punishment from Elder Lai Noyet. If you dare to defy the order, the consequence will be far worse than just doing hard labor. Others also advised, indeed, young lady, even if you don't think of yourself, you must think of our Medicine King sect. Otherwise, I'm afraid Master won't be able to protect you either. Thuong Quan Vu Duong carried a chest past them. She heard everything. Master has been here. Tu Fu approached the two carrying the box. Don't you see how weak the young lady is? Why don't you hurry and give her a hand and quickly take her back to her room to rest? Thuong Quan Vu Duong stammered and turned away. Two guards came over to support Tuet Lin back to her room. Tuet Lin sobbed, I don't want to go. I really don't want to go. Tu Fu stood behind, only able to comfort her. Sister, don't cry anymore. Maybe Elder Lai Noyet is just putting on a show. Tu Fu Gulang Set A Thuong Quan Vu Jung. I delivered Thuong Quan Lan Ni to the pavilion master, yet he was so cold to me. Let's see what tricks Thuong Quan Vu Duong can pull now that she has come to the Medicine King sect. One of them waved his hand. Why are you falling behind? Bring the things over here. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Sao Ap Vo Jet Go Ming. She stood looking at the room in front of her. An aura drifted out. This scent is mixed. I'm afraid it's not just the kidnapped children who are here. The man beside her opened the door. Thuong Quan Vu Duong carried the chest inside. She discovered many people lying on the ground. Although I have long known the Medicine King sect is inhuman, seeing this with my own eyes makes it hard to believe. The man beside her whispered in Thuong Quan Vu Duong's ear, You're new here, aren't you? These are all low-level beast tribes that we can't use, but when the time comes, we can use them too. Before he could finish, Thuong Quan Vu Duong struck him until he bled. If you don't know how to talk, shut your mouth. At this moment, at the Medicine King Hall, Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked forward carrying the box. She bypassed the two men in front, dodging them before entering. As she walked, she grew anxious. I still haven't seen Lan Ni. Where on earth is Lan Ni? She looked around. No one is coming out now. I can enter. Thuong Quan Vu Duong gap het in shock. She saw a child hanging. I didn't expect the Medicine King sect to use beastmen to refine medicine. Around the room, many beastmen were hung up for medicine refinement. These guys were performing spells. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was furious. Such infuriating cruelty. She grabbed a piece of herb and flicked it at those men, causing him to slowly collapse. Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Thuong Quan Vu Duong Zan ever looking for Lan Ni, Lan Ni, Lan Ni. Seeing a man slumped on the floor, Thuong Quan Vu Duong had an idea. The effect of the sleeping drug is limited. Tying these bastards up first is safer. Then, Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly tied all of them up. She untied the medicine slave boys here and described Lan Ni's appearance. Have you kids seen a boy about this tall with dragon horns on his head? The children shook their heads. No, we haven't. Thuong Quan Vu Duong cried in worry. Don't tell me my Lan Ni is already. At this moment, someone grabbed her sleeve. A boy pointed toward the cabinet over there. There's a secret passage in there, keeping the medicine slaves who have already been experimented on. Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly pushed the cabinet aside. Screams echoed from inside. Boo-hoo. Ah, it hurts. Thuong Quan Vu Duong told the kids. hurry and run away as far as possible. Absolutely do not get caught again. Then she quickly cast a spell to set this room on fire. This place should be buried in a sea of fire forever. The panicked kids immediately fled from the place. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked around. Why is Lan Ni still nowhere to be seen? She gritted her teeth in anger. Medicine King Sect. If the Medicine King Sect doesn't hand Lan Ni over today, everyone will die. At the Medicine King Sect's main hall, a subordinate rushed in to report. This is bad. This is bad. The back mountain is on fire. The sect master of the Medicine King Sect panicked. My medicine slaves. He ordered the crowd. What are you just standing there for? Go put out the fire quickly. Yes, sir. The sect master went to the back mountain. Damn it, he said to the subordinate, Steward Hua. Quickly send people to capture the escaped medicine slaves. Yes, sir. Tu Fu stood aside, looking in one direction where Thuong Quan Vu Duong was already waiting. It's Thuong Quan Vu Duong. She's the one behind this. Thuong Quan Vu Duong said coldly, Don't think I don't know you are in cahoots with Thuong Quan Tan On. I advise you to hand over Thuong Quan Lan Ni quickly. Otherwise, the next thing to be burned down will be your sect. An elder stepped forward. Isn't this the abandoned eldest daughter of the Thuong Quan family? Another pointed, I think she is a demoness, not trash. After making a mess of her own home, she came here to cause trouble. Tu y liens tu de Nirbi, smug. This is the territory of our Medicine King sect. How dare you run wild here? You must be tired of living. Tu Fu stood below, thinking anxiously. It seems I have no choice but to find an opportunity to tell Thuong Quan Vu Duong the whereabouts of her son. Tuet Lin waved her hand. Don't waste words on her. There are so many of us, yet she dares to act recklessly. If we don't teach her a lesson, she won't know who the master of this place is. The crowd rushed forward to attack Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Long and saw this and couldn't help but feel contempt, truly shameless. So many people attacking together. Just then, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's defense was shattered. This is bad. She fell backward. Long then rushed forward, caught her in his arms, and landed gently on the ground. Thuong Quan Lan Ni ran over anxiously, calling mother. The two reunited happily. Lan Ni. At this moment, one of the men said, Pavilion Master, it's not what it looks like. Long then glared at him angrily. Shut up. He warned the people in front of him. In the future, if anyone dares to touch Thuong Quan Vu Duong, they will be facing the entire Long Yuan Pavilion. With that, Long then took her to a room to rest. Thuong Quan Lan Ni sat anxiously beside his mother's bed. In the future, wherever mother goes, Lan Ni will follow and never leave you again. A while later, seeing that the mother and son were sound asleep, Long then walked in. Just as he was about to gently stroke her hair, he thought of past events. After all, she is still a member of the Thuong Quan family. Childhood memories flashed in his mind. The image of his mother being forced to take elixirs to serve as a cultivation cauldron was deeply engraved in his mind. I didn't expect that using her body as a cauldron would yield such good results. It seems not killing her was the right decision. Long then looked at Thuong Quan Lan Ni and picked him up. At this moment, a subordinate came to report, Pavilion Master, the young master of the Chu family has arrived at the Thuong Quan family residence. But he seems to want to call off the marriage contract with Thuong Quan Tan On. The one Chu Lam Fong wants to marry is the eldest young lady, Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Hearing this, Long then took out a mask. Have her use the identity of Thuong Quan Vu Duong to marry Chu Lam Fong. The marriage between the Thuong Quan family and the Chu family must proceed to the end. In her delirium, Thuong Quan Vu Duong get mumuding, Lan Ni Don, Lan Ni Don. At this moment, Long then took her wounded hand and kissed it gently. Very quickly, the wound healed. He looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong with heartache. Just like her, she doesn't know how to care for herself. At this moment, she grabbed his shoulders and lunged forward to hug him. Such a fragrant bolster pillow. Long then was bewildered. What is a bolster pillow? She really can't sleep peacefully. He lay down directly on the bed, letting her hug him. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's clothes slipped off her shoulder. Long then was stunned. This mark, I remember that woman's chest also had it. Could it be that you are? An image of a giant python appeared. Who are you calling a girl? With Thuong Quan Vu Duong's daily image in mind, Long then became even more certain that she was indeed Trui Vu. 3 days later, Thuong Quan Vu Duong finally woke up. She sat up in surprise. Lan Ni. Then she lunged forward to hug the boy tightly. This boy, you worry me to death. Thuong Quan Lan Ni gently comforted her. Am I not fine? On the contrary, you're the one who worried me a lot. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong blamed herself. Ultimately, it's because I failed in my responsibility, which led to this incident. Then she looked around. Why does this place look like someone's lair? She asked Lan Ni, is this Long Yin Pavilion? The boy replied excitedly, yes. This is even the Pavilion Master's room. Hearing this, she thought to herself, Pavilion Master Long then. Don't tell me Lan Ni has acknowledged him. Thinking of this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately stood up and pulled her son to leave. This is indeed his territory, so we cannot stay here any longer. Let's go. Stepping outside, she observed the surroundings. If no one is guarding me, escaping must be as easy as pie, right? Just as her hand touched the door, a beam of light radiated out. She turned and said, wait for Mother a moment. I will be able to take you out soon. I can't let you get hurt. With that, she went up to inspect the situation. Normally, this would be the weakest point of the barrier. Having made her observations, she began to take action. Grant me strength, but after a minute of trying, there was still no result. It feels like my attacks are useless. I don't believe this. She continued to channel her energy. I refuse to believe I can't get out today. This time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was even knocked back. Longden's barrier is truly too powerful. With my current capability, even if my soul is scattered, I won't be able to break it. Down below, Longden was playing with Thuong Quan Lan Ni. The boy cheered in delight. So cute. It also had dragon horns. Longden said, dragon horns are the symbol of our dragon tribe. You don't need to feel ashamed, but your dragon horns easily attract attention. Father will definitely find a way to solve this for you. Returning at this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was quite surprised to see this. She composed herself and walked past Longden. He reached out, grabbed her by the waist, and pulled her back. If you want to leave, leave Lan Ni behind. Thuong Quan Vu Duong held her son in her arms. Forget it. The two of us will absolutely never be separated. Hearing this, Longden smiled and said, just as you see, I won't let my son go. But for Lan Ni's sake, I will try to live in harmony with you. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong said angrily, who cares? When night fell, she was teaching Thuong Quan Lan Ni martial arts in the yard. You were captured because you were too weak, so you must become stronger. Come, train with Mother. Longden stood in a corner, watching the two. Let me see if you're really her. He stroked the dragon beside him. Go. It's time for you to make your move. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled. What is that sound? The dragon rushed out with a fierce expression. The dragon hugged Thuong Quan Vu Duong. She was overjoyed. Is it you? I didn't expect you to still be alive. Thuong Quan Lan Ni also rubbed its head in excitement. This creature looks so strange. I never saw it when I was on Spirit Beast Island. Thuong Quan Vu Duong said, this is a guardian beast, but they usually appear in pairs. Why is there only one now? With heartache, she rubbed its head, probably because the Fu Dike mansion collapsed back then. One of them died. At this moment, Longden stepped out and said, one of them was captured at 3-leaf wind scale. He looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong and thought, a guardian beast wouldn't be friendly with a stranger for no reason, unless it senses a familiar aura. It seems she really is true Evu. Returning to her room, Thuong Quan Vu Duong couldn't help but think, this guardian beast is also from 5 years ago. I didn't expect that I've been in this foreign world for so long. Remembering the past, at this moment, Longden suddenly appeared in her room. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Jum Pet Up in Stato. Longden said sheepishly, would you like some hot tea? Thuong Quan Vu Duong said, slightly annoyed, you scare me to death. Is this the ancient version of drink more warm water? While she was thinking, Longden already sat on her bed. If you don't drink it, then fine. I guess you won't sleep well tonight. Perhaps it's because Thuong Quan Vu Duong is missing someone by her side. She hurriedly said, you are a dignified pavilion master, yet you want to squeeze into the same bed with me? Aren't you afraid of affecting your reputation outside? Longden leisurely lay down on the bed. The two of us have been doing husband and wife things for a long time. What's wrong with sharing the same bed? Hearing that, she was furious. I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. After saying that, she bypassed Longden and wanted to leave. If I can't touch you, can't I just avoid you? Longden smiled faintly, reached out his arms, and poked Thuong Quan Vu Duong's waist. She was startled. It tickles. At this moment, she stepped on the hem of her dress. Oh no! Then she fell into Longden's embrace. He smiled, as expected, just as ticklish and sensitive as True Vu. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately blushed. You, Long then said, to think that the eldest miss whom everyone in the Thuong Quan family fears will be so afraid of being alone with me. Thuong Quan Vu Dung was Fu Viet. How dare you provoke me? She forced a smile and said, afraid? What a pity. I have never known how the word afraid is written. Hearing that, Long then blushed. He flipped over, pressing Thuong Quan Vu Duong beneath him. It's exactly this scent. She blushed and pushed him away. You pervert. Then she stood up and left. Long then smiled in amusement. The feeling of losing something and then regaining it is truly wonderful. The wedding day of the Thuong Quan family is approaching. True Vu. Everything you lost in the past, let me help you win it back. Thuong Quan Vu Dung Zan An Vi To Thuong Quan La Ni Se Zum. Long, that is exactly a perverted lecher. Seeing this, the little boy sat up and asked, What's wrong, mother? Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied angrily, That father of yours is truly infuriating. Not only did he occupy my bed, but he also got handsy with your mother. Thuong Quan Lani heard this and said, Mother, then you are wrong. In this world, shouldn't all parents share the same bed? And live together in harmony? Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was irritated. You little brat, last time the one who slept in my bed, wasn't it you? Thuong Quan La Ni then pulled her hand. Mother, haven't you heard that people grow up overnight? That saying is talking about me, Thuong Quan La Ni. The boy pushed Thuong Quan Vu Duong outside. Mother and father, rest well. Good night. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, You little brat, do you think bolting the door can lock me out? Long then spoke up at this moment. There's a restricting spell on the door. Don't waste your energy. Hearing that, she immediately jumped onto the bed. Go to sleep. Long and then turned around and hugged her. Good night. The next morning, the three of them were sitting and eating breakfast. Thuong Quan Vu Duong continuously picked up food for her son. Don't be a picky eater. Finish all this. At this moment, Fong Tuc arrived to report. Pavilion Master, the Thuong Quan family sent someone to deliver an invitation. They invite the Pavilion Master to attend the wedding of the Thuong Quan family's eldest miss and the young master of the Chu family from the Martial Dao sect. Hearing that, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was astonished. What did you say? The wedding of the Thuong Quan family's eldest miss? I am clearly sitting right here. So who is the person marrying that unlucky fiancé? Long then gently wiped his mouth and said, Follow me tomorrow to see, and you will know. She thought to herself, I have already helped the owner of this body teach the Thuong Quan family a lesson. Right now, I really don't want to go back there. Seeing that Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't react, Long then stood up and asked, Why? You don't want to go? She replied, How could that be? Of course, I'm also very curious. Tomorrow I will go with you. But maybe I can use this opportunity to escape from him? What then? The next day, Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at the pile of clothes the maids brought and was dumbfounded. Good heavens, you guys. Long then said, This time returning to the Thuong Quan family, you must hide your identity. So your identity will be my concubine. Thuong Quan Vu Duong pointed at the pile of luxurious jewelry. Are these the normal clothes your concubines wear? It's both flashy and cumbersome. I know you're a dragon, but don't you think wearing so much gold and silver is very tacky? He sat down next to her. You are just afraid that you won't look elegant in it, aren't you? Thuong Quan Vu Duong said confidently, I won't look elegant? In the past, I could even sneak into a troupe of dancers. How could these vulgar clothes pose a challenge to me? I just simply don't want to wear them. Long and then took out 100,000 taels. That's because I haven't offered enough. Do you want to wear it now? Seeing the money, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes lit up. Deal. The next day, a carriage procession headed towards the Thuong Quan family. Inside the carriage, Thuong Quan Vu Duong happily ate. These green grapes are not bad. At this moment, Long then leaned close to her ear and said, My beloved concubine, did you forget something? Thuong Quan Vu Duong stuffed a grape into his mouth and then dodged to the side. Pavilion Master, eat more. His expression became gloomy. At this moment, the carriage ran over a rock, shaking violently inside. Long then grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. His lips slightly touched her cheek. Thuong Quan Vu Duong shyly pushed Long then away. He then teased her. Is this how you treat your beloved Pavilion Master? Thuong Quan Vu Duong coughed lightly a few times. That's enough. No one is watching the situation inside anyway. Hearing that, Long then smiled and pointed outside. There are people outside. He pulled her hand and embraced her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, playing the same game. Twice is very boring, Pavilion Master. Long then stayed silent for a moment, then lunged forward and kissed her. He tightly squeezed her waist. But I also said, if we are acting, we must play the part completely, shouldn't we? Thuong Quan Vu Duong Gauden De Zi thought. She dodged to the side angrily. You perverted hooligan. Just wait until everything is over. You just wait for me. Long then blushed and thought to himself, every time I see her, I can't control myself. Perhaps it's not entirely because of the attraction of the elixir body. He glanced over at her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked outside and said, the people probably left a long time ago, right? With such beautiful scenery, it would be great to camp out and have a barbecue. Lonnie likes having picnics in the suburbs the most. At this moment, Long then materialized a tray of food. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was delighted. Can you make all of these into food for me? Long then said arrogantly, of course in the Long Yin Pavilion, these things are just a piece of cake. If you, before Long then could finish speaking, Thuong Quan Vu Duong had already run outside to grill the food. Seems like she's really hungry. Saying that, he also went outside. At this moment, a group of people approached. Tu Fu looked at Long then and thought to herself, isn't that the Pavilion Master? She turned and said, Valley Master, the Pavilion Master of Long Yin Pavilion, is up ahead. Tu Fu went to greet the Pavilion Master. Let's go, let's go. Vonai behind her also ran after her. Take me with you. I want to go too. The two of them excitedly arrived in front of Long then. Tu Fu greeted, greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Voenhai nitist a fragrance. What smells so good? At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes were brimming with tears. The smoke got into my eyes. He blushed. Is this the feeling of a heartbeat skipping? He then approached her. He reached out his hand and said, I wonder what caused this beauty to shed tears, making one truly feel pity. Seeing this, Tu Fu was frightened and hurriedly shouted, Vonai, don't go. Seeing this, Long then pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hand. It seems last night tired out my beloved concubine. She still hasn't sobered up until now. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What nonsense are you talking about? Long then put a veil on Thuong Quan Vu Duong, then used voice transmission to tell her the people from the Medicine King sect have arrived. Hearing that, her attitude instantly changed. Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled and said, do we make it smell too good, thus inviting guests over? At this moment, Tu Fu said, so the Pavilion Master already has a beauty by his side. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, Sister Tu Fu, you are overthinking it. I'm just a concubine who is out of favor. It's great that you are here. You can give me a hand. Saying that, she pushed Long then forward. Seeing this, Tu Fu rushed to support Long then. Pavilion Master, be careful. Long then was furious. This woman, his face darkened as he looked towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, on the other hand, was happily grilling meat. You two are truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Let me get some food for you two. After walking a few steps, her stomach suddenly hurt. Ouch, my stomach hurts so much. Looks like I need to go use the restroom for a bit. Long then pushed Tu Fu away at this moment. Beloved concubine, you must want to sneak some food behind my back, don't you? Come over here at once. Hearing that, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stopped. The first escape attempt failed. She smiled faintly. Won't let me go. Then let's try this. She turned around intentionally. Oh, my stomach suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. She approached Long then, smiled, and said, here, Pavilion Master, hurry up and eat it while it's hot. This has many added treasures that can nourish the body. Long then sniffed lightly, then stayed far away from the two skewers of meat. This scheming woman actually dared to poison me. He then squinted, but seeing my beloved concubine eat is enough to make me full. You eat it. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, he found out. Then she turned her face away and casually threw the meat skewers away. Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master. I'm full. Long then said to the other two, this beloved concubine of mine has a bad temper. I need to discipline her more. Tu Fu then asked, Pavilion Master, this time you're going to attend the Thuong Quan family's wedding? Thuong Quan Vu Duong, sitting in a corner, replied loudly, that's right, what about you guys? Hearing that, Vo Nai's eyes lit up. We are too. How about we travel together? She immediately stood up and approached. Of course, I was just feeling bored because I had no one to travel with. But she thought to herself, I was just feeling bored because I didn't have a chance to slip away. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong tripped. Vo Nai quickly caught her. Are you all right? Seeing this, Long then quickly pulled her into his embrace. I'm really sorry. My beloved concubine was discourteous. Apologies to the two of you, my beloved concubine, and I still have to play for a while longer. You guys go ahead first. Hearing that, Tu Fu pulled Vo Nai away. Yes, Pavilion Master. Stop looking. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay things. Seeing the two leave, Thuong Quan Vu Duong cursed inwardly. So annoying. She pushed Long then away in disgust. You people have already left. Now you can let me go, right? Long then looked at her and smiled. I said so. Why would she obediently come with me? So she wanted to sneak away. It's just a pity that I won't let her have this chance. At the Thuong Quan family's residence, Lam Fong stood by the window, constantly sighing. I am truly so lucky. I didn't expect that Thuong Quan Vu Duong is actually Trui Vu. She is exactly the one I want to marry. He recalled going to cancel the engagement. I am sorry. I already have someone in my heart, so I will not be a pair with your esteemed daughter. Let the marriage contract end here. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Hong felt awkward. Regarding this matter, young Master Tu, you must speak directly in front of the eldest Mississippi. He ordered a servant, hurry, and call the miss to come here. Thuong Quan Tang Wang Ap Go Jack. Father, what's the matter? Seeing this, Lam Fong was stunned. It's her. He was overjoyed. I found her. I must definitely marry her. Lam Fong stood at the door, welcoming guests. Lang Du and his group arrived. A blessed new marriage. Congratulations, young Master Tu. I heard that young Master Tu is marrying someone he fell in love with at first sight. He was thrilled. That's right, please come inside. Thuong Quan Hong observed his surroundings. I hope Tan On doesn't make any mistakes. Inside a private room, Thuong Quan Tan On was looking in the mirror and cursing. Damn it, she recalled the memory of that day. Lam Fong Wam Li Ap Vo Jek He. Don't you remember me? That day on the mountain, you were wearing a red dress. She was panicked, but tried to calmly say, I remember, of course I remember. It's just that at that time, I didn't know you were the young master of the Chu family. Lam Fong immediately called the servants. Quickly, set down the betrothal gifts. Thuong Quan Vu Duong and I will pick a day to get married. Back to the present, Thuong Quan Tan On had put on a disguise to look like Thuong Quan Vu Duong. This face is truly repulsive. At this moment, Thuong Quan Hong walked in. If you hadn't used Thuong Quan La Ni to lure her away from the Thuong Quan family, how could things have ended up like this? He walked to her side and patted her shoulder to comfort her. The marriage alliance between the two families is a major event. Moreover, with such an exquisite human skin mask, Tu Lam Fong will definitely not find any clues. Thuong Quan Hong thought to himself, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, possessing the elixir body, has run away. I'm also about to break through. If I still can't find Thuong Quan Vu Duong, then these past more than 20 years will be for naught. Thuong Quan Tan On replied, got it, rest assured. In her heart, she was resentful. I originally thought Tu Lam Fong would happily cancel the engagement. Who knew he had already fallen in love with Thuong Quan Vu Duong at first sight long ago? It's really annoying. At this moment, a maid walked over. Eldest miss, the auspicious time has arrived. Thuong Quan Tang Wang Stipet O. The incense smoke occasionally appeared and disappeared. The candlelight was brilliant. The groom and bride entered the wedding hall. First bow to heaven and earth. At this moment, Long Then and Thuong Quan Vu Duong arrived. Congratulations to the Chu and Thuong Quan families on your partnership. Also, congratulations to young Master Tu on getting a beautiful wife. Seeing him, everyone was startled. Thuong Quan Hong Hudiden Stu. Please invite the pavilion master to have a seat. The old man from the Lam family also stood up accordingly. Thank you, pavilion master. Why did the pavilion master come personally? At this time, Lam Fong saw Thuong Quan Vu Duong through the veil and was dazed. Thuong Quan Tan On pulled his hand. Husband, the ceremony is not over yet. Second bow to the high hall. Husband and wife bow to each other. Lam Fong at this moment thought to himself, why did the face of that girl just now feel so much like Trui Vu? Seeing this, Thuong Quan Tan On threw herself into his arms. Husband, Didn't you say you liked me the first time we met? Why are you so distracted? Could it be that everything you said was a lie? As she spoke, she glanced towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Even if I'm just a stand-in for Thuong Quan Vu Duong, that's fine. This marriage must definitely succeed. Long then sat on the side, smiling. He used magic to blow dust into Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes. He approached and embraced her. Don't move, let me. At this moment, the veil was pulled down entirely. Seeing this, Lam Fong was astonished. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, he pulled off Thuong Quan Tan On's bridal veil. Why are there two Thuong Quan Vu Duongs? Thuong Quan Tan Wen Luke Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Why did she come here? Damn it, I can't let her ruin the wedding. She clung to Lam Fong and said, Lam Fong, I am Thuong Quan Vu Duong. How could you not believe me? Everyone is waiting. Let's quickly serve tea to the elders. Thuong Quan Vu Duong at this moment glanced at Long then. He doesn't seem surprised at all. Could it be that everything is as planned? Long then grasped her hand and placed it on a talisman. If you want to take back the Thuong Quan family, I can lend you a hand. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was mazet, a talisman spell? Then she shook off his hand. Pavilion Master doesn't need to beat around the bush like that. Then she stood up and walked towards Lam Fong. Thuong Quan Tan On was still urging him. Lam Fong, hurry up, the elders are still waiting for us. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong spoke up mockingly. Audet mis Thuong Quan. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled and shouted loudly. What are you all standing there for? Can't you see there's someone impersonating me to ruin the wedding? Why don't you chase her away? Thuong Quan Vu Duong lunged forward and pinched her face. This human skin mask is made to look so real. It has already reached the level of passing off the fake as the genuine. Thuong Quan Tan Wen Hit Behin Lam Fong In Fia. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Lam Fong asked doubtfully. Why do the two of you look exactly the same? Thuong Quan Tan On said tremblingly. Lam Fong, Long Yian Pavilion has a secret technique that can change a person's appearance. This woman changing into my appearance to ruin the wedding definitely has a conspiracy. Furthermore, how could the eldest miss of the Thuong Quan family be the beloved concubine of the Pavilion Master of Long Yian Pavilion? At this moment, Thuong Quan Hong spoke up. My own daughter, I naturally understand her clearly. She would not be a concubine of the Pavilion Master of Long Yian Pavilion. Let alone, I can confirm that the person about to marry Chu Lam Fong is my true daughter, the true successor of the Thuong Quan family. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, on the surface, it's a wedding between the Chu family and the Thuong Quan family. In reality, it's just a chessboard of two major powers, the Medicine King sect and the Thuong Quan family. She looked at Long then. There's also this guy. Long then was casually eating melons. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was beat the. He's treating me as a pawn again. Tu Lam Fong then asked, who exactly are you? Why are you ruining my and Vu Duong's wedding? Thuong Quan Vu Duong's my. Whoever wants this wedding can have it, but I absolutely will not allow anyone to use my face. Saying that, she grabbed Thuong Quan Tanon's hand. The latter screamed, don't touch me. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Luet for what? A petty trick. Watch me tear off this mask of yours. At this moment, Tu Lam Fong grabbed her hand to block her. I don't allow you to touch my fiancée. Thuong Quan Hong then said, why aren't you protecting the miss? The guards rushed forward but couldn't get close to the two people, Lam Fong and Thuong Quan Vu Duong. The guests were all discussing animatedly. These two people truly look exactly the same. Eldest Mississippi. At this moment, a woman hiding behind the door received a voice transmission from Long then. It's time. Hearing that, she immediately ran inside. I can testify as to who the real Thuong Quan Vu Duong is. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Hong panicked. You? Did you Thuong Quan Vu Duong Shawet News? Why are you still alive? The woman then said, the real Thuong Quan Vu Duong possesses the elixir body. She can cure 100 poisons, is invulnerable to 100 poisons, and can control 100 beasts. At this moment, several people in the room immediately felt pain. What's wrong? Are we poisoned? Thuong Quan Vu Duong approached and said to Thuong Quan Tan On, if you're truly Thuong Quan Vu Duong, then you can certainly release the elixir body to save these poisoned people, right? Hearing that, she was flustered. What elixir body? I've never heard of it. Then she pointed at the woman. And this wet nurse, I don't know her at all. This is definitely a conspiracy of yours. The woman looked at her coldly. Then she pointed at Thuong Quan Hong. Do you really think you can hide your collusion with the Medicine King sect? I have never forgotten the death of Madame Thuong Quan that year. Hearing this, everyone discussed. Didn't they say Madame Thuong Quan died of illness? The Thuong Quan family actually colluded with the Medicine King sect? I told you. Why did I feel these two families interacted so frequently? The old man trembled with anger. 24 years ago, Queen Nu Nan was inside a glass cage. Although I am the nutrient of the elixir body, to ensure the baby is born safely, I should listen to Ah Hong and wait here for the baby to be born. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard. The sect master of the Medicine King's sect, Lang Du, brought his men to attack. Quick, snatch the elixir. Seeing this, Queen Nu Nin was worried. Oh no, the situation is bad, she said, using her spiritual energy to speed up the process. In labor, she agonizingly clutched her stomach, still missing a bit of spiritual energy. By this time, those people had successfully broken the glass cage. Lang Du ordered, charge. At this time, Thuong Quan Hong arrived. Stop. Lang Du stepped forward and said, my purpose and yours are the same. There's no need to make a big fuss. If the child cannot be born, even with more elixir power, it will be in vain. Why don't we use our spiritual energy together to speed up the birth? Queen Nu Nin was stunned upon seeing this. Then, the two of them started to force her labor. Very soon after, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was born. Queen Nu Nin held her daughter in her arms and said heartbrokenly, my child. She looked at the two cruel men in front of her. This child no longer has the elixir power. If you want the elixir power, aim at me. She looked at her daughter with heartache. My child, you have to shoulder so much right after being born. Let me bear the rest for you. Saying that, she threw Thuong Quan Vu Duong to a servant to catch. The servant was worried, Madam Yu. Queen Nu Nin said, go quickly. Lang Du shouted, Kui Ketia. He attacked, but was blocked by Queen Nu Nan. Don't get in the way. She screamed, don't hurt my child. After that, Queen Nu Nan fell down. Back to reality, the wet nurse continued to recount Thuong Quan Hong's crimes. Since you could cold-bloodedly kill the madam, why would you care who the real Thuong Quan Vu Duong is? In the end, they're all sacrifices for what you call your great cause. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong trembled all over, tears pouring out along with indignation. So mother lost her life just so I could live. Thuong Quan Hong angrily overturned the dining table in front of him. Nonsense. Today is a great, joyous occasion. Why haven't you kicked her out yet? The dragon god then spoke up, don't be so hot-tempered. If we're listening to a story, we have to hear it to the end. The wet nurse continued, there was no such thing as an elixir mission. Back then, it was fine if the people of the Medicine King sect believed this, but how could you say it yourself? Back then, wasn't Thuong Quan Vu Duong's elixir body awakened by you? Ho ding dis, Thuong Quan Tang Wen Unde Sto. So that's why he chose Thuong Quan Vu Duong and not me? After running for a distance, the wet nurse was caught again. Thuong Quan Hong immediately snatched the child from her hands. Don't hurt her. He inspected the child's entire body. At this time, Lang Du walked over and asked, how is it? Thuong Quan Hong threw the child to the ground. The child has no elixir power left at all. Lang Du said angrily, then didn't we waste our efforts? Thuong Quan Hong angrily criticized him. If it weren't for you cruelly killing your wife, perhaps the elixir power wouldn't have been stifled. Lang Du then handed Thuong Quan Hong a token to console him. All right then, starting from today, that piece of land in the south belonging to the Medicine King sect is now the territory of your Thuong Quan family. Is that acceptable? At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, thrown aside, cried loudly. Thuong Quan Hong then turned to pick up the child. Seeing this, Lang Du also left. Truly bad luck. A while later, Thuong Quan Hong channeled spiritual energy to the child. Even if that woman is dead, I can still use her final spiritual aura to activate this child's elixir physique. For years later, the child was locked in the woodshed. Thuong Quan Hong, Andi split her. What are you screaming for? I am thinking of a way to awaken your elixir power. It's so useless. He immediately turned and left, leaving the young Thuong Quan Vu Duong alone in the woodshed. After he left, the wet nurse immediately ran inside, picked up the little Thuong Quan Vu Duong, put a coat over her, and said, the master is truly crazy. How could such a small child endure such torment? This is the life the madam desperately protected. Just as she was leaving, she was severely beaten by someone who then scolded, always ruining my good plans. I've tolerated you for a long time. The wet nurse was knocked to the ground. The young Thuong Quan Vu Duong cried out anxiously, calling her wet nurse not to die. She gathered her power to heal her wet nurse. But before she could finish, she was carried away, only able to call out to her wet nurse. At this time, the wet nurse lying on the ground opened her eyes. Back in the present, the wet nurse said to Thuong Quan Hong, "The first time the eldest miss used the elixir power was on me, which is why she helped me escape death." Thuong Quan Hong heard this and scolded her. "Nonsense. What did I hurt you? Besides, if I really wanted to harm Vu Duong, how could I have kept her until now?" The wet nurse pointed at him and said, "You never intended to keep the Mississippi. You just always hoped to obtain the elixir power from her, so you always raised her as a useless pawn." Hearing this, Long Yin slammed the table, stood up, and said, "I didn't expect that Madame Thuong Quan was murdered by the collaboration between the head of the Thuong Quan family and the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley. This act of killing one's wife to seize medicine is truly infuriating." He looked towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong, thinking to himself, "I originally thought that because she has the Thuong Quan family's bloodline, I shouldn't get too close to her. I never expected her to have a tragic past exactly like mine. I must definitely make it up to her with the best." He walked over and patted her head. The Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley attacked another girl, saying, "Regardless of whether she is real or fake, take her back to the Medicine King Valley." Obviously, one of them is real. Long Yin immediately reached out and pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong into his arms, using his power to envelop her as a shield. She gritted her teeth, thinking Lang Du could actually commit such cruel acts for the elixir. His death truly wouldn't be a pity. Long Yin leaned close to her and whispered, "If you want revenge, you must calm yourself down first." "Can you be calm?" She replied, "Is it true that no matter how things develop today, you can handle it all?" He smiled and said, "Go ahead and cause trouble. I can handle it." He thought to himself, as long as she takes good care of herself. Hearing what he said, Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled. "I was just waiting for that sentence. Thuong Quan Vu Duong can finally avenge your great enmity." Long Yin chanted an incantation, using his spiritual energy. He took out the golden bell, one of the top 10 great Dharma artifacts, which could isolate all sound and images. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at Long Yin, thinking the dragon god brought me to the Thuong Quan family to watch this play. Definitely because he has his own purpose. After the matter with the Thuong Quan family is over, I must take Lon Ni and stay far away from him. Seeing the situation going wrong, the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley immediately used his power. He created a giant snake to attack Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Spirit Snake Dance. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, with agile movements, immediately dodged the lethal attack of the Medicine King Valley Master. She jumped behind him, a thoughtful look flashing in her eyes. In her heart, she thought, Lang Du is already a nascent soul stage expert. I won't have the slightest advantage fighting him head-on. Lang Du saw Thuong Quan Vu Duong appear behind him. He immediately drew his sword, spun around to attack, his cold voice ringing out, "Let's see where you hide." Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled without a hint of panic. She used her spiritual energy to propel herself upward, flipping her body mid-air. Her sharp eyes observed Lang Du from above. She thought to herself, I have to make him lose all patience, then there will naturally be an opportunity to find flaw. Lang Du angrily scolded, "Just a golden core junior, yet you dare to play with me like this." Thuong Quan Hong stood not far away, observing coldly. Seeing Lang Du continuing to attack the other juniors, he frowned slightly, thinking, I can't worry about that much. Catching Thuong Quan Vu Duong first is more important. So he continued to strike towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Right when Thuong Quan Hong decided to rush towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong, Long Yuan suddenly appeared, blocking his attack. Thuong Quan Hong shouted angrily, "Pavilion Master, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can stand aside." Long Yuan smiled and asked, I didn't want to get involved either, but how could I bear to let my beloved concubine get hurt? As soon as he finished speaking, Long Yuan immediately condensed his spiritual energy and launched a powerful strike at Thuong Quan Hong. The sudden attack forced Thuong Quan Hong to step back to dodge, but he didn't notice that behind him, Lang Du was gathering power, preparing to strike. Thuong Quan Hong was startled and forced to launch a counterattack. Accidentally, his strike collided directly with Long Yuan's attack. Two powerful sources of energy clashed, creating a massive explosion that sent shockwaves everywhere. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately dodged. However, a wave of residual energy was hurtling straight towards her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong panicked and cried out internally, "I'm doomed." Just as she thought she would be severely injured, Long Yuyan suddenly appeared, scooping her up in his arms. He used his power to wrap around her body, creating a dense protective layer, and simultaneously leaped to the side, away from the danger zone. Seeing the shield about to crack, she thought, I must control the remaining shockwave, spiritual energy, to stop it from leaking outside. I can't let them know what's happening here. The dragon god must have consumed a lot just now. I don't know if he can. While Long Yiyin was continuing to strengthen the protection, his body suddenly faltered, causing him to cough continuously. Thuong Quan Vu Duong asked anxiously, "How are you?" He looked at her, then lost consciousness and fell down. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled and said, "Dragon God." Seeing Long Yiyin faint, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was extremely worried. She supported Long Yiyin, calling out anxiously, "Wake up." Seeing her so worried, Long Yiyin smiled at her. Spotting that smile, she immediately knew he was faking his faint. Therefore, her face turned cold. She let go of him, crossed her arms in annoyance, and said, "Pavilion Master, your acting is quite realistic." He brushed the dust off himself and embraced her. My beloved concubine's way of showing care is truly active. She stuffed an elixir pill into his mouth. This is a dragon pill. It can make the damaged spiritual energy in the body quickly recover, and it can also make a person temporarily shut their mouth. Letting you try it is such a good deal for you. Long Yiyin smiled as he ate it. After dealing with Lang Du and Thuong Quan Hong, the scene returned to the wedding. Tu Lam Fong and Thuong Quan Tan On looked around in panic. Tu Lam Fong asked, "What in the world is going on?" Ta Thuong Quan Tan Wang Poiten A Thuong Quan Vu Dung. It's all her fault. Today she wants to ruin our wedding. Thuong Quan Vu Duong scoffed coldly and approached her. She immediately threw herself into Tu Lam Fong's arms, feigning terror. Thuong Quan Tan On spoke up, "Lam Fong, she injured the head of the family and still refuses to let me go." Thuong Quan Vu Duong angrily scolded her, "You're so noisy." Then, she chanted a spell, attacking Tan On and tearing the human skin mask off her face, revealing her true face and a large scar. Seeing this, Tu Lam Fong was startled and shouted, "Who are you?" The girl hurriedly ran to Tu Lam Fong, saying, "Lam Fong, listen to my explanation." He shouted loudly, "Monster!" He immediately ran toward Thuong Quan Vu Duong, calling, "Tri Vu, this is my real lady Tri Vu." Hearing this, Long Yiyin felt uncomfortable thinking Tri Vu. With how many men does this woman use this name? Tu Lam Fong ran over to explain to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, "When we first met on the road, I fell in love with you at first sight. I didn't know she was impersonating you. I thought she was you. I even thought how lucky I was to marry the girl I liked right on time. I was stupid not to realize she was a fake, but fortunately, it's still not too late." He reached out to hold Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hand. Long Yiyin immediately grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and smiled, saying, "I'm afraid the young master has fallen in love with the wrong person. She's the future wife of Long Yiyin." She pushed him away, saying, "You." Tu Lam Fong ran over. "I think Lady Tri Vu does not agree with the Pavilion Master's thoughts." He smiled confidently and said, "She and I already have child." Hearing this, Tu Lam Fong instantly turned to stone as if struck by lightning. How? How is that possible? He then clapped his hands. Lonnie immediately ran in, calling "Mother." She asked in surprise, "Lonnie?" Lonnie frantically ran to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, his round eyes full of worry. The little boy grabbed his mother's hand, looking around, and asked, "Father didn't let me in." "Mother, are you okay?" Thuong Quan Vu Dung smiled again, rubbing her son's head. She reassured him, "Don't worry, Mother is fine." Long Yiyin stood aside, looking at the mother and son with loving eyes, and said softly to the child, "Good son, the situation inside was so tense. Of course I was worried about your safety." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong suddenly felt annoyed and glared at him, a hint of reproach flashing in her eyes. "Rest assured, before you were here, Lon Ni stayed by my side and was never hurt a bit." Long Yiyin just smiled and said nothing more, but his eyes clearly showed pride and trust. In the distance, Tu Lam Fong looked at the scene of the happy family of three. His hands trembled, his eyes filled with shock and heartbreak. Tu Lam Fong still didn't want to give up. up. He approached Thuong Quan Vu Duong, his eyes pleading, wanting to say something. But at this moment, the girl impersonating Thuong Quan Vu Duong, standing behind and abandoned in everyone's indifference, had eyes full of hatred. She gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling as she heard the murmurs and mockery from the guests. Congratulations, Pavilion Master, congratulations. Congratulations. Is this the second daughter of the Thuong Quan family? I didn't expect her to marry in place of her sister. How disgraceful, truly shameless. Thuong Quan Tan On has always been the unloved second child of the Thuong Quan family. She is ugly and loves to put on a show. Thuong Quan Tan On, the unloved second daughter of the Thuong Quan family, stood silently, her eyes full of hatred and suffering. She couldn't bear the mocking words. Her eyes were icy, with a sneer full of resentment. Everyone only sees her. They don't see me, she said. Then, Thuong Quan Tan On approached a glowing elixir flower next to Thuong Quan Hong. She bent down and picked it up. Her eyes flashed with determination. If Thuong Quan Vu Duong is the elixir power that everyone wants, then I must destroy it. Instantly, she channeled her power and launched an attack on the flower. Thuong Quan Vu Duong felt a strange change in her body. She cried out in pain all over. She hugged her body, her face pale. Lan Ni frantically shook his mother's hand, his voice full of worry. Mother, what's wrong? On this side, Thuong Quan Tan On was still attacking that flower. That flower was now trembling. Thuong Quan Vu Duong clutched her body in agony, thinking, why do I feel like the blood in my body is boiling, as if being summoned by something? Lan Ni still held her, asking anxiously, Mother, what's wrong? Long Yuyin realized her condition, looked coldly at Thuong Quan Tan On, and shouted, You are truly audacious. Long Yuyin utilized all the spiritual energy in his body, turning into a majestic, giant golden dragon that charged straight at Thuong Quan Tan On. The dragon's power seemed to tear through space, leaving Thuong Quan Tan On no time to react. She screamed in terror as all her feeble power was crushed. Her body lost control and fell from high above. Seeing the critical situation, Tu Lam Fong defied the danger and rushed to catch Thuong Quan Tan On. The weight and the heavy impact caused both of them to crash into a stone pillar. Tu Lam Fong frowned in pain, but still tried to hold her in his arms. Thuong Quan Tan On trembled, her weak voice calling his name, Lam Fong. On this side, Long Yuyin also hurriedly embraced Thuong Quan Vu Duong as she gradually lost consciousness. Lan Ni ran over anxiously, calling with tearful eyes, Mother. Long Yuyin gently stroked his son's head, reassuring him, Your mother just fainted temporarily. Meanwhile, Thuong Quan Tan On lay in Tu Lam Fong's arms, her face pale, blood constantly flowing from the corner of her mouth. Tu Lam Fong quickly used his internal energy, trying to regulate her body. He said anxiously to Thuong Quan Tan On, Don't speak yet. I'll help you regulate your breathing. But Thuong Quan Tan On weakly shook her head, her eyes full of despair. No need. My meridians are all severed. There is no cure. She paused for a moment, her eyes looking at Tu Lam Fong with pain, choking out, Lam Fong, I clearly met you first. Why? Tu Lam Fong tightly held her hand, his eyes full of sorrow, but resolute. The person I have always wanted to marry is the eldest miss of the Thuong Quan family, Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Hearing those words, Thuong Quan Tan On's heart seemed to shatter. Her eyes dimmed, the pain rendering her unable to say anything more, and she finally passed out in Tu Lam Fong's arms. On this side, Long Yuyin handed the flower to Lan Ni, saying, This thing is closely tied to your mother's life. I'll leave it to you. Lan Ni took it and replied yes. Long Yuyin quickly took out a horse carriage from his spatial storage. He and Lan Ni brought Thuong Quan Vu Duong inside, gently laying her down on the soft bed. Lan Ni hurriedly brought the flower close, but his small hands trembled slightly. Long Yuyin placed a hand on his son's shoulder, saying, It can make the spiritual energy return to her body once again. Hold it firmly. The child brought the flower close to Thuong Quan Vu Duong and then asked, Then what about you, father? He said, I still have some matters to handle. Then he stepped outside. The crowd outside was now curiously looking into the carriage. Long Yuyin stood before the crowd. His sharp, cold gaze swept over them, making the atmosphere instantly fall dead silent without a word spoken. He pulled the carriage curtain closed, covering the entire scene inside. The crowd was startled by this sudden action. No one dared to utter another sound. This elderly man was trembling, trying to drink the spiritual medicine to ease his pain. Long Yin's gaze was cold and sharp. He leaned down, his voice calm, yet commanding. Although the spiritual medicine is good, you shouldn't drink it in a hurry. With those words, he unleashed a powerful palm strike at Lang. The precise strike made him spit out the precious spiritual medicine. Lang Du clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Pavilion Master, our Medicine King sect has never offended you." Frowning, he asked, "Is that so? Have you really forgotten my mother? Have you forgotten me?" Startled, Lang Du asked, "Who are you?" "You guys? How could I forget? She was my most satisfying medicine human." Before he could finish his sentence, Long Yin's hand reached out, choking Lang Du's neck and lifting him into the air. His voice was as cold as ice. Since the Valley Master of Medicine King Valley loves refining people so much, why don't you experience being refined yourself today? Having said that, Long Yin retrieved a large refining cauldron from his spatial pocket. Under Lang Du's terrified gaze, he snatched the command token from his body. Then he threw him straight into the cauldron. The flames inside the cauldron immediately flared up violently, engulfing his body. Lang Du wailed miserably, his pleading voice echoing, "No, please don't." The raging flames inside were burning him, causing him to scream repeatedly. Long Yin threw the command token towards Tu Fu and said, "Medicine King Valley cannot go a single day without a master. Why don't you, second miss, temporarily assume the position of Valley Master?" Tu Fu caught it, bowed to thank the Pavilion Master, and said, "Tu Fu will certainly not disappoint your expectations." Meanwhile, Thuong Quan Hong, who had witnessed everything, turned pale with fear. He rushed over, knelt down before Long Yuyin, and begged in a stammering voice, "Pavilion Master, please spare the Thuong Quan family. After all, our eldest daughter is the future mistress of Long Yuyin Pavilion." Hearing this, Long Yuyin laughed coldly, his sharp eyes looking down at the trembling man at his feet. "These words of the family head of Thuong Quan are not false. However, your eldest daughter has not yet agreed. Only when she agrees can our two families be considered in-laws, right?" He quickly stood up and assured, "Rest assured, Pavilion Master. Vu Duong is a member of our Thuong Quan family, and I'm the head of the Thuong Quan family. Naturally, I have the right to decide who she marries. You only need to say the word." Just at this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong parted the curtain, stepped down, and said, "I do not agree." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Hong was startled. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stepped down from the carriage. Her resolute eyes swept across the surrounding crowd. Her voice was firm, each word etched into the air. "I do not agree to marry Long then. Furthermore, I have absolutely no relationship with the Thuong Quan family." Thuong Quan Hong stood rooted to the spot, his face pale with shock. The surrounding crowd whispered and gossiped, their eyes fixed on him as if waiting for the reaction of a family head who had just lost his most important card. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at Long Yuyin with a mocking gaze, while he remained silent, his eyes calm but harboring a trace of madness. Thuong Quan Hong pointed at her in anger, scolding furiously. "How can you be so rebellious and impious? As long as you live, you are a member of the Thuong Quan family." Long Yin stopped him, saying, "Now that things have come to this, your Thuong Quan family no longer has any value in existing." He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy into a blazing red flame. A cold smile appeared on his face. "Why don't you all just disappear?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at Long Yuyin, thinking, it seems after he killed Lang Du, he became even crazier. At this moment, Lam Fong rushed over, standing between Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Thuong Quan Hong. He bowed his head and begged. The Thuong Quan family is indeed in the wrong, but their crime does not warrant this. Moreover, she is also a member of the Thuong Quan family. Hearing this, she asked him, "Don't you want to marry me?" Lam Fong Stam Vu Zung. "Yes, that's right." Leaning against the carriage, she smiled and asked, "So do you actually like me, or do you just like my status as the eldest daughter of the Thuong Quan family?" Lam Fong hastily explained, "Of course it's you." Hearing this, she laughed out loud. "You've only met me once and know nothing about the real me, yet you keep saying you like me. It's truly ridiculous." Sweating, Lam Fong stammered, "I." Long Yin turned around, reaching out to place the flame in his hand onto hers. "I like who you are." Thuong Quan Vu Duong stared at him. He reached out to caress her face and said, I leave this flame to you. Hearing this, she sneered, burn this entire place down. Thuong Quan Hong cried out in panic, no. Lam Fong also backed away in fear. The wedding venue turned into a massive fire. Thuong Quan Vu Duong said with delight, this is what the Thuong Quan family should look like. Long Yin stepped forward and put his arm around her shoulder. Looking at the raging fire and the crowd, fleeing in panic, Lam Fong blurted out, crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Vu Duong is not that kind of person, and Thuong Quan Vu Duong is definitely not. Hearing this, she said coldly, that is just the person you imagined. It was never me. The real me wants the Thuong Quan family to be completely destroyed. The carriage was now leaving the Thuong Quan residence. Long Yin channeled his spiritual energy, making the fire burn even fiercer. Lam Fong's subordinate rushed over and told him, young master, let's go quickly. This place is about to collapse. As they were about to rush outside, they were blocked by a wall of spiritual energy. Long Yin smiled and said, everyone, stay right here. Don't even think about escaping. No one. Just at this moment, his barrier suddenly cracked and shattered, startling him. The people inside the Thuong Quan family hurriedly ran out. Long Yin thought to himself, he has arrived. Lai Noyet appeared inside the Thuong Quan residence, using her spiritual energy to extinguish the fire. Seeing Lai Noyet, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled and thought, Master. Lai Noyet landed on the ground, and Bak Chi quickly appeared to follow her. Looking at Bak Chi, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought, actually, I've always known Bak Chi was following me, but now it seems this must have been Master's instruction. Lai Noyet looked towards Long Yuyan, frowning and thinking, the culprit has appeared. This aura is so familiar. For all these years, I have been investigating the whereabouts of the person who broke into the island back then. Today happens to be the perfect opportunity to confirm my suspicion. Then, Lai Noyet and Long Yuyan immediately gathered their power and attacked each other. The spiritual energy clash between the two exploded, affecting the entire surroundings. Taking the opportunity, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately picked up Thuong Quan La Ni and leaped to the side. Seeing her wet nurse hiding behind a nearby pillar, she smiled, stood up, and reached out her hand, saying, follow me. She pulled her wet nurse and Bak Chi close, then told Bak Chi, Miss Bak Chi, please help me look after my wet nurse. As for the Thuong Quan family's affairs, we can just leave them to Master. Then, she immediately pulled her son's hand to leave. Seeing this, Bak Chi called out in panic, Miss Thuong Quan. She smiled, looked at her master and Long Yin fighting, and waved, saying, you two keep fighting, I'm leaving first. Bye-bye. Then, she immediately picked up her son and ran off. Seeing this, Long Yin gritted his teeth and turned to pursue, shouting, don't go. He thought to himself, I can't let her run away with Lan Ni. He was about to give chase when Lai Noyet blocked his path and asked, starting trouble and then trying to run? Is this the style of Long Yuyan Pavilion? I hope the pavilion master of Long Yuyan Pavilion can give Medicine King Valley and the Thuong Quan family an explanation. Otherwise, I cannot let you take a single step out of the Thuong Quan residence today. He smiled and said, I'm just a businessman. For the convenience of business, I merely help clean house. Besides, my wife has harbored a grudge against the Thuong Quan family for a long time. As her husband, of course I must stand up for her. Furthermore, the Thuong Quan family and Medicine King Valley have committed enough evil deeds, even conducting experiments on their own flesh and blood and willingly killing their own wives. If this word gets out, can the Thuong Quan family and Medicine King Valley still stand tall? Hearing this, Lai Noyet fell silent, looking toward the Thuong Quan family. Long Yin smiled and asked, what else are you worried about? Haven't I already chosen the Valley Master? For the next term of Medicine King Valley? Tu Fu stepped forward, bowed, and said, Valley Master of Medicine King Valley, Tu Fu pays respects to Elder Lai Noyet. Lai Noyet said, that can be considered a reasonable explanation. She frowned and thought, as long as Medicine King Valley and whoever is the leader do not affect my pill refining, other things have nothing to do with me. There is no need to interfere. Besides, Vu Duong has indeed been dissatisfied with the Thuong Quan family for a long time. Lai Noyet then asked, what is your relationship with my disciple after all? Long Yin smiled and said, not a single word I said earlier was false. including the fact that Thuong Quan Vu Duong is my wife. Are you not curious about where your disciple's son came from? Lan Ni is my child. Hearing this, Lai Noyet became furious and reached out, intending to choke Long Yuyan's neck. Lai Noyet attacked Long Yuyan, but Long Yuyan quickly leaped up, causing the attack to miss. Lai Noyet continued to gather spiritual energy, commanding the green serpent to attack Long Yuyan. Long Yuyan broke into a sweat as he was tightly bound by the green python, thinking, I must end this quickly. If this continues, I will be at a disadvantage. Spiritual energy emanated from the cinnabar mark on Long Yuyan's forehead, and a golden dragon appeared, blowing away the green serpent's attack towards Lai Noyet. Lai Noyet was shocked and thought, oh no. She immediately gathered spiritual energy to form a barrier to block Long Yuyan's attack, but because the attack was too powerful, it shattered, injuring her. Bak Chi hurriedly ran up to support the island master. Lai Noyet continued to attack Long Yuyan. Long Yuyan agilely dodged the attack, but then fell. His subordinate rushed over and cried, Pavilion Master. He thought my old injury has flared up. I can't fight anymore. Then, he immediately transformed into a dragon and flew away. Lai Noyet looked in the direction Long Yuyan had departed. The strength of the Pavilion Master of Long Yuyan Pavilion is indeed not to be underestimated. I didn't expect him to fight me to a draw. It seems I must investigate him thoroughly. At this time, on a mountain range, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was leading her son to a mountain. Such a small mountain, yet it has an illusion barrier. It seems this is indeed a good place to cultivate. She used her spiritual energy to attack the small cave, shouting, Thuong Quan Lan Ni. I went inside and looked at the scenery with delight. This place seems to be Spirit Beast Island. Thuong Quan Vu Duong said happily, the dragon tribe has an innate sensory perception of spiritual energy, so we shall recuperate here. She patted her son's head and said, let's temporarily stop here. Suddenly, she clutched herself in pain. Touching the jade lotus, she thought, because I touched the jade lotus, the leaf spirit power in my body is slightly out of control. She turned around and sealed this cave, then led her son to sit down by the waterfall. Lan Ni, follow me and adjust the spiritual energy in your body. We might be able to take this opportunity to break through to the next level. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Lan Ni pouted and replied, yes, but I want to check out the environment here first and find some wild fruit to eat. I'm a bit hungry. Sitting down to adjust her spiritual energy, she told her son, go ahead, but don't go too far. Thuong Quan Lan Ni immediately ran off, answering, yes, mother. The boy went to the entrance of the cave, marked the cliff wall, and thought, I've been leaving marks all along the way, hoping father can see the signs I left and find this place. Inside Long Yuyan Pavilion, Long Yuyan was currently sitting on his bed, adjusting his spiritual energy. Just at this moment, his subordinate rushed in and reported, Pavilion Master, there is news of Madam. He immediately opened his eyes, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and asked, how did you find her whereabouts? If she doesn't want to be found, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to find a single one of her footprints. His subordinate said they discovered dragon bone symbols on the mountain path. Hearing this, he paused, smiled, and thought so was Lan Ni. On the island, a portrait of Thuong Quan Hong was hung up with a red cross. Everyone stood in front of his picture, gossiping. The Thuong Quan family is, after all, a branch of the Medicine King sect. How could they do such cruel things? They didn't even spare their own wife and child. Maybe the death of the sect master of the Medicine King sect is also related to Thuong Quan Hong. How despicable. A group of people ran over, tore down Thuong Quan Hong's portrait, and said, stop looking. Leave, all of you. Our family head said that whoever spreads rumors is the one with a guilty conscience. Think for yourselves who the real culprit is. The crowd immediately broke into a fight. Watch your mouth. Clearly, your Thuong Quan family killed our sect master, and now you're playing the victim. At this moment, Lam Fong's carriage passed by. He stopped the carriage, looked outside, and frowned, thinking, exposing this matter publicly to make the Thuong Quan family and the Medicine King sect fight each other. Long that is indeed cunning. He told his subordinate, after returning, I will enter closed-door cultivation. From now on, our martial Dao sect cannot coexist under the same sky as Long Yuyan Pavilion. In front of the mountain where Vu Duong was hiding, Long Yuyan's subordinate said to the other subordinates, the Pavilion Master has ordered that during the time the Pavilion Master is in closed-door cultivation, no one that is allowed to approach. Do not let even a single fly in. At this time, Long Yin was sitting on a mountain cultivating. Inside the cave, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was also cultivating her spiritual energy. Their two souls seemed to be merging together. She recalled memories of her past life when she was assassinating others. Suddenly appearing in Lai Noyet's room, Lai Noyet brought a refining cauldron over and said, "Vu Duong, you came to my place to cause trouble again and ruined another refining cauldron." At this moment, she suddenly slipped and fell, turning into Thuong Quan Vu Duong being caught by Lai Noyet. "You're always so careless, almost ruining my precious ingredients." Then, the soul of ancient Thuong Quan Vu Duong fell and returned to modern times. At this moment, she was sticking a knife into a wall, then jumping into a room, successfully taking down a target. The scene shifted. She was lying in Long Yuyan's arms again. "Long then, why are you here?" He leaned down, kissing her lips. "How many times have I told you? You should call me Master." Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at Lai Noyet behind him and called out, "Master." The scene continued to change. Long Yuyan was leading her from a modern space to an ancient space. "Look, this place is very suitable for Lan Ni." Inside the room, her son was wearing mouse ears and acting, making her laugh. Long Yuyan took her and their son upstairs to watch fireworks. She thought to herself, "How can my goal be shaken by man?" At this moment, she opened her eyes and broke through her spiritual energy. A powerful pillar of spiritual energy shot out from inside the mountain, startling Long Yuyan's subordinates. Simultaneously, all the beasts in the forest also ran towards this place. Long Yuyan's subordinate ordered, "What are you standing there for? Chase them away quickly." At this time, Long Yuyan had also finished cultivating. The divine dragon appeared, causing the demonic beasts to retreat in fear. He coldly said, "You are far too insolent." Spiritual energy radiated from Long Yuyan's body in all directions. The golden light flickered like lightning, threading through the darkness of the deep forest. The surrounding earth and rocks shook, and the trees were jarred so violently that leaves showered down. The demonic beasts, from the most ferocious to the smallest, all had to retreat. Their blood-red eyes seemed to lose their ferocity, leaving only fear in the face of the overwhelming aura. However, the excessive pressure also caused injuries to Long Yuyan's body. The wound on his chest tore open, fresh blood staining his white robe red and dripping onto the ground. A subordinate hurriedly rushed over from afar, his eyes filled with worry. "Pavilion Master, your wound has not fully healed yet." He replied, "It's fine." He thought to himself, "I must protect Vu Duong. I cannot let them disturb her cultivation." He continued to use spiritual energy to control the minds of the demonic beasts, making them fight one another. Just then, a source of spiritual energy also burst forth from the cave entrance, causing him to turn his startled gaze toward it. That spiritual energy pierced through Long Yuyan's barrier and directed itself toward the demonic beasts, causing them to kneel down in unison. That spiritual energy enveloped the beasts, gradually healing the wounds on their bodies. Seeing this, Long Yuyan thought, their state has suddenly changed. It seems Vu Duong has broken through. Then I can rest easy. He turned and told his subordinates, "Let's go. Erase all traces. Don't let her know that I was here." His subordinates bowed and replied, "Understood." Inside the cave, after finishing her cultivation, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood up and approached her son, seeing that he was also cultivating. Frowning slightly, she plucked a nearby flower, thinking, "It seems Lan Ni is breaking through a difficult barrier." She used spiritual energy to turn the flowers into soul-calming incense. Soul-calming incense could stabilize the emotions of someone breaking through or cultivating, having a mind-soothing effect. Sure enough, Thuong Quan Lan Ni's brow was no longer furrowed. Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled and thought, "It will take a few more hours for Lan Ni to break through. I'll search around for some spiritual herbs to refine pills." Then she turned and left. She walked near a lake, sniffed herself, and thought, "I smell so bad." So she took off her clothes and went into the lake to bathe. Suddenly, the head ornament she wore bumped against the cliff wall. Long, then is truly filthy rich. Who knows how much money these gems can be sold for? Then she took off the ornament, admired it, and swam on the lake, happily thinking, "This spring is so comfortable. It feels as if an invisible hand is massaging me." Beneath the lake's surface, it was actually Long Yuyan who was using his power to massage her. He waved his hand. using spiritual energy to massage every inch of her skin. Suddenly, her foot stepped on him, startling him. Thuong Quan Vu Duong also realized the sensation under her feet was not right and immediately sprang up, asking, "Who's there?" Just as Thuong Quan Vu Duong raised her head, she saw Thuong Quan Lan Ni holding his head, crying in fear, calling out, "Mother, my second dragon horn has grown out, but why can't I refine it?" Even though father said having 2 dragon horns is fine. But on Thuong Quan Lan Ni's head, another dragon horn had sprouted. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately went ashore. She put on her clothes, then patted her son's head, winked, smiled, and said, "Lan Ni, growing a second dragon horn is already a step of progress, isn't it?" Thuong Quan Lan Ni, who had been sad, was comforted by Thuong Quan Vu Duong and instantly became excited again. Lan Ni made progress. Long Yin hid behind a tree not far away, seeing Thuong Quan Vu Duong affectionately patting her son's head like that, and immediately felt jealous. In Vu Duong's eyes, there is only her son. Well, just now, consider it gaining a little advantage when she was away from me. Then he turned and left. Thuong Quan Vu Duong let Thuong Quan Lan Ni to ano to plus. Moon viewing grass usually grows in dry places, probably in the southwest. Let's go. Moon viewing grass was a spiritual herb that could help Thuong Quan Lan Ni take human form. Suddenly, the roar of a demonic beast startled Thuong Quan Vu Duong. She turned around, saw the demonic beasts rushing over, and shielded her son. What's going on? The dragon god. Why'd he find this place? Behind the demonic beasts, it was Long Yuyin who was catching up. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately picked up her son and jumped up. "We can't let him catch us again." She mounted a deer, grabbed its antlers, and commanded, "Turn around quickly." Just as she was about to escape, Long Yin caught up and hugged her. "My lady is not obedient at all. Why do you like running around so much?" She immediately pushed him away, scolding, "Damn it, who is your lady?" She tossed her son onto him, then immediately leaped onto another demonic beast and rode it away. Long Win Zot A Pan Te, holding Thuong Quan Lan Ni, chasing after her. Thuong Quan Lan Ni said in fear, "Father is about to crash into something. Slow down." Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked back, smiled, and commanded the panther that Long Yuyin was riding to stop. The panther obeyed her command and stopped abruptly. The inertia threw Thuong Quan Lan Ni out of Long Yuyin's arms, causing him to fall. Thuong Quan Vu Duong successfully caught Thuong Quan Lan Ni in her arms and continued to leave. Long Yuyin stood up, looking at her departing figure, smiled, and thought, "So my lady likes to run. If we play tag, I'll play with you, my lady." Thuong Quan Vu Duong was currently holding her son, proudly thinking, "I'm so smart, I used Lan Ni to successfully escape from the dragon god, alike for myself." Thuong Quan Lan Ni said, "I thought I was your precious treasure, mother, but I'm just a straw." Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued to ride the horse, holding her son as she left, but there was still a doubt in her heart. How did the dragon god find me in this remote place? She rode to Mount Thuong Duong. The horse stopped. Thuong Quan Lan Ni said, "Mother, I'm so thirsty." She looked around and thought, "I feel the water in my body constantly draining, and the spiritual energy is also very thin. There is something wrong with this mountain. Before I understand the situation, I cannot bring Lan Ni inside to take risks." Suddenly, a group of people on horseback galloped over and surrounded her and her son. One man walked over, his face showing a lecherous expression, and asked, "The beautiful lady is so pretty. Are you lost? Do you need Big Brother's help?" She looked at her son, who was gradually losing his strength, and worried. Lan Ni has a water attribute. Here, physical strength and water spiritual energy are both escaping severely. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll either die or turn into dried corpses. She immediately attacked that group of people. She jumped off the horse and ran away with her son. As soon as she set foot on the ground, she was sucked in by quicksand. Those men jumped off their horses, laughed, and asked, "Beautiful lady, why are you walking right into the net yourself? If you had known this, wouldn't it have been better to obediently follow us instead of resisting?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong anxiously covered her son's mouth to prevent sand from flying in. "My spiritual energy is escaping too fast. I can't use any strength here." So she started to pretend to be pitiful and said to those men, "Big brothers, have mercy." This little girl knows she was wrong. "Please help us, big brothers. We will definitely work like oxen and horses to repay everyone." Those men smiled upon hearing this and said, "At least you know what's good for you." Seeing herself gradually sinking deeper, she anxiously called out, "Lan Ni." Those men extended a stick to her. She breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed the stick, and let them pull her and her son up. Then she grabbed the man's shirt and pleaded, "Big brother, my son and I are both thirsty. Please follow through to the end." That man then said to his subordinate, "We still need her. Give them a little. It would be a pity if they died." The subordinate handed him a water flask. He reached out, took a little water, and rubbed it on her lips. Then he licked his lips, caressed her face, and said, "This beauty is so tender and fresh. Whether it's late or not, let me enjoy it. It's really a pity." He thought to himself, "But I still have to sacrifice the two of them to the Phoenix Spirit Spring. I can't forget the rules." Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at that guy and thought, "I didn't expect that the Spirit Spring water I've been looking for everywhere couldn't be found, but it's hidden with these bandits. It really came without effort." That boss took Thuong Quan Vu Duong and her son to a camp. As soon as Thuong Quan Vu Duong went inside, she thought in surprise, "So cool." Thuong Quan Lan Ni also felt this coolness and woke up. She looked at her son. Their eyes met with the thought, "Spiritual energy has recovered." Then she continued to pretend to be weak and asked, "What do we have to do for you big brothers to let us mother and son go? If you need money, we will give you any amount." Thuong Quan Lan Ni excitedly said, "My father is very rich, and he loves my mother very much. He will definitely pay our ransom. However much money you need, he can give it." That boss turned to ask Thuong Quan Lan Ni, "Is that so? Who is your father?" Thuong Quan Lan Ni excitedly boasted, "You guys only occupied a small mountain. My father owns the entire mountain range. There's enough gold, silver, and jewels, even gold mountains, several of them." Hearing this, the two bandits, whose eyes were already greedy, now shone even brighter like flames. Images of mountains of silver and gold and endless treasures gradually appeared in their imaginations. They glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths twitching maliciously. The boss slowly stepped closer to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, his eyes fixed on the sparkling jewelry on her head. His rough, scarred hand reached out and touched the exquisite jewelry without any scruples. He picked it up, twirled it in the light, admired its splendor, and said, "It seems what this kid said isn't wrong. There are all treasures here." He took off the jewelry on her body, a joyous smile blooming on his face. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood still, a cold light flashing in her eyes. In her heart, she thought, "Ordinary bandits are just greedy for money, but I'm afraid they have another purpose." As expected, the boss suddenly took action, grabbing Thuong Quan Vu Duong's arm roughly. At the same time, the subordinate behind him also quickly grabbed Thuong Quan Lan Ni. "Thuong Quan Vu Duong Sao Tet Lan Ni." The boss laughed and said, "Take this boy for a ransom. As for her, she has another purpose." Inside the bandit's stronghold at night, after Thuong Quan Vu Duong finished bathing and wrapped herself in a towel, two women draped a cloak over her. A subordinate walked over and carried her away. She was startled, thinking, a bandit den, and they even have this flipping tag to serve in bed routine. I don't know if this is a blessing or karma. I feel sick. Normally, when someone serves in bed, they are at least carried by two eunuchs, but what is this? That subordinate carried her on his shoulder and ran. After a while he stopped. Thuong Quan Lan Ni thought, finally arrived. Let me see what kind of demon or monster this is. That subordinate threw off the cloak and tossed Thuong Quan Vu Duong into a pool of water. It was the Phoenix Spirit Spring Spirit Water. The Spirit Spring Water was what alchemists pursued. It was cold but helped cool weapons, and was also high-grade water used to freeze elixirs when refining high-grade pills. Books recorded that the Dragon Spring Water would change locations based on the movements of spirit beasts. As long as you caught the spirit beast, you would get the Phoenix Spirit Spring. Thuong Quan Vu Duong hugged her body, thinking, "It's clearly steaming, but why do I feel cold to the bone?" She thought to herself, "It's so cold, I have to use spiritual energy to warm my body." She gathered spiritual energy to warm herself. Suddenly, a snake appeared and wrapped around her. She was startled. "What is this?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong reached out, grabbed the snake, lifted it, and criticized, "So ugly." The snake was caught by Thuong Quan Vu Duong and whispered, "Why could she catch me so easily? Where should I put my face?" Suddenly, the snake's body emitted spiritual energy, startling Thuong Quan Vu Duong into letting go of the snake. That snake transformed into a man. His eyes, like burning flames, stared at Thuong Quan Vu Duong. When the heat from his body spread throughout the space, the originally clear pool water also began to boil. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled when the water suddenly turned from cold to scalding, and she exclaimed, "Too hot." She immediately jumped out of the pool, wrapped the cloak around herself, pointed at that man, and said, "So the person that wanted to sacrifice me to is the crimson-eyed spirit snake." It turned out those mountain bandits wanted to sacrifice Thuong Quan Vu Duong to that man, also called the spirit beast guarding the phoenix spirit spring, Tui Zichdong. She looked at Zichdong and asked, "The form of this snake is quite special. It doesn't match your true body very much. You don't know how to change into another form. To hide your true body?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked closer to the carved dragon near the spring water that was pouring water, then knocked on the dragon and said to Zichdong, "You are tied to the phoenix spring spirit water. Without you, there would be no it. Am I right?" Hearing this, Zichdong's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth, his eyes as if they wanted to burn her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong still kept a calm smile, looked at the statue scrutinizingly, and thought, "This spring water can beautify and heal wounds. I must get it." Zichdong attacked her. The result of knowing too much is only death. She quickly dodged the attack. Zichdong struck at her again. She smiled, gathered spiritual energy, and bound Zichdong, causing him to turn back into that ugly snake just now. Thuong Quan Vu Duong reached out, caught the snake, and said, "Little snake, why did you turn anger out of shame?" Zichdong angrily asked, "What exactly did you do to me? Let me go." Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought, if it upgrades the power of the elixir once, the power to attract demonic beasts will be even stronger. The snake continued, "I'm warning you, let me go now. Otherwise, I guarantee my subordinates will catch you and roast you to eat." She said, "You're quite something." Then she took out a flute and began to play, making the snake dizzy and cry out, "Ah, what's wrong with me?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued playing the flute to control the snake, causing it to scream in pain. "Help! Stop it!" Seeing that the snake was about to faint, she smiled and said, "I can spare you from torment. I can also let you eat the power of the spirit elixir, but you must follow me." Zichdong was dizzy at this moment, so he could only accept. "This chief agrees to your conditions." Zichdong struggled to sit up, looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong, and thought angrily, "I am a dignified chief, I don't need to work. Those underlings supply young women for me to enjoy. Why have I ever had to suffer like this? Forget it, I'll pretend to agree with her first, then find a way to drain the power of her spirit elixir." At this moment inside the bandit stronghold, many captured women were being guarded by another group of people. Tong Quan Lan Yi was Tao Asai. Seeing Long Yin appear, he immediately ran to tell his father. Father came so fast. I still wanted to use them for target practice." Long Yin turned and asked, "Lan Ni, where is your mother?" Thuong Quan Lan Ni replied, "My mother was taken away by them. It seems like some kind of sacrifice. But don't worry, father, my mother can handle these bandits." Long Yin frowned, reached out, and used spiritual energy to project Thuong Quan Vu Duong's current situation. Seeing her in the water pool, tugging back and forth with Zichdong, he gritted his teeth angrily and scolded, "Thuong Quan Vu Duong, she really knows how to enjoy herself." He angrily crushed that scene. Thuong Quan Lan Ni immediately held him back and said, "Father, don't be impulsive." He tossed his son to his subordinate and said, "Take the boy back first." Thuong Quan Lan Ni hooted inside, "If mother sees father, she'll run away again. How long will it take for you to court my mother like this, father?" Hearing this, Long Yin stopped and asked, "Then tell me, what should we do?" Thuong Quan Lan Ni smiled and said, "How to court my mother? Of course, your biological son has to take action." Then the boy whispered into his ear. After listening, he said, "So that's how it is." His subordinates behind him saw this scene and thought to themselves, "These two, father and son, are really one who dares to teach and one who dares to learn." After a fierce session of learning, Long Yin smiled and said, "All right then, we'll do as you said." Thuong Quan Lan Ni confidently said, "Just trust me." Long Yin turned around, using his spiritual energy to transform into a dragon shape to attack the stronghold. But before that, an immense spiritual power shattered the entire stronghold, making it collapse. At this time, Zichdong and Thuong Quan Vu Duong ran over here, saw that the place had collapsed completely, and were extremely shocked. Zichdong trembled, pointing forward, and asked, "What is going on?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong ran to her son and asked, Lan Ni, are you okay? What happened here? Thuong Quan Lan Ni thought of a way to explain. Just now, a storm swept through, and then it became like this. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked around and asked, a storm? She thought, there's dragon aura all around. The dragon god caught up again. She immediately asked her son, Lan Ni, in the Spirit Mountain Valley, did you secretly do something behind my back? And this strange storm too. Thuong Quan Lan Ni panik and ziplit, no. She simply didn't believe it, then suddenly thought in shock. The feeling of suppression is so strong. Zich Dong trembled in her sleeve and said, if you've realized it, you have to take responsibility to the end. She reached out, pressed the snake's head. Don't worry, I will be a responsible owner. Zich Dong continued to state his condition. You have to find me a new place to raise the spring. The spiritual energy in Phoenix Spirit Mountain has been almost entirely sucked out by me. I heard that an auction in Kwong City is about to auction a spiritual domain space very suitable for nurturing spring water, and there are also many medicines and weapons. She exclaimed in surprise. Kwong City? She thought, unlocking a new map already? Previously, as Trui Vu, I was best with short knives. Now, I must also make a suitable defensive weapon. Thuong Quan Lan Ni approached her and asked, going into the city? She turned and said, let's go. There doesn't seem to be any treasure here anyway. Seeing that she had left, Thuong Quan Lan Ni signaled to his father behind him. Long Yuan stepped out, looked in the direction she had left, frowned, and said angrily, a dead demonic beast from who knows where can be kept by her side with peace of mind? But being by my side is not okay. Then he proceeded to blow up that entire mountain. The mountain was blown to pieces by Long Yuan. Seeing the mountain he had ruled for years blown up, Zich Dong trembled in fear, clung to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, and asked, what's that noise? The ground underneath is also shaking. Thuong Quan Lan Ni feigned ignorance and said to Zich Dong, I don't know, the tremor is so strange. However, in his heart, the boy was secretly criticizing his father. Dad is so bad. How can he court mom like this? Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued to lead her son and Zich Dong on the road away from this mountain. But this mountain was like a burning desert. As she walked, Thuong Quan Vu Duong fanned herself because of the rising heat. Thuong Quan Lan Ni was a water attribute dragon and couldn't stand this heat. So he said to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, Mother, it's so hot. Hearing what Thuong Quan Lan Ni said, Zich Dong knew they were hot. He immediately reached out, using his spirit spring to create a water source enveloping them, making them feel cooler. Feeling the coolness, Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Thuong Quan Lan Ni were extremely delighted. Thuong Quan Vu Duong praised Zich Dong. Little snake, you are useful too. Zich Dong said angrily, my name is Zich Dong, not Little Snake. Thuong Quan Lan Ni stuck his tongue out at Zich Dong and said, okay, Little Snake Zich Dong, Zich Dong. Hearing this, Zich Dong became furious. At this moment, a golden dragon carriage suddenly passed by. Seeing this, the citizens remarked, so majestic, which wealthy family is this from? Why did they run to this poor, remote countryside? Saying this kadia, Thuong Quan Vu Dung imeditan pulet Thuong Quan Lan Ni away. Seeing this, Zich Dong called out, wait for me. Thuong Quan Lan Ni asked, Mother, where are we going? She replied, you will know tomorrow. She thought, I hope I won't see that stalker behind me tomorrow. After a while, Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued leading her son and Zich Dong across a road. Thinking, I've chased through several routes, finally managed to shake him off. She hadn't gone far before she saw people gossiping. So grand, there must be prominent people inside. The golden dragon carriage appeared behind them again. She sighed, thinking, really relentless. Zich Dong looked around and asked, these past few days you keep looking behind. What's back there? She patted Zich Dong's shoulder and said, it's nothing. Help me scout if there's a rest stop ahead. These past few days, just hiding from him, I haven't even rested well. As soon as Thuong Quan Lan Ni heard about a rest stop, his eyes lit up. Suddenly, a tea house appeared right in front of them, extremely luxurious and magnificent. She exclaimed in surprise, there really is a rest stop here. She went inside, sat down, and said, it will be nice to have some fruit. The steward walked over, bringing her tea. She then asked, there isn't a single soul here. Aren't you making a loss opening a shop here? Hearing this, the steward broke a sweat. Thuong Quan Lan Ni pointed outside and asked, aren't there people out here? Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked outside the shop and didn't see anyone. Suddenly, more people appeared, startling her. Why did these people suddenly appear? The butler went over and told her that if she wanted to eat fruit, he would go buy some for her right now. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong sweated nervously and asked if this was Aladdin's magic lamp where she could get whatever she wanted. She added that it would be nice to lie down. Behind her, Thuong Quan La Ni was handing the butler a piece of paper with the word bed written on it. Outside, Long Yin received this piece of paper and thought to himself that he would prepare a soft and comfortable bed for her. Then he frowned and said, "Also, remember to prepare some special fruits for the guest." A soft bed was brought in. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately lay down to enjoy it and ate the fruit placed next to her. Seeing this, Zichdong also followed suit and ate. Suddenly, his whole body ached. Thinking that something was wrong, he swung his hand to cut the fruit open. Seeing what was inside, he was startled and thought, "I didn't expect it to be a disguised ice attribute stone." Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was also startled. She opened her own fruit and, seeing that it was normal, pondered, "My fruit is normal." At this moment, the butler brought him more fruit and said, "Guest, here is some more fruit." Seeing him, Zichdong gritted his teeth, took his whip to tie around the butler's neck, and demanded, "Speak, who sent you?" Seeing this, Thuong Quan Lani panicked and said it wasn't him. Zichdong then asked, "Do you know who did it then?" Thuong Quan Lani Tam I mean, before the truth is clear, you shouldn't falsely accuse others. Thuong Quan Vu Duong retracted Zichdong's whip, smiled, and said, "It's fine. It's getting late now. Go back early and rest." The butler, relieved to be spared, replied yes. Zichdong angrily shouted, "Someone is clearly targeting me." She said, "All right, in the bottle on the table is the cleansing essence pill I refined. Just take it." Thuong Quan Vu Duong lay on the bed, preparing to sleep. Thuong Quan La Ni came over and asked, "Mother, we can arrive at Kwang City tomorrow, right?" She lay down and replied, "You will know when we get there." Hearing this, Thuong Quan La Ni also lay down beside her and fell asleep. The next morning, Thuong Quan La Ni woke up and, not seeing his mother, was startled and asked, "Mother, little snake, where is my mother?" At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Zichdong were hiding on one side. Zichdong asked, "Why didn't you bring the little bun along?" She replied, "Because I still have to prove something." At this moment, the golden dragon carriage passed by again. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Siknan Fo Sik Jong To Baek Wit. Long Yin stepped down from the carriage. Thuong Quan La Ni ran over hurriedly and called out, "Father, mother left me behind," and went away. Long Yuyin patted the little boy's head and said, "You did well. I received your bloodline resonance and came here immediately." Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, as expected, it was this little snitch. At this time, Zichdong stood up and asked, "Who is that?" She immediately pressed Zichdong's head down and said, "If you don't want to die, hide well. Later, watch for my signal to act." She immediately jumped out of the bushes, rushed to Thuong Quan Lan Ni, and asked Lan Ni, "Did you sell me out all along the way?" Long Yin protected his son and said, "Don't scare the boy. I was just worried about you. On the contrary, why are you hiding from me? Could it be that you're afraid of me?" She grabbed Long Yin's clothes and said, "At the Thuong Quan family, I already made it very clear. You and I have no relationship whatsoever. Don't follow me anymore. Do you hear me?" Long Yin looked at her face, then leaned in, preparing to kiss her. Knowing what Long Yin was about to do, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately pushed him away, then turned to look at Thuong Quan Lan Ni. Thuong Quan Lan Ni cried, ran over, and said, "Mother, don't say that you're mad at me and don't want me anymore." She stared at the boy, thinking to herself, "This time I'm going to the auction house." Lan Ni's appearance might cause beast hunters to chase him. It's hard to say what will happen if he faces danger then. She looked at Long Yin again and thought, at least he can protect Lan Ni. This is for the best. Then Thuong Quan Lan Ni was pushed towards Long Yin by Thuong Quan Vu Duong, who said, "If you like him so much, then go follow him." Hearing this, Long Yin asked, "Where do you want to go? I can take you." Thuong Quan Lan Ni also cried and called for his mother. Thuong Quan Vu Duong In Got Long Yin. She walked past Thuong Quan Lan Ni, slipping a piece of paper into the boy's hand. On the paper, it was written, "Find a chance to escape and rendezvous with me. If you dare to bring the dragon god along, be careful or I will sever our mother-son relationship." She said to Long Yin, "I will not follow you." Then she whistled. Zichdong, receiving her signal, immediately rushed in. "It's my turn to take the stage. All my babies, come out." A swarm of red snakes appeared out of nowhere and lunged towards Long Yuyan. Thuong Quan Vu Duong took the opportunity to jump away. A giant python attacked him. He immediately gathered his spiritual energy, forcing the python to retreat. He said coldly, "Get out of the way." Then he launched a palm strike at the snakes, causing them to howl in pain. His entire body radiated killing intent as he said, "Just a bunch of baby snakes, and you dare to block my path?" Seeing his power, Zichdong was startled. How could it be the Dragon Clan? Long Yian recognized Zichdong, immediately gathered his spiritual energy to attack Zichdong, and said, "So it's you." Zichdong was beaten back into his true form, painfully hiding away and screaming for help. Long Yuan turned around and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, take action. You must find Thuong Quan Vu Duong and ensure her safety." The group of subordinates replied, "Understood." Thuong Quan La Ni, who had hidden the piece of paper Thuong Quan Vu Duong gave him, pulled his father's hand and said, "Father, don't worry. Although I don't know Mother's exact itinerary, she went to the auction house on this trip, so her final destination can only be there." He immediately put his son on his back and said, "Then we will go to Kwang City now." He then transformed into a golden dragon, carrying the carriage as he flew to Kwang City. In Kwang City, Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Zichdong had changed into extremely beautiful outfits. Zichdong looked at the outfit and joyfully said, "I have to admit, the clothes in Kwang City are really cool. Plus, there's so many beautiful people." She tapped Zichdong and said, "Cover up a little. This place is full of cultivators. Don't expose yourself." At this time, she heard a passerby say, "In this auction, an ultimate weapon from an artifact refining master will be auctioned." A girl asked, "How do you know?" The person took out an auction ticket and said, "Only those with an admission ticket have the auction list for this event." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood before the entrance of the auction house and said, "We have to get admission tickets." Zichdong also chimed in, "Only then can we go inside to see if there is a spatial spring and ultimate weapons." Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked up to the guards of Kwang City, placed a pouch of money and jewelry on the table, and said, "I want 2 admission tickets." The guard dismissively waved his hand and replied, "This little bit of yours can't even buy 1 admission ticket. Step aside." Zichdong immediately pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong back and said, "I'm sorry. My wife hasn't been out for a long time. Please excuse her." At this moment, inside a room, Long Yuyan and Thuong Quan La Ni were drinking tea and eating fruit. Thuong Quan La Ni, eating a banana, asked, "Father, you booked this entire restaurant. What if Mother wants to find a place to stay later? Won't she discover that you followed her?" He replied, "It's fine. If I intended to follow her, I already anticipated that she would react this way." Suddenly, Thuong Quan La Ni looked down, pointed in a direction, and said, "Father, look quickly." At this time, Zichdong walked over to the guards carrying a basket of herbs and asked, "Big brother, adding these precious herbs, is it enough?" The guard still replied, "Step aside." Seeing this scene, Long Yuyan angrily crushed the teacup in his hand and gritted his teeth, saying, "What a sweet couple selling medicine." Thuong Quan La Ni told him, "Father, don't be angry. Mother taking a husband is probably just a temporary measure. After all, the little bit of money on her is definitely not enough, let alone entering the auction. How about I go help her?" Long Yian looked at Thuong Quan La Ni, thinking to himself, "This boy wants to step in to help his mother and then take the credit instead of me." He immediately handed the key to the boy. The boy joyfully said, "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." At this time, below the city gate, Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked Zichdong up and down. Noticing her gaze, Zichdong immediately said, "Don't get any ideas about me. I've always been kept by others. I don't have a single coin on me." Thuong Quan Vu Duong rubbed her hands together and said, "No need to spend money. Just lend me some spirit water." Then she covered Zichdong's mouth and dragged him away. Seeing this, the guards remarked, "No wonder, they're truly a vigorous young couple." In a corner, Zichdong cried out, "Don't, not here." Thuong Quan Vu Duong touched Zichdong's chest and asked, "The spring vein should be right here, right?" She extracted a bottle of spirit spring water and joyfully said, "Done." Zichdong cried and complained, "What kind of sin did I commit?" Then she took several bottles of spirit spring water, ran over to the soldiers, and asked, "Is this much enough?" A guard took the bottles of spirit spring water and said, "Let me see." Another guard looked at Zichdong and Thuong Quan Vu Duong and began to grow suspicious. From behind, Thuong Quan Lan Ni was running over hugging a treasure, thinking, "I have to hurry." Suddenly, Long Yin appeared and pulled the boy back. The boy asked in confusion, "Father, what's wrong?" He told him, "Follow me." The two dragged each other into an alleyway, marked authorized personnel only. Seeing this, a staff member immediately welcomed them. "Please come in, sir." Thuong Quan Vu Duong sensed something, glanced over, and thought to herself, "Is it an illusion? That person looks so much like the dragon god." The soldier then handed the medicine bottles back to her. "Who knows if your stuff is genuine or not? Weren't you guys penniless just a moment ago? You want to bring out fake goods to trick us? Do we look that easy to deceive?" She smiled and said, "You don't look very smart either. The spirit pills I refine are at least above the 5th grade. It's impossible to fake them even if you wanted to." The two guards angrily asked, "What did you say? You dare to insult and provoke us?" Zichdong angrily said, "You better reconsider. You were clearly the ones who started the trouble first." Suddenly, at this moment, the manager came out and said, "Quiet down. Is this Lady Thuong Quan? Please come right in." Hearing this, the soldier said, "Manager, but she..." The manager angrily scolded, "She what? Do you know that the pills she refines are all top grade? You truly have eyes but fail to see. Now pack your things and get lost." Thuong Quan Vu Dung Daget Sik Zong Yin Sai. Although what he said makes sense, his attitude changed really fast. "I'm afraid there's a problem. Let's go inside first and figure it out later." At this time, inside the auction house, it was extremely noisy and bustling. Thuong Quan Vu Dung Daget Sik Zong Oopsti. The manager took her spirit pill and marveled, "It truly is top grade. The color and appearance are indeed unique." She then said, "Manager, you are truly someone who knows goods. After all, mid to high grade spirit pills have always been worth their weight in gold at auctions. This batch is just something I refined casually along the way." The manager respectfully asked, "I wonder if Lady Thuong Quan could let me see other finished pill products?" She took out several bottles of pills and said, "Not only do I have 5th grade spirit pills, but I also have 4th grade spirit pills." The manager asked in shock, "Were these all refined by you personally?" She took out a badge and asked, "Do you recognize this?" The manager was startled. "Isn't this the ranking badge that only the first place winner in the alchemist competition can obtain? It is this lowly one who had eyes but failed to see. Please, Lady Thuong Quan, come up to the VIP room on the 3rd floor." The manager respectfully invited Thuong Quan Vu Duong upstairs. Zichdong, following behind, heard this and thought to himself, "I didn't expect her to be so formidable. Just how many identities does she have?" The manager happily said to Thuong Quan Vu Duong, "I can help you auction them, lady. The auction house will only take a 20% commission from the auction proceeds. What do you think, lady?" "Ho ding dis, Thuong Quan Vu Dung Fedawen." 20%? That's quite a lot. She then asked, 20%? Is the manager relying on the size of the establishment to bully customers? If the manager is not sincere, then I have no need to stay any longer. Kwang City is so large. This isn't the only auction house. Zichdong, let's go. Saying this, she turned to leave. Zichdong asked in shock, "We're leaving just like that?" He thought to himself, "Didn't she say we were going to find the spatial spring?" Suddenly, Zichdong saw Thuong Quan Vu Duong wink at him and immediately understood. The manager hurriedly said, "Lady, please wait. 15% is fine, right?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong snorted coldly and gave the manager a price. 10%. If the manager agrees, then you can auction these treasures of mine however you see fit. Hearing this, the manager excitedly said, "All right, 10%. Waiter, bring the contract here." The waiter immediately brought the contract to her. The manager spoke up, "Please take the contract and the admission ticket. The auction is in 3 days. You must rely on this to get inside." Then Thuong Quan Vu Duong took the auction list and read through it. Inside, it listed the supreme Tao grade red origin fire spirit stone. She was startled, thinking the red origin fire spirit stone is the spatial spring. Zichdong, beside her, asked, "Where's my admission ticket?" The manager smiled and said, "The number of participants for this auction is limited. The seats were sold out a long time ago. I set this one aside. There are no more." Thuong Quan Vu Duong patted Zichdong's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Happy cooperation." Thuong Quan Vu Duong patted Zichdong's shoulder, winked playfully, and told Zichdong, "Don't worry, I have a way to get you inside in 3 days." She appeared at the auction area. Zich Dong transformed into a string wrapped around her head, looking like a strange accessory. However, Zich Dong was extremely angry. His loud voice echoed above her head. "Is this your way? Tie me to your head? Very nice. I am a dignified stronghold leader. Even if I don't have 10,000 subordinates, I have 50. If they find out about this later, where will I put my face?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong didn't bother to reply, simply snapping her fingers. A ring of spiritual energy appeared, tightly sealing Zich Dong's mouth. She curled her lips into a smile and said to Zich Dong, "Too noisy." Zich Dong could only glare angrily, but had no other choice. Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked inside to her designated spot on the third floor of the auction house. She looked down and thought this spot is too far. Suddenly, she looked up at the floor above and saw Long Yuyan with his son. Thuong Quan Lan Ni waved and said, "Mother, I'm here." Long Yuyan smiled and said, "I found you." Long Yuyan smiled at her, his eyes sparkling with both mischief and resolve. Without saying a word, he waved his hand. Spiritual energy materialized into a transparent rope that tightly bound her hands. Thuong Quan Vu Duong gritted her teeth, cursing this damn dragon god in her heart. At this time, the manager came over and, seeing Thuong Quan Lan Ni calling Thuong Quan Vu Duong mother, assumed she was Long Yuyan's wife. He hurriedly said, "So the lady is the madam of the Long Yuyan pavilion master." It was this lowly one who had eyes but failed to see earlier. "How could I let madam sit here? Madam, please follow this lowly one to the heaven storage room." She angrily said, "I am not." Right at this moment, the rope around her hands tightened further. He smiled down at her. She looked up and said coldly, "Let's go." Thuong Quan Lan Ni spoke up fearfully. "I know this expression of mother's very well. Mother is definitely angry now." He patted his son's head. "I tried your method earlier, and not only was it ineffective, but it almost got your father reported." The boy cried. "I'm still little." He replied, "Well then, let's try my method this time." Right at this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong came upstairs. Thuong Quan Lan Ni happily ran over, bowed to her, and said, "Respectfully greeting mother." Then, the boy handed her a golden key, which surprised her. Thuong Quan Lan Ni whispered in her ear, "Mother, don't worry. I have gained father's trust and obtained the key to Long Yuyan's treasure vault." She hid the key behind her back, thinking to herself, "So from now on, all the treasures in Long Yuyan Pavilion are mine." She smiled. "Consider yourself sensible." Long Yuyan also noticed she was holding his key and smiled, thinking, if she loves wealth, then it's simple. "Who told me that the thing I have the most of is money?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong reached out her hand and said, "Take off these chains for me." Long Yuyan asked, "Madam, is this how you ask someone for help?" She angrily scolded you. She gathered spiritual energy in her arms, intending to sever the chains. Long Yuyan took the opportunity to pull the chains, causing her to fall into him, and then he embraced her. He smiled and said, "Wait until I successfully auction the item I want, and then I will take them off for you." She angrily pushed him away. "I thought you were just following along. I didn't expect you to also be a pervert." He reached out, wrapped his arm around her waist, and nodded, saying, "Yeah, following along." "Pervert, huh?" These new and strange words I've never heard before are quite interesting. But if you keep squirming like this, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong blushed, recalling their past intimate moments. The auction below began. The host announced that the auction had officially started. Items were brought up one by one. Thuong Quan Lan Ni pointed at two demonic beasts and said, "Those two demonic beasts are so cute." Thuong Quan Vu Duong heard the noisy chatter below and thought, "Why is it so noisy? Is something happening?" She looked down and saw a fox drinking a potion, immediately transforming into a human. Everyone in the room clamored, shouting, "I want this one. This fox spirit is so beautiful. How much is this fox spirit?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong voiced, "It truly lives up to the name of a fox spirit. It is indeed beautiful." Hearing this, Long Yuyan felt jealous. Thuong Quan Lan Ni pointed in a direction and asked, "Heavens, what is that?" The host lifted a panda and introduced it. "This is a demonic beast that has never appeared on the market before, a new species captured on Spirit Gathering Mountain." Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled. "Oh my god, a panda!" Hearing this, Long Yuyan was confused and asked, "A pan what?" She thought to herself, "Why are there nationally protected pandas here too?" Below, everyone immediately bid. I bid 100,000 taels. I bid 200,000. The new type of demon beast must be mine. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Lan Ni anxiously said, "We absolutely cannot let the demon clan fall into their hands. Otherwise, the outcome will be very tragic." Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Long Yian looked at each other and nodded. Then she took out the bidding card and shouted, 500,000. She rubbed Thuong Quan Lan Ni's head. I naturally have to support Lan Ni's idea to the end. She thought to herself, the important thing is that I really want to raise a panda. Since I was young, I've had a dream, but this dream is a bit illegal, which is to raise a panda. But in the cultivation world, raising a panda isn't illegal. She continued to shout the price, 1 million. Her eyes lit up as she thought. Anyway, the gold vault of Longyan Pavilion is all in my hands. The panda absolutely cannot fall into someone else's hands. Suddenly, someone below shouted, 1.5 million. Hearing this, she froze for a moment, then shouted, 2 million. That person continued to bid, 2.5 million. She continued to shout, 3 million. Long Yin stepped forward and said, how about I do it? She immediately hid the bidding card and replied, this is my business. You are not allowed to interfere. Long Yin turned to his subordinate and said, by all the demon beasts on the stage. The subordinate bowed and replied, understood. All the demon beasts were bought and brought to Long Yin's room. The manager said, all your items have arrived. Please inspect them. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Thuong Quan Lan Ni were extremely excited. Thuong Quan Lan Ni Hiuet Azabit Demon and Thais Shaku. She looked towards the panda, her eyes lighting up, and praised her son. You are also cute. Then she immediately ran towards the panda. Thuong Quan Lan Ni saw this and immediately said, Mom, you should at least look at my face when you say that. The panda was reaching its paws towards her. Her eyes lit up as she immediately grabbed the panda's paws and said, oh my God, I get to touch a panda. I get to squeeze a national treasure's face. Extremely overjoyed, she hugged the panda, moved to tears. So this is the power of a national treasure. The fox spirit looked towards Long Yuyan, seeing him coldly drinking tea, then turned towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong and approached her, leaning close to her hand and saying me. Unexpectedly, she disgustedly slapped the fox spirit's hand and said, whoever bought you, go find that person. The fox spirit cried out when hit. She happily said, serve the master who bought you. The fox spirit trembled in pain and looked towards Long Yuyan. Long Yuyan, on the other hand, was looking at Thuong Quan Vu Duong, thinking to himself, how did she know this thing likes to eat bamboo? What on earth must I do to quietly take away her treasure? The fox spirit approached Long Yuyan, knelt down, and spoke up. This slave is named Baksin. Just now, this slave saw the brilliant aura of the two masters and is extremely grateful to the masters for saving Baksin. He thought to himself, I could tell at a glance that these two are very different. From now on, I will definitely follow them. Then, Baksin continued to smile and said, this slave has decided to follow the master. Saying that, he reached out and touched Long Yuyan. Long Yuyan angrily struck him, sending him flying and reverting him back to his fox form. Thuong Quan Lan Ni carried the little rabbit to Thuong Quan Vu Duong and asked, can I feed it? She was feeding the panda bamboo and replied, it doesn't need you to feed it. It knows how to hold its food. Look at this. Below, the host continued to announce, the next item up for auction is the Red Origin Fire Spirit Stone. Long Yuan immediately picked up his bidding card. Red Origin Fire Spirit Stone, 5 million. Sig Jong On Tong Quan Vu Dung to have vive that. She was startled, thinking to herself, it's this thing. Red Origin Spirit Stone. She immediately grabbed the bidding paddle, turned around, and said, I'll take the Red Origin Spirit Stone. Long Yian teased her, asking, does Madam still have money to buy it? None of your business. Then she threw the bidding car down. Below, the host said, the car has dropped. The bet is placed, no regrets allowed. Long Yian saw this and thought, it seems she's determined to get it. How can I let this go? Thuong Quan Vu Duong warily thought, even if I can't get it in the end, I have to figure out a way for Lan Ni to steal the Red Origin Spirit Stone and then run away together. The host struck the gavel and said, 80 million. The item belongs to Pavilion Master Long Yuan. Store it in Heaven Storage Room number 1. After a while, the host brought the item up to Long Yuyin and said, "The auction is taking a break. If the two guests need anything, you can go to the rare treasure residence to choose or exchange spirit stones." Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at the auction box and thought, later, I still have to bid for the top-grade curved blade, but I don't have a single penny. It's better to go to the rare treasure residence to exchange some spirit stones. She was about to leave when she abruptly stopped. Why can't I move? She saw the chain still on her hand and angrily said to Long Yuyin, "Let go of me first." Long Yuyin infused his soul into the spirit stone, then reached out, pulled the chain, and embraced her into his arms. She angrily asked, "What tricks do you want to play now?" Unexpectedly, he placed the spirit stone necklace around her neck, making Vu Duong freeze. Long Yuyin reached out to put the necklace containing the spirit stone around her neck. She immediately stepped back, intending to snatch the necklace off, saying, "I don't need this flashy jewelry." She touched the necklace, which was brimming with Long Yuyin's spiritual energy. "Damn dragon god, thinking of every way to bind me. It seems the fire spirit stone really can elevate my spiritual energy, nourish my body, and support me." She felt the spiritual energy radiating from the fire spirit stone enveloping her body. Long Yin smiled and said, "The attribute of the fire spirit stone is compatible with yours, so it can naturally help you cultivate. Besides, isn't what's mine also yours?" Hearing this, she blushed, thinking, it's true that when you accept someone's gift, it's hard to argue back even half a word. She coughed, then blushed and replied, "Yeah, I'm going out for a bit." Boxen looked towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong, his eyes shining. The pavilion master can spend so much money on a woman, so generous. It seems from now on I must stick closely to this master. Long Yin put it away. Down at the counter, Thuong Quan Vu Duong went to the manager and asked, "Manager, how did the spirit pills I gave you earlier sell?" The manager smiled and said, "The young lady's spirit pills are indeed good stuff. These 500 mid-grade spirit stones are all your share. Please take them." Seeing the bag full of gold, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes lit up. She handed over another bottle of medicine and said, "The quality of this spirit pill is grade 3, enough to exchange for 50 high-grade spirit stones, right?" The manager poured the spirit stones out and joyfully said, "Of course it is." He noticed the necklace on Thuong Quan Vu Duong and asked, "Young lady, is the necklace around your neck for sale?" "A pure spirit not made from a gold chain and a fire spirit stone. That it will definitely fetch a high price. I am willing to pay 30 high-grade spirit stones and 500 mid-grade spirit stones." She immediately said, "It's not that I don't want to sell it, but I can't take it off." She thought to herself, "Something this good, I'm not selling it." Hearing this, the manager said, "This must be a token of love the pavilion master gave you." The affection between the pavilion master and Madame truly makes people envious. Hearing this, she blushed. "Knock it off. I won't even bother explaining." She walked into the rare treasure residence. As an independent woman of the 23rd century, how can I be in debt to others? She walked in, looking at the items around, evaluating if there was anything valuable. Zichdong on her head said, "Spirit pills on the market can't be exchanged for that much money. The dragon god shattered the spirit stone. Where do I go to nourish the spirit spring now? My pitiful fire spirit stone was dismembered just like that." Hearing this, she thought, he's about to nag again. She took Zichdong down, placed him on her hand, and said, "All right, stop worrying. The fire spirit stone just changed its shape. The space inside is still there. Wait until I win the weapon at the auction, then I can figure out a way to help you enter the red origin space." Then she looked towards a dragon-shaped hairpin. "This item looks good. I'll take it." Then she returned to the auction room. Long Yuyin saw the icy hairpin in her hand and was surprised. She handed it to Long Yuyin. "Here, this is for you. I don't owe you anything anymore. Don't come looking for me to collect debts in the future." He held her hand and spoke, "All right, consider this an exchange of love tokens." Long Yuyin held the dragon-carved hairpin in his hand, his face radiant like a child who had just found a treasure. He carefully put it in his breast pocket, his eyes never leaving Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Seeing his overly excited demeanor, she blushed, hurriedly turned her face away, and pretended to be cold, saying to him, "I don't know what you're talking about. I just bought this in passing. If you don't want it, give it back to me." She reached out, intending to take the hairpin back, but Long Yuyin quickly turned and smoothly dodged. Suddenly, the power from Thuong Quan Vu Duong's body unconsciously radiated, making the surrounding air instantly hot. Long Yin blushed slightly, tugged at his collar, and thought, this is bad. The power of the medicine spirit. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong hadn't realized any changes and was still rummaging for the hairpin in his pocket, asking, where on earth did you hide it? Long Yin blushed, reaching out to gently stroke her hair. She continued to search, and, suddenly touching something below, she was startled, thinking to herself, this is, good heavens. She quickly retracted her hand, but Long Yuyin was faster. He grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms, and asked with a serious look, do you know how dangerous it is to do that? Thuong Quan Vu Duong embarrassedly blushed and said, I didn't. Without letting her say more, Long Yuyin lifted her face, his eyes gentle yet possessive. He bent down and gave her a kiss so deep that she couldn't resist the surprise. Her heart beat wildly as her whole body was pinned against the railing, his hands tightly gripping her waist. After a while, he let her go. Her heart was still pounding. Blushing, she thought, why does it feel different this time? Then she immediately pushed Long Yuyin away and hurriedly ran downstairs. Long Yuyin also raised his hand to touch near his heart. Why can I never control myself every time? He took out the dragon-shaped hairpin she gave him. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, what should I do with you? Downstairs, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was running without paying attention. Calm down. I can't let him shake my original intention. She hurriedly bumped into someone and had to say sorry. The girl she just bumped into was Luke Huyn Noyet, the eldest young miss of the Luke family, the person holding actual power in the weapon forging sect. Huyn Noyet looked in Thuong Quan Vu Duong's direction and noticed the necklace on her neck. She was startled, thinking, this is a fire spirit stone. It seems to be another rich person. Using this fire spirit stone as a necklace is truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. I must find a way to take it away. After all, this item is compatible with my 9 songs attribute. Upstairs, the host went up and said to Long Yuyin, I have followed your instructions. These items have all been returned to Madam at 3 times the market price. Downstairs, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought the auction is starting. I should head back first. Long Yuyin picked up his teacup, smiled, and said, Madam. Long Yuyin was extremely delighted by this title, Madam. He immediately pointed at a series of items and told the manager, this. Wrap them all up for me. I'll take everything. The manager sighed in relief and replied, yes. At this moment, Luke Huyn Noyet passed by and heard him buying such a pile of things, scoffing, truly a nouveau riche. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then walked into the room. The host below said, the break time for the auction is over. The second round of the auction begins. The 9 songs curved blade is a precious blade personally forged by the sect master of the weapon forging sect. Starting price, 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Luke Huyn Noyet crossed her arms and spoke up. Since when could an unfinished product stolen from the weapon forging sect be put up for sale and sold at such a high price at that? Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked down. It seems she knows something. I'll just stay put and observe the situation first. After all, the spirit stones in my hands are limited. Everyone started bidding 501, 505, I bid 510, I bid 550. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was still looking down intently. Long Yuyin, beside her, admired her. It seems she wants this 9 songs curved blade. He immediately took out his card and bid 2,000. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong couldn't believe it. She immediately grabbed his collar and asked, 2,000? Are you crazy? Long Yiyin's face clearly showed the words rich. He held a check and said, if you want it, we'll buy it. We're not short of money. No need to calculate. Hearing this, she angrily asked, who is we with you? He took out a bell and rang it. She immediately ran over and stopped it with her hand. At this moment, almost her entire body was pressing against his. He smiled and said, all right, I won't ring it if you say so. I'll listen to Madam. Right at this moment, Thuong Quan Lan Ni returned holding a chicken leg. He spoke up, I just found some snacks nearby that are very delicious. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately kicked Long Yiyin's face and said, sit properly for me. Seeing his parents so close to each other, Thuong Quan Lan Ni was dumbfounded, dropping the chicken leg from his hand. Then he immediately ran out and closed the door. It seems Mom isn't as repulsed as before. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Long Yi's subordinate was about to push the door open when Thuong Quan Lan Ni pulled his arm. "Come with me to buy some food." That person was surprised. "Huh? Still buying?" But I have a matter to report." Down below, Lu Quinn Noyet looked up to the upper floor and spoke, "Truly rich but stupid, even paying such a high price for an unfinished product." Hearing this, everyone below immediately asked, "Unfinished product? This thing is an unfinished product? If this thing is an unfinished product, aren't we being scammed?" That's right. At this moment, the host below struck the gavel and asked, "Who is talking nonsense?" Then he glanced towards two subordinates. The two subordinates nodded, then blocked Lu Quinn Noyet. Lu Quinn Noyet angrily asked, "Can't argue back, so you want to kick me out? Let me tell you, this thing is not only an unfinished product, but also a defective good." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked down and saw the two subordinates apprehending Lu Quinn Noyet. So she spoke up, "This is an auction, not a lawless place. If you say what she is saying is nonsense, then do you have evidence to prove it?" Hearing this, the two subordinates and Lu Quinn Noyet were stunned. Vu Duong smiled and said, "Or let us hear if the girl below has any basis for what she says." Long Yuyan, with a worthless look, gazed at her and thought, "My madam is truly formidable, easily controlling the situation." Lu Quinn Noyet Luk Tawat Thuong Quan Vu Duong. It seems she's not a stupid mobile flower vase either. Lu Quinn Noyet shouted once, then jumped onto the auction stage and spoke. "This 9-song short blade was made by me. Of course I know it well. I came here today to retrieve this blade." Lu Quinn Noyet reached out and tapped the hilt of the blade. The blade immediately spun a circle and fell into Lu Quinn Noyet's hand. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was surprised, thinking she seems to have grasped the flight path of the blade. Lu Quinn Noyet held the blade out and continued, "The hidden patterns on here are marks created by me. Every item forged by my hand has this black pattern." Hearing this, everyone started discussing this. Is this really hers? So it seems what she said isn't wrong. This is indeed a defective good. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong rang the bell, smiled, and said, "If this is not the handiwork of the weapon forging sect master, the previous bid price should be canceled. Do we need to set the price again and restart the auction?" Long Yian spoke up, "It's not like we can't afford it." Hearing this, she turned her face to look at him. She immediately covered his mouth and whispered, "Keep your voice down. We can't let others fleece us just because we have money. If I can buy it at a low price and then refine it, this high-grade weapon will be an item far exceeding its original value. Understand?" Long Yuyan was the type who didn't understand but was very obedient. He nodded and said, "I will listen to everything Madam says." Hearing this, Lu Quinn Noyet praised, "Well said. Manager, reappraise the price. I already said I am the owner of the 9-song short blade. So why do you still want to continue the auction? Doesn't this short blade already belong to me?" The host walked over and asked Huyn Noyet, "Just based on patterns you can prove your identity? This is truly too childish. You arbitrarily disrupt the auction. Our auction house does not welcome you. Men, take her out." Immediately, two subordinates rushed over, intending to apprehend Lu Quinn Noyet. Lu Quinn Noyet immediately chanted an incantation, wielded her short blade, and raised her voice. "You still want to kick me out? No way." She drew her sword and fought with those two subordinates. The auction crowd shouted, "A fight! A fight!" At this moment, a stream of spiritual energy struck towards her. Talin, the boss behind the auction house, appeared and shouted, "How audacious! Daring to cause trouble at my auction house." Lu Quinn Noyet thought to herself, just relying on the pressure is enough to make everyone bow their heads in reverence. I'd better retreat quickly while I still can. She immediately turned around, intending to leave, when suddenly she was tightly entangled by a source of spiritual energy and pulled down. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked down, thinking inwardly, "This is the auction house's business. It wouldn't be good if I meddle further. Moreover, it hasn't been confirmed who is right and who is wrong." The boss ordered, "Detain her. Wait for me to verify the information. After that, the auction will continue tomorrow." His subordinates immediately replied, "Yes," and then took Lu Quinn Noyet away. The host spoke up to announce, "Dear distinguished guests, please follow the waiter's arrangements to go to 2 Lao to rest." Everyone in the room buzzed with discussion. What is going on? Auctioning halfway. This is truly a buzzkill. Please come this way. Up by Long Yin's room, the manager went up and said, "This is the room for the two distinguished guests. Please follow me." She was startled, pointing at Long Yuyin and asking, "He and I in the same room? Can't we not?" Long Yuyin put his arm around Thuong Quan Vu Duong's shoulder and spoke up. Lin has a special identity and hates disloyal people the most. If he knows the two of us are pretending to be husband and wife to sneak in, I'm afraid both you and I will encounter trouble. If you don't want to ruin things, it's best to cooperate a little. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought, what he says makes sense. I can't let this small matter ruin my chance to get the 9-song short blade. The manager spoke up, asking the two, "Are there any other problems?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately threw herself into Long Yuyin's arms and replied to him, "No problem. No problem at all. The arrangement is very good." Seeing her parents hugging like that, Thuong Quan Lan Ni's eyes lit up. Anyone who saw them would praise them as a perfect couple. Inside Tu Lao, Thuong Quan Lan Ni led the little panda into the room. "The two of us will share this room. No one is allowed to disturb us." Bok Sin followed Long Yuyin and Thuong Quan Vu Duong into the room. "I can take care of the two of you." Long Yuyin coldly shouted, "Inconvenient." Hearing this, Bok Sin looked around. Thuong Quan Vu Duong pulled her hand back and said, "There's no one here. Stop acting." Suddenly, a sound rang out, making her startle. Turning her head back, she saw Bok Sin transformed into the shape of a female beast. Her two eyes immediately lit up, and she ran over. "Great, this is very convenient now. I see that there is no more business for me here." Then she immediately ran away. Unexpectedly, a spiritual energy string wrapped around her waist, holding her back. Meanwhile, Bok Sin was thrown outside and screamed, "Oh, master, it hurts so much." Long Yuyin reached out, holding the chain, and pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong into his embrace, asking, "What do you want to run to?" Then the door was immediately closed. Bok Sin gritted his teeth and thought, in the end, in what aspect am I inferior to that flat-chested brat? I definitely must protect the dignity of our Fox clan's charm techniques. Inside the room, Long Yin was sitting on the bed, while Thuong Quan Vu Duong was laying out a blanket on the floor. She even created a restrictive formation surrounding her bed. He said with interest, "This restrictive formation of yours basically cannot stop me." She drew her blade. "I warn you, do not come over here. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I will do." He approached and blew out the candle. After the light was out, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately lay down on her bed on the floor. Long Yin lay on the bed, smiling, and exclaimed, "This bed is really comfortable. It must be made from high-grade rubber, and this blanket is made of high-class silk. Moreover, this bed is very large. Sleeping 3 people would not be a problem. I can share half with you." Hearing that, Thuong Quan Vu Duong shouted jealously, "Shut up, I don't need it." Suddenly, the door to their room was pierced by an anesthetic tube. Someone blew anesthetic smoke in. Both Long Yuyin and Thuong Quan Vu Duong were vigilant. She thought to herself, "This anesthetic smoke is aimed at the dragon god. He must have noticed it. I have to see who is playing tricks." Long Yuyin looked in the direction of the anesthetic smoke and thought, she couldn't possibly not know. Perhaps she's just pretending not to see. Then I will also pretend not to see and see who is bold enough to do this. After a while, the door was opened. Bok Sin walked inside, a smile on her face. "It seems my plan is perfect." Then she joyfully intended to climb onto Long Yuyin's bed. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought, so it's this despicable fox. Now there's a good show to watch. Bok Sin reached out to undress Long Yuyin. Long Yuyin had been awake for a long time. Seeing Bok Sin reaching out to undress him, he was angry. It's already like this, and she's still indifferent? Thuong Quan Vu Duong, lying on the floor, was peeking at the scene on the bed. Not only indifferent, but very interested. At this time, Bok Sin's large breasts touched Long Yuyin's body. It hugged Long Yuyin extremely joyfully. Long Yuyin was very angry at this time. Unexpectedly, Bok Sin was even more audacious, reaching a hand inside Long Yuyin's clothes. Long Yuyin coldly opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at it, then sprang up and grabbed it tightly. Bok Sin broke into a sweat, thinking, didn't they get hit by the sleeping smoke? Why can they still move? Long Yuyin immediately used his spiritual energy to break Thuong Quan Vu Duong's restrictive formation. If you continue to watch the show, I wouldn't mind taking you along. Seeing the restrictive formation broken, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled. Long Yuyin walked over, hugged Thuong Quan Vu Duong's waist, and pulled her onto his bed. Seeing this, Bok Sin joyfully said, "Rest assured, 2 masters. This slave will definitely serve you 2 very well." Then Boxin ran up and hugged Thuong Quan Vu Duong's arm, saying, "Master, this person smells so good. If we are together, I will fully cooperate with both of you." Thuong Quan Vu Duong Disken Giket Bak Sing Awai. You lecherous dragon god, how could you think of this disgusting thing? Boxin was kicked onto the bed and exclaimed, "What did this slave do wrong?" Long Yin grabbed Boxin, lifted him up, and asked, "How dare you release the sleeping smoke to act recklessly? Truly insolent. Then I must let you taste the methods of our Long Yin pavilion." Boxin cried out in fear, "I was wrong. Please spare me, master." Suddenly, the fox's eyes lit up. Long Yin gritted his teeth and shouted, "It seems you really are tired of living." Thuong Quan Vu Duong fearfully spoke up, "Don't look directly into her eyes." Long Yin was dizzy for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Boxin immediately ran away. Thuong Quan Vu Duong ran over and pulled Long Yin's hand. The fox ran away. Boxin ran away in fear. "Run away quickly. I don't want to cling to a big thigh and lose my life in the process." At this time, in his mind, Long Yin remembered the scene of him and Thuong Quan Vu Duong lying on the bed. He held his head and thought, "What is this? Why are these scenes appearing in my head?" He immediately turned around and pinned Thuong Quan Vu Duong against the wall. She was startled and panicked. The dragon god has been hit by that fox's trick. She thought to herself, "Should I run away first?" But looking at his appearance, he seemed abnormal. Long Yin stepped forward, hugging Thuong Quan Vu Duong into his embrace. Then he leaned down and kissed Vu Duong's lips. Long Yin pushed her down on the bed. Vu Duong blushed, thinking, "What is his hand doing?" She immediately covered Long Yin's eyes. Suddenly, he pushed her down on the bed again. She was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Long Yin replied, "I want to." Then he was about to lean down and kiss her lips again. Her hand immediately covered his mouth, and with her other leg, she kicked his body, shouting, "No, I don't want to. You are not allowed to think of anything." Then she kicked him down the bed. "Dragon God, wake up!" Long Yin Pulet Thuong Quan Vu Duong Shehen. Pinning her down on the bed. His face showed a look of intoxication, his eyes burning without a trace of reason. He leaned down and kissed her body passionately. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled, a feeling of anxiety rising in her heart, thinking, "What trick did that fox use on him?" Now he has completely lost his reason. Not letting the situation get out of control, she immediately acted with her usual agility. Thuong Quan Vu Duong used her long legs to wrap around his waist, turning the tables and pressing Long Yin underneath. Without hesitation, she used her legs to tighten around his neck, restraining him to the point that he had to struggle due to shortness of breath. Only when she realized that the power she used was somewhat excessive did she hurriedly let go. Seeing Long Yin lying there panting, Thuong Quan Vu Duong anxiously thought, "This is not good. I used too much force." She quickly placed her hand on his chest, using her spiritual energy to heal. Spiritual light shone softly around, the vitality in his body gradually returning. But while she was concentrating on healing, Long Yin unexpectedly reached out, pulling her closer, then leaned down and bit lightly on her waist. The sudden pain made her angrily shout, "Were you born in the year of the dog? Why are you still biting people?" So it turns out the spirit medicine's power can soothe the charm technique poison he was hit with. After realizing that, she pulled him to sit up so he could lean on her shoulder. After breathing for a while, he gradually calmed down. As for Thuong Quan Vu Duong, after sitting still for a while, Long Yin's warmth and breathing made it hard for her to focus. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was about to change her sitting posture when she accidentally bumped into something that made her blush, silently cursing Long Yin in her heart. This perverted dragon god. Even though the charm technique is resolved, his body is still very honest. Unable to bear it anymore, she pushed him forcefully onto the bed, then turned and ran outside. Like a gust of wind arriving at the corridor, she panted, patting her cheeks lightly with both hands, trying to calm down, thinking, "Why am I being soft-hearted towards him? If I had known earlier, I would have just ignored him." While her mood had not yet stabilized, she saw a familiar figure, Lu Quin Noyet. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately recognized her. Shouldn't she be guarded by the auction house's people? How did she escape outside? Without hesitation, she lightly followed Lu Quin Noyet from above. She saw Lu Quin Noyet stealthily going down to the basement. Thuong Quan Vu Duong frowned, thinking, "Isn't this the basement storing the 9 songs, curved blade, and other auction treasures?" At this time, down in the basement, Lu Quin Noyet used spiritual energy to knock out 2 guards guarding the basement, a quick and decisive move. After that, Lu Quinn Noyet sneaked inside without encountering any obstacles. Thuong Quan Vu Duong followed her, pondering to see what she really wanted to do. Thuong Quan Vu Duong watched Lu Quinn Noyet and saw her walking into the cellar, thinking to herself, there must definitely be mechanisms in this basement. Let her scout ahead first. Lu Quinn Noyet did not know that Thuong Quan Vu Duong was following her, and just kept going down to the basement. She threw a stone onto the path ahead to see if there were any mechanisms. Sure enough, as soon as the stone flew past, an arrow shot straight from the wall. Lu Quinn Noyet waited until the barrage of arrows was completely fired before calmly moving forward. After entering the storage room, Lu Quinn Noyet thought to herself, found it. As soon as she opened a chest, an arrow immediately shot out. She was startled and exclaimed, "Not good, it's a hidden weapon." Just when she thought she would be hit by this hidden weapon, Thuong Quan Vu Duong appeared in time, using spiritual energy to block the hidden weapon, then pulled Lu Quinn Noyet's hand away. Seeing her, Lu Quinn Noyet was startled and asked, "Why are you here?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied, "Someone is coming. If you don't want to be discovered, keep your mouth shut." She led Lu Quinn Noyet to hide behind a large chest and signaled to be quiet. From above, a group of people immediately ran down below, saying quickly, "Someone stole something. You guys go over here and catch the thief." Thuong Quan Vu Duong pressed Lu Quinn Noyet against the wall. "Since you said the 9 Songs curved blade was forged by you and is a defective product, why do you still dare to risk your life to take the blade?" Lu Quinn Noyet retorted, "What does it have to do with you? Why should I tell you?" Above, the group of people saw the scattered arrows and immediately said, "There are traces of a hidden weapon arrow shower inside here." Seeing that Lu Quinn Noyet did not intend to answer a question, Thuong Quan Vu Duong calmly said, "It's fine if you don't tell me. Then I will count down 3, 2, 1. Lu Quinn Noyet thought to herself, she is a guest of the Heaven storage room. Her status is naturally not ordinary. But if I am discovered, I am dead for sure. Right after Thuong Quan Vu Duong finished counting, Lu Quinn Noyet immediately grabbed her hand. "Wait, I can make a trade with you. Although the 9 Songs curved blade is only a defective product, its attributes are already very similar to a divine artifact. If you can find materials to reforge it, it can definitely become a peerless divine artifact." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes lit up. This blade is indeed very formidable. Lu Quinn Noyet continued speaking. "If you can make the 9 Songs curved blade successfully recognize a master, I will give a 9 Songs curved blade to you. How about it?" She clapped her hands, agreeing with Lu Quinn Noyet. "Then it's decided." Lu Quinn Noyet raised her hand, and seeing it was bruised, she became angry. "You poisoned me?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately said, "As long as you don't betray the promise between us, this poison will not take effect." Lu Quinn Noyet gritted her teeth and shouted, "You." Right this time, the storage room door was opened. Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled and nodded. The crowd rushed inside in a panic. "Where is the person? They were clearly right here just now, but the 9 Songs curved blade has disappeared." The manager walked down and ordered, "Find them for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that thief for me." Thuong Quan Vu Duong pulled Lu Quinn Noyet and ran upstairs. "There are too many of them. If we just run fast like this, we'll be discovered quickly." So she stopped and shouted, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Lu Quinn Noyet also followed suit, shouting, "Run quickly." The two shouted as they ran upstairs. The other guests, hearing the two of them shouting, hurriedly ran out and asked, "What's going on? Is there a fire? What happened?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued shouting, "Wake up! Don't sleep anymore." She pulled Zichdong out to wake him up, then ran to the front of her room. Thuong Quan Lan Ni, hugging the panda and rubbing his eyes, walked out and asked, "Mother, where are you going?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong turned to say to Zichdong, "Take Lan Ni away first. I still have things to do." Zichdong looked towards Lu Quinn Noyet and asked, "But are you and this beautiful lady going to just escape like this?" Lu Quinn Noyet asked, confused, "What do you mean?" He nodded and said, "Okay." At this time, the soldiers were going upstairs, informing each other, "We must check all the rooms, make sure not to miss any." A guest walked over and asked the soldiers, "Where's the fire? Are you trying to catch an arsonist?" The soldiers asked, confused, "Arsonist? Who reported the fire?" That person replied, "It was 2 girls. One of them seems to be the person you caught, right?" At this time, Boss Talin appeared along with the Phoenix and asked, "Where's the general manager?" A soldier reported it was two girls, one of whom is Lu Quinn Noyet. Upon hearing this, Talin was furious. How dare they be so arrogant right under my nose? If this matter spreads, how will I, Talin, do business in the future? The Fire Phoenix immediately let out a screech and flew over, knocking Lu Quinn Noyet away. Thuong Quan Vu Duong panicked and said, "Careful." Then she used spiritual energy to attack the Phoenix. But she was also knocked flying by the Phoenix. Talin walked over and said, "You caused such a big commotion in my territory. You must pay the corresponding price." Just as Talin was about to use the Phoenix to attack Thuong Quan Vu Duong, a dragon appeared and bit the Phoenix's wing. Thuong Quan Vu Duong took advantage of the two divine beasts fighting to immediately pull Lu Quinn Noyet away. "Let's go, hurry." She looked towards Long Yuan and thought, "Dragon God." Long Yuan stepped forward to block Talin, preventing him from chasing them. He angrily scolded, "The dignified dragon clan has declined to the point of having to protect a woman." He smiled, picking up a phoenix feather. "Your Phoenix clan also only has one descendant left, which is you." Talin angrily summoned the Phoenix. "Even if you protect her, they won't be able to escape." A massive flock of birds followed the Phoenix's command, flying and attacking towards Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Lu Quinn Noyet. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled, thinking this is the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix. She used her spiritual energy to attack the 100 birds, attacking while running. Just at this moment, they ran into a dead end. Thuong Quan Vu Duong shouted, "Not good, there's a cliff ahead." Inside the auction house, Long Yuan and Talin were fighting fiercely. The spiritual energy from the Phoenix and the Dragon God continuously clashed, causing the surrounding space to shake violently. Sweat dotted Long Yuan's forehead. He gritted his teeth, thinking that for now he was still not certain he could defeat Talin. Continuing to participate in the battle would only put Vu Duong in danger as well. Determined not to let that happen, Long Yuan quickly accumulated spiritual energy and launched a powerful attack towards Talin. The sudden attack forced Talin to dodge to the side, creating an opening for Long Yuan to immediately fly away to find Thuong Quan Vu Duong at the cliff. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was facing the 100 birds that Talin had summoned. The birds lunged like sharp arrows, enveloping the space. She narrowed her eyes, the spirit medicine's spiritual energy within her body beginning to flare up. She thought to herself, "Talin can command the 100 birds. My spirit medicine power can also do it." Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly concentrated on controlling her spiritual energy. A purple light spread out. The originally ferocious flock of birds suddenly stopped, hovering in midair. Lu Quinn Noyet witnessed this scene, her eyes filled with shock. "You can also control them?" But before Lu Quinn Noyet's surprise faded, the Phoenix suddenly disappeared from the air. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Lu Quinn Noyet, snatching her up like lightning and flying high into the air. Lu Quinn Noyet's desperate scream echoed across the cliff, "Save me." Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was startled, thinking it lost its effect so soon. She continued using the spirit medicine to attack the Phoenix. The Phoenix dropped Lu Quinn Noyet, but it caused Lu Quinn Noyet to fall off the cliff. Seeing that, Vu Duong hurriedly ran after her, managing to grab Lu Quinn Noyet's ankle. Long Yuan arrived and saw the scene where Thuong Quan Vu Duong was trying to save Lu Quinn Noyet, while she herself was about to be attacked from above by the Phoenix and the 100 birds. Sweating, he called out, "Vu Duong." He immediately used his fire dragon to burn that flock of birds, then quickly summoned the Dragon God to catch Lu Quinn Noyet and hug Thuong Quan Vu Duong into his embrace. After catching her, he gradually descended to the ground, placed Lu Quinn Noyet leaning against a tree trunk, and also helped Thuong Quan Vu Duong inside. He looked towards a cave that was radiating spiritual energy, thinking in his heart, "If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. We have to figure out a way to get inside." Then he again summoned the Dragon God, using the Dragon God's power to shatter that cave. Going inside, the Dragon God dove under the lake's surface to search. Right at this time, outside, Thuong Quan Vu Duong woke up and used her spirit medicine power to heal Lu Quinn Noyet. She held her head, thinking Where exactly is this place? Why is it always absorbing the spiritual energy in my body? Thuong Quan Vu Duong checked Luke Huyn Noyet over and thought, she is heavily injured. I must heal her first before seeing if we can escape. Thuong Quan Vu Duong took out spirit medicine and pills from her person. She took out the spirit medicine and gently, carefully applied it to Luke Huyn Noyet's wounds. The wounds gradually healed. Seeing that the medicine was effective, Thuong Quan Vu Duong breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Her life is temporarily out of danger. She turned towards the cave where the light was moving to, thinking there must be an exit. Then Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked into the cave, saw a lake inside, and immediately approached. She leaned down near the lake's surface and said, Thuong Quan Vu Duong reached out to touch the water in the pond, and her wounds instantly healed. Suddenly, her hand touched a golden dragon. Feeling a strange sensation, she immediately grabbed the golden dragon and pulled it up. Seeing clearly what was in front of her, Thuong Quan Vu Duong asked doubtfully, why is there a small golden snake here? It looks like it's not going to make it. Meeting me, consider yourself lucky. Thuong Quan Vu Duong bent down and kissed the golden dragon's head. It turned out that the golden dragon was exactly Long Yuyan. He woke up, saw Thuong Quan Vu Duong, and was startled. Vu Duong just now, could it be? He realized she had just kissed his forehead, so he immediately blushed and clung to her hand. Thuong Quan Vu Duong saw this and was puzzled. Why is its face red? Wait a minute, could it be? She recalled the previous time a golden dragon had crashed into the cave to open it. She happily scratched the dragon god's head and asked, could it be that you were the dragon god? Why did you turn into an eel? Long Yin heard her say this and was furious. You are the eel. Your whole family are eels. Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued to rub his head and chuckled, asking, are you angry? Anyway, you are in my hands now, so I'll play with you. Long Yuyan was touched indiscriminately and trembled. Damn Vu Duong, why are you touching me randomly? Seeing Long Yuyan looking so deflated, Thuong Quan Vu Duong laughed until she shook and asked, what's wrong, little eel? You were usually so good when you locked me up with a golden lock. I was just joking a little, and you're already unhappy? She was startled and thought, wait. Long Yuyan now slithered along her arm and went inside Thuong Quan Vu Duong's sleeve. She immediately grabbed the dragon's tail and asked, what are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't crawl around indiscriminately. But Long Yuyan didn't listen, growing longer and wrapping all over her body, making her blush. Come out here for me. She brushed her hair aside and was startled to see the little dragon had now shrunk back, climbed on her neck, and fallen fast asleep. She blushed and laughed. Fortunately, your spiritual energy isn't enough. Otherwise, it would have been tormenting for a while longer. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked up at the cave and thought to herself, this cave seems to be continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from my body and the dragon gods. And this spring water can heal injuries. It's like a mutually generating and restricting existence with this cave. Thuong Quan Vu Duong pulled Luke Huyn Noyet inside the cave. Luke Huyn Noyet's spiritual energy was also constantly disappearing. In a little while, she might be exhausted of spiritual energy and die. Let's put her into the spiritual pond first. Perhaps it will soothe the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Then, Thuong Quan Vu Duong pushed Luke Huyn Noyet down into the lake to let her lie down there and heal her injuries. The wounds on Luke Huyn Noyet's body quickly healed. After Thuong Quan Vu Duong finished checking, she thought to herself, the spring water can only heal injuries, not detoxify. It seems I must quickly make an antidote for her. Then, Thuong Quan Vu Duong started to gather her spiritual energy and took out the medicinal herbs to make an antidote for Luke Huyn Noyet. After a while, Luke Huyn opened her eyes. She turned to see Thuong Quan Vu Duong concentrating on refining an elixir. So, she pondered, she is making an antidote for me. The spiritual energy on her body has dissipated a lot. Seeing that Luke Huyn Noyet had woken up, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately asked, are you awake? Luke Huyn Noyet proudly spoke up, what are you looking at? If you hadn't run towards here, I wouldn't have fallen down the cliff. Thuong Quan Vu Duong tossed an elixir into Luke Huyn Noyet's hands. I saved your life, you know. Can your mouth accumulate some virtue? Making this medicine for you has consumed too much of my spiritual energy. This cave is also constantly absorbing my spiritual energy, but this spring water can heal your wounds. How strange. Lu Quinn Noyet heard this and said, perhaps a mutually generating and restricting formation has been set up here. Thuong Quan Vu Duong sat down on one side to cultivate. Could this be the territory of some reclusive expert? Lu Quinn Noyet recounted, as far as I know, in the entire Thuong Lan continent, the one most skilled in formations is the Hong Fu family. Do you think it could be? Lu Quinn Noyet turned around and saw that Thuong Quan Vu Duong had fainted, so she hurriedly ran over and cried out, Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Lu Quinn Noyet quickly pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong down into the spiritual pond to let her rest. If I leave her here alone to escape, wouldn't it be too heartless? Afterward, Lu Quinn Noyet made a raft. She placed Thuong Quan Vu Duong on it, and both of them sat on the raft, drifting on the lake water. A moment later, Thuong Quan Vu Duong woke up and asked, "Where is this?" Lu Quinn Noyet replied, "I discovered that as long as we are in the spiritual spring, our spiritual energy won't dissipate too quickly. While we haven't found a solution, it's better not to use spiritual energy arbitrarily. You're still not fully recovered. Rest a bit." At this time, Long Yin was transforming into a little dragon, crawling out from Thuong Quan Vu Duong's body and jumping down into the water, changing back into Long Yin and swimming downwards. He discovered something emitting a golden light, sparkling at the bottom of the lake. Outside the mountain, a formation appeared. Light shone into the cave, waking Thuong Quan Vu Duong up. She opened her eyes and saw Long Yin appearing in front of her, asking, "Vu Duong, do you feel better?" His close face startled her, making her fall into the water. What the hell? Long Yin quickly reached out his hand and hugged her waist into his arms. "Are you that surprised to see me?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong angrily pointed at Long Yin and scolded, "Do I look surprised?" Long Yin hurriedly signaled her to be quiet because, behind them, Lu Quinn Noyet was still fast asleep on the board. Hearing them arguing, she merely turned over and continued sleeping. Long Yin hugged Thuong Quan Vu Duong with one arm and transferred spiritual energy to Lu Quinn Noyet with the other. Her spiritual energy is too weak. She still needs a lot of rest. "I found a way into the cave mansion. Follow me." Then, Long Yin pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong along, swimming down to the bottom of the lake. Below the bottom of the lake, there was another cave. The two crawled into the cave. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stepped inside, looked around, and said, "Sure enough, there's a blessed land in here." The two walked into a room. Thuong Quan Vu Duong saw the piles of medicinal herbs before her eyes and excitedly went to look. It seems this really is the secret base of a big shot. The medicinal herbs in here are all items at auction for high prices outside. "My precious babies." Hearing this, Long Yin enviously asked, "Which babies?" "This is just a small part. The truly valuable thing is something else." He reached out and pointed in a direction. A room opened up. Thuong Quan Vu Duong and Long Yin stepped inside. There was a glowing golden book titled Thuong Duong Nine Heavens. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong reached out, intending to touch the book. Long Yin hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" As soon as Thuong Quan Vu Duong touched the book, she was immediately sucked into its space. Seeing this, Long Yin was startled and jumped inside along with her. Vu Dung. Thuong Quan Vu Duong woke up, saw the golden chains in front of her, and asked in shock, "Where is this? Why am I tied up like this? What's going on? Why have I turned into a chicken?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong had suddenly turned into a wild chicken. She recalled that on the pages of the book, it had once written about a little chicken in the forest absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, eventually cultivating into human form. Hearing this, she doubtfully asked, "Could it be? It seems I've turned into a character in this book." The master of Thuong Duong Nine Heavens, Thuong Tamed. As the main character in the book, I can't change the thoughts and actions of the original owner. I also don't know how the dragon god is doing. So she flew to a place, immediately stopped, turned into human form, and saw Luke Thieu Vu, the young master of the weapon forging sect, currently riding away on a horse. And this young master was precisely Long Yin. He saw Thuong Quan Vu Duong and was startled, thinking Vu Duong. Luke Thieu Vu momentarily fell in love with this naive yet unique girl. The two decided to search together for rare materials in the world to forge a spiritual sword belonging to the two of them. After successfully forging the sword together, she and Luke Thieu Vu held the sword together and asked, "What do you think if this sword is named Luke Fuang's sword?" He immediately replied, "I think Tan Vu's sword is better." Hearing this, she happily agreed, Tan Vu's sword. Tang Ming Fai Wheat Vu. This Tan Vu sword will be named Tan Vu's sword. Then, Luke Thieu Vu pulled Tan Min's hand and said, "Tan Min, let me take you home." Tan Min smiled and replied, "Yes, let's go home." At the weapon forging sect at this time, a horse carriage appeared. A girl named Nak Tan stepped down, ran over to the patriarch, and smiled, saying, "Nak Tang Pais Zet Pet Do Ba Jiak Luke." The patriarch smiled and asked, "You still call me patriarch? You are Thieu Vu's fiancé. You should be calling me father by now." Just at this time, Luke Thieu Vu brought Tan Min back and called out, "Father, I'm back." Nak Tan saw Luke Thieu Vu bring Tan Min back and immediately said, "No need, Annie. I just want to take it slowly to give Thieu Vu his own space." Then, she immediately placed a scarf on Tan Min and smiled, asking, "This is great." I was sad because I had no girls my age to talk to at Annie's home. "My name is Nak Tan. What is your name?" "Si Ziplit I am Phương Thanh Minh. Nak Thanh I Meditan Poulet Phương Thanh Minh In Sai. Phương Thanh Minh." This name sounds really nice. At this time, the scar she had placed on Tan Min began to take effect. It corroded her sleeve. Nak Thanh Thai O Thanh Minh. Zoklot. She quickly covered Luke Thieu Vu's eyes and said, "Brother Thieu Vu, you must not look." Seeing this, Tan Min blushed with embarrassment and pulled the scarf in her hand down. Seeing this, the patriarch angrily scolded, "Where did this filthy woman come from? Truly shameless." Hearing this, Luke Thieu Vu immediately protected her. "I don't allow you to slander her like that." Nak Tan pretended to be a good person, pulling Tan Min away. "Let me take you to change clothes." Inside the changing room, Tan Min spoke up, saying, "Thank you, Nak Tan, but I only know Thieu Vu. I don't have any friends." Nak Tan replied, "Tan Min, you can rest assured staying at the Luke family. With Thieu Vu and me here, you absolutely will be fine. You and I truly hit it off at first sight, like we've known each other for a long time. From now on, I am your friend." She walked over and touched the sword that she and Luke Thieu Vu had forged. Nak Tan finished changing and came out, saying, "Okay, But as soon as she came out, she saw that Nak Tan had fainted and cried out, "Nak Tan." She thought to herself, "Oh no, she was poisoned from the womb. Only the Fuang spirit feather can cure the poison. I'm sorry, Thieu Vu, saving lives is more important than forging weapons." So she immediately healed Nak Tan, not knowing that she was smiling. Tan Min used the sword to heal Nak Tan. That evening, she took out the sword and ran over to give it to Luke Thieu Vu. "Brother Thieu Vu, your Tan Vu sword. Hurry up and tell this good news to Tan Min." The patriarch heard this and said, "This Fuang Tan Min is truly too scheming. She doesn't handle her own affairs, but also depletes your spiritual energy. Originally, your health wasn't good. Suddenly, Nak Tan fell into Luke Thieu Vu's arms. The patriarch spoke up, "I think Fuang Tan Min only came to our house to freeload. How many days has it been? Not only has she contributed nothing to the Luke family, but she also finds ways to torment Thieu Vu's fiancé. Isn't this wanting to take the opportunity to seize the nest?" Luke Thieu Vu angrily shouted, "I don't allow you to speak of her like that. This sword was forged from the heart's blood of Tan Min and me. No one can destroy it. Furthermore, no matter what everyone says, I still want to be with Tan Min. If you don't accommodate her, I will take her away from the Luke family." Luke Thieu Vu immediately took the sword and left the main hall of the Luke family. The patriarch heard this, angrily pointed at Luke Thieu Vu, and scolded, "Bastard." Nak Tan immediately ran over and told him, "Uncle, don't be angry, I have a way." In the evening, inside Fuang Tan Min's room, the window was suddenly opened. A chain tightly bound Fuang Tan Min and pulled her away. Fuang Tan Min panicked and cried out, "Thieu Vu, Nak Tang, say meh." Nak Tan, hiding on the side, saw Fuang Tan Min being taken away and smiled maliciously. "Having lost the Fuang spirit feather, you no longer have any magic power, and you can't transmit sound either. By the time Thieu Vu finds out, I'm afraid you will have been dead for a long time, right?" Fuang Tan Min was taken to a forbidden mountain and trapped by layers of arrays. Fuang Tan Min thought to herself, Thieu Vu, although the people of the Luke family have always disliked me, as long as Thieu Vu is here, they won't dare to do anything to me. Why now?" Right at this moment, Nak Tan appeared. Fuang Tan Min thought that she had come to save her, so she joyfully said, "Nak Tan, you came just in time. Quickly pull me out." Nak Tan immediately said, Tan Min. Actually, it was Thieu Vu who wanted you to calm down alone for a few days. Initially, I had also figured out I shouldn't interfere in a romance that doesn't belong to me. But who would have known that just when I was about to leave, Thieu Vu suddenly moved the wedding forward. He said that only my family's power could make their weapon-forging sect stand firm. That Tan Vu sword was also the key to helping him become the strongest sect master. Hearing this, Phuong Tan Min believed it to be true, gritting her teeth and saying, "Luke Thieu Vu, ungrateful and betraying, you deserve to die." At this time, inside the weapon-forging sect, Luke Thieu Vu was also looking for Phuong Tan Min. He anxiously asked, "What do you mean you can't find her? How could a living person just disappear?" Just then, Nakton ran inside holding a letter and said, "Brother Thieu Vu." Luke Thieu Vu supported her. "Nakton, you're not well. Why are you running around?" She immediately replied, "I want to find Tan Min," and only found the letter she left behind. She had placed a restriction on this letter, and it took me a lot of effort to break it. Fortunately, I was still in time. "Quickly see what Tan Min wrote. Did she leave an address for you?" Luke Thieu Vu opened the letter. He stared in astonishment at it. Inside the letter, it was written, "Thieu Vu, you and Lady Nakton are the true match. I wish you 100 years of harmony. But from now on, all ties of gratitude and affection between you and me are severed. There's no need to look for me anymore. That broken sword is also given to you." After reading it, Luke Thieu Vu couldn't believe it and coughed up blood. He angrily threw the letter down. I didn't expect her to be so heartless. From that day on, the divine weapon Tan Vu sword appeared and became the sect-guarding treasure of the Luke family. And Luke Thieu Vu, a genius artifact refiner of the Luke family, closed his doors from then on and no longer saw the world. At this time, Long Yin woke up and crossed over out of the book, seeing Phuong Quan Vu Duong fallen on the side. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luke Thieu Vu, you will not die peacefully." Long Yin then helped Phuong Quan Vu Duong sit up and called out Vu Duong. He thought to himself, "It seems Vu Duong is still trapped in the book. The spiritual energy on her body is not very stable." Then, he immediately transferred his spiritual energy to Phuong Quan Vu Duong's body. At this time, Phuong Tan Min was sitting inside the restriction, screaming, Let me go." She held her head. There was always this voice in her head. "Who are you?" Phuong Quan Vu Duong, in Phuong Tan Min's body, said, "I accidentally entered here. I don't know why I am in your body. Quickly release me." Phuong Tan Min thought to herself, her spiritual body attributes are very compatible with mine. This is truly rare. Might as well. Then she immediately refined Phuong Quan Vu Duong, who cried out, "What did you do to me?" Phuong Tan Min chuckled softly, her voice carrying coldness, and said to Phuong Quan Vu Duong, who was in her body, "I have carved all of my cultivation techniques onto your body. It's just missing the most important thing, the Phuong spirit feather, as a medium. If you want to live, go to the weapon forging sect, kill that dog couple, and take back the Phuong spirit feather." Phuong Tan Min thought to herself, "I can also fully refine the Phuong Duong heart method. Otherwise, I will burn my body and die." Her soul was suddenly pushed completely out of Phuong Tan Min's body, passing through the book and returning to the real world. At this time, a dazzling little phoenix appeared in midair. The brilliant light enveloped her. Without letting anyone have time to react, the phoenix crashed straight into Phuong Quan Vu Duong's body. Phuong Quan Vu Duong opened her eyes. She immediately pushed Long Yin hard to one side, then hugged her body, feeling a pain like a burning flame spreading from the inside throughout her entire body. Oh, it's so uncomfortable. Seeing her in such pain, Long Yin was extremely worried and thought to himself, not good. It seems Phuong Tan Min has passed her cultivation technique to Vu Duong, but it seems to conflict with the spirit medicine power in her body. Without hesitation, Long Yin picked up Phuong Quan Vu Duong and rushed out of that place, heading towards the mysterious spiritual spring at the bottom of the valley. Placing her down in the glowing stream, he immediately used a barrier to protect her body and helped balance the chaotic spiritual power within her. Suddenly, Phuong Quan Vu Duong woke up, her eyes sparkling with the red light of the Phuong Duong spiritual power, but it seemed she had not completely lost control. She unexpectedly hugged Long Yin's arm, pulled him close to her, and her lips lightly touched his. Long Yuyan was surprised, but he didn't push her away. He felt the spirit medicine power and the Fuang Duong power gradually blending together. Her body no longer trembled as before. After a while, Fuang Quan Vu Duong woke up and opened her eyes. She thought to herself, so comfortable. The clashing spiritual power from yesterday seems to have calmed down a lot. Fuang Quan Vu Duong sat up. She felt her body become lighter. The spiritual power had stabilized a lot, but she was startled when she realized she was lying next to Long Yuyan. Neither of them had a single piece of cloth covering their bodies, skin pressed against skin. She looked around and thought, could it be that he helped me yesterday? The scene of her hugging him and kissing all over his body flashed through her mind, making her afraid to face the truth. She reached up to hold her head, muttering, "Oh my God." Looking over at Long Yuyan, who was still fast asleep with a peaceful expression, she hurriedly grabbed a nearby piece of cloth and gently covered his body. Fuang Quan Vu Duong bit her lip, trying to dispel the feeling of embarrassment. She consoled herself before, "You just left like that. Now we can consider it even." Then she immediately put her clothes back on and left, leaving Long Yuyan in this cave. Vu Duong put on her cloak and slowly rose from the water's surface, the sparkling light of the early morning sun reflecting in her sharp eyes. Down below, the dragon god still lay quietly. After a night of intimacy, he slowly opened his eyes, saw a glowing object next to him, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up, his eyes thoughtful. Could this be the reward for my performance yesterday? But only giving a reward without leaving clothes behind is very much like her style. Perhaps she no longer resents my unceremonious departure like that anymore. Vu Duong stepped out of the water, the morning chill still lingering on her skin. The first person to catch her eye was Lu Quinn Noyet. It seemed she had been waiting there for a long time. Her eyes were glued to Vu Duong, forcing her to blurt out, "What are you looking at me for? Are there words written on my face?" Lu Quinn Noyet did not hesitate to question, "Where did you two go yesterday?" Such a huge commotion. This spirit pool was like boiling water. I couldn't even sleep. She pouted, her tone full of reproach. Meanwhile, a certain someone must have slept very soundly. Hearing this, Vu Duong's heart suddenly jumped. Damn it, she heard everything. For what did she hear? Could it be she heard the entire process? Then wasn't it like me and the dragon god were live streaming? But then she quickly regained her composure. We were just practicing cultivation. Don't act so surprised over such a trivial matter. Lu Quinn Noyet curiously asked, "What kind of cultivation practice?" She replied, "Yesterday, we finally discovered a clue in here. Down below, there is a passage and a cave mansion. Inside, there are many materials needed for forging. Perhaps there are materials that your weapon forging sect needs to use." Hearing this, Lu Quinn Noyet's eyes lit up. "Really? Take me there quickly." Not waiting for Vu Duong to answer, she dove into the water. The two of them flew together to the entrance of the cave. The scenery here made Lu Quinn Noyet stop in her tracks. What is this strange, familiar feeling? She walked quickly forward, her eyes seeming to be drawn to something, which made Vu Duong curiously ask, "What is it?" Lu Quinn Noyet replied, "Strange. This room looks exactly like my master's room." Vu Duong frowned slightly. "Your master?" A name immediately popped in her head. Luke Thieu Vu. Lu Quinn Noyet, she said, her eyes becoming more thoughtful. Lu Quinn Noyet asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Vu Duong took a deep breath, her voice low. "After I entered this cave mansion, I had a fortuitous encounter and roughly learned that your master is a heartless and ungrateful person. He wanted both Fuang Tanmin's Tan Vu sword and the power of Naktan's family, which led to a tragedy." Lu Quinn Noyet felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. "What? That's not what I heard. My master said that Fuang Tanmin left a letter and then ruthlessly left. My master was heartbroken and desperate because of this. It seemed there was a severe misunderstanding between the two of them." Vu Duong said seriously, "It seems that only when we return to the weapon forging sect can we find the answer." The two stood before the cave entrance. Lu Quinn Noyet looked around, her eyes sparkling with doubt. "But this valley is sealed off. How on earth are we supposed to get out?" Her voice was soft, but could not hide her anxiety. Suddenly, the dragon god appeared out of nowhere. He walked leisurely. "I have found a way out." Vu Duong looked at him with a cold expression, but could not help being surprised inside. "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Lu Quinn Niet gently covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes seeming to speculate on something. Vu Duong deliberately ignorait du yin nguye sauts. The dragon god slowly explained, the reason we fell into this cave was because of her blood. This is the territory of a Luke family. Naturally, only Lu Quinn Noyet can break the seal. Lu Quinn Noyet hurriedly said, then what are we waiting for? I will draw some blood. But the dragon god immediately stopped her. No, with our current strength, I am afraid even if we use your blood, it will be hard to get out. Unless Vu Duong fully absorbs the Fuang, Duong, 9 heavens, perhaps then we can successfully leave this place. Hearing this, Vu Duong said without hesitation, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and integrate it. But she added, everyone is finding their own place to cultivate to prepare for leaving the valley. Why are you following me? The dragon god crossed his arms and said seriously, when you absorb the Fuang, Duong, 9 heavens, the spiritual energy will fluctuate very strongly. In case of an unexpected accident, no one will be able to get out. Vu Duong thought briefly. This tough-talking, arrogant appearance is exactly like Thuong Quan Lan Ni's. She looked at him. So what realm are you currently at now? The dragon god smiled. The cultivation levels of the dragon clan are not quite the same as those of human cultivators. If you are curious, I can tell you about the special cultivation techniques of our dragon clan. He patted his thigh. Sit down here, and I will tell you in detail. Vu Duong said casually, I was just curious if Thuong Quan Lan Ni has the same cultivation method as you guys. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why he cultivates so slowly. The dragon god suddenly pulled her onto his lap, his voice deep and warm. Our dragon clan passes it down from generation to generation. We need to undergo the dragon blood cleansing ritual to fully unlock our potential. Vu Duong looked at him. Then does Thuong Quan Lan Ni also need the dragon blood cleansing ritual to escape his current half-human, half-beast form? That's right. Vu Duong nodded slightly. Then later I can go back and give him a hand. The dragon god raised an eyebrow slightly. Go back. Does that mean you have accepted your identity as the dragon clan's madam? Vu Duong pushed him away. What nonsense are you talking about? Which sentence of mine meant that? But the dragon god did not let her go. With what identity are you bringing Thuong Quan Lan Ni back other than as the dragon clan's madam? He hugged her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Of the little darling of the dragon clan? Then isn't the father of the dragon clan's little darling the husband of his mother? Hearing this, Vu Duong felt annoyed and pushed him away. Step aside. Don't delay my cultivation. Then she turned and left, leaving the dragon god sitting there. He coughed a few times lightly. Cough, cough. If I want her to fully accept me, I have to try much harder. It seems this has affected my internal injuries that haven't completely healed yet. But Vu Duong's stability is more important. Meanwhile, Lu Quinn Noyet was sitting in a room, rummaging for things in the cabinet drawers. My master will probably need these things. In the past, my master and I were always looked down upon by the people of the Luke family. She picked up the sword she had just found. If I can successfully forge it with the help of Thuong Quan Vu Duong, then not only will my master look at me differently in the future, but my master's status will also be more highly regarded. Time passed. All three of them devoted their utmost effort to cultivation. Because 1 year in the valley was equal to 1 day outside, after 3 years, Vu Duong was the first to succeed. She flew up, her smile radiant. I've finally broken through to the mid-stage golden core. The dragon god walked in, his steps heavy, his hand placed on his chest, and his face revealing a tired look. Seeing this, Vu Duong hesitated for a moment. A hint of softness flashed across her eyes, but then she pretended as if nothing had happened. In her mind, she thought, for these 3 years, the dragon god's aura has always enveloped me. Although I don't want to admit it, it's precisely because of him that I could absorb the heart method so smoothly. I didn't expect that at this moment he would. The dragon god staggered forward, lost his balance, and fell. Vu Duong hurriedly reached out to catch him. His voice was weak, but he still did not forget to tease. Wife, your husband has no strength left. Can you transfer a little spiritual energy to your husband? Hearing this, she frowned and pouted, thinking this guy, then said in a mocking tone, is that so? Then you just need some good nourishment. She immediately shoved a handful of tonic pills in his mouth, making the dragon god struggle and cry out, ugh, ugh, ugh. Are you trying to murder your husband? A moment later, the three of them, including the dragon god, Vu Duong, and Luke Huin Noyet, gathered together in a cheerful atmosphere. It hasn't been this lively in a long time. Vu Duong turned to Luke Huin Noyet and smiled brightly. It's time to leave the valley. She manifested wings on her back, floating gracefully as she lifted Luke Huin Noyet up and flew back. Standing and waiting for the two of them were Thuong Quan Lan Ni and Zichdong. As soon as he saw Vu Duong, Thuong Quan Lan Ni swooped into her arms. His joyful cry of mother rang out. "Mother, I miss you so much." Zichdong beside him was equally excited and called out, "Master!" But before he could get close, he was kicked away by a jealous dragon god. He landed right next to Luke Huin Noyet, causing Zichdong to fall onto her. Luke Huin Noyet shouted in annoyance, "Get away from me," and shoved him forcefully away. Zichdong muttered, "This woman is so fierce." Didn't expect it to be quite interesting. This made her frown and think to herself, what is he muttering about? Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out. A group of people appeared, knelt down, and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Pavilion Master! Welcome, Pavilion Master's madam." The dragon god looked at the scene, calculating in his heart. Pavilion Master Lai Noyet has left Spirit Beast Island. This is the best time to conquer the Medicine King sect. But if I leave now, Vu Duong will have to face the Luke family alone. Vu Duong raised her head and calmly ordered, "Luke Huin Noyet, and I must go to the Luke family." With such an overwhelming presence, I'm afraid it will alert the enemy, letting others discover our purpose here, which is not good. She looked at the dragon god and added, "You take Thuong Quan Lan Ni back first." The dragon god turned back, deeply attached and reluctant to part, but he still obeyed. He and Thuong Quan Lan Ni quietly left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "I can't bear to be away from you for too long. Once I finish taking care of things, I will come back to find you." Vu Duong called out, "Wait." She handed him a small bottle. Her voice was gentle, but couldn't hide her concern. "Take good care of yourself. Don't aggravate your old injuries, otherwise it will leave after effects." The dragon god took it, a surge of emotion welling up in his heart. He pulled her into a hug, thinking to himself, so she knew everything. Vu Duong turned and reminded Thuong Quan Lan Ni, "And you too. Don't be lazy. Remember to cultivate properly." Thuong Quan Lan Ni o Badini Zipit Zets Mota. Vu Duong smiled. "See you later." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked away with Luke Huin Noyet. In her heart, she still couldn't help but feel uneasy. It's not like we've never been separated before, but why does my heart feel so uncomfortable? I can't think about it anymore. Solving the problem is the most important thing. Behind her, Thuong Quan Lan Ni looked at the dragon god with bright eyes. "Father, has mother finally accepted you?" The dragon god did not answer, but lifted Thuong Quan Lan Ni up. Thuong Quan Lan Ni Stuga Lao. In the past, when has mother ever taken the initiative to hug you like that? This time is truly an eye-opener for me. Did something happen between you two in there? Father, tell me. Hearing this, the dragon god ignored him entirely, threw Thuong Quan Lan Ni straight into the sedan chair, and ordered depart. The servants immediately answered, "Yes, Pavilion Master." On the cliff, Bok Thwok and Bok Chi observed every movement below. Bok Thwok frowned, thinking, "Since when did you become so intimate with him, Sister Vu Duong?" At the weapon forging sect, Vu Duong followed behind Luke Huin Noyet. "Why aren't we going through the main gate? Aren't you the legitimate eldest young miss of the Luke family? Logically speaking, they should be welcoming you back." Originally, my status at home is not equal to Luke Thuong's. Although he is the son of a concubine who told him to have a mother who knows how to whisper sweet nothings into my father's ear. And the main wife, Naktan, is also very biased towards them. I don't want to alert her. Anyway, I've never cared about these inner courtyard affairs. I live for myself. Why should I care about what they do? Hearing this, Vu Duong was suddenly startled by the name Naktan. She asked, this main wife, Naktan, seems to have a lot of authority. Then she would find an opportunity to help Phuong Tan Min eliminate her. If she wanted to know what happened back then, she could just directly seek her out. Luke Huin Noyet replied, "This main wife of mine has always had deep feelings for my master and also always lived near my master's cave mansion. But my master never gave her a single glance. How could she possibly tell the truth?" My courtyard is over here, Where are you going? Vu Duong immediately stopped. Wait. She turned and looked intently. She then heard voices coming from inside the room. If Luke Huin Noyet fights for the inheritance position with me, what should we do? Inside the room, Luke Vu smiled confidently. What are you afraid of? Once I marry the pavilion master of Long Yian Pavilion, a measly little Luke Huin Noyet will be nothing to me. Outside, Vu Duong stood still and listened, her eyes flashing with amusement. They're discussing your husband. Are you still in a mood to be peaceful? Wait, where did peaceful come from? Chu Lam Fong sat down next to Luke Vu, asking half in doubt, half in belief, is it really true? Are you saying that the pavilion master of Long Yian Pavilion really has feelings for you? Luke Vu raised her eyebrows, her face full of smugness, and replied, could it be fake? You guys have never seen the pavilion master's face, right? I have seen him. He is the most handsome man under heaven that I have ever met in my life. Outside the door, Vu Duong listened and couldn't help but smile unconsciously, imagining in her mind, that guy really does have an absolutely great appearance. Inside, Luke Vu continued, her eyes lighting up as if recalling a special moment. When I went to Tien Tran, I was harassed by a bandit. At that moment, the sedan chair of Long Yian Pavilion happened to appear, scaring that thug so much he wet his pants. This is what you call asserting dominance. Chu Lam Fong shrugged, his voice unable to hide its mockery. Maybe he was just passing by. It might have had nothing to do with you. Luke Vu immediately pointed her finger at Chu Lam Fong, her eyes revealing dissatisfaction. Shut up, I haven't finished speaking yet. She sat up straight, her face proud, and her eyes looking as if she were immersed in her own fantasy. He even smiled at me, as warm as the spring breeze. It's obvious he has feelings for me. I plan to ask my father to invite him to our manor to play. When the pavilion master sees me then, he will definitely remember our first meeting. I will slowly make eyes and flirt with him. We'll go back and forth. Chu Lam Fong burst out laughing and interrupted. Who doesn't know that the pavilion master of Long Yian Pavilion already has a wife and son? How could he marry you? Luke Vu was undaunted, lifting her chin to answer, it doesn't matter if I become a concubine. Look at my mother, doesn't she keep the first wife in check? Luke Huin Noyet status in our Luke family. That is not even as good as a lowly servant. Vu Duong, listening outside, had a cold glint flash through her eyes. She thought, human hearts are truly complex. The scheming and jealousy are like a smoldering fire that burns forever and can never be extinguished. But no matter, I don't always need to concern myself with the affairs of the world. Thinking so, she left. Vu Duong turned back, looking at Huin Noyet with cold eyes. Her voice rang out slowly, and you can actually endure that? The question was as light as a breeze, but full of meaning. Huin Noyet's lips curled up slightly, her eyes calm, but deep inside there was an undercurrent surging. Aren't you enduring it too? She replied, her words soft but carrying a subtle hint of defiance. Right at this moment, the red snake slithered across Vu Duong's hand. It spat out sparkling stones one by one, their light as radiant as tiny stars. But suddenly it choked, and a stone accidentally shot out with lightning speed. It hit Chu Lam Fong, who was standing nearby, making him cry out, ouch. In pain, his face contorted in surprise. Hearing the noise, Luke Vu asked loudly, who is it? Her voice was full of anger and belligerence. Immediately, Huin Noyet kicked the door open. Her figure appeared like a storm, full of momentum. Her steely voice rang out, it's your legitimate elder sister. The words were like a knife cutting through the tense atmosphere. Chu Lam Fong clutched his head, his eyes brimming with resentment, howling like a bullied child. Sister, she dared to hit me. Luke Vu snapped her head around, her eyes shooting fire. You mother-cursing wretch, do you want to curse us too? Before she could finish speaking, a heaven-shattering slap from Huin Noyet sent her sprawling. The sharp sound rang out, slapping the silent atmosphere in the face. Luke Vu jumped up, her eyes bloodshot, her face contorted with resentment and humiliation. You dare hit me? Huin Noyet stood up straight, her eyes as sharp as knives. I hit you. The answer was brief, but full of power. Luke Vu lunged forward, raising her hand high to retaliate. But Huin Noyet gently dodged to the side. The dodge, full of contempt, caused Luke Vu to fall forward once again. Huin Noyet's voice was as cold and sharp as ice. "Do I not speak clearly enough? I am the eldest young miss of the Luke family, your legitimate elder sister. You were the one who committed insubordination first." Her words were like knives stabbing straight into Luke Vu's pride. Luke Vu sneered, a smile full of mockery. "The entire Luke family has no place for you to stay. What kind of legitimate elder sister are you?" She gritted out every word, her eyes blazing with fury. Luke Vu drew out her power to attack. The light from her power flashed menacingly, but unfortunately, it hit Chu Lam Fong right on, making him fall to the ground. The heavy and painful sound of his fall caused Luke Vu to panic and scream, "Brother!" Her voice was full of terror and worry. Right at this moment, Nakton, the main wife of the Luke family, appeared. Her figure was like a majestic and immovable mountain. Her voice rang out like thunder. "Stop it, all of you." Luke Vu immediately ran over, her eyes red, her voice choked and full of grievance. "Lady Main Wife, she bullied me." Nakton looked to Huin Noyet, her eyes as sharp as knives. "Huin Noyet, you're also a member of the Luke family. You cannot disobey the family rules. Today I saw with my own eyes you bullying your younger brother and sister. I naturally cannot turn a blind eye. Go to Steward Luke and receive the family punishment. Kneel in the ancestral hall for half a month. No eating and no sleeping." Huin Noyet bowed her head, her voice low but not trembling in the slightest. "Yes, Huin Noyet will go immediately." Suddenly, Vu Duong stepped forward. Her voice rang out, carrying a hint of sarcasm. "So the family rules of the Luke family are this unreasonable. This truly opens my eyes." Nakton turned around, her sharp eyes fixed on Vu Duong. "Who are you?" Vu Duong stepped up. She spoke decisively and with full majesty. "This young lady is exactly the madam of the Long Yin Pavilion's master, Thuong Quan Vu Duong." Vu Duong walked over, speaking in an imposing voice. "Just now, she was lusting after my husband. The eldest young miss of the Luke family only took action to teach her a lesson to save the reputation of the Luke family. And yet, without distinguishing right from wrong, she is blamed and punished. Isn't that absurd?" Luke Fu was infuriated. Nakton, the main wife of the Luke family, possessed sharp eyes. "You say you are the madam of the Long Yin Pavilion's master, but why have I never heard of Long Yin Pavilion honoring our weapon-forging sect with its presence?" Luke Fu took the opportunity to say, "That's right. Do you think you can just claim to be the pavilion master's madam? Do you have any evidence to prove it?" Vu Duong looked smug. "A small matter." She took out the necklace and said, "The story of the Long Yin Pavilion Master bidding for the Fire Spirit Stone at the price of 1,000 taels of gold at the auction is known to everyone. Do you know of it?" Luke Vu kept standing behind the main wife, yelling loudly, "Who knows if you're faking it or not?" The main wife angrily called her out. "Enough. If this matter involved the Long Yin Pavilion, it would be troublesome. But if it was handled by the family head, she could not interfere." She walked up to Huin Noyet and said calmly, "But you cannot teach them a lesson without weighing the severity. Do you know that such a huge commotion disturbed your master's peaceful cultivation? Do you know that disturbing your master's peaceful cultivation is also subject to the family rules?" Suddenly, Luke Thieu Vu appeared behind them. Huin Noyet angrily said, "I did not." "As a madam, how can you speak such nonsense?" He stepped forward and spoke. "Who is making a ruckus here?" Someone sent a voice transmission to the madam, sounding gentle and affectionate. "Thieu Vu, I will take Huin Noyet away from here right now, so as not to disturb your peaceful cultivation." Thieu Vu, with a cold expression, said, "Huin Noyet stays, you get out." She was disappointed and sad. Thieu Vu. She calmed down and led Luke Vu outside. As she walked, she turned her head and said cheerfully, "Thieu Vu, you must take care of your health. I will come visit you another day." "Yes." Vu Duong looked at her receding figure and smirked proudly, so arrogant when coming, so pathetic when leaving. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her stomach, her cheeks flushing red. Huin Noyet hurriedly ran over to support her. "Vu Duong, what's wrong? Your body is so hot." She was so anxious and tense that she broke into a sweat. She touched her stomach. It seemed Phuong Tan Min sensed the presence of Luke Thieu Vu using the mental technique. She immediately grabbed Huin Noyet's hand. "You must take me to see your master right now." Huin Noyet was surprised this. "My master is in secluded cultivation. No one is allowed to disturb him. I can't help you." Vu Duong angrily said, "Have you forgotten the poison in your body? If anything happens to me, don't even dream of curing the poison." She nervously said, "All right then, I'll give it a try." When Noyet and Vu Duong entered the cave, Vu Duong followed behind, her body feeling like it was on fire. When Noyet walked up and cupped her hands, "Master, Thuong Quan Vu Duong requests an audience." She rushed in angrily. "I finally meet you, Luke Thieu Vu." When Noyet tried to stop her. "Don't, calm down, Vu Duong." She dashed like a rocket and attacked Thieu Vu. Fortunately, Huen Noyet used all her strength to hold her sword and block Vu Duong. "Calm down." Vu Duong's power knocked her unconscious and pushed her aside. Finally, the two of them fought against each other. Thieu Vu thought, is there a second person in this world who knows the Thuong Duong mental technique? He curiously asked, where did you learn this cultivation method? Vu Duong was in no mood to explain. Her eyes held only hatred. "A callous and cruel person like you. I will kill you." Thieu Vu then used his power to pacify her, knocking her unconscious. Huen Noyet woke up and explained, "Master, Vu Duong absolutely did not do it on purpose." Thieu Vu was curious. "What exactly happened between you two?" She said, "Vu Duong and I once fell into a cave at the bottom of a cliff. There was also your aura in that cave." Vu Duong had a fortuitous encounter related to Thuong Tan Min. He suddenly thought, Tan Min, it really is her. Huen Noyet nervously and anxiously continued. Vu Duong said, "Master, you wanted Thuong Tan Min's azure feather sword, but you couldn't bear to leave Naktan's faction. Therefore, you heartlessly abandoned Thuong Tan Min after obtaining the azure feather sword." "Master, is that the truth?" Thieu Vu was heartbroken. "It's not like that. It's not like that. Tang Ming Mi Sundo Sa Me. I never did such a thing. No, I have to find Tan Min." Huen Noyet ran after Thieu Vu, calling out, "Master, wait. Without Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you can't enter the cave mansion. It was thanks to her help that I was able to get out." The two of them turned to look at Vu Duong and then took her to her room to rest. Vu Duong woke up and asked vaguely, "Why am I?" Huen Noyet was worried for her, but also scolded, "You really are too bold. How dare you attack my master?" Vu Duong had a headache. "Calm down. It seems just now Thuong Tan Min completely controlled me. I completely lost my memory." Thieu Vu came to speak to Vu Duong with a melancholic and sad expression. "It's okay. It's all because of me." She replied, "Was it you who ordered Thuong Tan Min to be locked up back then?" Thieu Vu shook his head and explained, "Why would I lock Tan Min up? I don't even know why she left without saying goodbye." Vu Duong sighed. "Thuong Tan Min's experience tells me that after the azure feather sword went missing, she was locked up by the Luke family, imprisoned in a dark valley without seeing the sun, having her spiritual energy continuously drained every day. Until it was depleted. He blamed himself. It's all the Luke family's fault." Vu Duong bluntly said, "That's right. It's all your fault." Huen Noyet spoke up. "That phoenix spirit tail feather was very important to her, right? How could it go missing?" Vu Duong said seriously, "Tricked away by Naktan. The subsequent torments were naturally also caused by Naktan. Her trust in you was also worn away by the endless suffering repeated day after day." Thieu Vu was confused and angry. "Naktan, I should have known earlier that they wouldn't let her off easily." Vu Duong walked up to him. "In the past, you chose to be a coward, shrinking your head into your shell. Now, do you still want to repeat the same mistake?" He shed tears, stood up majestically. "I must go find her." Huen Noyet called out worriedly, "Master, if you go look for her, what about the Luke family? Wouldn't that cause the Luke family to be destroyed in the hands of those two idiots, Luke Thuong and Luke Vu?" Vu Duong explained, "Even if you go look for her now, you might only be able to see her illusion. She has long since passed away from this world. Moreover, what Thuong Tan Min wants is the azure feather sword. That is the symbol of your love." Huen Noyet spoke up, "Only the successive sect masters can use the azure feather sword to undo Father's seal, because the Luke family will absolutely not hand over the azure feather sword. If Master truly wants to obtain the azure feather sword, there is only one way. Support me to become the sect master of the weapon forging sect." Thieu Vu's fierce expression darkened. "Only when the position of sect master is handed over can the azure feather sword be taken out. Normally, it is protected by several arrays, making it impossible to get close. If you want to fulfill Thuong Tan Min's dying wish and then go see her, you have no choice but to help Huen Noyet." She respectfully pulled Vu Duong to kneel down together and paid her respects. "I beg Master to help me seize the position of sect master." Vu Duong was also anxious and tense. Luke Thieu, Vu helping Luke Huyen Noyet. If he fails, he probably won't be able to bear the consequences. If he refuses, I have to think of a way out. It can only be done. Luke Thieu Vu majestically reached out his hand. Stand up. I agree to your request. I will definitely retrieve it for her. The two stood up. Huyen Noyet held the sword and offered it to him. Master, this is the highest quality weapon currently in our hands. But to deal with the Azure Feather Sword, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Thieu Vu pondered, then finally took the sword. He turned his head away, not daring to look at them, and said, "This forged weapon is indeed top tier, but it still has flaws, allowing spiritual energy to easily leak out. It still needs further evolution." He approached the door and pressed his hand on it to open it. The two of them followed him in and saw many furnaces for refining medicine. Thieu Vu walked over to the largest furnace and called out, "Here, it will be reborn." Huyen Noyet excitedly said, "This is the demonic flame that cultivated the Azure Feather Sword back in the day." Vu Duong was happy in her heart. Looks like ninth brother will be saved. At the inn, Long Yin Pavilion Master was sitting and pondering on the chair when suddenly he flew through the window. He arrived at Lai Noyet's Spirit Beast Island. He used his power to break Lai Noyet's protective barrier. Finally, he shattered it and charged in. Seeing the Spirit Wood tree, he rejoiced. This is the immortal Spirit Wood that has a telepathic connection with Lai Noyet. His dragon body transformed into a massive true dragon coiling around the Spirit Wood. He used his power to absorb all the energy from the Spirit Wood. Eventually, the Spirit Wood was completely drained by Dragon God Pavilion Master, leaving only a dry, withered tree behind as he flew away. Dragon God Pavilion Master transformed back into a human. He used magic to cut the Spirit Wood in half, but that action severely injured him, causing him to spit out blood. But the Dragon God seemed very satisfied with this plan. He chuckled softly and said, "Lai Noyet, what you wish to protect will soon turn to ashes." Elsewhere, Lai Noyet and Bok Chi were sitting in a small inn. Bok Chi reported, "Dao Master, Miss Thuong Quan is currently at the Luke family's weapon forging sect." Lai Noyet picked up a teacup, took a sip, and said, "Outside, do not call me Dao Master." She replied, "Yes, young master." Lai Noyet seemed tense and worried. She has been wandering alone outside for a long time. Ever since she left the Thuong Quan family, we haven't met again. I wonder if her health has improved. This disciple of mine really makes people worry. Bok Chi, restless and anxious, asked, "Young master, aren't you worried about the situation on the island? You've never left there for this long." Lai Noyet stood up and looked down. "If anything happens to Spirit Beast Island, I will be the first to sense the movements of the immortal Spirit Wood." He saw a palanquin below. The people of this Luke family are really bold. Their mother contracted a strange disease and cannot go out. Yet they're still wandering outside. He curiously asked, "A strange disease?" She explained, "That's right. The Luke family invited divine doctors from everywhere, but couldn't cure it. Now they're still spending a lot of money to hire alchemists." Lai Noyet leisurely drank his tea, then the timing is perfect. He took out a vial of potion from his robe and drank it. Bok Chi was surprised and shocked. "This is a disguise potion, you want to?" After Lai Noyet drank it, his body changed. He stood up and prepared his plan. Let's go see what disease the Luke family madam has contracted." Elsewhere, the Dragon God was sitting on a chair. Outside, someone called out, "Pavilion Master, are you there?" The guard opened the door. Luke Vu immediately barged in, but he blocked the door. She yelled angrily, "Get out of the way. I want to see the Pavilion Master." "Pavilion Master, I am Luke Vu, the second miss of the Luke family." She pushed the guard aside and rushed right in front of the Dragon God. "On behalf of the Luke family, I invite you to be a guest. I can also take you for a walk around here." The guard came to stop her. "I'm really sorry, second miss of the Luke family. The Pavilion Master needs to rest. Please leave immediately." She angrily turned and scolded, "I can't find the Dragon God, not you. What does it have to do with you?" He then picked her up, "Then forgive my rudeness." Luke Vu was carried out of the room by two guards. She angrily said, "Put me down. I am the second miss of the Luke family." Her younger brother stood outside the door nervously. "Sister, let's go back." She was still angry. "We will just wait here. What rules does a lowly servant understand? When the Dragon God wakes up, I will personally speak to him. He definitely won't refuse." Long Yin was in the room refining spirit elixirs. He ended up coughing up a mouthful of blood. The attendant called out worriedly, "Pavilion Master." He then said, "I broke the barrier of the Spirit Beast Wood that has a connection with Lai Noyet. It was just overexertion, plus the backlash injury from Lai Noyet's seal. Go find some skilled alchemists and bring them here quietly. Don't expose my identity. He replied, yes. On this side, Lai Noyet and Bak Chi arrived at the gate. A servant stepped out and asked, "Excuse me, are you an alchemist?" Bak Chi was about to say, "We are not," when Lai Noyet cheerfully said, "That's me." When acting, one must play the part fully. The servant tightly grasped Lai Noyet's hands. "Rest assured, sir, as long as you cure our young master, the reward will definitely be more generous than what you can imagine." Lai Noyet was led to the dragon god. Luke Vu felt surprised. "How did someone get up here?" She got angry. "Wake up quickly. I'm afraid something has happened to the dragon god." He went to the dragon god's room, opened the door, and announced, "An alchemist is here." Lai Noyet was surprised, thinking, "Long Yuyan? Why is he here?" He led Lai Noyet close to the dragon god. "This servant greets the pavilion master. The alchemist has arrived." Lai Noyet sat down to check his pulse, but the dragon god looked at him. Although this person's face was very unfamiliar, it always brought a familiar feeling that made one disgusted. Lai Noyet said, "This young master's internal injuries have relapsed, and his spiritual energy is weakening. He needs a thorough treatment." He handed him some medicine. He glanced and saw the servant arduously handing the medicine to the alchemist. Then Lai Noyet said coldly, "Let your young master rest well. Don't worry about things you shouldn't worry about." The dragon god, seeing the two of them leave, immediately ordered the servant to throw away all the prescriptions he wrote. He replied, "Yes." Lai Noyet was walking when he suddenly saw Luke Vu ahead. She asked, "Doctor, how was the pavilion master?" Luke Vu reached out and grabbed Lai Noyet's arm. Seeing her touch Lai Noyet, Bak Chi spoke up, "Miss, the alchemist doesn't like others touching him." Lai Noyet said, "It's nothing serious. I've already prescribed a medicine. If he takes it seriously, there will definitely be improvement." Luke Thuong stepped forward and asked, "You are an alchemist. Can you cure my mother's illness?" Lai Noyet handed him a piece of paper, "Of course. This is my calling card." He happily took it. Luke Vu returned to Long Yian's room and kept banging on the door, demanding to get in. Pavilion Master, you must take care of your health. Our Luke family has many precious herbs. We can definitely make you rejuvenate overnight." Inside the dragon god's room, he was drinking tea. Hearing the noise outside, he asked, "What's the matter?" The attendant bowed and replied, "It's the second miss of the Luke family who keeps screaming, demanding to invite you to the Luke family. I will chase her away right now." The dragon god suddenly remembered, "Wait, the Luke family. Vu Duong is at the Luke family. Tell her I will go to the Luke family to see how the madam is doing." The attendant replied, "Yes," and then left. The next day, everyone was gathered in front of the Luke Manor's gate. The Luke family was excited. "Don't worry, our family will definitely welcome you." The two of them stood up and shouted loudly, "Even if we go in, we must let the divine doctor treat my mother first." Luke Vu pushed him and shouted, "The pavilion master is an honored guest in our manor. Do you dare to be disrespectful?" The two kept fighting over who should go in first. Luke Vu wanted the pavilion master to go first, while he wanted the divine doctor first. On another side, Vu Duong was walking around. She held a vial of medicine in her hand. "It's time to restock some goods for Nakton." Seeing someone approaching, she hid and looked at the dragon god in surprise. "Why is he here?" A person appeared and stopped the dragon god. "Pavilion master, please halt." At the same time, Lai Noyet also slowly walked over. Lai Noyet walked past the dragon god. The two resentful gazes met. The man said to the dragon god, "We have prepared the banquet. Please grace us with your presence, pavilion master." Lai Noyet walked past and saw Vu Duong jump up onto the roof and leave. He looked at her in surprise and happily thought, "Vu Duong is still so carefree." Thuong Quan Vu Duong went into Luke Huin Noyet's room. She spoke, "There are so many people coming to your Luke family. The dragon god is also here." Luke Huin Noyet then teased, "It seems someone came looking for his wife. What's so strange about that?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued, "There's also an alchemist. It seems to be the person the Luke family found to cure Nakton. The Luke family is going to be lively this time." On Lai Noyet's side, a servant led him to a room. As soon as he stepped inside, he smelled the scent and was surprised. This smell. At this moment, a maid said, "The madam is waiting for you inside." "Madam, the alchemist is here." Lai Noyet walked in and checked Nakton's pulse. She said, "You are the 7th alchemist to come examine me." Lai Noyet then asked, "Where does your body feel unwell?" She held her head and said, "Lately, my mind has been restless. I have nightmares every night. Moreover, my body is always very weak, without any strength. Also, my body is very hot, Just a slight grip and my skin peels off. She suddenly grabbed Lai Noyet's hand. Some alchemists told us this is scale shedding syndrome. What exactly is this disease? Am I going to die? Lai Noyet glanced at her. I didn't expect that after Vu Duong went out for experiential learning, her methods would become more vicious. A moment later, Lai Noyet took out a vial of medicine and handed it to the maid. This can temporarily relieve the symptoms of pain and itching. Nakton hurriedly applied the medicine. Quick, let me try it. As soon as it was applied, the burns on her skin healed. She was overjoyed. The effect is real. You truly are a divine doctor, comparable to Hua, Tuor reincarnated. The maid was also happy, saying, Madam, it has been many days. This is the first time you have the strength to get out of bed. She then asked, Divine Doctor, are you willing to become the alchemist for the Luke family? You can still freely examine other people as before, and you can also come and go anytime. What do you think? Lai Noyet smiled and said, Thank you, madam. Then Mok will respectfully obey. He thought to himself, it seems Vu Duong's torment on her is not light. I didn't expect her to trust me so easily. At this moment, someone came to announce, Madam, the Long Yin Pavilion Master is currently in the main hall. The master has also hosted a banquet. Please come to the banquet immediately. She joyfully said, The Long Yin Pavilion Master has arrived. What a good day is today that all these good things are coming. Hurry, change my clothes for me. Seeing this, Lai Noyet took his leave, then Mok will take his leave. He then cast a spell, causing her to suddenly get a headache. She cried out, Oh, my head hurts. Lai Noyet feigned. It seems the madam's illness is very severe. To think the medicine from earlier lost its effect so quickly. She then asked, But before, even though I was tired, my head never hurt like this. What's going on? Lai Noyet replied, The illness the madam contracted is extremely complex. It's not a simple scale-shedding syndrome. The madam's symptoms are mixed together, and the conflicting effects of the medicine will also clash. We must not be careless. Saying that, he took out a pill. This is an origin-returning pill that Mok has concentrated on refining. It can suppress all the symptoms for a short time, but you must take it immediately when the symptoms appear. However, the madam's symptoms are incredibly complex. We cannot calculate the exact time. The banquet today. She then grabbed Lai Noyet's hand. Later at the banquet, you must follow me. You absolutely must not make a fool of yourself in front of the guests. Lai Noyet replied, All right then, madam. In the front hall, a girl brought a plate of grapes to the dragon god. Pavilion Master, I heard you like grapes. I deliberately sent someone to pick fresh grapes from Not Fien. Please taste them. At this time, the two groups of people also arrived. Luke Huin Noyet bowed, inviting the madam. She then scolded, knowing full well that an honored guest has arrived, yet you don't even know how to dress up. You really bring shame to the Luke family. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at Lai Noyet and thought to herself, This is the first time I've met this man in the Luke family. It seems he's the alchemist invited by Nakton. At this time, Luke Huin Noyet angrily wanted to retort, I'm always like this. Seeing that, Thuong Quan Vu Duong pulled her hand and walked inside. If she's not in a hurry, then let's go in first. Seeing this, Nakton angrily said, Truly uneducated. Stop them. Don't let them in. The guards then rushed forward, but Thuong Quan Vu Duong whipped them all away with one move. You don't know your own strength. Nakton decided to act herself. Then let me teach you a lesson. Thuong Quan Vu Duong dodged. I don't care to entangle with you. Seeing this, Nakton attacked even harder. Wanting to run, Thuong Quan Vu Duong ran to the door and shouted, Dragon God, someone is hitting your madam. Hearing this, the dragon god hurriedly stood up and rushed outside. The woman inside who was knocked over was furious at Thuong Quan Vu Duong. At this time, she had been tied up by Nakton. Lai Noyet grabbed the rope and gave a strong pull. Thuong Quan Vu Duong fell right into his arms. Be careful. The dragon god just arrived and was unhappy to see this scene. He stepped forward to embrace Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Let go. Thuong Quan Vu Duong angrily said, If you hadn't come out, your madam would have been tied up like a sticky rice cake by others. The dragon god anxiously said, It's my fault, madam. Lai Noyet thought to himself, Since when did these two become husband and wife? I'm afraid Vu Duong learned her vicious tricks from him. At this time, the Luke family master hurriedly ran over. The dragon god coldly said, Is this how your Luke family has treated my madam these past few days? I'm afraid in your eyes, there is no dragon abyss pavilion master like me. The old man hurriedly admitted his fault. Pavilion master, please appease your anger. I have only been back for a few days. I don't know what happened. Surely this ignorant woman failed to recognize the esteemed madam. At this time, a maid ran to Nakton's side. Mistress, this Thuong Quan Vu Duong is using her power to bully people too much. She immediately scolded. Shut up. How can an esteemed guest in the manor be treated with contempt by you? The Luke family master then said, please come inside. Pavilion master and pavilion master's madam. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Nakton then said to the guards, it's best if you quickly confess your guilt. And inside, the two guards bowed and apologized. It was us lowly ones who had eyes but couldn't see, offending the madam. We begged the pavilion master to punish us. The dragon god turned to the Luke family master and said, since they are your people, you deal with them as you see fit. The old man immediately said, you two step down, each of you will receive 50 strokes with a staff. At this time, the dragon god looked at Lai Noyet and smiled. Sect Master Luke specially entertained me. I am naturally extremely grateful. I didn't expect that the banquet meant to entertain me could be entered by just anyone. Nakton then spoke up, Master, Pavilion Master, recently my body has been unwell. This is the divine Dr. Moxoang who is treating me. The dragon god smiled. Divine doctor? What a coincidence. This divine doctor also once treated my illness. Hearing this, Nakton rejoiced. Then that is enough to show this divine doctor is very capable. The dragon god continued. It's just a pity that he couldn't cure my illness. Yet he still dares to call himself a divine doctor with this insignificant skill. Lai Noyet smiled and looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong. This lady has contracted a strange disease. Moreover, she only caught it in the last half month. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was stunned. How could he tell? The dragon god also looked at her. I didn't expect that with just one glance, he could tell Vu Duong's physical condition. The Luke family master then said, then why don't you check the pavilion master's madam's pulse to see her health? Yes. Lai Noyet was about to step forward, but Thuong Quan Vu Duong retorted, no need. It's true that you have some skill, but I know my own body. I don't need others to tell me. Lai Noyet then said, everything will be as the lady wishes. The dragon god looked at him suspiciously from beginning to end. This brat has never called Vu Duong madam. At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, just by looking at my complexion, he can know my health condition. What is his background after all? The Luke family master stood up and said, then there is no more business for you. Our banquet is now officially started. The dragon god immediately pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong into his arms. You two have been at the Luke family for so long, but it seems there's no progress. Do you need my help? Thuong Quan Vu Duong Ziplit Indet. Sect Master Luke at this time offered wine to the two of them. Please, Pavilion Master. Thuong Quan Vu Duong whispered. Now we must let Luke Huin Noyet inherit the Luke family to get the Azure Feather Sword. Fun feeling fung tang ming shagdiing wits. The dragon god smiled and replied, that's easy. He then said, I wouldn't visit without a reason. Today, I came because I have an important matter to discuss with the Sect Master. Sect Master Luke immediately said, please speak, Pavilion Master. The dragon god seriously said, our Dragon Abyss Pavilion wants to cooperate with the Luke family to produce a batch of weapons. Among them is a type of sword that needs to be reforged, but this sword has very high requirements for the artifact forger. I wonder if the Sect Master has a suitable person to recommend. A guy in the back heard this and immediately volunteered, me, I can do it. The dragon god then made the sword appear. The guy in purple immediately said, a weapon of this grade? I've been able to forge it for a long time. Pavilion Master, please rest assured and hand it to me. Hearing this, Luke Huin Noyet mocked. This black rust is a seal. If you want to temper this black sword, you must break the seal first. With just you don't have this capability. The dragon god then spoke up, you are not wrong. It is not an ordinary person who can break this seal. Since it is so, then this seal will be used as a trial. If anyone can break this seal first, the business deal will be given to that person. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked at Luke Huin Noyet and smiled. Luke Huin Noyet immediately stepped forward. Not just this order. I, Luke Huin Noyet, want to compete with all the descendants of the Luke family within a month to forge the ultimate divine artifact. Sect Master Luke was a little worried. Right now, we still don't know Luke Huin Noyet's level. If we carelessly agree, I'm afraid we will fall for a trick. This is a matter related to the 100-year foundation of the Luke family. We can't joke around. Hearing this, the dragon god sighed with emotion. What a strong aura. I didn't expect the Luke family to have such a talented person. Sect Master Luke at this time said, "All right, then we will do as you say. But today, let's temporarily entertain the esteemed guests first. The competition will be held another day." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately kissed the dragon god. "Good job. Rewarding you with a kiss." The dragon god smiled, "Just that is not enough." Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, "The consequence of pushing your luck is death. Do you want to try?" Sect Master Luke, sitting next to them, embarrassedly said, "The pavilion master and madam are truly affectionate." The dragon god replied, "It's normal. Madam is used to being like this. I hope the sect master won't take offense." At this time, the old man introduced, "Pavilion master, my daughter is excellent at singing and dancing. Especially if you dual cultivate, there will be even more benefits. Moreover, my daughter admired you at first sight." The dragon god looked at Thuong Quan Vu Duong, smiled, and said, "Dual cultivation?" Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's face darkened. This lecher must be remembering what happened last time at the bottom of the swamp. Is he planning to take a concubine? Thinking so, she intended to stand up, but was pulled back by the dragon god. He affectionately said, "In this life, I, the dragon god, will only marry one person, and that person can only be Thuong Quan Vu Duong." Hearing this, Luke Vu immediately jumped up. "Pavilion master, look at me. I excel at singing and dancing. Or am I inferior to her?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled. "Daring to jump in front of the main wife? Is she crazy?" Sect Master Luke angrily shouted, "Luke Vu, you!" Thuong Quan Vu Duong was full of disdain. "You're not the only one who knows how to dance." The dragon god also spoke up, "My madam dances very well. I still remember the first time madam and I met. She presented me with a piece of music that is hard for me to forget even now. So, Miss Luke shouldn't waste her effort." Luke Vu pointed her finger at Thuong Quan Vu Duong and said, "Groundless. How can you prove you dance well? Do you dare to compete with me?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled and flew to her side. She coldly warned, "The person who provoked me last time is already dead." Luke Vu remained stubborn. "This is my forte. How could I lose to you?" The two began to dance. Luke Vu intentionally approached Thuong Quan Vu Duong and aimed at her leg. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was full of disdain. "Petty tricks." She then did a flip. Everyone praised, "So beautiful. I didn't expect the Dragon Abyss Pavilion's madam to be so multi-talented, just like a fairy." Seeing this, Luke Vu was furious. The people below at this time were in an uproar. They're about to collide. "What's wrong? She's going to fall." Seeing this, the dragon god was also very worried. He hurriedly stood up. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. "Great dancing. So beautiful." Furious, Luke Vu stepped on the hem of her dress and fell flat on her face. She cried and ran away. The dragon god anxiously put his coat on Thuong Quan Vu Duong. "Don't do such dangerous actions next time." As for Luke Vu, she ran to Nakton to complain. "It's all because of that slut Thuong Quan Vu Duong. I have no face left in front of the dragon god." "Mistress, you must help me." Nakton irritably said, "You are a dignified young lady of the Luke family. Why can't you dance as well as others? And you still have the face to cry. Go back and reflect on yourself. You are not allowed to go out without my permission." She had no choice but to leave angrily. Nakton stood up and looked after her. Being bullied by an outsider again? In the Luke family, there is no woman I cannot deal with. Even Phuong Tamed back then could only be locked up at the bottom of the abyss. The one who can sit in the high position of the Luke family forever can only be me. Lai Noyet walked in and bowed. "Madam summoned me. What instructions do you have?" Nakton smiled and said, "The Dragon Abyss Pavilion's madam is named Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Currently, she is playing with the medicinal herbs in our Luke family's alchemy room. Since you are an alchemist, you can take this opportunity to discuss more with her. Of course, if Physician Mok can snatch such a beauty with a prominent background, your future will be infinitely bright." Does Physician Mok understand what I mean? Lai Noyet smiled and replied, "Please rest assured, madam." After turning away, his face darkened. "Nakton wants to use me to separate the dragon god and Vu Duong. Just borrowing the opportunity to visit my good disciple. It's not a losing deal either." After Lai Noyet left, the maid beside Nakton said, "This physician and Thuong Quan Vu Duong have only met once. Will the dragon god really be swayed?" She smiled smugly. Never underestimate a man's suspicion, especially one with high status. Scene changed to the alchemy room. Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked in and said, "Why isn't Physician Mok serving the mistress anymore, but having the free time to come see me refine medicine?" Lai Noyet smiled and thought to himself, after being apart for so long, Vu Duong hasn't changed much. Still has such a sharp tongue. Seeing this, her expression darkened. Is my medicine funny? Lai Noyet immediately said, not funny, but there's a problem. She then asked, what problem? Li Ngoyet ap dojek tuong quan vu dung. He took out a stone, a fire cloud stone. Compared to manufactured fire cloud stone, the difference is just 2 words, but the effects are vastly different. Or do you intentionally want a medicine you've been refining for 7 days to become trash? Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately snatched the stone, missing 1 step. I forgot to refine the fire cloud stone into a manufactured fire cloud stone first. She then asked, how did you discover it? These 2 things look no different from the outside. At this time, Luke Vu led the Dragon God over. Recently, the Pavilion Master's madam has been staying in the alchemy room. I can introduce her to you and incidentally visit the hard-working Pavilion Master's madam. The Dragon God walked in, and his face darkened when he saw the 2 of them. Luke Vu beside him sarcastically said, it seems we came at the wrong time. The Dragon God walked straight over and grabbed Thuong Quan Vu Duong. She dazedly called, Dragon God. He then stroked her face. Why are you so careless when refining medicine? Seeing this, Luke Vu was stunned. Why isn't this what I imagined? Thuong Quan Vu Duong pushed the Dragon God away. I'm not a child. I can wipe it myself. The Dragon God immediately said, why is the Luke family so stingy? The alchemy room even has to be shared by a physician, and my madam like this? Luke Vu quickly stepped forward and said, the Pavilion Master is right. I will quickly have someone clean up an alchemy room. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately waved her hand. No need. I have some matters to discuss with Physician Mok. The Dragon God then pulled her hand back. You and that physician don't know each other. What's there to discuss? If you want to discuss with me. Thuong Quan Vu Duong tried to pull her hand out. This is a specialized field. What the hell do you know? At this time, Lai Noyet spoke up. I am very willing. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, perhaps he can help me refine the medicine. This is twice as beneficial. Moreover, there is a very familiar feeling about him, but I haven't seen it clearly yet. I must interact and probe him to find out. Besides, he is now treating Nakton. If he discovers my tricks, I can also eliminate the hidden danger earlier. The Dragon God then said, well, if my madam does anything improper, please understand. Lai Noyet smiled and said, Miss Thuong Quan has a very high comprehension ability, and in some aspects, she is better than me. It should be me and Miss Thuong Quan learning from each other. Seeing this, the Dragon God was extremely unhappy. Enough. While the wife I chose, I must endure. Seeing this, Luke Vu rejoiced in her heart. That physician didn't call Thuong Quan Vu Duong madam either, so I won't either. This time, the Pavilion Master has seen clearly who is suitable to be the madam, right? She then said, it's almost time for the martial arts competition. Miss Thuong Quan should also quickly tell Luke Huin Noyet to prepare. Hearing this, the Dragon God's face darkened. Next time, remember to call her madam. She fearfully said, yes, Pavilion Master. Thuong Quan Vu Duong only stared intently at the alchemy furnace. Do we need to add some spirit stone powder? Seeing this, Lai Noyet thought, it seems Vu Duong doesn't care much about the Dragon God either. The next day was the martial arts competition. Seeing the different tools, Thuong Quan Vu Duong indignantly said, how can there be a competition like this? From the beginning, you and she were not on the same starting line. This is unfair. Luke Huin Noyet immediately said, it's fine. Tools are not the key to winning. That guy then contemptuously said, now you know how big the gap in strength is, right? It's still not too late for you to give up now. At this time, Luke Huin Noyet rushed forward. Seeing this, that guy immediately attacked with a black sword, but it was quickly knocked back by Luke Huin Noyet, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Just as Luke Huin Noyet was about to grab the sword, that guy used a rope to entangle it. He laughed smugly. A voice rang out. Luke Thuong gets the right to refine it for 2 hours. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was bitter. This whole family is the same, sinister and cunning. The incense stick had burned out. Luke Huin Noyet looked at Luke Thuong with disdain. I knew this useless guy couldn't do anything. Even if he had 2 hours, he absolutely couldn't win. At this time, the gong sounded. 2 hours are up. Luke Thuong painfully looked at the sword. Why did I fail? It clearly looks very simple. He handed the sword over to Luke Huin Noyet. It's your turn. Luke Vu then went to his side. You idiot, wasting 2 hours. Luke Thuong grumpily replied, this thing is very hard to refine. Luke Huin Noyet observed the sword. Just now, Luke Thuong used all kinds of supreme gray materials like profound fire and frost ice to temper it, but still couldn't melt the outer layer of black scales. It seems using ordinary methods won't work. Maybe I can try this method. Luke Huin Noyet went in front of the dragon god and knelt down. I wonder if the pavilion master can grant this little lady a mouthful of your saliva and a drop of your blood. The dragon god smiled, taking out a cloth bag and handing it to her. Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled upon seeing this. Luke Huin Noyet is indeed an expert artifact forger. Using dragon blood and saliva to refine this black wax layer will definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. Luke Huin Noyet was overjoyed at this time. Thank you, Pavilion Master. She quickly proceeded to refine. Seeing this, Luke Thuong was stunned. What kind of tinder is this? Why have I never seen it? Luke Vu angrily knocked him on the head. If you knew, would you need to waste 2 hours over there? Don't you see she's about to succeed? Truly useless. At this time, the rust on the sword was quickly purified. Luke Huin Noyet immediately caught it. I've picked up a great treasure. The horn sounded. The result was announced. Luke Huin Noyet wins. Luke Huin Noyet grabbed the sword and happily said, Family Masters, Elders, I have successfully cultivated this black sword. Everyone praised. I didn't expect it to take less than an hour. Not only is it fast, but the tempering is also extremely wonderful. Truly worthy of being Senior Luke's outstanding disciple. The dragon god then spoke up, Since you have won, according to the agreement between you and the Luke family master, you have proven your ability to take on the position of sect master. Then from now on, our Dragon Abyss Pavilion's artifact forging will have to rely on you a lot. Luke Huin Noyet accepted the scroll, no problem. At this time, Luke Thuong voiced his objection. Wait. He pointed at Thuong Quan Vu Duong and said, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you are both Luke Huin Noyet's friend and the Pavilion Master's madam. Who knows if you reveal the exam question to Luke Huin Noyet beforehand or not? Thuong Quan Vu Duong and the dragon god's faces both darkened. She then said, It's best to think carefully before you speak. Is Luke Thuong still challenging, daring to do it, but not daring to admit it? Otherwise, how did she know to need those 2 materials? At this time, a fire dragon rushed out. He turned pale with fear. Luke Thuong ran in fear while shouting, Save me, mother, save me. Nakton immediately rushed forward. She said, Pavilion Master, the young boy is ignorant. He is not criticizing the madam, but refusing to accept that the person who set the question is brilliant. Sect Master Luke also spoke up. That's right, Luke Thuong has no intention of blaming the esteemed madam. Please don't be angry, Pavilion Master. The dragon god coldly said, Is that so? But why do I see that your son is also not satisfied with the result of this competition? Nakton then said, This competition was fair and open. The result is also very clear. My son doesn't have any objections either. Sect Master Luke also added, If the Pavilion Master's anger has not subsided, what need is there to hold a grudge against ignorant kids? How about we each take a step back? Consider today's Black Sword Forging session as a free gift to you. What do you think? The dragon god then replied, We have to see what the winner's intention is this time first. Luke Huin Noyet frowned. Very well, I forged for nothing then. The family master really knows how to go with the flow. She looked towards Luke Thuong, but this useless guy was considered to have lost his qualification as a candidate. It was not unacceptable. Thinking so, Luke Huin Noyet replied, I have no objections. At this moment, the dragon god retracted the dragon. Thuong Quan Vu Dung immediately said, You didn't need to waste your energy like that. It's just Luke Thuong. I can still handle him. The dragon god lifted her chin. How could I let my madam suffer any grievances? Hearing this, her entire face flushed red and she coughed violently. At this time, Luke Thuong couldn't walk and had to be carried back. Nakton panicked and called out, Divine Dr. Mok, hurry and save my son. Lai Noyet kept glancing at the 2 of them. The dragon god saw this and grew visibly jealous. The charm of my madam is truly great. Even after becoming someone's wife, you still attract the gaze of other men. Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly replied, Lately, the amount of vinegar the dragon god has been drinking can be measured in jars. She approached and linked arms with him. This also proves that you have good taste, right? Having a madam like me is like picking up a treasure. The dragon god leaned close to her ear. Madam's words make sense. At this time, Lai Noyet turned back and said, "Please, Miss Thuong Quan, help me treat Luke Thuong." The dragon god frowned. "Why? Aren't you a divine doctor? Why do you still need someone else's help?" Lai Noyet immediately said, "Anyway, the pavilion master struck too heavily. If we just ignore him without a word of concern, rumors will spread and affect the relationship between the two sides." The dragon god was infuriated. "You." At this time, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stood up. "All right, I'll go with you." Earlier, looking at Nakton, she didn't seem poison anymore. This is a good opportunity for us to probe her. The dragon god hurriedly stood up. "I'll go with you." Lai Noyet stopped him. "The inner courtyard of the Luke family. The pavilion master had better stop here." Thuong Quan Vu Duong waved her hand and said, "It's fine. I'll be back quickly." Watching the two of them leave, the dragon god felt restless, feeling as if his wife was being flirted with in broad daylight. Just as they arrived in the courtyard, Luke Thuong's screams echoed out, "It hurts to death. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The two walked inside, and Nakton immediately said, "Divine Dr. Mok has arrived. Hurry and examine my son." Seeing Thuong Quan Vu Duong following behind, Luke Thuong was terrified. Why is she here? Tell her to get out." Nakton was also surprised. "This is," Lai Noyet immediately said, "to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. To ensure that there are no mistakes in treating the young master, I have invited Miss Thuong Quan here." Hearing this, Luke Thuong quickly said, "Letting her treat me is no different from suicide." Nakton immediately said to her son, "Luke Thuong, Divine Dr. Mok naturally has his reasons for doing this. If you want to live, be obedient and listen." She turned and said to Lai Noyet, "Then we won't disturb you anymore." After saying that, she left. Lai Noyet tossed a pill into his mouth. It's a tranquility pill. It seems he also finds Luke Thuong noisy, but his quick and decisive method is somewhat like Master's. After swallowing the pill, Luke Thuong collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Lai Noyet immediately channeled his chi to treat him. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked over at the potted plant and was bewildered. "Where's the agarwood spirit what I placed here?" She glanced at Lai Noyet. Only he could enter and leave Nakton's room and discover my arrangement. Although he is an alchemist, he indeed has some ability, but by doing so, he will definitely become a stumbling block for me. At this moment, a voice flickered through her mind. "What are you still hesitating for? All those who block my path must die." Then she attacked Lai Noyet. He reacted, as expected. Vu Duong's body contained scorching sun chi. Then Lai Noyet helped her regain her senses, created an illusion, and took her away. Outside, Luke Vu peeked at them and felt bitter. Even if I let the dragon god see her and Mok Song having intimate gestures, he had no reaction. I really don't understand why the dragon god likes a woman like her. Nakton said softly, "Keep your voice down. Your younger brother is still in there with an uncertain fate, and all you know is to long for a man who already has a wife." Luke Fu left in anger. "If no one will help me, then I'll do it my way. What I want, I must get. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, just wait and cry." On the other side, Lai Noyet had brought Thuong Quan Vu Duong to another place. The scorching sun chi is devouring Vu Duong's 8 extra channels and 7 meridians. I can only temporarily suppress it using frost chi. Lai Noyet cast a spell. There is dragon chi in Vu Duong's body. Could it be that they have? A gentle energy radiated outwards, softly weaving through every blood vessel, making her body feel enveloped in a warm light. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, like a butterfly flapping its wings to leave a fragile cocoon. Her eyes opened, as clear as a mountain stream. Seeing her wake up, Lai Noyet was slightly startled. His hand gently pulled back, but that gaze made him flustered. Vu Duong softly called out, "Master." Her voice sounded as light as a passing breeze, soft and gentle, like an invisible thread tying up Lai Noyet's mind. But he immediately turned his back, not revealing any expression, only his heart was surging. I cannot let Vu Duong realize my fake identity. The scorching sun chi in her body has eased considerably. It's time to head back. That thought acted as a reminder, forcing him to maintain his composure. A long while later, Vu Duong completely awoke. She sat up, her eyes vacantly sweeping over the surrounding scenery, as if searching for answers to the flickering dreams she had just experienced. Lai Noyet stood there, his expression calm, as usual, but his voice carried a hint of reproach. "You're awake? Just now you suddenly fainted, scaring me to death." Hearing this, Vu Duong was momentarily stunned. She tried to recall, but everything in her memory seemed to be covered by a hazy mist. Fainted? But why don't I remember anything at all? She suddenly remembered the faint image flickering in her dream, the familiar figure of her master. Could it be that it was all just a dream? Lai Noyet cleared his throat, his sharp gaze sweeping toward her. Still standing there staring? Aren't you going to help out? This is the medicine for Luke Thuong to drink. Those words pulled Vu Duong back to reality. She was slightly startled and hurriedly replied, coming. Her footsteps headed towards a medicine pot, but her mind still lingered on the image from her dream. Anyway, I've already agreed to help him treat Luke Thuong. What needs to be done still has to be done. Even though her heart was still in turmoil with unsolved thoughts, the responsibility in her heart compelled her not to hesitate any longer. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the medicine pot. The scent of medicinal herbs mingled with the pungent smoke, making the air stifling. As if squeezed by an invisible hand, Vu Duong was startled and quickly ran over. She thought to herself, how could an alchemist like him handle this situation? A pillar of fire and smoke erupted, glowing a fiery red as if wanting to swallow everything. Without any hesitation, she rushed over and stood shielding Lai Noyet. Her hand gently waved, summoning a medicine spirit. Gentle rays of light radiated outwards. The light enveloped both of them in a sturdy protective layer. The fire and smoke gradually dissipated, returning the space to tranquility. Lai Noyet stood silently, looking at that small yet strong figure. He had never thought that a frail girl like Vu Duong could be so brave. She stood blocking him. At that moment, a strange feeling flooded his mind. His cold eyes flashed with an indescribable surge of emotion. She surprised him and made his heart tremble, but he merely remained silent, his gentle gaze following her. Vu Duong tried to control the flames that were preparing to ignite. Outside the door of the alchemy room, Luke Vu was plotting with a smug expression. She locked the door and cast a spell so that no one could open it. Vu Duong used all of her spiritual qi to block the fire. She thought, just now, some material must have undergone alchemy fire, producing a chemical reaction as if it had a life of its own. It's completely uncontrollable. It seems I can only try this method. Lai Noyet was surprised to see her protecting him. At this time, feeling helpless, Vu Duong resorted to another method. She jumped up high, using a qi cultivation spell to converge all the energy in her body to suppress it. Lai Noyet had a worried expression. In order not to expose my identity, I can only endure and not intervene. I just don't know if Vu Duong can handle it. She used a spell to disperse the chemical reaction, taking the opportunity to tell Lai Noyet to quickly call for help. While it hasn't coalesced yet, hurry outside and find the dragon god to help. Lai Noyet hurriedly ran off. Okay. Lai Noyet ran to the door and tried to open it, but couldn't. He used a spell, but it didn't work, and he was even counterattacked. Lai Noyet ran over and told Vu Duong the door is locked by a special magical artifact. Vu Duong was still holding it back inside. She looked very exhausted, having consumed a lot of energy in her body. Lai Noyet worriedly helped her block it. It seems that for now, we can only rely on ourselves. I must hide my true strength so Vu Duong won't find out. If Vu Duong keeps mobilizing her own spiritual power like this, I'm afraid she won't last long. Vu Duong used chains to control the magical artifacts. Lai Noyet was worried. He combined forces with her to break them apart, then told her, your attribute cannot suppress this flame. You have to use the opposite attribute. Vujung Sudenli Zembe. Right, the furnace master gifted me before has the ice attribute. She manifested the furnace. Lai Noyet felt proud and satisfied. As expected of the Vu Duong that I guide, her comprehension is very good. Vu Duong raised her hands with a focused expression. Indeed, the ice attribute furnace can control the fire. All the fire was gradually being sucked inside by Lai Noyet's furnace. Vujung Panik. What's wrong? The furnace suddenly slipped from her hands. She was lifted high into the air, then immediately fell back into Lai Noyet's arms. Vu Duong was now exhausted. She worried, where did it go wrong? She sat up, suddenly realizing something. I got it, the fire core. Vu Duong gently stood up. She excitedly explained to Lai Noyet, all things have a spirit, and thus have roots. Spiritual objects originate from the spiritual root. The core of the black fire is the fire core. As long as we draw out the fire core, we can seal the black fire. Lai Noyet was very happy, feeling proud of his disciple. He said, "Let me help you find it." Vu Duong cast a spell to locate the fire core. She searched around the room. No, it's hiding too well. Suddenly, Lai Noyet stepped in to help. He smiled gently. Vu Duong stared blankly, turning to look at Lai Noyet. The two worked together to find the fire core. Finally spotting it, Vu Duong flew up, reached out, and grabbed the fire core. After that, Lai Noyet and Vu Duong cast spells to dissipate the magical artifacts that the fire core had just completely absorbed. At this time, outside the alchemy room door, Luke Vu had called the dragon god over. Seeing the room filled with black smoke pouring out, the dragon god stood imposingly. Luke Vu, with a fake worried expression, said, "This Thuong Quan Vu Duong really doesn't know good from bad. The pavilion master treats her so well, yet she still wants to fool around with this man." Luke Vu pointed at the room and mocked. While refining pills, the two of them were being so passionate that they almost destroyed our family's alchemy room. The dragon god appeared cold, but hearing every word Luke Vu said made his blood boil. The dragon god used a spell to mute Luke Vu to prevent her from annoying him. All the servants brought buckets of water to pour on the door to extinguish the fire, but they didn't know the room's door was locked. Luke Vu had a satisfied and smug look, thinking to herself, "I specially used that custom-made magical artifact. The Nether Fire's fire core, combined with the heavenly soul lock. Thuong Quan Vu Duong, just wait to be burned to death." But Luke Vu didn't expect that the dragon god would use a single strike to break the door. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stepped out of the room, holding the furnace in her hand. Vu Duong walked out majestically. Seeing her, the dragon god smiled happily. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness she is fine." Seeing Vu Duong step out of the room, Luke Vu looked shocked. "Why is it like this? It shouldn't be like this." Vu Duong was furious. She walked straight towards Luke Vu and asked, "Seeing me still alive, you're very surprised, right?" Luke Vu didn't admit fault at all, replying arrogantly, "I don't know what you're talking about. I even specially brought many people here to rescue you. How can you spout such baseless accusations?" Vu Duong cast a spell, making the alchemy furnace fly high up. She seemed to know how to reveal who had cast a curse on this fire core. Only someone with the same spiritual root can cast this curse. The furnace shot out a beam of light straight at Luke Vu. Vu Duong explained, "It personally points you out. What else do you have to say?" Luke Vu refused to accept this outcome and angrily said, "There are many people in the Luke family with the same spiritual root as me. On what grounds do you say I caused it? Don't tell me you want to punish me just to smear my Luke family?" While using her spell, Vu Duong said, "You truly don't know repentance. The Luke family has been miserably harmed by people like you. Today, if I don't teach you a lesson, my name is not Thuong Quan Vu Duong." She cast a spell to punish Luke Vu, but Luke Vu unleashed her spiritual power to neutralize it, causing it to dissipate. Thuong Quan Vu Duong channeled her spiritual power and shouted, "Taste the flavor of this black fire for yourself." Luke Vu was surrounded by swords preparing to attack her. Terrified, Luke Vu screamed, "You trash! Hurry and save me." The crowd rushed forward, exclaiming, "Quick, save a young miss. Hurry up." The dragon god cast a spell to block them, rendering the guards unable to help Luke Vu. The crowd was angry but couldn't do anything. Two men tried to reach out to save Luke Vu, but as soon as they stepped forward, they were burned by the flames. The two retreated, groaning, "It hurts too much." Luke Vu writhed in pain inside Vu Duong's spell. Suddenly, Luke Vu's father flew over. He immediately extinguished the fire. Sweating profusely, Luke Vu begged for help. "Father, save me." He spoke up, questioning Vu Duong. "Why did you act so viciously against my daughter? This is the Luke family of the weapon forging sect, not your Dragon Abyss pavilion." Without any hesitation, Vu Duong approached him with a fearless expression and said, "So, I am an honored guest of your Luke family, yet I almost lost my life in the pill refinement room. How does the family master explain this?" The old master was furious. "You," Vu Duong retorted angrily, "Divine Dr. Mok and I went to the alchemy room to refine medicine to cure your son, but we never thought we'd be ambushed by black fire. This is an extremely rare and fierce flame, normally mostly used for forging weapons. Furthermore, it seems this black fire is closely related to the Luke family. If the family master also wants to play dumb like the second miss of the Luke family, then I have no choice but to bring this up with the skilled elders outside. The Luke family master stayed silent. Then he called out, "Wait." He thought to himself, if this matter spreads outside, what will people think of my weapon forging sect? This move of pulling the firewood from beneath the cauldron by Thuong Quan Vu Duong is truly vicious. He said to Vu Duong, "Actually, some time ago, the black fire was stolen. Only today did I find out that it was Luke Vu's doing. Perhaps it was just an unfortunate mistake. Since you and Divine Dr. Mok are fine, what need is there to strike so heavily?" The dragon god said angrily, "The victim is criticized for striking heavily, while the one who commits arson to harm people is just an unfortunate mistake. What kind of ridiculous logic is this? Truly laughable." Vu Duong stood up straight to lecture him. When a person does something, they must dare to take responsibility. I have already taught her a lesson. What do you want? He hesitated. You. The dragon god stood close to Vu Duong. He spoke coldly, but also very angrily. Luke Vu harmed my madam first. How do we settle this debt? While the Dragon Abyss Pavilion Master and the Luke family were arguing, suddenly a strong gust of wind blew past. An explosion shook the whole city. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked towards the direction of the sound. She was bewildered for a moment, then happily said, "That's the weapon forging room where Luke Huin Noyet is in seclusion. It seems my precious weapon is finished forging." The Luke family clearly showed worried expressions. 3 men clasped their hands, preparing to take action. The old Luke family master lost his composure and said, "This is bad. Looking at this celestial phenomenon, I'm afraid she has forged some heretical weapon. Immediately seal off the weapon forging room. Do not let anyone or anything leave there." The Luke family's people hastily ran towards the weapon forging room, making Vu Duong and the dragon god secretly happy. As everyone rushed to the weapon forging room, another explosion resounded. Vu Duong immediately called out, "Luke Huin Noyet." She called out worriedly. Vu Duong ran over to Luke Huin Noyet, gently letting Luke Huin Noyet lean on her legs. Vu Duong looked at the sword hovering in midair. Indeed, Luke Huin Noyet has successfully forged a peerless divine artifact. Exhausted, Luke Huin Nguye collapsed. The people from the Luke family stared in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Luke Huin Noyet suddenly woke up, very tense and fearful. Vu Duong, quick! QCA just came into the world and already possesses a spirit. It is in the stage of acknowledging its master. Hurry and tame it. The Luke family master looked at Luke Huin Noyet with a face full of surprise. He thought to himself, to think she could forge a high-grade spiritual artifact with a spirit. The Luke family master said with a serious expression, "Since this sword was forged in the Luke family's forging room, it is the property of our Luke family." Seeing this, Vu Duong angrily replied, "Earlier when you gave your reasoning to protect Luke Vu, I didn't bother arguing with you anymore. Now you still want to steal my spiritual artifact? I never knew the sect master of the weapon forging sect could be so shameless." The Luke family master firmly stated, "The one who forged the weapon is a member of my Luke family, and the furnace is also my Luke family's forging furnace. I really don't see how this spiritual artifact has anything to do with the pavilion master's madam." At this time, the dragon god suddenly appeared in front of Vu Duong. "Why does the sect master harbor so much malice towards my madam? Could it be that you have some dissatisfaction?" Vu Duong was angry. The dragon god quickly stopped her. "Step aside first. This matter has nothing to do with you." The Luke family master hesitated. "Pavilion master." The Luke family master immediately ordered, "Quickly bring QCA here." He ordered his subordinates to go retrieve it. Vu Duong, with a tense expression, thought to herself, "This old man is untrustworthy." 3 people rushed forward, but Vu Duong immediately blocked them with her power, then jumped up to grab the sword. The people below stared in bewilderment as the angry Luke family master turned into a beast and attacked her. Vu Duong looked at him with an expression full of disdain. This cunning old fox. She used a spell to gag the fox. He finally had to turn back into a human. The Luke family master challenged, "Little girl, do you still want to fight me?" He reached out to take the sword, but was thrown back. Vu Duong thought to herself, "The Luke family master makes sense. Whoever tied the bell must untie it. If I use a familiar mind technique, Perhaps I won't be rejected. If this is a weapon brought out by Master Huan Noyet, then let me try the Fuang Duong mind technique and see. She flew up and used her magic to forcefully obtain QCA. She was enveloped in a vortex created by her own magic. Everyone stared blankly. Is QCA recognizing its master? Vu Duong was using her power to be able to hold the sword. Suddenly, a spirit beast appeared before her. She happily reached out her hand. As expected of a high-level spirit artifact, this is the artifact spirit of QCA. The spirit beast closed its eyes. The Luke family master was jealous. He shouted angrily, "What are you all standing there for? Quickly break the shield for me. Get the spirit artifact back for me." The crowd flew up, but at the same time, the dragon god had flown up first to protect the spirit artifact. The dragon god had a cold expression. "Let me see who dares." He attacked, sending 2 people flying far away from Vu Duong. Vu Duong was excited and joyful. Don't waste your effort anymore. QCA has already signed a contract with Thuong Quan Vu Duong. It has already recognized Thuong Quan Vu Duong as its master. Finally, Vu Duong imposingly reached the sword and grasped it tightly. She successfully took hold of QCA and flew down. Vu Duong slowly walked near the Luke family. She brought QCA forward in front of him. The Luke family master spoke up angrily. "I hope the pavilion master's wife can be a bit sensible and return the Luke family's belonging. I can overlook the previous matter for you." Vu Duong immediately replied to him, "Now that you can get this QCA, I will consider you capable." His sharp green eyes looked forward, gleaming with determination and tension, the lines of his brows furrowed. He thought that now QCA had recognized a master. Even if it was taken away, in his hands it would just be a piece of scrap iron. Vu Duong said with a noble expression, "Since what's done is done, why don't you and I make a deal?" The Luke family master asked curiously, "What deal?" Vu Duong approached Luke Uyen Guye. "In the future, if the Luke family encounters difficulties, I, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, will definitely do my best to help. But the prerequisite is that the Luke family's heir must absolutely be Luke Huan Noyet." Vu Duong looked at her with a slight, mysterious smile. Huan Noyet smiled. She thought to herself, "It wasn't in vain that I gave you QCA." The Luke family master was suspicious. He felt it was unreliable. So he asked back, "Does it know that you, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, severed ties with the Thuong Quan family long ago? This condition of yours, I'm afraid, doesn't convince me." The dragon god suddenly approached Vu Duong. He grabbed her hand and said with a cold expression, "What if my Dragon Abyss Pavilion is added?" Vu Duong looked at the dragon god with a bewildered expression. The Luke family master laughed triumphantly. "Oh, look at my memory. How could I forget that you and your wife are family? Then of course, that is enough." The two shook hands, and the deal was successfully made. Lai Noyet seemed angry, thinking, "It's a pity I'm not the true body. Otherwise, why would Vu Duong need to use him as backing?" Once everything was settled, the Luke family master went inside to drink tea, thinking, "I just lost a single spirit artifact, but in exchange, I got the support of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion." This transaction wasn't a loss at all. Suddenly, the old madam ran over and pushed the door open with a bang. "Sect Master, why is my daughter so heavily injured? Was it caused by the wife of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion again?" He sighed with an exhausted expression. "Who told her to secretly use black fire to tease others first? Consider this a lesson. Next time, don't provoke others." Luke Thuong and Luke Vu were lying on the bed. She said anxiously, now the girl is at her last breath, entirely relying on the divine Dr. Mock's consumption pill to live. Luke Thuong was also heavily injured by them. They're all future sect masters of the weapon forging sect. Are they going to keep being bullied by others like this? Where's the logic in that? He slammed the table angrily. "Are you still complaining that your 2 children haven't caused enough trouble? These next few days, you take them and obediently stay hidden in the Thuong Vu Pavilion. In a few days, we have to prepare the ceremony for the next heir of the weapon forging sect. Don't cause any more trouble." She sweated nervously. "What heir?" He replied, "Luke Huan Noyet." She got angry, "My son and daughter, I will absolutely not willingly give up. You, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, just wait for me." Thuong Quan Vu Duong was dressed in black clothes and wearing a face veil. She ambushed the Luke family's residence. She stood outside waiting for an opportunity to sneak in. She thought that during the succession ceremony she might be able to see the Tanvu's sword, but before that, she had to deal with Nakton first. She pulled out a knife to act as a reflecting mirror. She saw the servants busy with their tasks. One boy and one girl, one heavily injured and one crippled. This was when they were busiest. Many people in a complex situation made for a good opportunity to strike. Vu Duong moved agilely and flew up to the roof. It seemed the woman below didn't hear any strange noises. Vu Duong pried the roof open. She pried up each tile to allow her body to fall through. Unexpectedly, she fell into Lai Noyet's arms. Vu Duong's eyes showed suspicion. Healer mock? Suddenly, Vu Duong stood up. She turned to leave. Lai Noyet's eyes widened as he asked, Miss Thuong Quan, no need to run anymore. Vu Duong took off the veil, covering her mouth. She said angrily, Has this damn Mok Swang been waiting for me here all along? Lai Noyet walked over and lit the lamp. As he lit the lamp, he said, Eldest miss of the Thuong Quan family, your level of poisoning is only SOSO. He took out a flower vase and said, I heard your master is an elder of the medicine Jade Venerable. Does he know about this poor poisoning skill of yours? Lai Noyet leaned close to her face coldly. Vu Duong broke into a sweat and replied, What poisoning or not poisoning? I don't understand what you were talking about. Lai Noyet poured out a whole set of poison medicines. He was cold and emotionless. If you could mix in a little topaz, stone fragments, and amethyst powder, it wouldn't just perfectly fuse with the powder. But once inhaled, it is also very difficult to eliminate. Vu Duong's bright eyes were stunned as she thought. At most, I was only going to make Nakton itch until her skin tore. If I had topaz stone powder, it truly would be a torment worse than death. Or, Lai Noyet walked to the edge of the bed and sprinkled shadowless water onto the bed sheets. Wouldn't this be more effective than your method? Vu Duong tensed up, long drops of sweat rolling down her cheeks. She lowered her head and thought, shadowless water is not only more effective. If I really used this method, I'm afraid Nakton wouldn't have seen tomorrow a long time ago. Lai Noyet walked next to the table. He said coldly, The best poisoning needle uses a colorless and odorless type. Anything the naked eye can see can be used as a poisoning tool. Vu Duong wondered, did this Mok Swang come to catch me or to help me? Lai Noyet asked, What are you wondering about? Vu Duong suddenly realized something. What am I wondering about? She thought, this tone is too much like the master I met in my hallucination. How many times have I mistaken him for my master? The aura and presence of these two people are too similar. Vu Duong took back the item in Lai Noyet's hand and replied, All right then, I will do as you say. This is all taught by you, you know. She took it, fully mixing it. If this gets out later, you will also be considered an accomplice. Vu Duong left. Lai Noyet sank into deep thought, watching her figure from behind. It seems Vu Duong really came for Nakton. The next day, the madam of the Luke family suddenly fell to the ground, agonizingly clutching her neck and crying. The servant girl next to her anxiously ran over. She was terrified, her eyes widening, her brows furrowing. Quickly call Divine Dr. Makir. Lai Noyet arrived and took her pulse. The girl next to her said anxiously, Divine Doctor, this morning the madam had just put on her makeup when she suddenly fell and couldn't get up, and then she became like this. My madam has always been taking medicine according to the prescription you gave. She had clearly recovered completely. Why did it suddenly become like this? Lai Noyet took her pulse and thought to himself, Vu Duong didn't completely poison her according to the method I provided. It seems she added a few more ingredients. He chuckled inwardly. Vu Duong is secretly playing tricks on me again. Interesting. The maid cried, kneeling and begging, Divine Dr. Mok, I beg you to save my madam. Suddenly, someone brought up food. Lai Noyet ordered them. All of you step back. Your madam will be fine. 5 days later, the heir ceremony was being prepared at the Luke family. Suddenly, Luke Thieu Vu flew down from above, his expression cold and emotionless. Luke Huyen Noyet was very surprised. Master, Thieu Vu suddenly used magic to lift a pillar. A sound echoed throughout the town. On top of the pillar, a golden light surrounded a sword that appeared. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Shai Sun Badali, Smiling Et Siten Li, Han Vu Swat. Suddenly, a ray of red light shone on a Thuong Quan Vu Duong. It enveloped her body, causing her pain. Her eyes started to turn red. The red light surrounded her body, pulling Vu Duong, who was gradually walking towards the Tanvu sword. The dragon god saw her walking and looked perplexed. Lu Quin Noyet ran after her angrily, shouting loudly, "Vu Duong! Phuong Quan Vu Duong! What do you want to do?" Vu Duong seemed to turn into another person, just walking forward without caring what anyone said, her expression cold and majestic. Vu Duong got close to the sword. She reached out her hand towards the sword. Vu Duong grabbed the sword, rejoicing excitedly. Her eyes were full of killing intent as she said loudly, "I am back. I am finally back. I will make you Luke family pay with blood and tears." Lai Noyet and the dragon god were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping as they looked at her. The two implicitly understood that Vu Duong's consciousness had been invaded. Lu Quin Noyet ran tensely towards the dragon god. "You must quickly stop her." The dragon god replied, "Acting rashly now will only hurt Vu Duong herself." Vu Duong flew high up and attacked the soldiers of the Luke family. "Don't anyone expect to leave here." She used her sword to attack the Luke family master. Her power broke his sword in half. Fu Vu was scared and anxious. He saw her leading a child. With an expression full of murderous intent, he called out, "Tamed." Luke Fu Vu had a calm and serene expression. He comforted Vu Duong's mind. "I will return Phuong Lin to you. Please spare this innocent child, okay?" Vu Duong's large, round eyes sparkled brightly, her sweet voice calling, "Fu Vu." He approached her and snatched the Tan Min sword. His other hand was holding a refining furnace. He put the sword into the furnace to burn it. Phuong Quan Vu Duong was furious, her eyes revealing a red color full of murderous intent. She yelled out, "Luke Fu Vu," but he didn't care and continued casting his spell. The refining furnace gradually flew high up. The Luke family master stood up angrily. "Him, what does he want to do? Quick, hurry up and stop him." Huiniyet said anxiously, "The entanglement between Master and Phuong Tan Min must be completely severed so peace can be restored to the Luke family. Do you really want to see Phuong Tan Min burn down the Luke family with fire? Go invite the main wife, Nak Tan, here." The servants replied, "Yes." Luke Fu Vu was preparing to destroy it when Vu Duong cried sorrowfully, asking why. "Why do you want to destroy it? Do you think doing this is enough? That you can make up for the damage you caused me? Even if you let me die today, I will never forget what you all did to me before." Fu Vu, hurt, agonized, and desperate, turned and said, "I have never expected you to forgive me. That heaven allowed me to meet you again, I'm already very satisfied." Madame Nyak Tang Stipet Fawat Galing Tiu Vu. Her expression was fearful and tense as she asked You, do I the Tong Guan Vu Dung All Fung Tang Ming? Phuong Tan Min asked her with hatred, "You tell me." She knelt down in fear, her face darkening. "Tan Min, the matter from years ago was just a misunderstanding. I didn't know the conflict between you and Fu Vu at all. I just wanted to help everyone. Even if I was wrong, it was unintentional." Vu Duong was unsatisfied with this apology. She dragged her towards the cliff. Everyone was terrified and tense, not daring to intervene with Vu Duong, whose eyes were full of hatred and murderous intent. "You once gave me a farewell letter from Fu Vu here, swallowed me here, tormented me to death. Now you should also taste this feeling." Nak Tan's body trembled with fear, drops of sweat rolling down her cheeks. "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Even if I want to regret it, it's too late. Please give me another chance. I can help you." Vu Duong didn't let those pleading words enter her ears. She angrily approached and choked her. "Do you think I still want to hear you say another word?" She was terrified and in pain. Vu Duong gradually moved closer, pushing her back towards the cliff. Vu Duong said triumphantly, "Goodbye, Madam of the Luke family." Vu Duong pushed her down the abyss. The Luke family master was furious. How dare you hurt our clan's main wife?" She turned around triumphantly and replied, "Do you also want to taste the feeling of being imprisoned?" He was rendered speechless. Vu Duong used a sealing spell. "From now on, whether you live or die, you will be sealed here forever, never to see the sun." Tears streamed down Vu Duong's face. Everyone was stunned in silence. "Luke Tiu Vu Galet Tang Ming." She ran over to his side, her eyes containing so many unfinished stories she wanted to tell Fu Vu. He explained with a sad expression, "It was all my fault for not making everything clear in the beginning, not making you suffer injustice." Vu Duong gently touched Fu Vu's cheek, comforting him. "Actually, I have known the truth for a long time, but I wasn't willing to suffer injustice myself while she lived so carefree." Phuong Tan Min was desperate and agonized tears falling down. Thieu Vu tightly held her hand to comfort her, but he also seemed to be in great pain. Thieu Vu opened the palm of her hand and placed down onto it a feather emitting a golden light. He spoke up, "Now your wish is fulfilled. You can leave Thuong Quan Vu Duong's body. From now on, I will forever be by your side." Thuong Tamed shook her head. "I no longer have a vessel. Now my revenge is taken. I have no more lingering attachments." Hui Noyet was worried and tense, thinking to herself, Thuong Tamed doesn't plan on occupying Vu Duong's body, does she? Or does she? The pavilion master, the dragon god, approached and called out coldly, "I have a treasure called the puppet mechanism. Its outer appearance can make it indistinguishable from the original host. Perhaps it can transfer Thuong Tan Min's soul into the puppet mechanism's body." Hearing there was a way, Tan Min was surprised and excited. "Oh, is there really such a way?" The dragon god pondered deeply and explained further. "It's just that the process is complex and requires the use of a reincarnation pill." Lynette spoke up, "My master has this pill. It's not a difficult matter." The other two stared at Lin Noyet in surprise. The dragon god looked at him, seeming very suspicious. A reincarnation pill is a type of pill that only high-level alchemists can refine. Furthermore, the medicinal herbs needed for a reincarnation pill are incredibly precious. What is the background of this mock song after all? Hui Noyet was also suspicious, but she was only worried about Vu Duong. She ran to the dragon god and said, "What are you still hesitating for? You have the puppet mechanism. He has the reincarnation pill. Quickly transfer Thuong Tan Min's soul so that Thuong Quan Vu Duong can return to her body." Thieu Vu and Tan Min looked at each other happily. She spoke up, "If there really is this method, then it's a good idea." The dragon god called out to Lin Noyet, "I didn't bring the puppet mechanism with me. Let's pick a day to meet at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion to reincarnate Thuong Tan Min." He replied, "Okay." At Vu Duong's house, Lan Ni was practicing with the divine artifact, Zichdong. Upon stepping through the door, Zichdong was hit in the head by a stone, leaving a bump on his forehead. "You're dragging me out as an experiment again, aren't you?" Lan Ni felt the aura outside. He happily called out, "Mother." Zichdong sighed. "This child is hallucinating again. This is the 199th time you've called the empty air outside, Mother." He saw two carriages flying in this direction and was dumbfounded. Could it be they really returned? The little boy happily ran out to welcome his mother. The dragon god carried Vu Duong down from the carriage. The boy called out, "Father, Mother." He approached his mother and cried anxiously, "Mother, what's wrong?" "Mother, wake up, it's Lan Ni." Hui Noyet reassured him, "Don't cry out anymore. Your mother isn't dead. She just needs a rather complex ceremony performed to wake her up." Lonnie calmed down and spoke, "I know. Mother told me already. It's the story of Princess Snow White. Father, hurry and kiss her. Hurry and kiss her." Hangmingwus Gadogi. "What princess?" Zichdong pulled the boy back and said, "Why talk about such complex things with children? Don't you know their imaginations are very rich?" Hui Noyet approached angrily. "Who allowed you to speak to this sect master like that? Such insubordination. There better not be a next time." She was surprised and unexpected. "Sect master? What sect master in the Dragon Abyss Pavilion?" The dragon god brought Thuong Quan Vu Duong into the room. He laid her down. Hui Noyet spoke up, "Rumor has it dragons like gold. It seems it's true. Is there any place in this Dragon Abyss Pavilion of yours that isn't made of gold?" The dragon god was cold and unconcerned as he asked, "When is that healer mock coming?" Hui Noyet worriedly explained, "Healer mock said he has to go back and find his master first. He will probably arrive at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion in 2 days. I hope he doesn't run away halfway." The dragon god wasn't worried at all. He smiled coldly and replied, "He won't. I don't know why, but I feel he treats Vu Duong unusually." At the Spirit Beast Island, after how long Lai Noyet had stayed at the Luke family, he returned and saw the spiritual tree chopped in half. Bak Chi explained, "Most of the living creatures on the island rely on the fairy tree root to absorb nutrients. Like this, more than half of the spiritual herbs on the island have been destroyed." Lai Noyet looked intently. "I know right away that the dragon god did this. There must still be dragon chi remaining on it, along with the burn marks on the tree roots. It was definitely done by the dragon god." He thought of Vu Duong. If you knew he was such a person, would you still trust him? Bak Chi asked worriedly, Elder, what should we do next? Lai Noyet turned away and said, under the ice abyss, there's still a few spiritual herb roots left. Take everyone to go gather them. Based on my foundation, continuously supplying nutrients to the fairy spirit tree. Other matters, wait until I return to discuss. Bak Chi angrily asked, where are you going again? Could it be Miss Thuong Quan? She has long ceased to be a person of our Spirit Beast Island. Now that Spirit Beast Island is harmed by bad people, it also involves her, even though she is your disciple. Lai Noyet angrily furrowed his brows. Since when do I have to report my whereabouts to you? Do your job well. Bak Chi was scared and said nothing more. At night, Lai Noyet appeared in the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. He approached Vu Duong and knelt down. Suddenly, the dragon god standing behind a tree appeared. Since you are already here, why don't you walk in properly? Lai Noyet gently replied, it's late at night. I was worried about disturbing your rest. Lai Noyet took out a pocket from his clothes and said, this is the reincarnation pill that I asked my master for. The dragon god took it. He happily said, I want to ask for your master's great name. Tomorrow, guests will come to the house to thank him. Suddenly, Vu Duong's body emitted a mysterious red light. The dragon god saw it and used his spiritual energy to suppress it. Lai Noyet was worried. Not good. Phuong Tan Min's will is declining. The dragon god looked at him. We must quickly bring Zich Dong here to use spells to return Vu Duong to normal. When Noyet asked, where's that kid? Zich Dong said with a cold face, rest assured, I have arranged everything for him. At this time, adding one more person will make it safer. When Noyet looked at him and smiled inwardly. I didn't expect this guy to be quite loyal at critical moments. Finally, the puppet mechanism appeared high above. When Noyet looked up and thought, this must be the puppet mechanism inside? The image of a girl appeared. The dragon god prepared to launch an attack, but Lai Noyet stopped him and asked, think carefully. A drawn bow cannot be retracted. If it fails, the dragon god pushed his hand away and used his strength to defeat it. I absolutely do not allow failure. Lai Noyet ran over and sat behind Vu Duong to create spiritual energy for her to resist. The dragon god also came in front of Vu Duong to transmit spiritual energy to her. Vu Duong's body gradually emitted a red light, and a spirit beast appeared hovering above. The dragon god and Lai Noyet flew up together to attack it. When Noyet opened her mouth in surprise, I didn't expect them to be so coordinated. If they lacked just a little bit, Vu Duong's soul probably couldn't return today. The dragon god hurriedly looked down and called, Lu Quinn Noyet, quickly give it to her to drink. He threw a pill down. Quinn Noyet caught the pill. She approached Thuong Quan Vu Duong and put it in her mouth. Zich Dong looked over in surprise. Quinn Noyet rejoiced. There shouldn't be any problems this time. Vu Duong's red eyes were still full of killing intent, and her energy was gradually recovering. Zich Dong was tense, worried, and shouted, careful! Zich Dong ran over, grabbed Quinn Noyet's hand, and quickly ran far away. Zich Dong turned around to see Vu Duong's body full of power. He sweated in fear. When Noyet was about to push him away, her cheeks blushed, and she shyly asked, How did you know something was wrong? Zich Dong calmly stood up, reached out his hand to support Huyen Noyet, and explained, just now, when you fed her the reincarnation pill, the spiritual energy inside her suddenly surged. Definitely something went wrong at some step. Phuong Tan Min inside Vu Duong's body was gradually taking control of her. With eyes full of killing intent, she soared high. As the two of them were dealing with the spirit beast, Lai Noyet seemed to be gradually losing his advantage. He sweated nervously, looked at Vu Duong, and yelled, oh no. Huyen Noyet turned to the dragon god and said, this state of hers has happened before. You must immediately stop the cold jade suppression. The dragon god's body was also gradually exhausted. His face darkened, and he turned to say, if we miss today, I fear Phuong Tan Min's soul will never be able to come out. Vu Duong rushed in front of the dragon god. She angrily grabbed his neck and dragged him to the ground, leaving Lai Noyet alone to fight the phoenix. Zich Dong and Huyen Noyet together gathered spiritual energy and attacked the phoenix. Quickly lend Healer Mock a hand. The dragon god calmly looked at Vu Duong with affectionate eyes. His two hands held her face, and his gentle voice called, Vu Duong. Vu Duong rushed into the dragon god's embrace and bit his chest. Suddenly, a memory of her and the dragon god appeared. In her consciousness, Vu Duong recalled all the passionate and intimate memories with the dragon god. She heard someone's voice calling, Vu Duong, it's me. Vu Duong suddenly called the dragon god's name. She reached out her hands to hug him, then suddenly held her head tightly with a painful and fearful expression. Vu Duong sweated and gritted her teeth. So painful. Lai Noyet saw this and anxiously flew down. Lai Noyet gradually approached and called Vu Duong, but when Lai Noyet approached, he was repelled. The rising smoke made Lai Noyet cough a few times. The dragon god came closer to support her. Vu Duong saw the warmth. She tiredly collapsed into the dragon god's embrace. The dragon god hugged her tightly, comforting her. Vu Duong, you have worked hard. Huyen Noyet and Zichdong saw the two of them like that and rejoiced. Zichdong shed happy tears. I didn't expect my master to be able to defeat this powerful spiritual energy. So touching. Huyen Noyet gaped in surprise. Could this be the power of love? Lai Noyet was heartbroken and jealous. He despairingly said, Vu Duong, you have deeply loved him for a long time. Huyen Noyet saw this and immediately said, has Phuong Tamen escaped from Thuong Quan Vu Duong's body? The dragon god carried Vu Duong in his arms. She still needs to get used to the attributes of the puppet mechanism. After completely getting used to it, she will recover just like a normal person. He turned and left with Vu Duong. Huyen Noyet thoughtfully looked around in worry. Where's Healer Mok? Just now he seemed to be heavily injured. Zichdong came near her, smiled playfully, and teased. Looking for me? Huyen Noyet looked up at the sky and answered, I'm just sighing because there's one more heartbroken person in this world. 7 days later, at the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the dragon god sat next to Vu Duong, watching her sleep. Suddenly, something rushed over. The dragon god quickly caught it. The dragon god angrily and strictly said, Who taught you these despicable tricks? Lani walked over, angrily scolding him. Father broke his word. Father said he would take good care of Mother. It's been 10 days, and I still haven't seen Mother open her eyes. The dragon god angrily used a spell to bind Lan Ni, lifting the boy into the air. Lan Ni struggled and shouted, Father dares to bully people. Bully me, bully Mother. In vain did I help you pursue Mother before. I was blind. Vu Duong woke up in a daze. The dragon god hugged Lan Ni and said, I know you are worried about your mother, but I have said, as long as I live a single day, I will not let anything happen to her. Vu Duong woke up and said aloud, So noisy. Hearing that, the father and son involuntarily startled. Lan Ni was overjoyed and was about to run to hug his mother, but was stopped by the dragon god. The boy was taken outside, but still cried out, Mother, Mother, she needs to rest. The dragon god closed the door and asked, Vu Duong, do you feel better? Vu Duong asked blankly, My name is Vu Duong. Who are you? It seemed she didn't remember anything. The dragon god was scared, his face darkening. The dragon god was scared and worried, coming closer to her. His face became distressed. Tears rolled down his cheeks. You don't remember me? He remembered the previous time he treated her. Could this method lead to other consequences? Suddenly, Vu Duong laughed loudly. Look at you turning pale from fear. The dragon god was angry. He looked at her with a serious expression. Is it funny? Thuong Quan Vu Duong became tense and spoke up. Isn't it your fault? Knowing I'm a patient and still arguing next to me. It's really noisy, so I just punish you a little bit. The dragon god sulked. You can't joke like that anymore, because I would really think you don't need me anymore. An emotional moment. Vu Duong, with glowing red eyes, showed gentleness, mixed with a bit of shyness. Her cheeks flushed. She gently leaned against the person opposite her. Suddenly, she pushed him away. Do you know you are very heavy? Get up quickly. The dragon god got up and lay down beside Vu Duong's bed. She looked at his face and involuntarily smiled happily. These past few days, in order for me to recover to normal, he hasn't had a good night's sleep. Vu Duong held the golden pill worn on her neck and pondered. Moreover, he was the one who helped Phuong Tamen leave my body completely. She looked at the dragon god, who was closing his eyes. Could it be that I already like him? Sometime later, Huyen Noyet was preparing to leave the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. Thuong Quan Vu Duong ran after her and called loudly, Luke Huyen Noyet, you want to leave without saying goodbye? Huyen Noyet heard the call and stopped. She turned to see Vu Duong. Luke Huyen Noyet was happy and excited. You're awake. Anyway, I just became the sect master. There are still some matters waiting for me to handle in the sect. I've been away for many days. It's time to return. Vu Duong smiled and replied, Oh, how did I forget that you were the dignified sect master of the weapon forging sect? Huyen Noyet casually continued, I wouldn't dare. How dare I put on airs with the pavilion master's wife of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion? Lan Ni ran in front of her and affectionately called, "Sixth aunt." Huan Noyet excitedly asked, "Lan Ni also came to see me off?" Vu Duong was surprised. "Sixth aunt?" Huan Noyet said to Lan Ni, "That's right. I said I would help you ask. Perhaps my master has a way to solve Lan Ni's appearance issue. It seems we temporarily cannot separate from each other." Vu Duong had a tense expression. She approached and grabbed Lan Ni's hand. "Okay, I will go to the weapon forging sect with you for a trip. By the way, also bring Phuong Tamed to your master. To solve Lan Ni's pain, even if there's only one in 1,000 hopes, I must grasp it." All three went together to see Phuong Tamed. When they arrived, they happened to meet Thieu Vu, who was also here. Huan Noyet ran up and called, "Master, rest assured. Wait until the spirit liquid in the crystal coffin is completely absorbed. Senior Phuong will awaken." Thieu Vu ap protect Vu Zung, Tang Zhu, Mis Tuong Quan. "I came here this time because I have a favor to ask." Lan Ni looked at Thieu Vu in surprise. Seeing Lan Ni, he became tense and scared. "Beast horns?" Everyone went inside the room. Luke Thieu Vu explained about the pair of horns on Lan Ni's head. Only in the Dragon Valley can the Beast clan's inheritance bloodline be resolved. Phuong Quan Vu Duong was worried. "Dragon Valley? Where's that place? Also, the Beast clan you mentioned is in the Dragon Valley?" Hearing this, Lan Ni felt uneasy and anxious. Thieu Vu seriously helped Vu Duong explain more clearly. "The Beast clan and the Thuong Lan continent rarely interact. The intelligence I know is also scarce. They live all year round in the southern border. Their active area is only in the night swamp of the southern border. Deep in the night swamp, crossing the forest, you can see a ravine. That ravine is called the Dragon Valley." Hearing this, Huan Noyet sprang to her feet. She said to everyone, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take Lan Ni to set off." Thieu Vu spoke up to remind, "Absolutely do not act recklessly. Humans on the continent know very little about the Beast clan. The Beast clan also hates cultivators. In the Night Swamp, it's an even more chaotic area. It's an extremely dangerous area." Phuong Quan Vu Duong suddenly realized, if it's already the territory of the Beast clan, why has the Dragon God never mentioned it to me? Lan Ni's symptoms can only be resolved by the Beast clan. The Dragon God couldn't possibly not know. Perhaps there are hidden circumstances in this. Vu Duong stood up and bowed. "Many thanks, Elder, for the guidance." Thieu Vu added, "The Beast clan has many species. This is also fate." Late at night, everyone was drinking wine and confiding in each other. Huan Noyet worriedly confided. She said to Vu Duong, "Actually, I don't really want to be the sect master. I just wanted to compete for some pride, that's all." Vu Duong looked at her and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Huan Noyet held the wine cup in her hand, excitedly saying, "I want to become the top female weapon forger of the Thuong Lan continent." Vu Duong sighed and replied, "You already achieved it. Forging such a peerless weapon for me." Huan Noyet stood up and shook her head, not satisfied, still not enough. "What about you, being the pavilion master's wife of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion?" The Dragon God sat close to Vu Duong and smugly said, "That has already come true." Vu Duong seemed dissatisfied with this thought. She sadly tried to push him away, making the Dragon God angry. "No way. Who wants to be a madam? A woman of the new century never relies on others, only relies on herself." The Dragon God felt uncomfortable and kept glancing at Vu Duong, thinking, "These past few days, Vu Duong has been weird. She keeps avoiding me." When Huan Noyet heard Vu Duong say this, she found it hard to understand. What? Practical woman? Vu Duong stood up, her eyes shining bright. "I want to be the most free and unrestrained female alchemist in the world." Hearing this, Huan Noyet found it funny and choked on her wine. Has the Dragon Abyss Pavilion Master been dumped? The Dragon God felt as if struck dumb. The two women raised their glasses to celebrate. "Okay, then the two of us are a team. How about the Noyet Duong team?" The Dragon God nervously thought, "Nonsense. Free and unrestrained? Vu Duong wants to run away again?" The two women drank until they were dead drunk. Lan Ni sat beside Vu Duong's bed and saw a Noyet Duong plan on the table. Lan Ni immediately picked up Vu Duong and Huan Noyet's paper and ran to show off to the Dragon God. He ran while calling his father's name. "Father." The Dragon God held the plan and smiled slightly. He seemed very happy inside Noyet Duong Pavilion. The next morning, Vu Duong was sitting and writing very attentively. Huan Noyet suddenly woke up after a night of drunkenness. She sat up, softened her face, and saw Vu Duong. "Why did you get up so early? What are you writing?" Huan Noyet saw the words Noyet Duong's plan. She stood up, her eyes wide. Noyet Duong? Noyet Duong Group? Vu Duong smiled brightly and caressed Huyen Noyet's face. As long as you haven't forgotten. Vu Duong held the plan with a serious expression and explained, in the future, in our Noyet Duong pavilion, you are in charge of forging weapons, I am in charge of making potions. How about splitting the sales revenue in half? Huyen Noyet was confused and still disbelieving, asking again, are you really planning to do this? Vu Duong had confident eyes. You need fame, I need money. So the Noyet Duong Pavilion must be established. Huyen Noyet was surprised and worried, but still convinced. She said, makes sense. But where do we get the money from? The dragon god appeared and spoke up. I can provide silver tails for you too. It's just that I need you to give me some benefits. Vu Duong looked at him entranced. He caressed her face. Huyen Noyet saw the two of them acting passionately affectionate, so she eagerly ran away. You two take your time talking. Vu Duong looked unconcerned, turned away, and said, do you think that I, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, since making my debut until now, only concoct useless medicines? Even without relying on you, I'm a little wealthy woman. Got it? The dragon god said, dissatisfied. You are my legitimate wife. Is using my money so unacceptable to you? Vu Duong was surprised and confused. Legitimate? From the beginning, you have confused the concept. You are always the one calling me your wife. Initially, I acted in a play with you, and later, I also received the corresponding remuneration for acting with you. So we owe each other nothing. In the future, don't even think about imposing morality on me. The dragon god was confused and blank. Imposing morality? Making a debut? Confused the concept? He secretly thought, I don't know why every time Vu Duong gets agitated, the words she speaks are like from a heavenly book. Acting? So all along, Vu Duong thought this was just acting. He suddenly remembered and exclaimed, I understand. Vu Duong was blank. Understand? Understand what? The dragon god suddenly ran away. Vu Duong sat down and sighed. Almost let it slip. Luckily, I managed to control it at the last minute. Absolutely cannot let the dragon god hinder my happy and unrestrained second half of my life. Sometime later, a magnificent pavilion was formed. Huyen Noyet worried. Just decorating this magnificent pavilion has cost us hundreds of thousands of silver taels. With the remaining money, if we don't have an income this month, we won't be able to hold on. Vu Duong was unworried and said, for better or worse, you are the master of a sect. You must try to persevere. She turned to say, are you really not anxious at all? Pavilion Master Thuong Quan. Vu Duong excitedly winked. Someone is about to arrive. Suddenly, from somewhere, a lot of people appeared and rushed into the pavilion. I came first. I am number 8. I am number 3. I came before you. Oh my God, I haven't got a number. What should I do? People were buzzing and bustling. Zichdong announced to everyone, today is the grand opening day of Noyet Duong Pavilion. So we will hand out 300 numbers, but it doesn't mean having an earlier number guarantees you can enter the Noyet Duong Pavilion to buy goods. We use a number shaking system. Everyone was puzzled and asked, number shaking? Someone nearby explained, earlier when getting numbers I heard about it, but what is its real meaning? Zichdong held a box. Inside the box were numbers. He spoke up to explain to the commoners. For every 50 numbers shaken, 10 shaken numbers can enter the Noyet Duong Pavilion to choose items. The remaining 40 numbers will be shaken together with the next 50 numbers, and then another 10 numbers are chosen, and so on. Those people heard this and became confused and angry. Then the later the number, the more disadvantageous it is. Zichdong smiled sinisterly. That's right. In the end, only a few dozen people can enter. Then didn't we come for nothing? Those who are not chosen can come next week. Our Noyet Duong Pavilion does not receive the same guest within a week. A gong struck once. The number shaking began. Around the box, 2 snakes slithered. Everyone stood around the table preparing to draw numbers. Huyen Noyet looked down in surprise and astonishment. Wow, why are there so many people? Is this the way of shaking numbers to choose customers that you mentioned? Vu Duong satisfiedly said, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. The harder a number is to shake, the more valuable it is. The reputation of our Noyet Duong Pavilion's beautiful and expensive items also spreads further. Vu Duong thought to herself, luckily, I have the wisdom of the 21st century, making it easy for me to grasp people's hearts. Huyen Noyet suddenly looked. What is that? Are they hired people? Vu Duong was also confused and stood up. She looked down and saw many people arriving, holding bamboo signs in their hands. Noyet Duong Pavilion grand opening. Great prosperity. Wow, the aura reaches the sky. When Vu Duong saw this, she was confused. Only one person in the world would be this flashy. Everyone standing below the pavilion shouted in unison, "Grand opening of the Noyet Duong Pavilion, welcoming all esteemed guests. Welcome to the Noyet Duong Pavilion." Seeing the two open boxes full of precious items, Huyen Noyet spoke up, "What gifts, what gift vouchers? We just opened, and the Dragon Abyss Pavilion has already lost money. The way I see it, you should bow your head to him. He has both money and power, and is the most handsome man on the continent. He is the dream lover of countless women. What else are you dissatisfied with?" Vu Duong seriously replied, "I want to see what the Dragon God intends to do." Vu Duong jumped onto the railing and leaped down to the ground. Zichdong looked on in amazement and called out, "Pavilion Master." Everyone started gossiping. "So this is the Pavilion Master of the Noyet Duong Pavilion. Although I've long heard that the eldest young miss of the Thuong Quan family is an absolute beauty, hearing 100 times isn't as good as seeing once. Being able to open the Noyet Duong Pavilion, this Miss Thuong Quan is not just beautiful." Suddenly, a golden dragon and a palanquin appeared in the sky. Slowly approaching the Noyet Duong Pavilion, the dragon god slowly stepped down. Everyone excitedly discussed, "The Pavilion Master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion has personally graced us with his presence. Otherwise, who else could be this flashy?" The dragon god stepped forward and said, "The Pavilion Master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion is here to congratulate the grand opening of the Noyet Duong Pavilion." Vu Duong calmly replied, "I humbly accept the Pavilion Master's good intentions. Although today is the grand opening of the Noyet Duong Pavilion, my point is that I don't want to disturb the people here so they can't live in peace. You don't need to make such a big fuss." The dragon god stepped forward and said, "Today there are two happy occasions. I grandly brought betrothal gifts like this, so it's perfectly justifiable, isn't it?" Vu Duong didn't understand and asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" He pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "Are these betrothal gifts and this sincerity to my wife's satisfaction?" Zichdong was confused. "What are they doing?" Huyen Noyet was eating and seeing them being affectionate. She noticed Zichdong's blank stare and explained, proposing to her. "You didn't even know that?" The dragon god knelt down and proposed to Vu Duong. "Thuong Quan Vu Duong, will you marry me?" Vu Duong was stunned. Who taught him this modern proposal posture? The dragon god recalled Lan Ni teaching him how to propose. Lan Ni knelt down and said, "Mother said that in fairy tales, people propose like this." The dragon god looked at Vu Duong's bright eyes and secretly smiled. Lan Ni's method is indeed somewhat useful. Vu Duong suddenly remembered. So that day when he said he understood, this is how he understood I wanted to rightfully become his wife. Everyone gossiped. There's actually a proposal method like this? How romantic. Marry him. Marry him. Vu Duong calmly pulled her hand back. "Dragon God, Dragon God. Everything about you is good. You just daydream too much." Vu Duong turned around and walked inside. She slammed the door shut. The people outside saw this and started murmuring. Even the Pavilion Master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion is given the cold shoulder. There's nothing unhappy about us not being able to go in. What a pity. This time the Dragon Abyss Pavilion has spent a lot of capital. The dragon god, heartbroken and despairing, stood up and looked into the Noyet Duong Pavilion. Perhaps compared to the status of the Pavilion Master's wife of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, she wants something that belongs to herself more. After a while, Vu Duong and Huyen Noyet sat drinking tea, watching Zichdong calculating tirelessly. Huyen Noyet spoke up. "Come to think of it, since the previous opening, the dragon god hasn't appeared again." Vu Duong remained silent. Huyen Noyet continued. "He wouldn't do anything foolish in a moment of despair, would he?" Vu Duong put her teacup on the table. She smiled and replied, "Dragons love gold and cherish their lives. Nothing will happen. Maybe after such a long time, he is tired." Suddenly, the two were startled by Zichdong's cheer of joy. He held the paper and joyfully exclaimed, "The monthly income has exceeded 5 million taels." Huyen Noyet beamed. "Not bad. For at least the next half year, we won't have to worry about food and drinks." Vu Duong was anxious and unsettled, thinking, not enough at all. Huyen Noyet saw she wasn't happy and asked, "What's wrong, Vu Duong?" She replied, "Do you remember the person who came to buy the myriad fire golden umbrella last time? He said the amount of spiritual energy was passable, just that the elixir quality wasn't good enough. Therefore, the elixirs you refined still have some remaining in stock." Vu Duong tensely said, "It's because I still still haven't broken through to the golden core stage, so I can't refine higher-level elixirs. The two suddenly fell into deep thought. Suddenly, when Noyet's eyes lit up, I have a way. She went to see the dragon god and said, "Previously, you also said that if Vu Duong had any trouble, I could come find you." It's like this. Right now, she cannot break through to the golden core stage, and the elixir level of the Noyet Duong Pavilion cannot increase either. Therefore, the dragon god coldly interrupted. "What does it have to do with me?" She angrily retorted, "Before, you kept saying wife all day long. Now you won't even help with this small matter, right?" He indifferently said, "She doesn't acknowledge herself as the pavilion master's wife." Hearing this, Huin Noyet yelled, "Leave her side to me. As long as you can help, Vu Duong definitely won't reject you anymore." He then called out for Vo Min. He appeared and bowed. "Your subordinate is here." The dragon god said, "Go investigate where Chu Duk is right now. It's time to meet this old friend." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes." At the elegant scenery, Lan Ni was talking to Huin Noyet. "Don't worry, I do this often. I'm very familiar with it." The boy ran in and called out, "Mother, mother, you're tired, right? Eat some fruit to nourish yourself." Vu Duong suspiciously asked, "What crime have you committed again?" Lan Ni smiled brightly and said, "I'm a good boy. I heard Annie Luke say that recently Mother has been stuck and cannot break through, so you are very distressed. I came to solve Mother's troubles." Vu Duong was curious. "Then what way do you have?" The boy exclaimed, "I heard Uncle Hong say that Mother practices the Phoenix Sun mental method. When I was reading in the library pavilion of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, I saw it before. I know how to break through." Vu Duong asked in confusion, "How to break through?" Lan Ni seriously whispered in Vu Duong's ear, "You need the heavenly fire of the Vermilion Bird Clan." Vu Duong was surprised. She patted Lan Ni's head and praised him. "So that's how it is." "Hangju, Lan Ni." The boy excitedly laughed happily. "You're welcome." That night, Vu Duong went into the room to pack her belongings. Huin Noyet came in and asked, "I heard Lan Ni say you know how to break through?" Vu Duong turned to inform Huin Noyet, "I might have to go out for a while. Please manage the Noyet Duong Pavilion temporarily." Huin Noyet seriously replied, "No problem. I didn't expect your son to have some skill too. He even knows things you don't." Vu Duong closed her eyes and smiled. How could he know? He's just acting as a messenger. This isn't the first time he's done this either. Huin Noyet pretended not to care, but was sweating from nervousness and awkwardness. Anyway, as long as the problem is solved, it's fine. Vu Duong turned to look at Huin Noyet and asked, "And you too? You were the one who told him about me not breaking through to the Golden Core stage, right?" Huin Noyet fearfully backed away. Anyway, he is the boy's father. Vu Duong suddenly felt uncomfortable, her eyes showing that she had a lot on her mind. She said, "That's also true. He is Lan Ni's father after all. Moreover, was I a bit too harsh that day? Along the way, he has also helped me a lot." Vu Duong hugged her belongings and placed them on the bed. Deep in thought, "Forget it. I won't think about him anymore." That evening, Vu Duong wore a dark blue outfit, covering her face. She slowly walked on the roof, pondering, does this Chu Duk open a chain of auction houses? Why is every auction house managed by their Vermilion Bird Clan? Vu Duong looked at the man slowly walking into the room. Chu Duk is not easy to deal with. Now I'm just alone. It's better to be careful. Vu Duong sat on the railing, coldly holding a tube to blow sleeping incense inside. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her body. The dragon god hugged her from behind. Vu Duong looked back in surprise. She pondered it's the dragon god. The dragon god hugged Vu Duong in his arms and motioned for her to be quiet. The guards heard the noise and opened the door. He looked around. The dragon god held Vu Duong tightly in his arms, hiding behind a pillar. Vu Duong felt shy when the two of them hugged so closely. Vu Duong looked up at the dragon god, her heart pounding continuously. Vu Duong suddenly woke up. She lightly hit the dragon god's chest. "Stay away from me. I can hear the heartbeat." The dragon god smiled smugly. "That is your heartbeat." Vu Duong lightly touched her chest. Her face flushed with shyness. "It seems to be true." The next morning, inside the auction house, Thuong Quan Vu Duong and the dragon god were sitting and drinking tea together. He coldly said, "Having fought with him once, don't you remember clearly? With him being so vigilant, your poisoning will only alert the snake in the grass." Vu Duong held her teacup and drank. She asked, "Then does this young master have any brilliant ideas? I've inquired every day at the hour of the dragon. Chu Duk has the habit of sightseeing on the lake alone." Vu Duong stood up, resting her hands on the table. "You mean we will follow him then and wait for an opportunity to strike?" Vu Duong put one leg on the chair, holding the whole teapot and drinking freely. The hour of the tiger is also when the Vermilion Bird clan's spiritual energy is at its weakest, so I must drink lots of tea to stay awake. She drank too much water and choked. The dragon god gently patted her back. He worriedly said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Vu Duong suddenly brought up the past. "I even thought you'd ignore me since I embarrassed you that day." The dragon god hesitated. She happily thought to herself, "How could I fight Chu Duk alone? I should bow my head when I need to." The two brought their faces close together. A waiter passed by, looked at them in confusion, and turned away shyly, respecting same-sex love, respecting reunion. Vu Duong suddenly looked down at her body and was startled, forgetting that her outfit was male. The dragon god smiled smugly. "Usually you look quite smart, but occasionally you could be a bit silly, which is truly adorable." As night fell, the two stood on the roof watching, while this Vermilion Bird clan member was on the riverbank. Hearing a rustling sound, Chu Duk became alert. He took his blood and let it drip onto the cinnabar. The Vermilion Bird clan could use specially formulated cinnabar to distinguish the scent of the beast clan. He brought it up to his nose. Human scent. Chu Duk smiled. "The person following me is someone from the dragon clan. Talk about getting what you want without expending effort." The dragon god and Vu Duong followed behind. The dragon god worriedly said, "Why is this not like his previous route? Could he have discovered us? This is the path to the southern border. It seems Chu Duk has already discovered us, but this can also be considered an unexpected harvest." Vu Duong jumped down and called out, "Dragon god, hurry up." The next morning, Vu Duong looked at the river and coldly said, "Chu Duk disappeared behind this fog. Moreover, this place is no longer the territory of the upper capital. It seems we have arrived at the southern border." The dragon god replied, "Chu Duk discovered us long ago. This is his ploy. We should return immediately." Vu Duong resolutely said, "No, I want to go in. Let's bring Lan Ni in as well." Thuong Quan Vu Duong held Lan Ni's hand and walked straight ahead. The dragon god spoke up, "Are you sure you want to go inside there?" Vu Duong confidently replied, "Not just for myself, but also for Lan Ni. I must go in there." Lan Ni happily followed his mother inside. Suddenly, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stopped and exclaimed, "That's right." She tore a piece of her clothes to cover Lan Ni's face. "I have put my special medicine in this. It can temporarily protect you from the poisonous mist." Lan Ni was excited and cheerfully said, "This is the first time I've seen such a magical sight. It feels like our family of three is going out for a trip." The family of three smiled at each other. The dragon god pondered, "If I can leave this impression on Lan Ni, then this journey to the demonic beast forest is not a loss." Vu Duong saw that the situation inside was not promising, so she tightly held Lan Ni's hand. Suddenly, Lan Ni stepped into a strange puddle. Vu Duong was startled and yelled, "Careful!" She reached out and pulled Lan Ni back. Vu Duong thoughtfully pondered, "A swampy strip is a dangerous place. Dangers are all hidden where they can't be seen." She bent down to pick up a stone and threw it down. The stone immediately dissolved. Seeing this sight, Lan Ni fearfully gripped Vu Duong's clothes. "Luckily, Mother pulled me back in time. Otherwise, I would have turned to ash like that stone." Suddenly, a rustling sound in the forest caught the attention of the two. The dragon god launched an attack towards it. Lan Ni anxiously called out to his father in fear. A huge spirit beast appeared and lunged to attack them. Immediately, Vu Duong stepped in front. She used her spiritual energy to create a protective shield. The venom of the spirit beast was neutralized by her. Vu Duong saw that there were some fruits above the spirit beast's head and was surprised. Vu Duong used a spell to gather those fruits and threw them at the spirit beast. The fruits thrown by Vu Duong landed perfectly in the spirit beast's mouth. The dragon god used a spell, shooting a beam of light from the palm of his hand. The spirit beast was hit and collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, Lan Ni in the back uncomfortably clutched his chest. The dragon god and Vu Duong worriedly called out, "Lan Ni." He patted Lan Ni's head to reassure him. The boy smiled and said, "Father, I'm fine. I was probably just disgusted by it." Vu Duong ran over and cast a spell hitting the spirit beast. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest. A spirit essence of this monster is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." She took the jade green elixir. Vu Duong put her arm around Lan Ni's shoulder and left. "Let's go." The dragon god walked and said, "Vu Duong is smart." The reason that Centipede couldn't stand up was because it was afraid of touching the lime fruits. This is also the fastest way to put it to death. Everyone walked a distance distance and stopped. Vu Duong spoke up. Ahead is the demonic beast forest. Lan Ni stood beside them, uncomfortably clutching his chest. Vu Duong worriedly hugged the boy and asked, Lan Ni, what's wrong with you? Why is your body so hot? He then said, it's so hot. Mother, I'm so hot. Could it be because approaching the demonic beast forest is stimulating the beast spirit in Lan Ni's body? Deep inside the demonic beast forest, amidst an eerie and terrifying setting of dense trees and the wind howling through dry branches, the eldest prince of the beast clan, Long Vu, was sitting in the middle of the main hall. The dim light from the flickering torches reflected on his resolute face. Suddenly, a beast man ran in and reported, Eldest Prince, the dragon god, and his wife have just entered the demonic beast forest. Long Vu slightly furrowed his brow, his sharp eyes flashing a hint of displeasure. This nephew really makes people worry. Wouldn't it be better to just keep hiding? A deep but authoritative voice echoed. The beast man bowed and replied, if His Majesty the King finds out about the dragon god's whereabouts. Before he could finish, Long Vu stood up abruptly, his eyes glaring with fury. Absolutely not. He is just a half-beast mongrel. Letting him be the master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion outside, in extreme glory, is already me showing the utmost kindness and righteousness. Don't even think about tarnishing the Dragon Clan again. It's rare for me to come to the demonic beast forest in this lifetime. As an uncle, I must naturally welcome him properly. Go make the arrangements. Last time there was no opportunity. This time an uncle like me will definitely send him on his way properly. Deep in the forest, beside a flickering small fire, Vu Duong sat warming herself with Lan Ni and the dragon god. Her eyes stared intently at the fire, but her heart was full of thoughts. This trip is too sudden. We can only act cautiously for the time being. It's truly a disadvantage for them. The fire suddenly flared up and then died out. The air suddenly became weirdly cold. Lan Ni, who was leaning on her sleeping, suddenly woke up with a start. Vu Duong hurriedly took a cloth to cover Lan Ni's mouth and whispered, Shoo, something dangerous is coming. Go hide in the cave. She handed Lan Ni a golden orb. At a critical moment, crush it. It can save your life. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up, her sharp gaze sweeping through the darkness. The snake and bat beasts lunged out from nowhere. She swung her power to take them down easily. A petty trick. What could a bunch of puny, poisonous mist do to me? Her voice was full of arrogance, but before she could sigh in relief, a stream of thorny vines suddenly stretched out, tightly wrapping around her body. The sharp thorns cut in her flesh, blood slowly seeping out. The thorny vines tightened, leaving her unable to struggle. Why is this happening? The more spiritual energy I use, the tighter it constricts, she thought. The feeling of powerlessness made her uneasy. The vine lifted her up and threw her forcefully to the ground. She was in pain, but did not flinch. From the darkness, an octopus spirit beast slowly appeared. Your blood is so sweet. Indeed, a delicious human. His voice was hoarse, filled with craving. Vu Duong yelled out, Why did a creature of the sea like you run up to land to look for food? I advise you to know your place and let me go. Otherwise, be careful, or I will turn you into glowing charcoal grilled fish. The octopus laughed brazenly. I cannot let you go. I truly have no chance to continue living. His words shocked her. What he meant was that he was taking orders from someone else. She thought to herself, I originally thought this demonic beast forest was dangerous everywhere, but thinking about it carefully, layer upon layer of these dangers are all directed at us. A blindingly bright ray of light suddenly shot over, knocking Vu Duong away from the tentacles that were tightly constricting her. Her body became light, spinning in midair. Her eyes showed a hint of panic. Oh no, she thought to herself as she fell. A strong hand reached out to catch her. The familiar warmth caused her heart to skip a beat. It was none other than the dragon god. He looked at her, his eyes full of regret. Vu Duong, I'm late. Vu Duong slightly furrowed her brows, her tone still keeping its cold arrogance. Don't worry, I won't die. Just now someone ambushed us. You lure them away, right? The dragon god did not answer. He just silently looked at the dense fog ahead. Where the fog is denser, it proves there are more beasts. We must quickly leave here. Vu Duong looked at his back, an indescribable feeling suddenly rising in her heart. This feeling is very much like the first time I transmigrated to this alternate world. While being hunted down by the Thuong Quan family, she lightly clenched her hands, her gaze turning distant. Suddenly, bats lunged at her, their iron-like wings striking her arm like blades. Blood poured from the wound, and the sharp pain made her pause. The dragon god turned back, his eyes instantly darkening. Without hesitation, he used his spiritual energy to suppress the bat swarm, finishing them off cleanly. Then, he approached her, his eyes filled with worry. "I must stop the bleeding from your wound first." Vu Duong furrowed her brows, her voice remaining calm. "Rest assured, Lan Ni is temporarily safe. This place is not far from the cave where he is staying. The medicine is in the bag I carry with me. I've used up what I had on me." But before she could finish speaking, his hand grabbed hers, pulled her closer, and unexpectedly kissed the wound on her hand. The sudden action left her stunned. "What are you doing?" He calmly replied, "My saliva is more useful than your bottles and jars." She stared at him blankly. His words sparked fragmented memories rushing back. "It seems I've heard this sentence somewhere," she thought. Her gaze drifted into a vague void. Before she could compose herself, he leaned down again, gently kissing the wound on her face. A strange sense of familiarity rose in her heart. What exactly is his relationship with that black-clad youth? Why do I feel so familiar with him? His actions startled her, causing her to step back. But unexpectedly, he quickly put his hand around her waist, pulling her close into his embrace. "Careful," he said softly. His close breath made her flustered. You restrain yourself. Your heartbeat is too loud," she exclaimed. But even she couldn't distinguish whether it was his heartbeat or hers. She placed a hand on her chest, the thumping heartbeat making her more confused than ever. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious beasts attacked, and the atmosphere became tense again. The dragon god transformed into a dragon, joining forces with her. The two coordinated rhythmically, taking down the beasts one by one. Just when they thought they were safe, a giant tentacle suddenly lunged from afar, aiming straight at Vu Duong. She did not realize the danger in time, but at that exact moment, Lan Ni rushed out to shield her. "Mother, careful!" A loud shout made her heart tighten. Vu Duong saw the small figure rushing over, her voice full of worry. "Lan Ni, why did you come out?" Lan Ni tilted his head slightly, his eyes mischievous. It turned out the thing his mother gave him was a firecracker. The dragon god stood nearby and chuckled. "Kid, you react fast. You save your mother." Lan Ni puffed out his chest, his voice full of pride. "I'm also a real man. Protecting mother is my duty too." Vu Duong couldn't help but smile at her son's competitive nature. But the dragon god quickly turned serious. "The appearance of these beast men is abnormal. We must act faster." Vu Duong's eyes showed a hint of pensiveness. She thought to herself, past this mountain is the night swamp. Ahead is the dragon valley. It's very rare to see such an expression on the dragon god's face. Could the night swamp be even more dangerous than the demonic beast forest earlier? She held Lan Ni's hand, her eyes full of determination. "Since I have come this far, I will absolutely not step back." The three of them advanced into the cave together. The atmosphere grew gloomier. The torch in Vu Duong's hand suddenly went out. She stumbled, but the dragon god caught her in time. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone down, Vu Duong looked at the clear blue sky. Her voice carried a hint of surprise. "Is this the extremely dangerous night swamp you spoke of? It looks quite friendly." The dragon god shook his head, his voice low. "This is exactly the worst sign." He continued, "The most normal state of the night swamp is being shrouded in darkness all year round. A broad daylight scene like this is always more dangerous." Hearing this, a sense of vigilance rose in Vu Duong's heart. True, this place is the closest area to the Dragon Valley after all. How could it be so peaceful and harmless? Lan Ni stood nearby, covering his mouth and chuckling secretly, thinking to himself, "I actually quite like this place. If it can make father and mother so endlessly intimate, a few more times would be fine." But Vu Duong paid no attention and urged, "Hurry up, let's hit the road." The three of them continued their journey. After walking for a distance, Lan Ni suddenly spoke up, "Mother, why don't we rest for a bit?" Vu Duong turned back, gently stroking his hair. "All right, let's head to the front and find some water." She led Lan Ni into a small house nearby. Her voice echoed in the quiet space. "Is anyone here?" But there was no reply. She frowned slightly. Something is wrong. Lan Ni looked around and smiled lightly. maybe they just suddenly had to go out. We can just go in and rest. But Vu Duong was still uneasy. Her gaze swept across the room, stopping at a corner of the study. A feeling of unease swelled at her heart. She thought, in this remote place, the house and courtyard are simple. There is no sign of anyone eating, but there are the 4 treasures of the study. Suddenly, the sound of the door knocking echoed. She spun around and called out loudly, "Dragon God!" A rumbling sound echoed, tearing through the quiet space. From the darkness, a giant, sharp set of teeth suddenly appeared, lunging straight toward Vu Duong. It snapped intimidatingly. Vu Duong pushed Lan Ni into a nearby room just in time. Her voice was urgent. "Hide. Don't let anyone find you." Lan Ni refused, shouting loudly, Mother, let me out. I want to go with you too." But Vu Duong had securely locked the door from the outside. Lan Ni's screams gradually drowned into the chaotic battle outside. The dragon god transformed into a dragon, his massive wings beating heavily against the air, causing a large section of the wall to collapse. Vu Duong drew the sword at her waist, her gaze resolute. She channeled her spiritual energy and slashed forcefully into the slimy swamp where the pitch-black ooze was constantly expanding. Suddenly, the dragon god appeared. He grabbed her hand, and the two soared into the sky. His voice was contemplative. "I should have thought of this sooner. This is merely a trap to lure us in." Vu Duong swept her gaze downwards, her voice mixed with astonishment. "What exactly is this monster?" The dragon god replied in a deep voice, "This is not a monster, it is an illusion. Just like the scenes we saw earlier, they're all illusions." At that moment, painful memories suddenly rushed into the dragon god's mind. As a child, he had witnessed his mother desperately chasing after the carriage, carrying him, her feet slipping on the rough ground. Her voice choked with emotion as she called out, "Ah, it's me. I am Yu." But at that moment, tentacles suddenly appeared from the darkness and tightly wrapped around her slender figure. Her cries for help were cut short and faded into the air, and he, a helpless child, free fell into the endless space. The dragon god suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes filled with determination. "It seems all of this happened because of me," he told himself. Returning to reality, the battle became more chaotic than ever. The clashing of Vu Duong's sword rang through the gloomy space, the light from the blade blinding. She spun in the air, her eyes glinting fiercely. "Who cares what kind of monster you are? Don't even think about trapping me today." Booming sounds echoed across the sky, and the ground shook. The dragon god and Vu Duong channeled their spiritual energy, combining the powerful beams of light emitting from the two of them. Somewhere else, Long Vu was observing the battle from afar. His eyes were sharp and cold, his voice full of contempt. "Daring to use those cheap tricks of immortal cultivators in the territory of our dragon clan, they're truly tired of living." Back in the midst of the battle, the dragon god slightly leaned over to look at Vu Duong, his eyes a mix of heartache and absolute resolve. "Vu Duong, you shouldn't be dragged into this." Saying so, he gathered all his strength to seal Vu Duong. She shouted loudly, "Dragon God, what are you trying to do?" The light from the seal surrounded her, separating her from the battle. The dragon god turned his head, facing the overwhelming darkness alone. He charged forward, his eyes filled with resilience, as a fate-deciding battle began. Amidst the murky void, only his solitary yet unwavering silhouette remained. In the vast hall, the flickering candlelight cast upon the sharp face of the second prince. He sat quietly, his hands slowly counting each gleaming gold ingot lined up on the table. His eyes flashed with satisfaction. This deal earned quite a lot. "Not bad, not bad," he whispered, as if congratulating himself. The sound of footsteps echoed from afar, and a guard walked in with a serious expression. "Second Prince, my subordinates discovered a human female in the Night Swamp area. Please decide how to deal with her, Second Prince." The Second Prince waved his hand, his voice slightly annoyed. "Do you still have to report to me just for picking up a person? Take her and sell her." He spoke while continuing to count gold, as if not caring at all about what he just heard. But right after, his eyes lit up. "Wait, a human female?" He sat up straight, his brows furrowed, his expression full of interest. "Big brother, Royal father asked me to bring you some things. Where did he go? In his mind, an image of a girl with delicate features instantly appeared. Eyes bright as stars and a resilient demeanor. Although her clothing is simple, her complexion is extremely beautiful, truly a rare human beauty. He thought, his eyes shining even brighter. He stood pondering, his expression becoming thoughtful. Why was Longvu tracking her? Could she be some important figure? In the vast space, the dim lantern swayed in the gentle breeze. Second Prince Long Twin leaned against the exquisitely carved chair. His deep voice resonated, full of authority. Carry her over here for me to see. Immediately, a group of guards clumsily carried Vu Duong in. Her body was soft like a wilted petal, but her face still retained a trace of unyielding resilience. Long Twin approached, his sharp, cold gaze sweeping over her. His lips curled into a meaningful smile. Isn't this that beauty? He sneered, as if weighing her value rather than admiring her looks. He pointed at two female slaves standing by for orders. You, and you too, take her to bathe and change into somewhat cleaner clothes. The words were spoken lightly, but carried an indisputable command. The two slaves hastily bowed their heads. Walking down the long corridor, one of the two whispered, "It seems the second prince has set his eyes on this human female." The other girl smiled back. "Our second prince has a new love again. His Highness truly abandons the old for the new. He has barely enjoyed that snake demon for 2 days and now has fallen for this human female." The first slave gestured to keep quiet. "Shh, keep your voice down. Don't let others hear. It won't be good if it reaches the prince's ears." Vu Duong gradually woke up. Amidst the whispering, she could clearly sense the strong scent of ambergris around her. She thought, am I back in the Dragon Abyss Pavilion? No, the ambergris here is even stronger. Moreover, I can't feel any spiritual energy. I must still be in the night swamp. Besides, who is this second prince they're talking about? The two slaves entered the room, bowed their heads, and said softly, "Your Highness." Immediately after, Long Twin appeared. He smoothed his sleeve, stepped down. Vu Duong kept her eyes closed, thinking incessantly. In this night swamp, the only ones who can be called prince are the two princes of the Dragon Clan. I wonder if this person is Long Twin or Long Vu. Long Twin approached her, his eyes stopping on her pale, yet extraordinarily enchanting face. He murmured, "Truly a top-tier beauty." He reached out to touch her, but was suddenly gripped tightly by her. In that instant, sounds echoed in her head like fragmented memories. Such a mischievous little beauty. Holy blessings. Tears fall, roots in harmony below. She immediately let go of his hand, thinking to herself, trying to win with martial force is truly a pipe dream. Long Twin stood behind her, his deep voice carrying a threat. "Speak. What is your relationship with Long Vu? Tell me obediently, and I might leave your corpse intact." Vu Duong silently analyzed. Long Vu. So this person is Long Twin, the second son of the Dragon King. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze softening, and her coquettish voice rang out. "If your Highness doesn't let me go, how can I tell the truth?" Long Twin looked at her, his expression showing a hint of hesitation. This appearance is truly pitiful. In my territory, she probably wouldn't dare act recklessly. Vu Duong tilted her head and whispered softly, "But I am so hungry that I have no strength left." He lifted her chin, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "I'll consider you sensible." He leaned down and picked her up, walking out and saying, "Let's go. This prince will take you to eat something." Vu Duong gently leaned against him, her eyes quietly concealing a hint of calculation. "I must rest here first." Temporarily obeying him, I might even be able to gather news about the dragon god. She thought to herself, her expression gentle but harboring an iron will inside. Every step Long Twin took carried her deeper into the enemy's lair, where schemes were gradually unraveling. In the spacious room, the flickering candlelight cast upon walls carved with authoritative figures of the Dragon Clan. Long Twin waved his hand lightly. "All of you step down." The two slaves bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness," then quickly left the room, leaving Vu Duong sitting before a banquet table filled with bizarre dishes. She silently stared at the food portions in front of her, her heart churning in turmoil. "He is making me eat the raw hearts and livers of the Beast Clan," she thought. Long Twin leaned back in his chair, his deep eyes observing her. Isn't little beauty hungry? Eat up, he laughed, his low voice carrying a hint of mockery. Vu Duong smirked and replied, all right. But in her heart, she screamed, eat my foot. Her hands trembled as she picked up a piece of food. She took a big bite, her eyes showing a moment of hesitation. The prince's reward, I definitely have to eat. She continued thinking, acting so cruelly, just you wait. Once I control you, it will be the day you die. Seeing her reluctance, Long Twin burst into laughter. This cruelty suits my taste perfectly. Changed to a normal meal. He waved his hand to signal, then tilted his face to ask, can you speak now? What is your relationship with Long Vu? Why was he spying on her? Vu Duong silently pondered. It seems the beastmen attacking us were all under Long Vu's orders, and Long Twin temporarily doesn't know Long Vu's intentions. She raised her head, her voice softening. Long Vu kept pestering me endlessly. Your Highness, you must seek justice for me. As she spoke, she unexpectedly pushed Long Twin to sit down on the chair. Your Highness, drinking wine like this is so boring. There must be some tricks to make it interesting. She leaned in slightly, a cunning gleam in her eyes. Long Twin looked at her, inwardly marveling. Little beauty has so many tricks up her sleeve. No wonder Long Vu likes her. Vu Duong picked up a cup from the table, secretly calculating in her heart. In the crevices of my fingers is a drug I specially concocted. It dissolves in water, accumulating over time. When the time comes, Long Twin will be under my control. She lightly pulled a string from her sleeve, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. Your Highness, as for how much I know, take your time to experience it. As she smiled, the image of the dragon god suddenly appeared in her mind. She thought to herself, Dragon God, I will definitely come find you. When that time comes, you must reveal your relationship with that black-clad youth. At the same time, in a dark place, the dragon god was locked in shackles, facing Long Vu. A cold laugh echoed. Dragon God, filthy half-beast, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might just show you some pity. The dragon god gritted his teeth. Me, begging you to spare my life? Impossible. Long Vu smirked. Very well. Stubborn. But I hope your little lady and your bastard child are just as stubborn as you. Hearing this, the dragon god flew into a rage. What did you do to Vu Duong? If you dare hurt her, I will kill you. Long Vu grabbed the dragon god's hair, pulling him close. Dragon God, before you die, I will make you a ghost who understands everything. The death of your mother. I had a hand in it too. Who told her to taint the Beast clan's bloodline. He ordered his subordinates to throw him into the mass grave of the Dragon Valley. Amidst the Dragon Valley filled with eerie sounds, the Dragon God clenched his fists. Red blood dripped onto the ground, redrawing the formation in his mind. I definitely have to win, because I already have someone I need to protect. On the other side, Vu Duong suddenly dropped her cup. A feeling of unease surged up. I have a bad premonition. I must quickly control Long Twin and find the Dragon God. Vu Duong walked slowly through the dimly lit corridor. She secretly calculated. Using Long Twin's memory mirror, I might be able to find the whereabouts of the Dragon God and Lon Ni. Her eyes flickered with a faint ray of hope. But before her steps could quicken, a cold hand pulled her back. She spun around. It turned out to be the Snake Woman. Snake-like eyes as cold as a knife, cutting into flesh. You are the human female that His Highness favors recently? You just have a bit of beauty, that's all. Don't be overly smug. Stay away from His Highness. The Snake Woman sneered in disdain, her lips curling up in mockery. Vu Duong narrowed her eyes, fury blazing in her heart, but her face remained calm. Her hand moved fast as lightning, grabbing the Snake Woman's flicking tongue. I don't have time to deal with small fry like you. If you don't get lost, I'll pluck your tongue out. Just then, a laughing voice sounded from behind. Little Vu Duong. What interesting show is playing today? Long Twin appeared with a leisurely posture, but his sharp, cold eyes could not hide his overflowing excitement. Hearing his voice, Vu Duong instantly switched into her pitiful acting mode. Your Highness, the demonic beasts in your palace are all bullying me. Boo-hoo. She ran over and knelt at his feet, looking up with teary, shimmering eyes. If you don't trust me, then just kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Twin quickly bent down to help her up. What are you talking about? He embraced her, his eyes showing a rare glint of tenderness. I, Long Twin, declare that from today onwards, you are my human princess consort. His voice echoed, majestic and unquestionable. The surrounding beastmen knelt down in unison, shouting, "Greetings, Princess Consort." A while later, Vu Duong leisurely walked down to the dungeon, holding a bunch of freshly stolen keys in her hand. She smiled faintly, using the identity of Princess Consort to steal the keys to Long Twin's treasury. I can go get the memory mirror now. But the scene before her surprised her. Why are there so many demonic beasts here? Cries for help rang out. "Please save us. Boo-hoo, don't sell my child. Let me go, I'll give you life essence." She took a few steps forward when the snake woman appeared and blocked her way. "This is the beast treasury of Princess Consort Long Twin. What are you doing here? Do you want to sell them? My target is the memory mirror. I have no interest in you all. This is the key to all the cages. Let them go. You are free." She threw the bunch of keys on the ground. Right at that moment, Long Twin's cold voice rang out, startling her. "Little Vu Duong, I gave you the title of Princess Consort, yet you dare betray me?" He choked her. "You really break my heart. How about I just sell you?" She smiled thinly, thinking to herself, "The special poison I made must have taken effect by now, right?" Long Twin froze. "What did you do to me? Why can't I use my spiritual energy? You've been poisoned by my special concoction. Not only will your spiritual energy gradually disappear, but you'll also be controlled by me. As cruel as you are, I even find my hands dirty controlling you." She smirked coldly before leaving. She heard the snake woman say that in the memory mirror, there was a man being tortured at the barren graveyard. That sentence made her panic and turn back, saying, "Thank you," then rushed off. At the barren graveyard, the dragon god looked at his own body. This body has very good aptitude. It's just a pity it's still lost to resentment. Vu Duong ran over in a panic. "Dragon god, are you okay? Let me hug you." He smiled. Dragon god?" She was stunned. "I have ascended to the body integration realm. It was precisely because I thought of you that I wasn't swallowed by the resentment," he said gently, his eyes shining with determination. Vu Duong took step by step in the hazy space. Ahead was the dragon god, who used to be her whole sky, but now his eyes were cold like an abyssal gulf. His body, every muscle, every vein, carried a strange demonic aura. That was not the dragon god she knew. A voice rang out in his head. "Kill this woman. The dragon god's heart will shatter, and the body will be mine." Slash! His sharp claws swung. Light flashed from his fingertips, as if wanting to tear everything apart. But right at that moment, the dragon god's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of pain. His heart, even though taken over, was still screaming. The power from his love erupted, repelling the beast controlling his body. He roared in his mind. "Didn't I already devour him? Why is there still mental energy disturbing me like this?" The light deep in the dragon god's eyes suddenly softened. In his arms, Vu Duong gently touched his chest, her eyes filled with silent thoughts. "In Long Twin's palace, my heart always thought of the dragon god and Lon Ni. Perhaps I like the dragon god." But she realized something was wrong. A fleeting smile appeared on her lips, like sunlight filtering through thick clouds, but also sharp as a knife. "What are you so smug about? Did I say dragon god?" Having said that, she suddenly swung her arm, slamming him hard to the ground in pain. Each of her words rang out decisively. "It's not you." She pulled out a knife, the cold light of the blade reflecting in her eyes. But her hand was caught. A familiar voice rang out. "Vu Duong, it's me. I'm back." Her eyes shone with suspicion. "How'd I know if it's you? Unless you tell me the identity of the black-clad youth who followed me back then." The dragon god smiled. "It's me." That sentence was like a warm ray of light melting the ice in her heart. "It really is you." But he chuckled softly. "You got tricked." Right at this time, the sound of drums beat strongly and continuously, the sound seeming to cut across the sky. His Highness has ordered, "Close the city gates urgently. Close the city gates urgently." Vu Duong looked into the distance. Two short sounds, one long. That was the drumbeat for closing the city gates. The dragon god stood up straight, his eyes flashing sharply. "Long Vu sensed that I have ascended to the body integration realm. It seems he really doesn't want me to enter the city. But I don't want to attack and hurt innocent people. Vu Jung's my... Leave it to me." Meanwhile, Long Vu sat in the main hall, his eyes flashing with anger. To think that spiritual energy not only didn't die, but the dragon god's realm also increased. Suddenly, a guard ran in to report. "Reporting to your highness. The city gates are open." He jumped up. "What?" "I ordered an urgent lockdown." "Which traitor opened the city gates?" The guard bowed his head. reporting to your highness. It was His Highness Long, twin, who ordered the city gates open. Longvu gritted his teeth. Stupid brother, never able to succeed, only good at ruining things. Right then, Vu Duong suddenly appeared, throwing Long Twin at Longvu's feet. Are you looking for him? She said, her eyes sharp and cold as knives. Longvu helped his brother up, his voice full of indignation. Brother, what happened to you? Why have you become so foolish? Seeing this, Vu Duong smugly said, I merely threw him into the beast treasury. Who would have thought he couldn't handle such a blow? Furious, Long Vu drew his sword. You human demoness, I will kill you. Vu Duong also drew her sword, a sharp light flashing. Long Vu, your opponent is me. Both charged at each other, transforming into a red dragon and a golden dragon. Their roars echoed across the sky, dyeing it in blood color and brilliant golden light. Vu Duong stood at the peak of victory, her eyes sharp and cold as lightning, watching Long Vu transform back into his human form. He fell to his knees, panting heavily, his eyes filled with indignation. He gritted his teeth. How could you defeat me? You can't kill me. That bastard of yours. No, your son is still in my hands. If you don't want your son to die, kneel down and apologize to me. The air froze. His words were like knife thrust straight into her heart. Suddenly, the dragon god stepped out from the darkness, his eyes cold, his voice booming like thunder. It's fine. I'll kill you first, then turn this place upside down. I'm not worried about not finding Lan Ni. Those words made Vu Duong's heart tighten. She hastily reached out to stop him. Dragon god, wait. She leaned in slightly and whispered something to him. The dragon god's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Really? She smiled faintly. Just leave it to me. He nodded, his eyes softening. All right then, I leave him for you to handle. Longvu looked at her, his eyes full of contempt. Just a human woman. But Vu Duong's voice was soft yet sharp as a blade. Unfortunately, a human woman like me holds your life in her hands, your highness. Her eyes reddened, her voice rising with anger. Eldest prince, do you know how to use living people to cast golden statues? Pouring scalding liquid bronze on a flesh feels like being stabbed by knives, making life worse than death, drowning inside a bronze shell. Those words made Long Vu turn pale, his body trembling with fear. Vu Duong stepped closer, her eyes piercing him like daggers. I don't even need to use spiritual energy to make you wish for death. It's absolute torture. It's best if you reveal my son's whereabouts. Otherwise, Longvu gulped, his voice trembling. I will tell you, but you must swear upon your soul that after I tell you, you will not harm me. Vu Duong raised her hand, her voice decisive. What's so hard about that? I, the legitimate daughter Thuong Quan Vu Duong of the Thuong Quan family, swear that if I go against this, I will be punished by the heavens. But in her heart, she secretly thought, anyway, I'm not the real Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Longvu took a deep breath, trying to keep his composure. That bastard, great little young master, went missing deep inside the Dragon Valley. But inwardly he laughed. Just wait until I regroup. I'll immediately kill both of you. Vu Duong tilted her head, a cold smile on her lips. Dragon God, I'm done asking. You can make your move now. Longvu was terrified, yelling out, no, impossible. You went back on your word. Vu Duong didn't reply. She turned to the Dragon God, her eyes filled with worry. Dragon God, I'm very worried about Lan Ni. Let's hurry to the Dragon Valley. At the Beast Clan Monarch's place, Long Yu and Bokchuk were cultivating life energy. Suddenly, he felt something. He opened his eyes, his deep voice ringing out. My Azure Dragon bloodline is approaching. Lan Ni was sealed inside a translucent golden egg, his boyish voice softly calling, Mother. But right at that moment, a giant snake slithered out. It opened its wide mouth, intending to swallow the egg. A fierce rumbling sound echoed, making everything around shake. It turned out to be Long Yu, the Beast Clan monarch, who had just acted to destroy the giant snake trying to swallow the golden egg. He laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. It indeed is my Azure Dragon bloodline. Although young in age, the innate talent is abundant. My Beast Clan has hope for revival. His eyes closed, focusing on feeling the strange auras filling the space. There are two auras heading towards my Deep Gorge Cave estate. He frowned, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Meanwhile, Vu Duong and the dragon god ventured deep into the Beast Clan monarch's territory. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. This place was gloomier and more dangerous than any place she had ever set foot in. A human cultivator and a pure-blooded beast gathering at the body integration stage? Why is it more dangerous the deeper we go? I didn't expect there to be a place like this deep in the Dragon Valley. Initially, they wanted to lock us here until we died. Now they suddenly let us go. I fear it's a trap. Her voice deepened, but was full of determination. The dragon god remained silent, only gently pulling her hand back to avoid a trap that just appeared under the rotting leaves. She looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of gratitude mixed with resoluteness. Even if there are traps, we must keep going. Lonnie might be ahead. He frowned, his eyes resolute. Then let me go in front. His voice was steady, but carried a trace of the ancient dragon's coldness. The dragon god immediately transformed into his true form, a brilliant golden dragon with a colossal body, every movement carrying unparalleled majesty. By turning into my true form, I can evade many demonic beasts. Vu Duong inadvertently gave a soft smile, her eyes filled with admiration. This was the pure-blooded form of the dragon god. So beautiful, she softly hopped on his back, holding tightly onto that massive body. As he took off into the air, the dragon god slightly tilted his head. Vu Duong, don squet shaw tai li. It's hard for me to focus my spiritual energy to fly. Startled, she said flusteredly, "Oh, all right, sorry." The sound of the wind hissed past their ears. The scenery below gradually grew smaller as the two ventured deep into the sky. When they landed in a gloomy, strange place, Vu Duong murmured, "There's a massive stone array here." Her voice was contemplative, but her eyes were full of vigilance. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the space. This place does not welcome human cultivators, and a Beast Clan member close to a human cultivator is undergoing tribulation transcending. Both she and the dragon god gripped their hands tightly in caution. Meanwhile, up high, Long Yu stood tall looking down, his cold eyes scrutinizing them. His voice thundered. "I sense that my eldest son died. Was it you who did it?" The dragon god stepped forward, his tone calm but resolute. "I was the one who killed your son." That sentence brought the tension to an extreme limit. But unexpectedly, Long Yu stared at him intently. "This face seems to be Yu Yu's son." His eyes instantly softened. He jumped down from above, standing in front of the dragon god. "You're Yu Yu's son? You've grown this much?" "I am your maternal grandfather," he said, his voice full of emotion, but still exuding a majestic aura. The dragon god was slightly surprised, a myriad of questions popping into his head. But he still maintained a calm exterior. Long Yu looked at him. "I can feel the pure-blooded power on you." "Very good. I want to pass the throne of the Beast Clan monarch to you," he said decisively, but when his eyes fell on Vu Duong, his voice instantly turned cold. "As for this woman, we don't need her anymore." The dragon god pulled Vu Duong back, looking resolutely towards Long Yu, his voice deep but decisive. "Vu Duong is the one I have chosen, the mother of my child. I cannot abandon her." The statement rang out in the quiet space, causing Long Yu's face to darken. His eyes flashed with displeasure. How unpromising. What kind of good descendants can a human cultivator produce? His voice was full of sarcasm. But immediately after, he froze, as if remembering something. The golden egg. It couldn't be. He immediately flew up, charging toward the egg. Seeing this, the dragon god immediately told Vu Duong, "Let's follow him." Both immediately chased after Long Yu. When they arrived, Long Yu's furious voice had already rang out. "Where's my egg? Where's my giant egg?" His eyes darted around, searching desperately. The dragon god and Vu Duong ran closer, urgently asking, "Beast Monarch, where is my son?" Long Yu turned around, his eyes full of astonishment mixed with suspicion. How could a human cultivator give birth to such a powerful azure dragon bloodline? Hearing this, Vu Duong immediately retorted, "I am his mother. Do you need to question this?" Her voice was sharp, her eyes full of confidence. Seeing this, the dragon god came to her side to reassure her. "Anzai, Vuzung, Lanyi Mutbe Ni Babi." Let's look around. Both began walking around the area, calling out Lan Ni. As they went, suddenly, a golden egg rolled to Vu Duong's feet. She bent down and picked it up, her eyes flashing with surprise. Lan Ni, is it you? Why did you turn into an egg? Long Yu also just caught up, his voice echoing helplessly. It's useless. I try to wake him up, but he refuses to break the egg and come out. But right then, the egg in Vu Duong's hand suddenly cracked. A magical blue light flooded the space. From inside, a tiny azure dragon emerged. Its clear eyes looked at Vu Duong, softly calling Mother. Long Yu was dumbfounded. How come no matter how I knocked, he wouldn't come out, and now he could break his own shell and come out. Vu Duong was moved, her eyes tearing up. Lan Ni, you've transformed into a dragon. Her voice trembled with happiness. Lan Ni replied, perhaps the spiritual energy here is too suitable for me. Mother, do you not like this appearance of mine? He shook slightly, continuing, then how about I turn into this? He then instantly transformed back into a human form. But before he could say more, the dragon god strictly reminded him, you are not allowed to be naked when meeting your mother. His voice was deep and stern, making Lan Ni hastily turn away. Long Yu watched the scene, chuckled softly, then said in a serious tone, Dragon God, follow me over here. His eyes clearly showed deep thought. Your descendants' innate talent is higher than yours. I am willing to pass the Beast Monarch throne of the Beast Clan to you, but there is one condition. The Dragon God kept a straight face, replying calmly, I am listening intently. In his mind, he fleetingly thought, having the position of Beast Monarch would make things go smoother. Long Yu chuckled softly, a mischievous glint in his eye. You and that human cultivator go have 10 more children. That sentence caused the space to instantly fall silent, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind echoing. Long Yu did countless tricks to make Lan Ni laugh. Seeing this scene, Vu Duong turned to look at the dragon god, her voice gentle but unable to hide her curiosity. What did Long Yu say to you? The dragon god recalled the words Long Yu had said, his tone full of sarcasm. Useless. You haven't even married that female cultivator yet. At your age, I already had 2 sons. That memory made the dragon god feel embarrassed. He had retorted to Long Yu at the time, what's the use of having so many? They're all trash. Now, facing Vu Duong's inquiring gaze, he coughed a few times and dodged the question. It's nothing. Over there, Long Yu was still playing with Lan Ni, but his eyes glanced toward the two, his voice ringing out sternly. You guys have been at my place for too long. Get out of here. Then he lifted Lan Ni onto his shoulders, his eyes full of love. Good great-grandson, great-grandpa will give you this. It's very good. Lan Ni my happily. Great-grandpa, aren't you coming with us? The outside world is very fun. Long Yu burst out laughing. No, fa fa fa. He saw the 3 of them off. Lan Ni looked back, his voice full of reluctance to part. Goodbye, great-grandpa. After walking a distance, Lan Ni took out a sparkling object. Mother, great-grandpa gave me this. The dragon god looked closely, his eyes flashing with astonishment. This is the Myriad Beast Jade Pendant, symbolizing the Beast Clan monarch. Long Twin and Long Vu exhausted all their efforts to get it, but couldn't. Having this jade pendant means being the rightful Beast Clan monarch. I didn't expect Long Yu to actually give this to Lan Ni. He turned to look at Vu Duong. Even a matter of the Myriad Beast Jade Pendant, Long Twin already told you. Did you 2 talk about anything else? Vu Dung Lauget? What's wrong? Are you jealous? She turned back and continued. Let's go back. Having obtained Long Yu's inheritance, we must break Long Yu's house arrest. Lan Yi not that? Suddenly, Long Yu appeared, standing blocking the road. I myself cannot break the restriction imprisoning me here. I can only rely on you. Vu Duong looked at him, her eyes flashing with understanding. This restriction can only be broken by cultivators below the nascent soul stage. So there's a restriction on top of the restriction. No wonder it couldn't be broken. She touched the rock, her voice gentle but resolute. What a coincidence. My cultivation is below nascent soul. The dragon god held her hand. Vu Duong, don't recklessly put yourself in danger. She looked at him. My mind is made up. Then she stepped into the beam of light traversing through space. The dragon god and Lan Ni called after her, but it was too late. The place she arrived at was a modern world. She now bore the name Tri Vu. She smiled. Interesting. It read my memories and even simulated a modern scene. Then let me play to my heart's content. In a dark hall, a woman who transformed into a panther was judging a snake-bodied woman. Her voice was sharp. The Azure Dragon bloodline has faded. We must seek a new ruler. Most of the Azure Dragon elders are locked in the Deep Gorge Cave estate. The Azure Dragon cannot bear the great responsibility. The monarch position is now our White Tiger clan's turn. Outside, a row of attendant guards shouted in unison, "Greetings to the new beast monarch." Vu Duong stepped through the large door where two guards stood watch, their eyes full of murderous intent. But in just a split second, two gunshots rang out, and both fell. Every movement she made was agile and chillingly precise, without any hesitation. She took a few more steps, her eyes sweeping over the space ahead, as if to identify her next target. Trying to approach me with just these simulated minor characters? Naive, she thought to herself, then curled her lips into a cold smile. Next, I will destroy this restriction. But just as she finished speaking, a severe headache suddenly struck, making her freeze and hold her forehead while staggering. It felt like hundreds of needles piercing her mind. Her eyes became hazy, staring into the empty space. What should I do next? Why don't I remember anything? She muttered. The surrounding space seemed to swirl into nothingness, dragging her into a strange dream. When she woke up, she found herself in a hospital room. The bright white light from the window, reflecting on the ceiling, made her frown slightly. Beside her was a doctor with a gentle expression. He spoke. "You said you forgot some things. It could be because you worked too hard. Resting for a while will be fine. Anyway, you have already earned $1 billion. Vu Duong, hearing this, was startled and sat up. "$1 billion? Me? How?" she repeated in confusion. The doctor nodded slightly, and "A movie emperor boyfriend." Hearing this, she became even more surprised. "A movie emperor?" she muttered as if to confirm what she just heard. Right at that moment, steady and powerful footsteps echoed from the hallway. A young man appeared, holding a large bouquet of flowers. He walked naturally, yet full of charisma. His outstanding appearance even made the nurses working nearby stop and marvel. So handsome. Is he holding flowers to propose? They whispered to each other in admiration. The door of the hospital room gently opened, and a man walked in, his gentle eyes looking at her. "True Vu, even though you are sick, my feelings for you have not changed at all." After saying that, he knelt on the floor, raising the bouquet in front of her. "Marry me, be my wife." The words rang out, breaking all the silence in the room. Vu Duong looked at him in astonishment, vague memories suddenly flashing in her mind. "Why is the scene so familiar?" she asked herself, then blurted out, "What is your name? Why don't you have long hair?" The question made the man in front of her freeze. She stood up abruptly. "Grow your hair long before discussing marriage." Meanwhile, in another world, the dragon god stood silently, his deep eyes looking towards the tightly closed gate. "She can't come out anymore," he spoke in a low voice. Long Yu stood beside him, coldly saying, "In the past, some of my subordinates with low cultivation bases also went inside, then got trapped in the restriction and could never come out." The dragon god did not hesitate to reply, "I believe in Vu Duong." Immediately, Lan Ni also added, "I also believe in Mother." Long Yu glanced at both of them as if scrutinizing. "If she can't come out, what are your preparations?" The dragon god gave a faint smile, but his eyes were more resolute than ever. "Nothing. I will cripple my own cultivation base and go in to find her. Without Vu Duong, no matter how high my cultivation base is, it is useless." Long Yu could not contain his anger and shouted, "Nonsense!" Inside the restriction, Vu Duong was facing a glass emitting a pink-red glow. The images of their family of 3 appeared clearly before her. She touched the glass, a strangely familiar feeling surging in her heart. "I remember now. Dragon God and Lan Ni too," she whispered, then shouted loudly, "Quickly undo the restriction, or else I will smash this shabby place to pieces." Vu Duong stood before the blurry space created by the restriction spirit beast. She closed her eyes, focusing the power from the spirit herb. In just a moment, the surrounding scenery seemed to dissipate into nothingness, returning the restriction to its original form. A scream rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. "Don't smash it! Don't smash it!" The restriction spirit beast appeared before her, its eyes panicked and full of begging. Seeing this, Vu Duong did not hesitate to pinch it hard. "You read my memories to create this illusion. Do you want to die?" The spirit beast cried out in pain. "Ouch! Ouch! Female, cultivator, spare my life." The illusion is fake, but if you didn't expose it, why couldn't it be real? You could have everything you wanted in the illusion. Hearing this, Vu Duong fell into deep thought, rewinding every piece of memory in her mind. Everything that I want, she muttered, but her eyes suddenly flashed with determination. I'm done. As long as her mind wavers, this female cultivator will turn into nutrients for my restriction. The spirit beast thought deceitfully. But Vu Duong clenched her fists, responding with full determination. What I want, I will take it myself. Suddenly, she felt the flow of spiritual energy in the restriction flowing towards her like a large stream. The restriction spirit beast howled in panic. Hu! Returned the spiritual energy I painstakingly collected. Vu Duong said nothing, just waving her hand, sending the spirit beast flying away. Her eyes lit up as if she had just reached a new threshold. I feel the opportunity to raise my cultivation realm. A loud rumble echoed as dirt and rocks flew everywhere, covering the entire sky outside. Lonnie was knocked back by the shockwave, groaning softly, "Ugh, what happened?" But right after, the boy joyfully rushed over to hug Vu Duong when he saw her stepping out from the rubble. "Mother, I knew it. Mother could definitely break the restriction." Vu Duong smiled gently. "Oh, then why are you crying?" she said while stroking the boy, but immediately felt dizzy. She staggered. Swallowing the restriction to raise my realm just now was a bit tiring. Right then, the dragon god appeared in time to support her. Vu Duong, congratulations on breaking through your realm. But I see the spiritual energy in your body is chaotic and needs to be regulated. He spoke while looking at her with concern. Vu Duong pushed him away. "Thank you, I can do it myself." She turned back to look at Long Yu. "Beast Clan Monarch, the restriction has been broken. Are you coming with us?" All three of them walked into the hall. The space inside was strangely quiet. Lan Ni hesitantly asked, "Why is the atmosphere so strange? There's no one greeting us." Just as he finished speaking, a snake-bodied girl tiptoed out from the darkness, her eyes anxious. "Lord Thuong Quan, His Highness the Dragon God, please leave quickly." But before she could finish, a glowing rope shot forward, tightly binding her neck. A majestic voice rang out. It turned out to be the Beast Clan Queen. She stepped out from behind, her cold eyes sweeping over everyone. "Dragon Abyss Pavilion Master, Dragon God, why don't you pay your respects to this Beast Clan Queen?" The space in the main hall suddenly became silent. Cold gazes gathered on the White Tiger Queen. She stood tall amidst the faint light of the weakly burning torches, her long white hair fluttering like a snow stream with every gloomy gust of wind. The Dragon God raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes dark, but his tone remained terrifyingly calm. "Who are you?" His voice echoed throughout the hall. The Beast Queen, Baklam, gave an arrogant smile, her eyes glinting coldly. "I am the queen of the White Tiger Clan, Baklam, born in a storm, the protector of the entire Dragon Valley, the master of the demonic beast forest, and also the new monarch of the Beast Clan." Her imposing words made the entire space seem to sink into an invisible pressure. The Dragon God unconsciously pretended to wipe his tears, his voice faltering but full of sarcasm. Although the Dragon God belongs to the Beast Clan, he is not familiar with the history of the Beast Clan. Lan Ni jumped up and immediately chimed in. That's right. My father is a poor student." Lan Ni's innocent childish voice made the tense atmosphere calm down a bit, making Vu Duong unconsciously purse her lips, trying to hold back her laughter. She took a step forward, looking intently at Baklam, her voice full of suspicion. "I suspect you are a transmigrator who also wants to cosplay as the Dragon Mother." Hearing this, Lan Ni widened his eyes and curiously asked, "What is a transmigrator? Does Mother want to peel her skin to make a coat?" The innocent question made the Dragon God unconsciously curl his lips. Vu Duong remained calm. Vu Duong did not answer the boy. Her eyes swept over the Dragon God, as if waiting for something. The Dragon God sighed softly. "I am the Dragon God." But that answer did not satisfy Vu Duong. She raised an eyebrow. "Who exactly are you? Could it be that you and Baklam have a taboo aunt-nephew relationship?" The Dragon God was slightly flustered. He hesitated a bit, but his voice maintained its sincerity. Vu Duong, what are you saying? Titles are just external things. The only one I love is you." Those warm words made Vu Duong's eyes flicker. But before she could react, Bok Lam roared. Enough. I'm a main character here. Back to the main topic. Kneel down and bow to this queen, or else I will kill this snake woman. Her words were like a command tearing through the silence. Everyone's eyes looked towards the binding rope, but the snake woman had disappeared at some point. Vu Duong slowly spoke up. Now it's fine. The snake woman bowed her head in gratitude, but Bok Lam roared angrily. A measly nascent soul human cultivator dares to be arrogant in front of me. A white tiger? Vu Duong remained calm, as if she wasn't threatened at all. Even though I am at the nascent soul realm, the dragon god is at the body integration realm. What is there to fear? The dragon god, standing beside, felt a bit strange. Vu Duong is relying on me. That feeling crept into his heart like a gentle breeze. Bok Lam clapped her hands. From the darkness, a group of people walked in. They held sharp weapons in their hands. The cold light, reflecting off the metal, made the atmosphere even gloomier. She looked at Vu Duong and sneered. With so many Beast Clan generals here, so what if you were a body integration realm expert? But Vu Duong didn't flinch. She suddenly groped the dragon god's body, looking for something, making him blush, his voice full of dissatisfaction. Vu Duong. She took out a jade pendant and held it up in front of everyone. Do you recognize this? The eyes of the people in the group suddenly flashed with astonishment. One of them stammered, the Myriad Beast Jade Pendant. Seeing the Myriad Beast Jade Pendant is like seeing the Beast Clan Monarch. The entire group knelt down in unison. Greetings, Monarch! But right at that moment, Bok Lam suddenly lunged forward, snatching the jade pendant from Vu Duong's hand. The dragon god immediately picked her up, glaring sharply at Bok Lam. Bok Lam, you want to snatch the jade pendant? Bok Lam burst out laughing, her laughter echoing in the space. The future is changing. The previous Beast Monarch is not here. The new rules of the Beast Clan should be decided by the new Beast Monarch. The Myriad Beast Jade Pendant should be destroyed. In the vast space of the hall, the dim light from the trembling torches made the atmosphere even more tense. The cold voice of General Kuyan rang out. Impossible! The Myriad Beast Jade Pendant has always been the symbol of the monarch. But before he could finish, Bok Lam struck. A neat, powerful punch was enough to kill General Kuyan on the spot. The sound echoed like thunder in the dark night. The one standing nearby whispered in terror, General Kuyan. Defeated General Kuyan with one blow. Vu Duong raised her eyebrows, whispering to the dragon god. Could it be that this General Kuyan also has two sons named Sesomaru and Inuyasha? Her voice contained a hint of mockery, but her eyes couldn't hide her vigilance. Bok Lam raised her head high, her majestic voice resounding. Does anyone else have any doubts about what I said? Asked the 18 warriors of the White Tiger clan behind me. So what if you have the inheritance jade pendant? Whoever makes the decisions relies entirely on strength. Bok Lam's words were like a summoning order. Her imposing aura made the space seem to freeze. But right at that moment, outside, a giant azure dragon swooped down. Its sharp claws crushed the roof of the main hall, sending wooden debris flying everywhere. The dragon landed, its cold eyes staring straight at Bok Lam. Its voice echoed like thunder. I heard that someone in the Beast Clan does not acknowledge my Myriad Beast Jade Pendant. Immediately, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and a series of majestic figures appeared. The sparkling light from them made everyone bow their heads in awe. That azure dragon slowly transformed into human form. It turned out to be Longyu. Seeing him, Bok Lam's eyes suddenly shrank, her voice trembling. Azure Dragon Monarch? Why did the Beast Monarch and all the elders come out? But she quickly regained her composure. It's fine. I still have the 18 warriors of the White Tiger clan. Before she could finish her sentence, the 18 warriors behind her were so frightened that they turned into their cub forms, bowing down to the ground. Bok Lam collapsed, her voice fading. Bok Lam, on behalf of the White Tiger clan, acknowledges the dragon god's status as monarch. Vu Duong breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. She turned to look at the dragon god, her eyes showing a trace of gentleness. The dragon god smiled. It's a good thing you're here, Vu Duong. After that event, the dragon god spent a few days handling the succession and the messy situation of the Beast clan. He frowned and said, The camps of the Feather Clan are frequently harassed by the Wolf Clan prince, almost to the point of extermination. Vu Duong calmly replied, "These two clans are natural enemies. Don't let them be neighbors anymore. Just separate them." Before anything else could be said, a ha-ha-ha laughter echoed from outside. It turned out that Lan Ni was playing with his great-grandfather and Steward Hua of the Medicine King sect. The child laughed merrily. "Great-grandfather Tan, elder grandpa, toss it faster." The dragon god's eyes looked at the scene with a hint of tenderness, but then he turned to Vu Duong, his voice slow. "Vu Duong, my mind is restless." Hearing that, she frowned and scolded. "You who don't have to work are really annoying." "That's right, dragon god. I have to go find someone." Her eyes glinted with determination, leaving behind the fleeting, peaceful atmosphere. Vu Duong gently pulled the dragon god's hand, her voice soft but full of resolve. "Dragon god, come with me. I'll show you this." Her eyes sparkled as if hiding something hard to say. In her heart, she thought, absorbing the spiritual energy in the restriction, I indeed leveled up. But the dragon god's realm is higher than mine, so I'll let him take a look. Before she could say more, she felt the dragon god's strong arms wrapping around her from behind. His deep, warm voice sounded by her ear. "Handling the Beast Clan's mess these past few days has been hard on you. The thing you want to show me. Let's close the curtains and observe it carefully." Vu Duong was flustered and quickly replied, "Wait a minute, ah." But before she could finish, the dragon god's hand gently covered her lips. Vu Duong, don't speak. His eyes were full of smiles. She was stunned, thinking the dragon god sealed my voice. Is this guy planning to take advantage of the situation? His hand trailed from her lips to her waist, his breathing steady but unable to hide a trace of confusion. As expected, it still doesn't work. He muttered, then quickly unsealed her. "Vu Duong, what do you want to show me? Go ahead." Just freed, she couldn't control her anger and threw a powerful punch, sending him flying straight out into the garden. She shouted, "Did you just have bad intentions? I'll punch you first, then we'll see." The impact from the dragon god made Lan Ni, who was playing nearby, stop and intend to run over. "Father, mother," the boy shouted. But before he could reach them, Long Yu's authoritative voice rang out. "Children should not interfere in adults' matters." Lan Ni pouted and retorted, "I have to go see. What if mother and father fight?" Long Yu burst out laughing. "Fighting is great. Maybe in a few days, you'll have a little brother." Long Yu's words made Vu Duong blush. She turned around and glared. "Great-grandfather Tan, your expression looks really scary. As you can see, my spiritual energy flow has become like this. My realm increases and decreases, being extremely unstable." The dragon god rubbed his bruise from afar and replied calmly, "I didn't see clearly. Let's do it again." Vu Duong raised her fist to threaten him. "Do you want to die?" But he just smiled. "Raising your cultivation realm by absorbing the restrictions' spiritual energy is a false ascension. After you refuse my offer to regulate your spirit veins, you couldn't retain the spiritual energy." Vu Duong frowned. "Just as I guessed. All right, let's go find Chu Lap." The dragon god was slightly surprised. Chu Lap is in the Beast Clan's territory? He lured us into the night swamp. Why would he be willing to wait outside? He must be somewhere in the Beast Clan's territory. Both of their eyes flashed with determination. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, where a new mission awaited. A small eatery situated in the Beast Clan's land, where life flowed slowly but lacked no colorful stories. The atmosphere today became livelier with the laughter and chatter of the Cat Clan crowd. "It's great that the boss lady is back," a voice echoed around. Within a 10-mile radius, only this shop has massage services. Thankfully, the benevolent new Beast Clan monarch not only released captured beastmen like us to return, but also sent people to track down the beastmen who had been sold. Another person chimed in. "That's right. My 2 wolf kids were also released back home. Our Beast Clan has welcomed a good monarch." Amidst the chatter, a man sitting at a nearby table was quietly enjoying his tea. But not long after, he was greeted by the Cat Clan. "Guest, do you like this massage strength?" Looking closely, the guest must be from the Feather Clan. The man was slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. "Just a branch of the Feather Clan, not considered a major clan of the Beast Clan." The Cat Clan member continued. "The day before yesterday, the monarch just resolved a big issue between the Feather Clan and the Wolf Clan. To express their gratitude, the Feather Clan offered their supreme treasure to the monarch. Hearing this, the man closed his eyes and thought, those two wouldn't do this for nothing. They definitely have a scheme. Not good. I have to run quickly. But just as he was about to run away, he met the dragon god's cold gaze. If I didn't borrow the Feather Clan's treasure, I probably wouldn't have known that Boss Chulap had returned to the Beast Clan. It turned out that the man was none other than Boss Chulap. Hearing that, he sneered contemptuously. What Feather Clan? Just a branch of our Vermilion Bird Clan, a bunch of feathered beasts. But before he could take another step, he felt a strange fragrance spreading. The diners around suddenly screamed, "What is this? My eyes can't see anymore." Boss Chulap staggered but still tried to act tough. "Anyway, the person you're looking for is not me." Before he could finish, Vu Duong appeared, blocking his way. "Boss Chulap, you cannot leave today," Vu Duong calmly said. Chulap sneered. "A cultivator with an unstable realm dares to stop me? Do you know that my cultivation base is at the early stage of the body integration realm?" Vu Duong smiled. Today, this lady helped the dragon god reorganize the clan genealogy and discovered that the Vermilion Bird Clan has left the Dragon Valley for a long time. You act so sneakily. Could it be that you cannot openly and honorably appear in the Beast Clan? That statement startled Chulap. She guessed it right. He still tried to deny it. "Miss Thuong Quan, I never intended to harm you. If you insist on getting to the bottom of this, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Vu Duong raised her eyebrow slightly. "Since you want to do whatever you want. Anyway, I have a way to deal with you without using a single bit of spiritual energy." Vu Duong turned around, her voice resounding with majesty. "Men, the Vermilion Bird Clan has appeared and wants to capture the mother of the Beast Monarch Crown Prince." Amidst the bustling scene of the Beast Clan, Thuong Quan Lan Ni ran to the middle of the square. With a serious face, he shouted, "Someone come quick. The Vermilion Bird Clan has appeared and is bullying the Beast Monarch consort." The boy's voice was like a spark, instantly igniting the simmering wave of anger in everyone's hearts. The crowd began to clamor, and the murmurs grew louder. "Some bird clan is bullying our beast consort. Let's skewer him into a kebab." An angered and decisive voice from the cat clan rang out, refusing to be outdone. The shark clan also spoke up. "Lady Vu Duong has been kind to our clan. Whoever bullies her is opposing our shark clan." These words were like pouring oil on fire, and the atmosphere quickly became more suffocating, intense, when the elder group, led by Long Yu, appeared. Walking with powerful steps, his voice boomed. Who dares to snatch someone from this monarch's grandson, ruining the baby-making plan of my Thaner? This old man must destroy him." These words were like an order, making the crowd boil even more, chanting in unison, "Get him! Get him! Get him!" Inside the hall, Vu Duong stood opposite Chulap. She chuckled softly, but her eyes were full of pride. It seems I went a bit too far." Opposite her, Chulap's face was flushed red. He pointed his finger angrily. "You fool. With so many beast clans gathering and their emotions being stimulated, do you know what the consequences will be?" Vu Duong was not at all shaken. She furrowed her brows and spoke in a challenging voice. "What consequences? You lured me to the beast clan, so you must bear half the responsibility." She suddenly yelled, her voice echoing everywhere. "Who says this lady is afraid of you?" In the midst of that, a figure rushed in. It was the dragon god, his face full of anxiety. "Vu Duong, we cannot stay here for long. Let's go quickly." When the beast clans are excited and gather in one place, they will unconsciously emit an aroma that stimulates their own kind. That's why the beast clans are usually divided into different tribes to reside. Without waiting for her answer, he quickly clasped his hand with hers and said decisively, "I will transform and take you out of here, and we'll come back for Chulap later." But Vu Duong paused, her sharp eyes glancing back. "Wait," she said, her eyes never leaving Chulap. "If he runs away, it will be hard to catch him again." Standing in the distance, Chulap looked panicked. He quickly transformed into a giant fire eagle, spreading his wings to fly up, but it was too late. Vu Duong quickly grabbed his tail, causing him to shriek, "Let go. Whatever you want, I will give it to you in the future." Vu Duong still held on tightly, her voice challenging. "Vermilion bird, heavenly fire. Empty words cannot be trusted. What if you run away? Leave some proof behind." Chulap gnashed his teeth in anger. "My seal is on this feather. Take it and find me at the auction house." Vu Duong smirked. Don't vous smite. "If you don't comply, I curse you to lose all your feathers." Hearing this, Chulap angrily flew into the sky, muttering as he flew, "Wicked little girl." Outside the hall, the crowd continued to clamor. It smells so good. The beast monarch consort is so interesting. The dragon god looked at her, his voice deepening. Let us leave too. He quickly transformed into his dragon form, gently let her sit on his back, and took off, flying away from the chaotic place. Amidst the peaceful nature, only the wind whistled past her ears. Vu Duong, sitting on the dragon's back, allowed a soft sigh of relief. Flying here, we are temporarily safe. Once everyone calms down, we can go out. The dragon god suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. His breath was warm, and his seductive voice sounded, Vu Duong, I feel so uncomfortable. In the light mist lingering through the forest, the dragon god held Vu Duong from behind, his breath brushing against her neck as his hoarse voice called, Vu Duong. Startled, she turned around. The dragon god's eyes were already crimson, a strange fire burning within them. She furrowed her brows slightly. Dragon god, are you also affected by that scent? In her mind, she thought, I almost forgot that you're also a beast. Hearing this, the dragon god gathered all his willpower and pushed her away. Don't come near me. I don't want to use you as a tool. Vuduan took a few steps back. Her breathing was still unsteady, but she gave a light laugh. Dragon god, then let go of my hand. He turned away with heavy steps. Don't follow me. His voice was full of suffering, but his struggling appearance made an indescribable feeling rise in her heart. The time since the dragon god became a pure-blooded beast is still short. I wonder if this sin has a great impact on him, she thought to herself, anxiety flashing through her eyes. Just then, a familiar dragon figure flew in from the distance. Long Yu landed gently, holding Thuong Quan Lan Ni in his arms, and landed right in front of her. Little girl Thuong Quan, his voice boomed with majesty. Seeing Vu Duong, Lan Ni immediately rushed into his mother's arms. She hurriedly bent down and hugged the boy tightly. Lan Ni, it's great that you two are fine. Her voice trembled slightly. Long Yu smiled faintly. My wife has been dead for many years. If I were still affected by this scent, I would have to hand this position of Beast Monarch over to someone else. Vu Duong looked at him with a serious expression. Beast Monarch, it seems the dragon god is quite heavily affected by the scent. Is there any way to break it? Long Yu sighed. Beast clan members are trained against scents from childhood, but the dragon god has been wandering outside since he was young, so of course he has no experience dealing with this. At best, this will cause a drop in cultivation realm. At worst, it will cause hemiplegia. But let him be. Either way, Lan Ni is already here for the air position. Standing nearby, Lan Ni heard this and shouted, I don't care about inheriting the throne of the Beast clan. I want father. I want father. Vu Duong gently comforted Lan Ni, her eyes turning back to Long Yu. Beast Monarch, is there any way to help the dragon god? Long Yu fell silent for a moment. Then a powerful pressure suddenly surged. His voice was full of anger. You refuse to be my then-er's wife. So why do you care about him? She stood up straight, her eyes firm. Besides being his wife, he and I have many other connections. I will absolutely not watch him get hurt. In her heart, she suddenly felt the powerful pressure. As expected of the monarch of the Beast clan, Long Yu finally compromised. I can't control you young people anymore. I will teach you a method. Put your ear close. He leaned close to her ear and whispered something like this, that, and then this. She listened intently, suddenly blurting out, oh. In the distance, the dragon god was struggling to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Suddenly, a call echoed from behind. He turned his head and saw Vu Duong approaching. In a panic, he covered his face. Vu Duong, why did you come here? Leave quickly. She looked at him, her voice determined. The Beast Monarch has taught me a way to help you overcome this tribulation. Before he could react, she gently touched his forehead. A light flashed, activating the instinct inside him, causing the dragon god to reveal his true form as a giant dragon. Vu Duong's eyes shone with determination. Let's begin. The dragon god transformed into a dragon, his giant body wrapping around Vu Duong, his eyes burning with fire. A thought rose in his mind. Could Vu Duong want to dual cultivate with my dragon form? So bold, as expected of the woman I chose. His eyes flashed with amusement mixed with surprise. Beside him, Vu Duong was already prepared. She wore gloves and specialized goggles, holding a set of tools in her hands, making him wonder. Scratch, scratch. She spoke as she acted, every movement as if she were taking care of a giant pet. The dragon god shrieked, but it could not stop her from continuing her work. The burning fire in his heart gradually subsided with each skillful stroke. The dragon god's eyes were full of amazement, not expecting that with just a simple set of tools, she could make him calm down from such a stimulated state. Time passed, and the sunlight shone upon the magnificent palace. Vu Jung sat inside with Lan Yi. The boy held Vu Duong's hand, his eyes sparkling with reluctance. Mother, must we really leave? Great-grandfather is so good to us. Can't we stay here? Vu Duong gently stroked his hair, her voice soft. This place is not Mother's home, so of course Mother must leave. But this is the dragon god's home, which is Lan Ni's home. Lan Ni can stay here. Hearing this, the boy hugged his mother tightly. No, wherever Mother goes, I will go too. Vu Duong smiled and wrapped her arms around the boy. Then let's go. Lan Ni looked up and asked, then do we need to say goodbye to Father? She stood up, walked over to throw open the door, and said decisively, the dragon god is busy with work. That no need to disturb him. The boy hesitated, then replied softly, okay. At this time, the dragon god sat blankly in the hall, his chin resting on his hand like a lost soul. Lan Yu leaned back comfortably in his chair. Fortunately, I got rid of this monarch position quickly. Otherwise, the one spitting blood in this position would have been me. Just then, a member of the Cat clan ran in to report to the Beast Monarch. This is bad. The Beast Monarch consort has taken the young lord out of Dragon Valley. Hearing this, Lan Yu choked and spat out his water. What? The Cat clan member presented a letter. We found this letter in the room. The dragon god opened the letter. It turned out to be a letter left by Lan Ni. This is our exit route. Catch up quickly. He stood up in a hurry. Grandfather, you be the beast monarch. I'm going to chase after Vu Duong. Hearing this, Lan Yu stood up in shock. You just call me grandfather. He roared. Even if you call me grandfather, I cannot be the beast monarch for you. Brat, get back here right now. Outside, a Beast Clan member delivered news in a panic. Hot news. Hot news. The Pavilion Master of Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the Dragon God, is the new Beast Monarch. Meanwhile, Vu Duong and Lan Ni had already traveled a long distance. She said softly, the news of the Dragon God succeeding as the Beast Monarch will quickly spread across the continent. Lan Ni giggled. Father now has both wealth and power. By then, many women will admire Father. Are you worried, Mother? Vu Duong glared at the boy. No way I would. Before she could finish, the dragon god suddenly appeared and grabbed her hand, his eyes resolute. It's fine as long as I like Vu Duong. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Vu Duong. Startled, she turned around. It turned out the person calling her was Lai Noyet. She immediately ran over, overjoyed to see him. He reproached her affectionately. You still haven't fixed your impetuous habit. I told you that you must call me master. She bowed her head slightly and murmured, Master. Standing beside her, the dragon god's eyes flared red, rolling with jealousy. Vu Duong tilted her head to look at Lai Noyet. We're preparing to go to the auction house. What about you, Lai Noyet? He smiled gently. Me? I'm just traveling with someone else. The dragon god stood silently, his gaze sweeping over Lai Noyet. Deep in his mind, a long-buried memory suddenly flashed. It's him. His eyes darkened instantly. Anger surged like a raging wave. Back then, my mother and I were the Medicine King sect. Memories rushed back like an endless nightmare. He clearly remembered the day he was abused. A Beast Clan member held a knife close to his head. A young dragon horn like this is just right to be put in medicine. His mother knelt, her eyes filled with tears. I agree to give you my dragon horn to use as medicine. Please spare my son. Amidst the desperate situation, a loud shout rang out. The elders of the Medicine King sect have arrived. All the Beast Clan members knelt in unison. Lord Lai Noyet, the dragon god recalled tensely. That was indeed Lai Noyet, the genius alchemist of the Medicine King sect. Thanks to him, the sect stood firm. But he was also the cruel one who used the Beast Clan as medicine slaves. The memory shifted to his younger self. At that time, with eyes full of hatred, I must kill you. He rushed forward, but was tightly bound by invisible ropes. A Beast Clan member ran in a hurry. Lord Lai Noyet, we didn't guard the medicine slave well and let him run out here, disturbing you. Lai Noyet replied indifferently, it's fine, just discipline him well. The dragon god recalled the moment he escaped from the Medicine King sect. He harbored the will for revenge. He established the Dragon Abyss Pavilion and quietly gathered information, learning that Lai Noyet was on Beast Spirit Island, but there was a restriction around the island that prevented the Beast Clan from approaching. Reality dragged him back. His eyes erupted with anger, and he hissed through his teeth, "You were the one who refined that tier 5 pill back then. I will definitely kill you." Lai Noyet remained calm, his voice gentle. "Your cultivation realm has increased." "Good." The dragon god prepared to attack, but Vu Duong quickly stepped out to block him. "Dragon god, don't." He stopped, his crimson eyes scanning her. "Because of him, you have to go this far? What is he to you?" Vu Duong replied, "He is my master, the person who taught me how to survive in this world. I cannot let you harm him." The dragon god sneered. "What if I cannot let him be harmed? So you want to harm me instead?" He turned and left. Lani immediately shouted, although it was wrong of father to suddenly attack someone. "Mother is so biased. I have to chase after father. I don't know how to fly. Mother, take me with father." Vu Duong sighed, I know. She turned to Lai Noyet, "Master, I have something to take care of first. See you later." The two of them immediately flew up to chase after the dragon god. A gentle voice sounded from behind. Lai Noyet turned around. It was the holy maiden of the formation sect Divine Hall. She smirked. "I agreed to come to Dragon Valley with you to take a look, but I didn't say you could interfere with your disciples' matters. You only secretly protect from behind like that. You really can't compare to the pavilion master of Dragon Abyss Pavilion." Lai Noyet stood silently in the quiet space, his gaze as cold as frost. "Vu Duong and I only share a master-disciple relationship. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Do am." The holy maiden of the formation sect Divine Hall shrugged and laughed softly. "Fine, I won't say any more." But her eyes were full of calculation. She watched Lai Noyet's retreating back, her mind constantly thinking, Lai Noyet, you've been as cold as a carved jade statue the whole way. Only when you met your disciple did you show any emotion. I really look forward to your end." At the 3 flavors study, Vu Duong stopped and looked up at the signboard of the 3 flavors study. "The dragon god's aura stops here." Lani pulled his mother's hand. Mother, let's go inside and take a look." Inside, the dragon god was sitting lost in thought in the study room. Vu Duong looked at him and couldn't help but think. He runs off to read books when he's angry. The dragon god's way of dealing with his issues is really unique. Beside her, Lani impatiently urged, "Mother, go quickly." Vu Duong stepped forward and said gently, "This really is a good place to rest." The dragon god put down his book, looked at her, and suddenly offered a white lotus. "Vu Duong, this is for you. This flower suits you very well." His eyes lit up, but his voice remained calm. Vu Duong took the flower, her heart fluttering slightly. "Are you really not going to scold me?" The dragon god poured some tea and placed it in front of her. "You must be thirsty from the journey. Drink a cup of hot tea." Vu Duong suppressed the complex emotions in her heart, telling herself, "Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you must be patient." She sat down next to the dragon god and asked softly, "Dragon god, what book are you reading?" The dragon god replied, "When I was young, my mother and I were medicine slaves of the Medicine King sect. My mother often told me stories, but I had never read any books. After growing up, I developed an interest in books." Hearing those words, Vu Duong couldn't help but think Master is from the Medicine King sect. Since the dragon god was humiliated by the Medicine King sect, it's no wonder he is angry with Master. Watching the dragon god gradually fall asleep, she gently covered him with a blanket, thinking to herself, "But Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. He was the one who helped me integrate into this world." Dragon god, how should I tell you? When the dragon god woke up, a sense of loneliness enveloped him. Looking at the blanket on his body, he thought, "Has Vu Duong left? I am indeed not the chosen one." But right at that moment, Vu Duong and Lan Ni suddenly appeared. She smiled. "Are you awake? Now that you've slept well, let's go find Chu Lap to demand the heavenly fire." The dragon god was surprised. "Vu Duong, you haven't left?" Vu Duong took his hand. "Out of moral obligation, I cannot stand by and watch when you attack my master." "Dragon god, I hope you understand." The dragon god looked at her and said to himself, "For now, I won't care about Lai Noyet. Like other enemies, sooner or later, I must collect this blood debt." All 3 of them moved to the palace, but were blocked by guards. Vu Duong calmly presented the sealed letter. "I have your boss's sealed letter." She turned to the dragon god and Lan Ni. "Last time we sneaked in, but going through the main gate is still the best." As they entered the Vermilion Bird Warehouse, he stopped and pointed toward the stone vault. "The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Fire is inside. If you can take it, give it a try." A red box fell, and a strange figure appeared. The Vermilion Bird Heavenly Fire opened its eyes. "Duong Guan, Vu Duong saw this and panicked. It's alive? She was worried as she saw the vermilion bird Heavenly Fire flying around the cave. This is bad. We must catch it. The vermilion bird quickly dodged. Then, in the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the cave. This is bad. It wants to escape from the stone cave right now. The dragon god appeared and blocked it. The vermilion bird Heavenly Fire trembled. Boss Chu furrowed his brows and thought, if this continues, the vermilion bird Heavenly Fire will be caught by Thuong Quan Vu Duong. I must secretly play a trick. With a bang, the dragon god majestically flew to Boss Chu and said, Boss Chu, you're a businessman. Why play dirty like this? Just then, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's voice rang out. Caught it. Thuong Quan Vu Duong happily held the vermilion bird Heavenly Fire in her hand. I caught the vermilion bird Heavenly Fire. Seeing this, the dragon god smiled. He took Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hand. Now we will return to Moonyong Pavilion to refine it into pills. At Moonyong Pavilion, Lu Quinn Noyet and Lan Ni pressed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Seeing this, the dragon god stepped up and said, Vu Duong is refining the vermilion bird Heavenly Fire. Do not disturb her. Lu Quinn Noyet replied, I heard that. You succeeded the Beast Clan. You guys have been out for so long. What exactly happened? I'm dying of curiosity. The dragon god said, Your news is really fast. In the room, there was a loud bang. Thuong Quan Vu Duong had successfully refined the medicinal pill. She lightly scratched her head. Dragon god, Quinn Noyet, my realm has finally increased. Lonnie curiously covered his eyes with his hands. Wow, mother is so beautiful. Quinn Noyet gently pushed Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Quickly go change your clothes. Don't corrupt the child, she whispered in Thuong Quan Vu Duong's ear. Vu Duong, your master has arrived. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Dun, my master? Then a fight with the dragon god is imminent. A moment later, Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked into the room. She paused for a second when she saw Lai Noyet. Master, you've arrived. Vu Duong slowly walked in and saw Lai Noyet holding a teacup in his hand. Vu Duong thought to herself, no fighting, that's great. At this moment, someone spoke up, Miss Thuong Quan, I am the one looking for you. She gently took off her hat. I am the holy maiden of the divine hall, named Du Am. You are the one who awakened the medical spirit, aren't you? Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately said, Holy Maiden Du Am's news is quite fast. Du Am smiled and replied, I don't just know that Miss Thuong Quan is the one who awakened the medical spirit. I also know you don't belong to this world. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's expression gradually changed. Lai Noyet looked up at her. The dragon god held his teacup, thinking to himself. Vu Duong's expression changed. Not belonging to this world, what does that mean? Du Am smiled and pulled Thuong Quan Vu Duong's hand. Are you sure we should continue talking? Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied with a worried expression. Of course we must. She turned around and said, but not here. Let's go to the rooftop of Moonyong Pavilion to talk. Thuong Quan Vu Duong awkwardly reminded the two men, Master, Dragon God, don't argue, okay? Thuong Quan Vu Duong waved her hand to call Lan Ni over. Lan Ni, come here. Lan Ni tipto over. What does Mother want Lan Ni to do? Thuong Quan Vu Duong said, keep an eye on the Dragon God and Mother's master. Don't let them fight. Later, Mother will give you snacks. Lan Ni happily agreed, guaranteed to complete the mission. In the room, the atmosphere was stifling between the master and the dragon god. Lai Noyet glanced over. So this is the dragon god. The dragon god also glanced at Lai Noyet at this moment. Lan Ni smiled and approached them. The adorable boy called out, Father. The dragon god gently patted Lan Ni's head. Vu Duong, and I already have a son. Some people had better stop dreaming. Lan Ni quickly covered the dragon god's mouth. Lan Ni, say no more. The little boy leaned towards Lai Noyet. Brother Lai Noyet, you are my mother's master. I should properly call you grandmaster, right? Lai Noyet coldly held his teacup. Suit yourself. He glanced with his eyes. I am Vu Duong's elder. Swatting some mosquitoes for her is also something I should do. Lan Ni clutched his head in worry. Oh no, these two are mocking each other. They'll be fighting soon. What should I do? Suddenly, the little boy thought of a great idea. I know. The boy smiled and said, but as to whom Mother's husband will be, I have the most right to speak. Mother loves me so much, she will definitely listen to me. Lan Ni rejoiced inwardly. If that's the case, Brother Lai Noyet and Father will have to win me over with snacks, and Mother will also reward me. I'm so smart, haha. in a building at Moonyong Pavilion, Thuong Quan. Vu Duong said, "This is the highest place in Moonyong Pavilion. I guarantee no one will eavesdrop. Holy Maiden Du Am, you can continue our previous topic now." Vu Duong raised her voice. "What did you mean by saying I don't belong to this world?" Holy Maiden Du Am pretended to be scared. "Miss Thuong Quan, you are so fierce, it scares people." Du Am then said, "I am the Holy Maiden of the Divine Hall. Of course I know this body contains a foreign soul." Hearing these words, Thuong Quan Vu Duong suddenly paused. Du Am gently placed a hand over her mouth. But it seems both Lai Noyet and the Dragon Clan don't know. "Miss Thuong Quan, your lips are truly sealed." Thuong Quan Vu Duong's face turned serious. At this moment, her hands were already preparing to cast a spell. "If you want to use this to blackmail me, I won't let this matter go." Du Am said softly, "When begging someone, you must have a begging attitude. I know my place. I do indeed have a favor to ask. I want to use the method for you to return home as a bargaining chip to invite you to come with me to the Formation Sect." Vu Duong was confused. What? Du Am recalled the time she sat in the Formation Sect and said, "I have received the guidance of the gods." She held up 4 fingers and said happily, "If you want to go home, you must go to the Formation Sect of the Eastern Yangtze Kingdom." Thuong Quan Vu Duong worriedly counted the locations. For places under these circumstances, activating the formation requires going to too many places. Du Am smiled. "Coming with me to the Formation Sect is helping me, and it is also helping yourself." Thuong Quan Vu Duong hesitated for a moment. Du Am said again, "Could be that you can't bear to leave that dragon god behind? I suppose that makes sense. After all, you have a physical relationship with him." Thuong Quan Vu Duong closed her eyes and replied, "The dragon god? Being by his side is indeed unprecedentedly joyful, but that's not it. In our world, even after getting married, people can still divorce. There are many independent women. We don't necessarily have to cling to men." After hearing this, Du Am seemed shocked by Thuong Quan Vu Duong's words. She asked curiously, "Not being bound by a husband? What a wonderful place. It would be great if I could go and take a look." Du Am thought to herself, "Thuong Quan Vu Duong, are you still hesitating because you have no more attachments in that other world?" In that world, perhaps she was originally a misfit who couldn't blend in. Du Am tried to persuade Vu Duong. "Whether you can or not is entirely up to you to decide. I only act according to the guidance of the Divine Hall." Thuong Quan Vu Duong was annoyed, but then she smiled and said, "Thank you, Holy Maiden. I will reconsider this matter." When Thuong Quan Vu Duong was about to leave, Du Am said again, "Ah, that's right. Thuong Quan La Ni is very adorable. It's just that his soul is incomplete." Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong's eyes widened. She stared at Du Am. Her words might be a trap. I don't know what her intentions are. Thuong Quan Vu Duong worriedly thought of La Ni, "But I am a mother now." She immediately said, "Wait." Du Am suddenly stopped. Thuong Quan Vu Duong anxiously asked, "Du Am, regarding La Ni's matter, what else do you know?" Du Am smiled as if nothing had happened. "Perhaps if you go open the formation, you will know. Everything is the instruction of the gods." Thuong Quan Vu Duong confidently said, "I will go, but Holy Maiden Duim, in my world there is a saying, when a friend comes to visit, there is fine wine. When an enemy comes, there's a hunting rifle. I know how to distinguish between friend and foe myself." Du Am replied, "At least for now, Miss Thuong Quan, I sincerely want to help you." In that room, Lan Ni happily devoured his food. "Ha ha, I'm the biggest winner." Thuong Quan Vu Duong gave Lan Ni a knock on the head. "Ouch." Lan Ni smiled and said, "Mother, father, and grandmaster didn't fight. Lan Ni is good, right?" Thuong Quan Vu Duong said with a proud look, "Humph, humph. Using your mother's name to gain quite a lot of benefits, huh?" Before she could finish her sentence, Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked around. "Right, where's my master?" The dragon god slowly walked over. Luke Huyn Noyet has taken the Grandmaster back to his room to rest. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Luke U. Dragon god, I have decided on the destination for our next journey. I've decided to go to the Formation Sect. The dragon god had a suspicious look. Formation Sect? In front of another room, Lai Noyet walked in. "Are you done talking to my disciple? Ultimately, what is the Divine Hall's purpose?" Du Am's face darkened. A dignified elder of the Medicine King sect questioning the purpose of my Divine Hall? Of course it is. Zodenli die am smidet. That to solve the unsolved riddles of the world and to fight against injustice in the world. Hearing this, Lai Noyet was bewildered. Is she this kind of person? Du-am approached and lightly touched Lai Noyet's shoulder. Then again, you care so much about Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Is it really just because she is your disciple? Her round eyes stared intently at Lai Noyet. You've come to my room, so why don't you stay here? Lai Noyet lightly placed his hand on Du-am's shoulder. She thought in amusement, the pure-hearted, ascetic elder of the Medicine King Valley is just a man after all. But little did she expect that at this moment, an animal had materialized in Lai Noyet's hand, a mother and child beast. The little beast quickly turned invisible. Du-am just kept leaning in closer. Toward Lai Noyet's lips, he stopped her. I have no interest in women who are not beautiful. Hearing this, Du-am turned to stone in an instant. Lai Noyet stood up. He brought out the small beast, the mother beast. Mother and child beasts can transmit information between the mother and child. Let me see what your true purpose is, Holy Maiden Du-am. Du-am was furious. What holy maiden? I'm not beautiful. What a waste for Lai Noyet to be an elder of the Medicine King sect. He truly has no eyes. He's blind. At this moment, Lai Noyet was standing next to a pill refinement furnace. The beast in his hand relayed Du-am's message. Stupid Lai Noyet. Refining pills has definitely ruined his brain. When night fell and Lai Noyet was sleeping, the little beast transmitted a message again. What a humiliation. Lai Noyet definitely hasn't met many women. Could it be that he likes men? Lai Noyet lay sleeping, thinking helplessly, I must really be crazy to plant the mother and child beast to spy on her. He angrily pointed at the beast. Mother beast, sever it. The beast made a strange sound. They all don't know I am. That all for the sake of a divine hall. Lai Noyet was startled. Sure enough, she has an ulterior motive. The beast transmitted again. Miss Tongguan, Li Nguyet Wadit, Vu Jung. It's so late. What is she doing going to Holy Maiden Du-am's room? Thuong Quan Vu Duong entered Du-am's room. I'm just going to tell you one thing. We set off tomorrow. Also, the matter regarding Lan Ni's incomplete soul must not be told to anyone. Du-am winked. I will listen to Miss Thuong Quan. Just as Vu Duong was leaving, Du-am suddenly waved her hand and said, Miss Thuong Quan, hold on. Du-am paced around Vu Duong. Miss Thuong Quan is truly a rare beauty. Du-am leaned in close. Strip down entirely, and let's compare chests. Whoa, Du-am, don't go too far. Hearing this news broadcasted from the beast, Lai Noyet hurriedly sat up. Du-am, this deranged woman. In a certain room, Luke Hyangwaya walked in. I have finished preparing the luggage. The carriages are waiting outside. The dragon god crossed his arms and asked Huyn Noyet, you want to go too? Luke Huyn Noyet smiled, of course. Rest assured, I have arranged everything from top to bottom at Moonyong Pavilion. Even if we aren't here, no mishaps will occur. Thuong Quan Vu Jung Waver He Hen. Let's go. Master and Holy Maiden Du-am are waiting for us on the carriage. The dragon god looked displeased. Wait, why is Lai Noyet still coming with us to the formation sect? Luke Yen Guye winked. Let me have a few words with the dragon god first. You guys get on the carriage ahead. Having said that, Luke Huyn Noyet grabbed the dragon god's hand and pulled him away. Huyn Noyet, Lan Ni struggled and shielded in front of Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Mother, Lan Ni wants to go to the carriage to rest. Can we get on the carriage and wait first? Thuong Quan Vu Duong gently patted the boy's head. Of course. She thought to herself, what are Huyn Noyet and the dragon god plotting? Luke Huyn Noyet led the dragon god to an empty grassy area. She interrogated him. What was that just now? Were you questioning Vu Duong? The dragon god said strictly, whatever I do has nothing to do with Miss Luke. Luke Huyn Noyet pointed her finger at the dragon god. This lady will let you know, a man who is too controlling will make women detest him. The dragon god said smugly, I already have a child with Vu Duong. Vu Duong will definitely not detest me. Luke Huyn Noyet retorted, but I remember there is someone who doesn't even have a title. The dragon god was struck by this blow from Luke Huyn Noyet and grew angry. Luke Huyn Noyet advised, if you don't listen to my plan, then compare and see. To Vu Duong, are you more important, or is Lai Noyet more important? The dragon god was once again hit with a heavy boulder on his head. He worried between Lai Noyet and me. Who is more important? I don't dare to test Vu Duong's heart. The dragon god clasped his hands and said to Luke Huyn Noyet, I am sincere towards Vu Duong. Please give me some guidance, Miss Luke. Luke Huyn Noyet happily waved her hand. I wouldn't dare say guidance. This is just the experience I've drawn after reading many romance novels. She leaned close to the dragon god. You just need to act like this in front of Vu Duong. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was stunned. Rented 2 carriages? Lan Ni immediately said. Annie Huyen Noyet said, she's earned quite a bit over the past few years. It's rare to get out of the house, so there's no need to be frugal. Spend freely. Tuong Quan Vu Dung Wus Apfa and Si. Huyen Noyet is so generous. Could the dragon god have paid for these 2 carriages? Well, having 2 carriages is good anyway. It separates Lai Noyet and the dragon god to avoid trouble. Thuong Quan Vu Duong lifted the curtain and stepped up. She saw that her master and Du Am were already sitting inside the carriage. Master, if you're in this carriage, I will ride in the one behind. She remembered that Lai Noyet disliked people being close. Li Ngoyet Gelang Set Sai Wei. Not sitting with me? Have you come to hate me? Thuong Quan Vu Duong smiled and sat back down next to Lai Noyet. Of course not. She thought worriedly. Just now, why did it feel like Master seemed hurt? It was never like this before. At this moment, the dragon god with a sad expression stepped into the carriage. Oh no, the dragon god recalled Luke Huyen Noyet's advice. First, don't try to separate Vu Duong and her master just because you see them together. Interfering too much in a woman's life will make her feel suffocated. He sat down next to Du, giving her a fright. The dragon god crossed his arms and remained silent. Being gentle with Lai Noyet is impossible for me, but I can ignore it for Vu Duong's sake. Tuong Quan Vu Dung Fao U Ni Si. Dragon god, what on earth has happened? As the carriage was moving, it hit a rock, making the people inside stumble. Du Am fell into the dragon god's lap. He reluctantly supported her, causing her to blush. Thank you. Even though you already have an official partner, you still support this young woman. You're truly a good person. The dragon god replied coldly, no need. Because apart from Vu Duong, I don't see other women as women. She kept on talking in the carriage. Tuong Quan Vu Dung Wus Fu Viet. The dragon god and holy maiden Du Am are chatting so happily. Lai Noyet then said, Vu Duong, your complexion isn't looking too good. Thuong Quan Vu Duong quickly replied, Master, I am fine. It's just that the carriage is bumpy. Lai Noyet then said, Vu Duong, an overbearing look like yours is truly rare to see. He then embraced her to lie on his lap. If you feel awkward, you can rest your head on your master. Tuong Quan Vu Dung Wus Fu Sta Li Ngoyet. At this moment, the dragon god witnessed everything and broke into a sweat. Vu Dung. Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately changed her attitude. I feel much more comfortable now. Then, thank you, Master. Du Am suddenly spoke up. The relationship between Miss Thuong Quan and her master is really good. How about it? Do you need my help? Consider it as repaying her for saving my life. The dragon god coldly swatted her hand away. The carriage continued to shake. Thuong Quan La Ni in the carriage behind exclaimed, the carriage in front is so lively. Lucuyen Nguye replied. Indeed. Later, the group arrived at a place to fix the carriage. The dragon god immediately asked, Vu Duong, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Tuong Quan Vu Dung Ziplit? No. After the wheel is replaced, we must hit the road. Dragon god, after all, Lan Ni is still here. If you flirt too much with Holy Maiden Du Am, it will be detrimental to Lan Ni's growth. Having said that, she stood up. The dragon god was dumbfounded. Vu Duong, are you jealous? Tuong Quan Vu Dung Lai Di struck her forehead. I'm not. I have to go back to the carriage. He immediately hugged her. You're not, but I am. I'm jealous of you and Lai Noyet. Let's not sit in the same carriage with Lai Noyet and Holy Maiden Du Am anymore, okay? Du Am inside the carriage saw this and smiled faintly. I bet those two won't return to the carriage anymore. Lai Noyet, in your disciple's heart, you don't exist at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't need you to anger the dragon god. At this moment, a pigeon flew over and landed on the carriage door. After reading the item, Du Am's expression suddenly changed. The 1,000-mile sound transmission art of the formation sect. Du Am got out of the carriage and called out, Miss Thuong Quan, young master dragon god. I have something to discuss with everyone. The whole group sat at the dining table. Du Am immediately said, It is truly a pity, but I must go ahead first. I cannot travel with everyone. Thuong Quan Vu Duong asked, Did something happen? Du Am took out a letter. Just now, I received a letter from the Divine Hall. She handed the letter to Thuong Quan Vu Duong. After reading the letter, Thuong Quan Vu Duong blushed. What is drawn on this letter? The dragon god immediately snatched the letter. Vu Duong. This is a cloaking technique. This paper is called photo-retaining paper. Different people will see different contents on the paper. It is so that ordinary people cannot see the secret message. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Lan Ni was fascinated. Is it that magical? Du Am immediately channeled spiritual energy into the letter. The content of the letter slowly appeared. A woman being killed by a masked assassin. After seeing it, Thuong Quan Vu Duong angrily slammed the table. How outrageous! They dared to launch a sneak attack. Absolutely no morals at all. Lu Quinn Noyet said, Vu Duong, why are you so angry? The Formation Sect and the faction attacking the Formation Sect have nothing to do with us. I don't know why, but that faction attacking the Formation Sect, just looking at their posture makes me hate them. It looks very similar to a certain country from before I time traveled here. Thuong Quan Lan Ni was also scared. Mother being angry is really scary. Lai Noyet then said, the faction attacking the Formation Sect is so bizarre. What is their background? The dragon god spoke up. Perhaps it is the Eastern Yang secret art mystery-based faction. Their specialty is using secret arts for assassinations. After hearing this, Du Am clapped her hands in praise. Worthy of being the pavilion master of Dragon Abyss Pavilion and the monarch of the Beast Clan. Your information is indeed swift. Then she glanced at Lai Noyet, unlike someone else. Having said that, Du Am stood up. The Divine Hall received such a distress letter. I have a mission and must leave first. Everyone, the closer you get to the Formation Sect, the more careful you must be. Huinko said this, then flew away. Everyone, we will meet at the Formation Sect. The dragon god was full of doubts about the Formation Sect. At this time, Lu Quinn Noyet spoke up. Let's stock up on some food and get ready to hit the road. She looked at a few jars of wine and said, Boss, give me 4 bottles of good wine, but change the labels to tea to prevent Vu Duong from not letting me drink it. I truly am a genius. At this moment, Thuong Quan Lan Ni tugged on the dragon god's clothes. Father, Mother's face was so red. Aren't you curious to see what Mother saw in the photo-retaining letter? The dragon god coughed lightly. That is Vu Duong's right. However, deep down, he was also curious about what Vu Duong had actually seen on that paper. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was just about to get into the carriage when the dragon god pulled her hand. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was dun. Dragon god? At this time, Thuong Quan Lan Ni ran over. Wherever Mother is, I'll be there. Seeing this, Lu Quinn Noyet grabbed the kid's clothes. Lan Ni will ride in this carriage. The little boy had tears welling up in his eyes. I want to ride in the same carriage as Mother. Lai Noyet sat in the carriage, thinking to himself, finally, the noise has stopped. Next, it will just be me and Vu Duong. At this moment, an arm lifted the curtain. Just as Lai Noyet called out Vu Duong, Lu Quinn Noyet walked in. It's us. Thuong Quan Lan Ni got into the carriage, crying loudly, I don't want any 6, I want Mother. Seeing this, Lai Noyet said coldly, You brought this upon yourself, didn't you? Lu Quinn Noyet quickly coaxed the boy. Lan Ni, it's Annie 6's fault. She poked his cheek. At this time, Lai Noyet conjured up a rabbit. Both of them excitedly went wow. He said coldly, Stop crying. Thuong Quan Lan Ni then said, Grandmaster, that magic trick just now, can you perform it for Lan Ni to see again? Lai Noyet sighed. What on earth am I doing? Seeing this, Lu Quinn Noyet thought to herself, to think that someone as cold as him knows how to coax a child. Is it because he knows Lan Ni is Vu Duong's son? Thuong Quan Lan Ni then took out a piece of paper. Grandmaster, do a magic trick for Lan Ni, and Lan Ni will give this to Grandmaster. Lu Quinn Noyet spoke up. Lan Ni, this isn't yours, right? This is what you call borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. After Lai Noyet looked at the paper, his expression changed drastically. Lu Quinn Noyet was about to grab the paper, asking in confusion, what did Lai Noyet see to have such an expression? Lai Noyet hurriedly put it away, saying awkwardly, it's none of your business. He thought to himself, just now on this formation paper I saw an image of him and Thuong Quan Vu Duong embracing each other by the other carriage. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, why did the Eastern Yang secret art mystery base attack the Formation Sect? Could it be that they hate each other because they are similar forces? The dragon god also thought, now that it's just the two of us, Vu Duong and I can ask her what she saw on that piece of paper. Thuong Quan Vu Duong continued thinking. The Divine Hall's power is very strong. The Formation Sect was attacked and went to seek help from the Divine Hall. At this time, she noticed 2 jars of wine at the dragon god's feet. What is this? It looks like the tea Lu Quinn Noyet bought. The dragon god then handed a bowl of tea to Thuong Quan Vu Duong. She drank it and immediately praised. It's very delicious. The taste isn't like tea. The dragon god poured another bowl. It's fine, as long as it quenches your thirst. Thuong Quan Vu Duong said excitedly. Exactly. A while later, the 2 of them were completely drunk. Thuong Quan Vu Duong even snatched the wine jar. Delicious. A little bit more. At this time, the dragon god asked, Vu Duong, what did you see on that piece of formation paper? Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied, I saw a double-door refrigerator. The dragon god was confused. What is a refrigerator? Double doors? At this moment, she suddenly pushed the dragon god down. The dragon god was stunned. Vu Duong, what are you doing? Thuong Quan Vu Duong directly pulled his clothes open. This is what you call double doors. The dragon god became even more embarrassed, so she saw me on that formation paper. He leaned in and kissed her. Vu Duong, I always miss you too. Thuong Quan Vu Duong Dun. The dragon god then put his clothes back on, reached out his arms to hug her waist, and said, I both fear and hate the formation sect. I want to go, but I don't dare to go to that place. That was about my mother. She had just sneaked to the Thuong Lan continent. When she tripped and fell, she met a cultivator. He reached out to catch her. Are you hurt? And they fell in love. But that cultivator abandoned her and married someone else. After that, my mother was disappointed and returned to the demonic beast forest alone. But unexpectedly, she was captured by others. It was then she realized that she was carrying the child of that unfaithful man. Speaking up to here, the dragon god's expression grew gloomy. If it weren't for Hong Fu Du Shuyan, my mother wouldn't have had to live in misery for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, isn't Hong Fu Du Shuyan the name of the formation sect master? He's the dragon god's father. At this time, the dragon god held her hand. Vu Duong, I am willing to go to that disgusting formation sect for you. Could you like me a little bit more? Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong blushed. Just then the dragon god collapsed and fell asleep. Thuong Quan Vu Duong let out a sigh of relief. So he was drunk. Telling me such shocking news sobered me up. She gently poked the dragon god's nose. But if you weren't drunk, you definitely wouldn't have said anything. Her expression became serious. Dragon god, those who broke your heart, I will make them regret it. Thuong Quan Vu Duong looked around in astonishment. Could this be the formation sect? At this moment, a voice replied, it's not. Thuong Quan Vu Duong look up. It was the tone of Holy Maiden Du Am. Du Am then said, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, you guys sure are slow to arrive. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was stunned. Where did this runaway bride come from? Du Am said as she walked down. A bride? This is the most noble holy maiden attire of our divine hall. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then asked, Honorable holy maiden, didn't you say we would meet at the formation sect? Du Am, turn away. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. She turned to the dragon god. Dragon god, kiss me. The dragon god's face darkened. Idiot. Du Am then approached Thuong Quan Lan Ni. Lan Ni, did you miss me these past few days I wasn't here? If you didn't miss me, I'll eat you up. The little boy fearfully hugged Luke Huin Noyet. Andy's 6. Lan Ni is scared. At this time, Lai Noyet pulled Du Am's hand. Du Am, don't scare the child. Du Am replied, oh my, the elder the Medicine King sect cares so much for a child that isn't his. She leaned closer to Lai Noyet. Love me, love my dog, right? At this moment, a stone was thrown at Lai Noyet. Let the divine maiden go. A man holding a carrot said, the holy maiden is a good person. She is the one who saved this mountain villa. Du Am stepped forward and said, villagers, you have misunderstood. These people are all my companions. If you continue to act recklessly, you will lose the protection of the divine hall. Hearing this, everyone knelt down. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, please forgive us. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, please forgive us. Please let the divine hall continue to protect us. At this time, the dragon god came to Thuong Quan Vu Duong's side. Did you see clearly? This is Du Am's ability. Lu Quinn Noyet and Thuong Quan Lan Ni also knelt before Du Am. She said, Holy Maiden, I want money and handsome men, 10 of them. The little boy also stated his wish. I want to sleep with mother, but I don't want father to sleep with mother. At this moment, Thuong Quan Vu Duong walked over and grabbed their heads. Wake up, Huin Noyet. Why are you kneeling along with them? Hearing her call out, Lu Quinn Noyet woke up. Oh my my God, what did I say just now? How embarrassing. Seeing this, Ju Am smiled and said, it's one thing for Lai Noyet and the Dragon God, but to think that Miss Thuong Quan is also unaffected by me. Thuong Quan, Vu Duong replied, I am an atheist, practicing a materialistic cultivation method. Hearing this, Du Am was stunned. Materialistic? I've never heard of this cultivation method. Could be a lost, ultimate technique? She waved her hand. This is not a place to talk. Everyone follow me. Du Am thought to herself, Thuong Quan Vu Duong cannot be underestimated. In the empty mansion of the mountain villa, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was furious. What did you say? The entrance to the formation sect has been destroyed? Du Am recounted, 3 days ago when I arrived at this hidden mountain villa, it was already like this. The entrance is destroyed, and we cannot enter the formation sect. Unless the people of the formation sect open it from the inside themselves, we simply cannot get in. The Dragon God spoke up. Perhaps I have a way. Du Am immediately said, Young Master Dragon, although you are very handsome, don't be arrogant at this time, or you'll become a laughingstock for the world. The formation sect is famous for mastering all kinds of formations. The true body of this sect is also hidden by formations in another location. Because of Huin Ko's attack, the entrance to the formation sect has been temporarily blocked. Hearing this, Luke Huin Noyet said, in that case, if we want to enter the formation sect, wouldn't it be solved if we just rebuild the formation? Ju Am scolded angrily. None of us are cultivators proficient in formations. Furthermore, if something goes wrong while rebuilding it, we'll lose our lives. Don't you know that? Looking at the other 3 people, Du Am sighed helplessly. O divine maiden, these ignorant fools know nothing. This team of 5 is too hard to lead. At this time, a hand was raised. Excuse me, holy maiden, what is that life-threatening law? Du Am turned around. Thank goodness, there's still one normal person left. Honey, thank you, honey. Du Am approached and said, the weak point lies in the fact that if we mistakenly reconstruct the descending formation, illusions will overlap with illusions, and formations will connect to formations in a very mystical way. Outsiders can't do it. The Dragon God then said, who said my method was to rebuild the formation? Du Am turned back in astonishment and asked, if you don't rebuild the formation, how do you plan to get in? The Dragon God coldly replied, just like you said, have those shrinking turtles open the door from the inside themselves. Hearing this, Du Am disdainfully said, stop joking. Right now, if you want to connect with them from the inside, you can only rely on summoning, relying on a bloodline connection. It was then she realized in shock, young Master Dragon. You. The Dragon God then said, although I don't want to admit it, Hong Fu Du Shuyan is biologically my father. Upon hearing this, Luke Huin Noyet was also surprised. Dragon God, the master of the formation sect, is your father? Lai Noyet thought to himself, to think he had such an identity. Luke Huin Noyet turned to Thuong Quan Vu Duong. Vu Duong, the Dragon God's father, is the formation sect master? How come I've never heard you mention this? Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied, I only found out a little earlier than you guys. She looked towards the Dragon God. The Dragon God originally did not want many people to know about the relationship between him and Hong Fu Du Shuyan. She hadn't expected that he would be willing to expose this relationship in front of others for her and Lan Ni's sake. She walked up to Du Am. This time there's hope to open the door to the formation sect, right? Du Am replied, everyone says there is nothing more vicious than a heartless woman. Yet you have the heart to let him do this. If that's the case, rest for the night. Tomorrow we will try to use blood summoning to contact the formation sect. After saying this, Du Am turned away. Thuong Quan Vu Duong felt heavy-hearted. What did Holy Maiden Du Am mean by what she just said? At night, while Du Am was sleeping, a wave of murderous intent approached her. She reacted in time. Hey, and counterattacked. Thuong Quan Vu Duong held a knife close to Ju Am's neck. She was stunned. My spiritual energy is broken? Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, Du Am, it's me. My master and the Dragon God are both very sharp. I didn't want to alert them. Du Am said, Thuong Quan Vu Duong, I thought it was Huin Ko's people. Thuong Quan Vu Duong then said, I came here in the middle of the night just to ask you, what did your words from this morning mean? Du Am replied, using a blood relative summoning consumes an immense amount of spiritual energy and vitality. Moreover, if the other party does not respond within half an hour, there is a risk of a backlash. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong was worried. It's too dangerous. At this time, in the Dragon God's room, he was about to take a bath. Thuong Quan Vu Duong suddenly opened the door. The Dragon God was surprised. Vu Duong, it's raining outside. Why are you so wet? Come inside quickly, he said, and pulled her hand. She thought to herself, Lan Ni. For Lan Ni's sake, we have to enter the formation sect. The next day, Du Am opened a space. This place was precisely the destroyed entrance to the formation. The Dragon God then cut his arm to draw blood. Thuong Quan Vu Duong thought to herself, the bloodline summoning has begun. At this time, the Dragon God's expression grew tense. Not good. The blood loss will lead to insufficient spiritual energy. Thuong Quan Vu Duong patted his shoulder. Dragon God, I will stay by your side. At this moment, Hong Fu Du Shuyan was stunned. There are two of my bloodlines? He immediately unleashed his magical power to open the door. Formation, open. The subordinate next to him thought to himself, forcibly opening the door? Huang Fu Du Suin ESD. Does he not want his cultivation base anymore? Outside, Thuong Quan Vu Duong saw a beam of light shoot up. The blood relative summoning is effective. The door to the formation sect has opened. The Dragon God's heart was full of complex thoughts. This is the formation path to the formation sect. Huang Fu Zhu Suin. Thuong Quan Vu Duong stepped forward and held his hand. Dragon God, I will be by your side. The two of them then jumped inside. Seeing this, Thuong Quan Lan Ni called out, Mother, Father. Lu Quin Noyet lifted the boy up. Lan Ni continued. Mother and father both forgot about Lan Ni. Lu Quin Noyet smiled and said, Annie will take you. Shortly after, the whole group had entered inside. Everyone was chatting noisily. The sect master forcibly activated the formation. I wonder who the sect master's bloodline is. It couldn't be those beast clan members, could it? An old man stepped forward and asked, which of you triggered the blood relative summoning? Coming to our formation sect at this time to extort money. What great timing. He glanced at Hong Fu Du Shuyan, his heart full of scheming, taking advantage of the time when the sect master was injured from forcibly opening the formation. I must make a move to gain the upper hand. Halfway through, a child of the sect master arrives, coveting my position in the formation sect. Delusional. Thuong Quan Vu Dung spoke up. Et thought money. What kind of people do you take us for? You really look down on others. Another man stepped forward. This group of people looks ordinary and nothing special. Don't they just want to reap some benefits from our formation sect? He threw out a bag of money. This is a critical period for the formation sect. We don't have time to pay attention to you petty people. Take the silver and get lost. Thuong Quan Vu Duong was furious. The people of the formation sect truly don't understand manners. You haven't even waited for us to introduce ourselves before bullying us. At this time, from another side, a person said, I know her. She is the pavilion master of the Moon Yang Pavilion. Then, pointing towards the Dragon God, he seems to be the pavilion master of the Dragon Abyss Pavilion, the golden new beast monarch. Then on to Lai Noyet. My goodness, isn't that person the elder of the Medicine King sect? Then it was Thuong Quan Lan Ni's turn. And him? The little boy's eyes were full of anticipation. I'm the third-generation grandson of the old beast monarch, controlling the two major financial foundations, the Moon Yang Pavilion and the Dragon Abyss Pavilion. However, the next two words made the boy freeze. Don't recognize him. Du Am spoke up, saying, it was the formation sect that begged the Divine Hall first. Since it's like this, don't look for us in the future. Let's go. Hong Fu Du Shuyan immediately spoke up. Everyone, please wait. The people in the sect have eyes, but couldn't see and ignored the Holy Maiden. Please forgive us, Holy Maiden. His son then spoke up. Father, you are injured, so you should go back and rest first. The old man angrily shook his hand off. Unfilial son. If I didn't come out here, how would I know you wanted to drive your older brother away? Hong Fu Du Shuyan said to the Dragon God, Long Ni, is it you? Are you the son of me, and you? The Dragon God said coldly, Formation Sect Master, my mother is indeed you. The old man burst into laughter. As expected, my formation sect has an heir. Hong Fu Du Shuyan looked over at Thuong Quan Lan Ni. Little kid, you and the Dragon God look so alike. The Dragon God immediately blocked in front of his son. Formation Sect Master, my son does not like strangers touching him. Hearing this, the old man was astounded. He's your son? So then Ni is already married and had a child, but a father like me knew nothing at all. Du spoke up at this time. Formation Sect Master, it was your Formation Sect that sought help from the Divine Hall, so I came here. But from earlier until now, in your eyes, there has only been Miss Thuong Quan and young Master Dragon. The old man forced a smile. It is this old man's fault. Men, take these distinguished guests to rest. Then he said, do back, make some arrangements. I want to meet this Miss Thuong Quan privately. In the room, Thuong Quan Vu Duong said to Luke Huyn Noyet, I've observed that there are formations everywhere in the Formation Sect. Huyn Noyet, cover for me. Tonight, I will go investigate. Luke Huyn Noyet replied, the only thing that can make you not rest for a single moment must be related to Lan Ni, right? Thuong Quan Vu Dung Sai, Lan Ni Sao Yes In Gom Bet. The spiritual energy of the Formation Sect can restore Lan Ni's soul. Luke Huyn Noyet jumped up anxiously. Such a big matter, yet you hid it from me? Thuong Quan Vu Duong immediately said, I'm sorry, Huyn Noyet. Luke Huyn Noyet smiled. Forget it, at least you've said it now. Don't worry, I'll take care of Lan Ni for you. Thuong Quan Vu Duong had tears in her eyes as she approached Thuong Quan Lan Ni. Lan Ni, mother will be back soon. After saying that, she jumped outside to investigate. The 8 trigrams spiritual mirror worshipped in the ancestral hall of the Formation Sect can help my son resolve the issue of his incomplete soul. The 8 trigrams spiritual mirror is here. At this moment, that the door suddenly opened. Thuong Quan Vu Dung Wus Overzo. I found it. She reached out her hand to take it, but the candles around her suddenly lit up. Hong Fu Du Shuyan appeared. Is my daughter-in-law so eager to pay respects to the ancestors of my Hong Fu family? Thuong Quan Vu Duong turned around in startle. Formation Sect Master. He then said, Miss Thuong Quan, are you interested in making a trade? Hong Fu Du Shuyan coughed lightly and said, my grandson has a problem with his soul, right? Thuong Quan Vu Duong was astonished, as expected of a peerless expert. He saw Lan Ni's problem with just one glance. She clasped her hands and said, Formation Sect Master has sharp eyes. Vu Duong wishes to borrow your esteemed sect's treasure, the 8 trigrams spiritual mirror, for Lan Ni to use. Hong Fu Du Shuyan smiled. Of course you can. It's just that Miss Thuong Quan must persuade the Dragon God to inherit my Formation Sect. Hearing this, Thuong Quan Vu Duong stepped back. Formation Sect Master, please forgive me, but it is hard for me to obey this command. He asked why. Your son will be saved, and the Dragon God can inherit the Formation Sect. For you, this is an extremely good thing. Thuong Quan Vu Duong replied firmly, because the Dragon God does not want to. Hong Fu Du Shuyan thought with heartache. Our divine son has found a good woman who wholeheartedly cares for his well-being, even more than I do. He then took out the treasures. Miss Thuong Quan, please do not reject this old man so quickly. Just take a look. Vu Duong was astonished. The East Ocean Crystal, the Ice Lotus of the Mai Chi Kingdom, and the Yang Refining Fire of the 3 Desolate Regions. These are the other 3 treasures that Lan Ni needs. Hong Fu Du Shuyan immediately said, as long as you persuade the Dragon God, this old man can use the teleportation formation to send them to you. Vu Duong thought to herself, as long as I collect these treasures, Lan Ni's soul will be fully restored. What should I do? She immediately channeled her magic power. Sect Master Hong Fu, lend me these 4 treasures, otherwise I will die right in front of you. Hong Fu Du Shuyan said, girl, your scheme is too ruthless. Do you think I will fall for it? I don't believe that you are not afraid of death. Vu Duong replied, a mother is strong for her child. The Dragon God's mother was just like this back then. Hearing this, Hong Fu Du Shuyan's expression turned to shock. She must have suffered so much for my sake. In the end, it is my fault for letting down her and our son. Thinking this, he said, fine, I will lend you the 4 great treasures. At this moment, the Dragon God approached. Hong Fu Du Shuyan, what did you do to Vu Duong? Vu Duong stepped forward and called out, Dragon God. He took her hand. Vu Duong, I sense that you were injured, so I came over. Hong Fu Du Shuyan didn't do anything to you, did he? Vu Duong said, he has agreed to lend us those treasures. Hearing this, the Dragon God was full of suspicion. Hong Fu Du Shuyan, what are your intentions? The old man replied, I'm the one being threatened by your wife. What schemes could I possibly have? I only want to hear you call me father. Then the old man turned away. Follow me to activate the teleportation formation to retrieve the treasures. A door opened. Hong Fu Du Shuyan said, only I can activate this formation. At this moment, a noise came from outside. Young Master Q, you cannot go in. That guy pushed the door open. Get lost. Father, how could you hand over our clan's treasures to an outsider? Hong Fu Du Shuyan said coldly. Take him out. Hearing this, that guy grew resentful. If that's how it is, don't blame me for being ruthless, father. He drew his sword and stabbed straight at Hong Fu Du Shuyan. The outsiders will think that the dragon god killed you. Hong Fu Du Shuyan said this. This is the technique of Huin Ko. Tioya, he said coldly. Old man, you never thought of letting me inherit the formation sect. I joined Huin Ko a long time ago. Vu Duong cried out in worry. He is about to take Lan Ni's treasures. Stop him. The dragon god rushed out. Don't think you can escape. That guy activated the heart refining formation. Open. Vu Duong was surrounded by red energy and could not move anymore. He took the 3 treasures. This is the heart executing death formation. Die here. Hong Fu Du Shuyan was worried. Dragon God and Miss Shangwan cannot handle this formation. I must quickly reunite with them. At this moment, someone called out to him, Du Shuyan. He turned around, Yu. He said with heartache, it wasn't like that, Yu. Back then, I thought you were dead. If only our feelings had been a bit more steadfast. You kill me. At this moment, a woman was thrown in. The dragon god said, to be tricked by an illusion. Your feelings for my mother are only worth this much. We must quickly find Vu Duong. Elsewhere, Du-Am led Lani forward. Miss Shangwan, this is wonderful. Now that we have gathered all 4 treasures, you could take Lan Ni back to your original world. Vu Duong was stunned. Lan Ni? No, this is not Lan Ni. Furthermore, besides Lan Ni, I have someone I cannot abandon, the dragon god. At this moment, she realized that she had long fallen in love with the dragon god without realizing it. The dragon god appeared. Vu Duong, I heard you. You have finally admitted your love for me. Vu Duong said anxiously. Hong Fu Tu stole the treasures prepared for Lan Ni. We must subdue him quickly. On Hong Fu Du Shuyan's side, dragging his wounded body along, he thought, let me use my final spiritual power to activate the teleportation formation to send everyone through. Once this is done, I can be with you. Meanwhile, Hong Fu Chiu, holding the treasures, said triumphantly, with these 4 treasures, I am the supreme existence. Old man, your era has ended. At this moment, his hands became empty. Where are my treasures? In Lan Ni's room, his mother Vu Duong smiled and said, Lan Ni, you're awake. Your soul has been fully restored. Do you feel anything different in your body? The boy was stunned. Fully restored? Once my soul is fully restored, will you leave us, mother? Vu Duong stroked her son's head. Silly child, I'm not going anywhere. You and the dragon god are here. I will stay with you all forever. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share to give me more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy.